everyone, and welcome back to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Business decisions today are increasingly driven by data. Whether it's understanding sales performance, tracking financial trends, analyzing customer behavior, forecasting future outcomes, or identifying operational gaps, organizations need professionals who can turn raw data into meaningful business insights. And this is where business analytics with advanced Excel becomes extremely valuable. Now, Microsoft Excel is not just a spreadsheet tool. When used effectively, it becomes a powerful platform for business analytics, data cleaning, calculations, reporting, visualization, forecasting, and decision making. Now, professionals across finance, marketing, sales, operations, human resources, project management, supply chain, and business analytics use Excel to organize information, analyze performance, identify trends, build reports, and support strategic decisions. Now, having said that, let's have a look at the agenda for this course. We will be starting off with Introduction to Business Analytics with Excel and Excel Basics, rows, columns, and cells. Then text formatting, flash fill, autofill, merging cells, and data entry. Then we will move on to date, time, age calculation, date formatting, and date diff. Excel formulas, auto sums, averages, percentages, round form, and standard deviation. Then index match, sum ifs, data comparison, and advanced Excel functions. Sorting, filtering, slicers, data cleaning, and duplicate management. Data validation, drop-down lists, conditional formatting, checkboxes, and cell protection. Images, PDFs, hyperlinks, watermarks, barcodes, and Excel PowerPoint integration. Pivot tables, pivot charts, multiple sheet analysis, and business data summarization. Charts, progress trackers, Gantt charts, reporting, print setup, and page breaks. Hope I made myself clear with the agenda. With that being said, if these types of videos are the ones that you would like to watch, then hit that subscribe button along with the bell icon to get notified whenever we upload a new video. Also, just that you know, if you want to upskill yourself, master business analytics skills, and land your dream job or grow in your career, then you must explore Simplilearn's core of various business leadership and business analytics program. Now, Simplilearn offers a variety of masters, certifications, and postgraduate programs in collaboration with some of the world's leading universities. And through our courses, you will gain business and leadership knowledge along with work-ready expertise in skills such as Python, Tableau, Power BI, generative AI, and over a dozen others. And that's not all. You also get the opportunity to work on multiple projects led by industry experts working in top-tier data and product companies. Now, after these courses, thousands of learners have transitioned into data science or data analytics roles as a fresher or moved onto a higher-paying job or profile. Now, if you're passionate about making your career in this field, then make sure to check out the link in the pinned comment and the description box to find a business leadership and business analytics program that fits your experience and area of interest. So let's get started with our Business Analytics with Advanced Excel Full Course 2026 with a small quiz. Which Excel feature is commonly used to summarize and analyze large business data sets? Is it A, pivot table, B, watermark, C, page break, or is it D, hyperlink? Let us know your answers in the comments below. Now over to our training experts.
Okay, let's talk about the first thing. A very simple topic to start with, a very basic topic to start with, and the topic is, what is business analysis? Okay, let's proceed. Let's talk about the first topic for the day now, and that is, what is business analysis that you want. You all can see here on your screen, there are few W's, lens, defining needs, recommending solutions. There is one 11-year-old boy and there is one 45-year-old woman. 11-year-old boy, 45-year-old woman, and you are working as the business analyst. You get some instructions from the senior management that you have to explain, you have to share the details of the topic inflation. You have to select one of them to explain the details, the core concepts of inflation. Whom would you prefer and why to explain the core concepts of inflation? One very important thing that I want to share with you all here is, in the business analysis world, there is no scope of the words like may, maybe, might be, In simple words, assumptions are not allowed. There is no scope of assumption when we're talking about the analysis. That before we jump to the conclusion, it's an important thing for us to first understand what's the purpose. You can see there are so many questions here. Why we need to explain? You need to understand the background. What is the background of this for 11-year-old boy? Is he having a fresh mind or is he into some asylum? Is this woman having a good, strong background or she is lacking some basic aspects? So what I'm trying to explain to you all here is that analysis as per the IAB standards should always be based upon the factual evidences, your research, your investigation, exploration, and not on assumptions. I'll just share with you all a few statistics to start with, and you gain more understanding, Ibrahim and others, that what's the intent of asking this question. You all can see here 71% of the failed software projects are traced to poor requirements globally. 71%. Success rate is just 29%. Why do you think we have such a huge 71% you may say number, a huge number of failed software projects? The main reason is poor requirements. Poor requirements simply mean that we start thinking about a solution without having a clear understanding around the requirements. So it's an important thing for the analyst to first understand the requirements, understand the business needs, ask questions, gain clarity so that we are able to come up with a solution that's completely aligned with the business requirements. Second thing, if you all see here, Sanup is saying assumptions based analysis, requirements not signed off, or changing requirements, yes. In a way, Sanup is also blaming the business team for the failure. He's saying that it's not always be responsible for the failure. It may also be the business team. Yes? Is that what you're trying to say? So yes, so you can see here for failures, nobody is taking the ownership. Yes. So yeah, so I can understand this thing happens. Yes, nobody is going to take the ownership of the failure. But the thing is, if you just think on the analysis perspective, we don't have, you may say, the full command or like full hold over the changing requirements, but at least from the analysis perspective, we can make it more refined, more detailed, so that we have less chances of failures. Yes. Second thing is, everyone, if you see on the screen, 40% of the effort in an average software project is in fixing errors. Now, my question to you all is, why do we have errors in any project? What is the major cause of errors? From your prior experience, from your personal experience into the corporate world, everyone. What's the main reason? Why do we have errors? Why do we have defects? We are going to talk about all those important things. Those may help us come up with a very structured, organized approach towards the business analysis, be it communication, be it documentation, be it our own detailed research and investigation, how to perform all such in a very organized manner as per the IAB standards, so that we're able to minimize these errors, we are able to minimize the upfront uncertainties, so that Pradesh and others, technical implementation is more organized is completely based on documents that you create. Technical team says poor quality of documentation. BA says technical team is not doing the proper implementation. Blame game starts. To avoid all such things, in our live session, we are going to talk about few important tasks to be performed by the business analyst, few important techniques. They're not few, they're more than 50 techniques that we'll discuss. The effective use of tools and technology to make your analysis more structured and organized so that it helps everyone, business team, implementation team, testers, operational support, help desk, and everyone. And that's why business analysis is such an important aspect in any project. We're going to talk about the business analysis body of knowledge to improve the business analysis capabilities. But on your screen, you can see here there are only 4 W's. One W is missing. Which W do you all think is missing? And the missing one is the most important one. Aparna is saying who is missing? And who will discuss in detail who is? Can anybody guess what who signify here? The stakeholders, our target audience, our customer. It's an important thing to have a discussion, a detailed discussion with them, gain the proper sign off. I remember somebody had mentioned this thing in the chat that without proper approvals and sign offs, they're implementing the thing that also leads to errors. I'm not able to recollect the name, but somebody had mentioned this thing. So, yes, a proper plan for approval, how we share the details with our stakeholders, and also we're not relying completely on the stakeholders for the business analysis related information. To start with, it's the 5WH analysis: what, where, why, when, how, who. If you're having the answer to all such questions, it means we are doing a proper investigation, we are doing a proper research, exploring all the possible opportunities, and then coming up with a solution. Now you all can see here, along with these questions, there is one lens, a maroon color lens on your screen. Can any one of you guess the reason why we have this lens here? And what's the purpose of a lens when you're talking about these W's? What this lens signify here? When you talk about the lens, with lens, there are 2 important things. One is focus, and another is there are 2 important characteristics associated with the lens. One is the focus point, the focal length, and another is the magnification. Let's first talk about the focus and then we'll talk about the magnification. When we talk about focus, everyone, focus simply means it's an important thing for us as a business analyst to focus on the stakeholder demands, understand their business needs, and come up with a solution that satisfies those business needs. Business analyst is into a liaising role, bridging the gap amongst all the key stakeholders and not just focusing upon the demands of the implementation team. Business analyst is into a liaising role, bridging the gap amongst all the key stakeholders, be it your project team, be it your operations team, business team, or any other team. Which one of the following statement best describes the role of a business analyst? Business analyst is into a liaising role, bridging the gap amongst all the stakeholders. Shubhrikanta, it's about bridging the gap amongst all the stakeholders, not just the project team. If you're going with option number C, indirectly you're saying that BA is implementation biased. But if you're going with option number D, you're going with IABA standards, and IABA says that business analyst is into a liaising role amongst all the stakeholders. I normally see people going with option number C because this is what is happening in most of the projects, and this leads to the errors. Option number C is incorrect. Option number D is the correct one. A person who performs a set of tasks and techniques used to work as a liaison among the project managers, project team. This simply means you are influenced, you are focusing more on the demands of the project team, less focus on the needs of the business team, and that would lead to a solution that is implementation biased, and that leads to the defects, the confusion, the sometimes even the scrapping of the project. So the answer is answer number D. Person who performs the set of tasks and techniques used to work as a liaison amongst all the stakeholders in order to understand the structure, policies, operations of the organization. This is a very important thing to understand for an organization to recommend solutions that enable organization to achieve its goals. And the major challenge is the major thing, what's going wrong in most of the projects is we talk to our implementation team, our technology experts, getting influenced by their demands. They do not know much about the goals and objectives, and that leads to a solution that's very difficult to use, and sometimes it's not in accordance with the business needs. So what IAB has to say here is a very important thing that for you as a business analyst, an important thing to understand the structure, how the organization operates, how a solution is going to fulfill their needs. So structure, policies, operations of an organization are important aspects to understand first, and then to recommend solution that enables the organization to achieve its goals. So this was about the focus. Second thing is the magnification part. Magnification, everyone, if we talk about in the business analysis world, there are few jargons like high level requirement and low level requirement. What's the difference, everyone, in between the high level requirements and the low level requirements? High level requirements versus low level requirements, everyone. First topic that we're starting with, and I'll share with you all one more thing here. High level requirements, everyone, when the requirements are mentioned in the form of an overview or a summary. Low requirements describe how these needs to be implemented. Absolutely wonderful. So when requirements are mentioned in the form of an overview or a summary, this is termed as high level requirements. High level requirements can be categorized as the bird's view or a top view. Any business analyst working on the given set of requirements need to break it down and capture the details in more granular, decomposed, and fragment form that can be easily implemented. High level requirements help to gain a basic idea about the business needs and the associated solution. High level requirements, when analyzed with the help of collaboration, research, and experiments, in-depth analysis, and documentation, would lead to low level requirements. Canteen ordering system at Unilever. This is the high level requirement. And if you have to come up with the canteen ordering system and more and others in detail, what are the important low level requirements that you all can come up with? If canteen ordering system is the high level requirement, what can be the possible low level requirement components? You can think about a login page to validate, to check for the authenticity of the user. You can come up with a proper food menu for a user to select the food items, and food menu may include several options. What else do you all think can be part of low level requirements? You may also come up with payments for the food items and the details of all the payments, different payment options. You may also have food delivery options, very similar to what we have in Zomato, Swiggy, and other online applications. And we may also have a mechanism to gain the feedback on the quality of the food and the quality of service. So what we are doing then, we have this high level requirement and we're trying to break it down so that we're able to understand all the low level details or all the granular information. So the requirements that you simply get from your business team members, the requirements those you receive from your key stakeholders in the form of an overview or a summary, that's your high level requirement. And if you're able to break it down to smaller fragments, granules, with the help of your detailed analysis, those granules, those fragment level information is nothing but your low level requirement. Okay, so this was about everyone, the high level versus low level requirements, a very important aspect of the business analysis when we start with our analysis. So 5WH we have discussed, process-centric lens to focus on the demands and the needs of all the stakeholders to do the detailed research and investigation. This helps us define needs and then recommend solutions. When we talk about needs, everyone, needs can be in the form of problems. Needs can also be in the form of opportunities to grow. Let's discuss one project now. And from that project, we'll be able to understand the real meaning of needs, what exactly needs signify, how we define needs, how we write the problem statement, and how are you able to understand the business needs in a very organized manner. So let's try to understand this thing with the help of one. Yes, this surge that Ibrahim is talking about, this is something causing problem. That's also one of the very important thing. Krishna said a very important aspect that time is spent in coming from 12th floor to the cafeteria. So if I summarize all these important problems, everyone, so this can be summarized as 150 seats and these many employees. So first problem is the capacity. Second thing, long queues and elevator time. Third thing is the time management. Fourth thing is the food wastage. Fifth thing is the food of their own choice. Employee dissatisfaction. Office productivity. These are all very important business needs. Those we were able to identify when we have gone through this case study. Think about a possible solution. Now you know the problems. We were able to consolidate, we were able to come up with a complete list of business needs. Now, considering these needs, what do you all think? What can be a solution that satisfies these business needs? Now, think about the solutions, everyone. And Hina, now you can come up with your solution that you had mentioned earlier. That increasing the capacity can be one of the possible solution option. Resettlement of the canteen area. So if I was talking about a bigger canteen, Anmol is saying coming up with an online meal ordering, get more canteens. Yes, bigger canteen is what Karan is talking about, bigger canteen or canteen with more number of seats. Online ordering is what Saket is mentioning here. Food, ordering food from desk, what Abhishek is mentioning. So now you all can see here, and Swapnilata is mentioning about the flexi time slots, that if you have surge, then come up with flexi time slots, like one team is going to have a lunch at 12, another team is going to have a lunch at 12:30, another one at 1, and another one at 1:30. That way we can manage the rush in the canteen. And the same thing Sandeep is also mentioning here. More number of canteens near employees. Sandeep is talking about spacious area, more number of seats. Subhakanta is mentioning here. Now, everyone, you all can see here, increased number of canteens. Aparna is talking about floor-wise canteen. The fourth option, Karan is going with option number 4. Floor-wise pantry. Pantry guy can also provide some paid beverages. Meaning to say, and my intent when asking you all this question is to make you all aware, to make you all think from this perspective, that for the particular set of business needs, there can be n number of solutions. Different options can be there to satisfy the business needs. Some of the learners are mentioning that we should have a bigger canteen. Some of you are mentioning we may come up with the flexi time slots. Some of you are saying floor-wise canteen. Some of you are saying pre-booking. Some of you are talking about online meal ordering. This simply means that there can be different solutions for the given set of business needs. So yes, so you all can see here, we need to choose more efficient way. Gaurav is saying come up with more efficient process. What we draw from this discussion, everyone, problems first which we need to prioritize and then solution, that we've already discussed, Ibrahim, that first we're able to come up with the problems and then the corresponding solutions. Now, we were able to list down, we were able to come up with all the possible options. 8 options we were able to come up with. You can see 8 options on your screen. But not all 8 we can implement. We have to select one of them. And there comes the importance of analysis like feasibility analysis, gap analysis, impact analysis, variance analysis, financial analysis. So all such analysis we're going to discuss in our live session with the help of few case studies. Those may help you take a decision, a judgment that may help you come up with more valuable solution, a better solution out of the multiple options available. So what you're trying to understand here is, everyone, that first important thing is to understand and get the stronghold over the business needs. And then you can come up with the different solution options. And then with the help of several business analysis techniques, we may arrive at a better solution. Like in this case study, you'll find that online meal ordering as a solution was a priority, was preferred over the other solutions. In this case study, the final solution was online meal ordering. But that may not be a case in other organizations. That may not be a solution in other business scenarios. So this simply means when we are doing an analysis, we first identify the business needs, consolidate the list of business needs, think about the possible solutions, have a discussion, apply an analysis, and then arrive at the best solution out of the multiple options available. As a business analyst, you have to come up with all the possible options first. Have an open discussion with everyone so that you're able to select a better solution. Imagine if you come up with one solution, convince everyone, maybe you have missed the better solution because you've not discussed with everyone. So what IAB recommends is to come up with all the solution options in an open forum with everyone with an open mind, talk to everyone, talk to your key stakeholders, and that may help you select the best solution out of the multiple options available. And this will bring about a change and this will help in the continuous improvement, everyone. If you're able to come up with a better solution, this would enable change and would help in continuous improvement. So we have discussed about these W's, this process-centric lens, defining needs, recommending solutions. We'll talk about the enablers. We'll talk about change and also the continuous improvement. So today it's like very first session. So we talked about few introductory things. And first thing that we had discussed was about the Simplilearn LMS. The very important topic for the day, the first topic, and we talked about what is business analysis. Now, the first thing that we had discussed before the break is what is business analysis. We talked about the standard definition from the Babcock guide to follow the 5WH criteria, to understand what are the important things to be done, where it needs to be done, why it has to be, when, who, how, and using this process-centric lens. This process-centric lens is going to help us perform the detailed analysis, break down the high-level information to some smaller fragments, come up with some low-level information, detailed information, focusing upon the business objectives, the goals, and this will help us then define the needs. Needs are in the form of problems or the opportunities. Before the break, we had gone through the canteen ordering system case study to understand and list down all the possible problems. And those problems, those challenges, those issues would then help us think about the possible solutions. And then we can come up with one solution out of the multiple options available. And this solution can be implemented to bring about the change. Let's talk about a very important thing here, and that is enablers. Let's try to understand the practical significance and importance of the enablers when we are performing the analysis. I'll make it very simple for you all to understand with the help of one example. Let us suppose I say the current state or the as is state is in the canteen ordering system project, current state is all the employees going to the cafeteria to have lunch, to have their meals. Yes. This is the current state. Change is, the transition is, the to be state is, there is one canteen ordering system, mobile application. You just log into this application, select few food items, Amit and everyone else, and then you order the food. And food is delivered to your work location. You need not to travel from your workstation to the cafeteria. It's delivered right there. This is the change. Now you are the analyst and you have to ensure that nobody is going to the cafeteria and everybody is ordering the food online. How would you enable this thing? What are the important measures, steps that you can follow to ensure that there is a proper transition, a smooth transition to a new future state? Everybody accepts it. What you will do then? If you are into such project and you have to enable this change, what are the possible enablers that you all can think of? Is communication alone helpful? If you drop an email, you all are from the corporate world, do you think just an email would encourage everyone to go to the to just order the food online? So so do you think it's a good enabler to shut down the cafeteria and force people to order the meal online? No, it's not the enabler. It's a forceful transition. That's not the enabler. Transition requirements, everyone, are the requirements in the form of enablers. Those may help you as a team, as a project, as an organization have a hassle-free and a smooth transition to a new future state. Enablers are considered to be transition requirements, those are temporary in nature. Once there is a successful transition to a new future state, those are no longer required in most of the cases. So what are the enablers, everyone? Enablers are all those important set of requirements. Those can be in the form of training. Those can be in the form of mentoring. As people were talking about communication, it may be in the form of some training material, certain important documents, certain important notifications, certain important offers like discounts and coupon codes. Those may help you. Those may help you encourage your stakeholders to transition to a new future state. That's the enabler, everyone. Is everybody fine with this definition of enabler, or do you need more examples? I can give you all a few more examples if you're not clear with the enablers. It's a very important thing for you all to know the enablers. During this 1 month, what are the important enablers? Those would help you, Amit, and others transition to a new future state. That's the certified business analyst. What are the enablers? The biggest enabler for you and me, for everyone, is the business analysis body of knowledge. This is what we all are discussing in the live session. This is what we are trying to understand the deeper meaning of it in the live session. Babok guide. What else? What all are the important enablers, everyone? Especially people who are new to the analysis world. And the certified analyst after months' time. What are the enablers? Those are going to help you transition to a new future state. Second thing is your projects, working on the projects. Third thing is your simulation tests. Fourth thing is the self-learning module, wherein one lady with very sweet, calm and pleasant voice, she is going to talk about few very important aspects. And also your live sessions. These all are few important activities. As Amit is mentioning, tasks. I'll add one more word, activities. set of tasks, activities, work items, those would help you ensure that there is a hassle-free and a smooth transition, hassle-free and smooth transition to a new future state. Enablers are all those important set of activities, tasks, documentations, and all those important work items defined as the transition requirements. Those are good. Yes, it can be in the form of standard operating procedures as well. Yes, it may be an SOP, but not just confined to SOP. It may be much more beyond the SOP. It may be certain important protocols. So that's why I said it's a huge umbrella term defined as the transition requirements. In few organizations, they create user manuals and user guides. In few organizations, they may come up with some training videos. And few organizations, they may come up with a simple short workshop to have a discussion. This may also be like if we create one community and have a discussion, like kind of a WhatsApp group, that may also be one of the enabler. Yes, so but here it's not allowed. This enabler is not allowed here due to the security issues. We got a lot of complaints earlier that the numbers were misused. So that's why we stopped that activity. So enablers are all those important activities that may help you transition to a new future state. These are in the form of transition requirements. Those are considered to be temporary in nature. Yes, enablers are all those important transition requirements. Those would help business analysts ensure that there is successful and a smooth transition to a new future state. And they're often unneeded once we transition to a new future state. This can be in the form of training material. This can be in the form of workshops, email communications, business continuity plan, and others. So this way, we'll be able to enable the change, and this helps in continuous improvement. Now, the next thing is, everyone, to discuss about the responsibilities of the business analyst. Who is a business analyst? What are his or her responsibilities? And what are the important tasks and activities that he or she will be involved in? But before we talk about the responsibilities of the business analyst, let's talk about a very important thing, a very basic thing to start with, and that is to understand the difference between responsibility versus the accountability. Although it's very basic, but just want to discuss this thing with you all because you get such questions in your job interviews if you are new to the analysis world. What's the difference between the responsibility when we compare this with accountability? Major difference between a responsible stakeholder and the accountable stakeholder. Responsibility versus accountability. This question is for you all to answer. What's the difference between responsibility versus accountability? If I say you are accountable for this task, Amit is accountable and Nishta is responsible for this task, what's the important difference between the two? Accountability is answerability, and responsibility can contribute absolutely wonderful. That's the most simplified version, I believe. Karan says if someone gives me work to do, then it would be my responsibility to do that work. That's my accountability. Okay, let's try to understand this thing. I'm getting some very good responses. Hina is saying responsibility is to complete the task and accountability is ownership of the task irrespective of the outcome. Okay, to a certain extent correct. Sanoop is mentioning responsible is owner of the task, accountability is taking accountability of work quality. Is that just confined to work quality? To a certain extent, partially it is correct, but not 100%, Sanu, but it's a good try. Thank you. So we're getting a lot of responses. Let's go through what IIB has to say. Let's read it straight from the horse's mouth. Let's see what IAB has to say about the responsibility versus accountability. Yes, let's go through what's there in the book. Let's discuss this thing now, everyone. Although very basic but important. Responsibility, everyone, can be defined as sole ownership. That is, a responsible stakeholder will perform the task assigned directly. It means owning the task, working on it, and ensuring the completeness of the given task. In simple terms, responsibility, a responsible person can be regarded as someone who is carrying the cross on his shoulders, that is ownership and directly working on the given task. Whilst accountability is slightly different. Accountability, as Aparna is mentioning, is more about the answerability, what Amit was talking about a few minutes back. Answerability is, everyone, the peripheral involvement. What is peripheral involvement? Peripheral involvement simply means you are involved, but you're not working on it directly. You are tracking, monitoring, and performing the evaluation. You provide the assistance to the responsible person, but you are not directly working on the given task. For example, if I say task is Amit, we have Amit with us and we have Aparna with us. Amit and Aparna are the two stakeholders, and the task is to gather the requirements gathering. If Amit is the business analyst and Aparna is the project manager, who is responsible, Aparna, to gather the requirements here? If the task is to gather the requirements and we have two stakeholders, one is Amit, another is Aparna, who is responsible for gathering the requirements? Yes, here Amit as a business analyst is responsible. It is his duty, it is his ownership to work on the requirements, gather the information from the key stakeholders, and have first the high level requirements and then break it down into low level requirements. Aparna is accountable here. Aparna is going to ensure that Amit is moving in the right direction. What Amit is capturing is in accordance with the business needs. If Amit needs some additional resource, some additional time, or better environment to work, few important tools, all such important things are going to be provided by the project managers. In a way, Aparna is involved, but the involvement is peripheral. That is, Aparna is not working on it, but providing a better environment, tracking, monitoring, and evaluation is done so that Amit is able to perform his responsibility in a better manner. But in a few cases, what happens is, let us suppose Amit is a very senior analyst, more experienced than Aparna, and Aparna is not at all involved in what Amit is doing. Amit is not only working on his task, but he is also having the accountability. That happens if you're into a senior position, you have both responsibility as well as the accountability. But if you talk about the real life scenario, in most of the cases, you'll find if one person is responsible, there must be somebody else accountable to monitor, track, and evaluate his or her activities. Is everybody able to understand the difference between the two? Responsibility versus accountability? Yes, so you'll find somebody who's working on the given task directly is the responsible person. I'll take a very simple example. In this live session, we have two people from Simplilearn. One is your trainer and another is your LSM Amal. Yes. And I'm talking about the training session. Who is responsible to deliver? Who is responsible? Who is the owner of this training session? Who is conducting this training session? It's the trainer. Trainer is responsible. But what is the role of Amal here, the learner success manager? He is the manager. He is helping us come up with a better environment. If you find, if you're stuck somewhere, if you need some assistance, he's going to pitch in and provide the valuable inputs. So what is happening here? And Amal is not having a discussion with us, but if I mention Amal, are you there? He'll just mention few seconds. Yes, I'm there. What sort of help you need from my end? So he is having a peripheral involvement. He is accountable. But I am responsible and I am delivering this training. I'm just mentioning whatever is there in the Babak guide. Are you following Hina and others? So responsible person, somebody who is working on the given task directly, and somebody who's tracking, monitoring, evaluation, and also providing a better environment to work. Environment may include your tools, technology, additional resources, more time. All such important things have to be carried out by the accountable person. So that's the difference between responsibility versus accountability, everyone. So this is about, everyone, the responsibility versus accountability. The very important thing for us to understand before we talk about the responsibilities of the business analyst. Now let's talk about, everyone, the very important responsibility of the business analyst, and that is requirements elicitation. Requirements elicitation is one of the very critical, very important, and a very significant contribution from the business analyst. Let's try to understand what is requirement solicitation, how it is carried out, how it should be carried out in the ideal scenario. Because we get so many questions in the job interview, in your CBAP examination around requirement solicitation, and people have this misconception or like no clear understanding of what's the difference between requirements gathering and requirement solicitation. So let's try to understand the deeper meaning of it. With the help of the story, we'll try to understand the clear meaning of requirement solicitation. Let's see what's the story. The story is from Arabian Nights. So the story is, there was one king, and this king had three detectives: Detective D1, Detective D2, and Detective D3. You can consider them as modern day business analysts. All three of them were gathering information for the king 24/7, experienced fellows with good understanding of the requirements, and they were like very informative, and they used to share some very important details with the king, and this helped the king gain some important information, and that used to help him run the stabilized kingdom. One fine day, D1 and D2 got to know from some reliable sources that D3 is getting much higher salary, much better compensation, and they also observed that he is now getting huge respect in the eyes of the king. Now, since they all had similar work experience, D1 and D2 were not comfortable with this. They had few questions. They wanted to discuss this thing with the king. So D1 tried to reach out to the king with his questions and queries. King was also a very smart person. So before D1 could come up with his questions or arguments, King said, I have one task for you. Would you be able to complete this task? Would you be able to come up with more information for this? He says, yes. Now, this time, D1 took it as a prestige issue that whatever task King is going to assign to me, I'll come up with the best possible information, the best possible solution. So King explained him the scenario. He said that I got to know from few sources that this is our kingdom K1 surrounded by K2 and K3. There are few vagabonds coming from kingdom K2. They are in our kingdom at present and they are planning to go to the kingdom K3. But I don't trust this information. Can you please gather some more information? Help me know who are these vagabonds? Why are they passing by our kingdom? What's their intent? And all such information if you can share with me. Devon tried to identify their location. Eventually, he was able to identify and locate those vagabonds. Devon had a detailed discussion with those vagabonds, with people around, and then he came up with some information. Devon said, King, you're absolutely correct. These are few vagabonds. So King said that I already know. What more information you have? He says there are around 12 to 15 in number. They are here because they are going to travel to the next country, K3, in few days. They're going to attend one marriage ceremony and they're going to come back in another week's time. And then they'll go back to their own original country. King says, how many men, how many women, do they carry any instrument that may harm us? Is there any evidence that they're going to attend the marriage ceremony? Devon never had answer to all such questions. So King asked Devon to stand behind the curtains. Then D2 comes in. D2 also had the same set of questions for the king, same set of queries, but king assigned the same task to D2 as well. D2 went to that place, had a discussion with vagabonds, had a discussion with people around, and now D2 came up with a lot of information as compared to D1. And D2 was sharing all those details with King that these men, these many men, these many women singing songs, they carry no instrument that may harm us, their jolly nature, people are also enjoying their company, and so on and so forth. A lot of discussion he was having with the king, a lot of information he was sharing. All of a sudden, D3 comes in. D3 was not looking comfortable. D3 had a fearsome face. D3 was in a hurry to share some information with the king, but he finds that king was enjoying the story that D2 was sharing with him. D2 was unstoppable. D2 had so many things to share. He wanted to prove a point that he is a better analyst. D3 was not able to control himself. He says, please stop. Don't share this cock and bull stories with the king. I have some very important thing to share with king on the urgent basis. King says, is that really very important? We are in the middle of the discussion. Please don't interrupt. He says, no, I have to. And it's a very important information. Since King had a respect for D3, he asked D2 to stop for a while. He said, okay, let's hear what he has to say, and then we can continue. D3 says that King, I have done my research, I've done my analysis, and these are not vagabonds. These are enemies disguised as vagabonds. There are thousands of them hiding in the countryside near our borders. They may attack our country at any point of time. These people are here to locate our important army positions, locate our important, you may say, places, and they're there there are other people they are waiting for these instructions from these people, and they attack our kingdom at any point of time. So instead of listening to this cock and bull story, it's an important thing for us to alert our defense, alert our army, and be prepared for the next war. King takes notice of this thing, alerts the army, the defense, and eventually they are able to win the war, and they're able to come up with the stabilized kingdom again. And the story goes on from there. We'll stop here. My question to you all is, why do you all think, and how do you all think D3 was able to come up with a better solution? What was the difference in the approach followed by D3 as compared to D1 and D2? Why D3 was getting much better salary, much better compensation, and huge respect in the eyes of the king? What was the difference in the approach? Saket is saying the detailed research. But if you see, D2 also came up with the detailed research. But was his research in accordance with the business needs? The accuracy in his research is a very important point. Thank you, Rajni. Nishta is mentioning here many other sources. He is not just relying on one source. So let's try to understand the moral of this story. If you'll observe in this story, everyone, the biggest mistake that D1 and D2 were doing, they were just relying on the inputs from the vagabonds and people around. They were having a discussion with vagabonds. If you ask a vagabond who is disguised as an enemy, is he going to answer that, no, I'm the enemy, alert your army or else I'll kill you? No, they're not going to tell you this thing. But what D3 is doing is, along with the discussion with vagabonds and people around, he did his own research. He is also performing certain important experiments. And that's why he was able to identify that there are thousands of them hiding behind the bushes in the countryside, near the borders. So what IAB has to say, that requirements elicitation is not just about gathering the requirements from the stakeholders. No. If you just gather the requirement from the stakeholders, you will not be able to come up with the proper solution. IABA says that requirements elicitation is when you start crying. That is, you collaborate with your key stakeholders, fine. You talk to vagabonds, talk to people around. But at the same time, you do your own research. Look at the historical evidences, historical data, existing documents, search over Google, and also perform experiments like prototyping, hit and trials, and others. Surveys, yes, experiments may include surveys as well. So what IAB has to say, let's look at the definition. You'll gain more clarity, everyone. What IAB has to say, it's in your class notes. Page number 3, you'll find the details here. I'll just increase the font size. Requirements elicitation, everyone, is to draw out, explore, and identify the information that is relevant to the change definition. Requirements elicitation depends on 3 pillars: collaboration, research, and the experiments. When you collaborate to gain more information, this is requirements gathering. But requirements elicitation is a huge, broad umbrella term that includes requirements gathering, also your own research. Now, research may include, as Gaurav is mentioning, this may include certain important survey results, some important past experience, you discover some information, you look at some existing results, some case studies. That's all part of your own research. And then you should also perform certain important experiments like hit and trial. We'll discuss how to perform hit and trial, prototyping, proof of concepts, all such important things. If you perform as part of your analysis, this is your requirement solicitation. So moral of this story is, every time you look at the requirement, you start crying. If you cry, you are acting as D3. If you are smiling, then you are D1 and D2. Now you all have to decide whether you want to be D1 and D2 or D3. So what is crying, everyone? Crying is to collaborate, perform research, and also focus on experimentation to arrive at the clear definition of business needs and then the corresponding solution. So this is one of the very important responsibility of the business analyst. They ask you such questions in your job interviews as well, that what's the major difference between requirement solicitation, requirements gathering. So you can tell them about the elicitation, the broader umbrella term that includes the requirements gathering. Requirement solicitation, the main thing is that you not rely on what you get from the stakeholders, because the stakeholders may not know about the information. And it happens in most of the cases. I think Sanoop had this thing to say in the beginning today, that sometimes business team is not providing the relevant information, then they blame BA for a bad solution. Yes, so the important thing is, yes, it happens in most of the projects. They won't blame themselves for the bad solution. They'll blame you. And if they're blaming you, that's also correct thing. It was your responsibility, not just rely on what they tell you. You also do your own research. If king knows everything, then why he'll hire a detective? Yes, it's your responsibility. It's your responsibility to do your own research and perform experiments and arrive at a conclusion. Don't trust what you get from, don't completely trust. You may trust, but not have complete reliance or dependency on what you get from your key stakeholders. That's the intent behind this story here. Let's talk about another important thing here. Another important thing is, everyone, if you see here in your slide here, it says performs the tasks defined in the Babok guide. This is a very important thing. I'll request everyone to please focus here for another 10 minutes. We are going to talk about a very important thing now, and that is perform tasks defined in the Babok guide. There are few important tasks, few important knowledge areas, few important techniques. So let's try to understand what are the important tasks, what are the important techniques, and in a way, now we'll talk about the business analysis body of knowledge, the table of content, and the overall structure, and all the important topics that we're going to discuss in our upcoming sessions. It's mentioned here, discover, synthesize, and analyze the information. Now, I'll again come up with a very basic discussion. I'll take you back to your class 3, third standard. In the third standard, we used to have one question, that what's the difference between discovery and invention? What's the difference between discovery and invention? Discovery is, as we all know, yes. Invention is when you try to find something new. New in the sense, it does not, there's no presence at present. It's completely new. You are creating it. An invention we'll discuss with the help of experiments. Experiments when we talk about discovery and inventions, inventions are based on experiments. Experiments, this can be in the form of hit and trial, proof of concept, POC, will create a POC in the live session, and the wireframes. Discovery, when we talk about everyone, discovery is about the past experiences. Something that already exists. And in our live session, when we talk about discovery, we'll create data models using the discovered information. We'll talk about the research. And we'll also talk about data mining. These all are based upon the discovering of the information. So discovery is something that's linked with the information that already exists. Invention is something that's based on certain important experiments that leads to something new. Yes, but the irony is for every invention, after a few years, we get to know. So discover, synthesize. Now, how to synthesize the information? How to classify the information? Business requirement document, how to create the BRDs, how to write the functional specification documents, how to come up with non-functional requirements, NFRs, how to define the functional requirements. These all things we'll cover as part of synthesis and analysis of the information. And when we're documenting all these things, BRD, FSD, FRDs, user stories, and other important things, it should be aligned with, it should be something that's discussed with the key stakeholders. Investigate and clarify stakeholders' desire. Determine issues and their causes. So in our next session, we'll talk about how to perform root cause analysis, fishbone diagrams, 5-way analysis. So all those important things that we're going to discuss in our upcoming sessions. Today, we managed to complete chapter number 1, and we have discussed about the introduction to business analysis. We talked about the purpose of the Babcock guide, what is business analysis, who is a business analyst, and the structure of the Babcock guide. We are done with our chapter number 1. Now, if you all are with me, shall we discuss few questions to summarize whatever we have discussed today? Few basic questions before we move to Q&A, if you all are with me. Yes, let's discuss few basic questions now based on whatever topics we have discussed today, and then we'll move to Q&A when you can come up with your questions and queries. So let's go through a few questions. Question number 1 on your screen, everyone. Let's discuss this question now. Martha is preparing for a requirements workshop as part of her elicitation process. Now, today we have talked about the elicitation, and this question is based upon the elicitation only. In her preparation, she wants to review all of the details surrounding the problems and the opportunities faced by business to better interview and ask questions in the workshop. She is going through the problems and opportunities faced by the business. Now, a document that includes the details of problems and the opportunities. What is the name of that document? And there are 4 options on your screen. You have to select one of them. So what is the right answer here? Answer is business need. Business case is one level ahead of business need, wherein we'll come up with all those constraints, assumptions, dependencies, barriers, financial justification, all such things. We haven't talked about business case yet. So when we combine business needs with constraints, dependencies, assumptions, then it would lead to a business case. Yes, so business case we have not discussed. Problems and opportunities, it is something linked with business need. Okay, the positive business case and the negative business cases in detail, we haven't covered that topic yet. That's the extension to the business needs. So first thing is to understand the business needs, problems and the opportunities, and then details around it, like what are the financial problems, cost and budget, what are the dependencies. Those things can be part of the business case. Okay, so the answer is business need here. Solution scope we have not discussed, and scope model also we have not discussed. We had discussed about canteen ordering system project, and I had asked you all to define the business needs. Some of you are saying that the problem is with the space management. Some of you said office productivity. Some of you had mentioned that there is lesser space. Some of you had mentioned that food wastage. What are all those things? You are trying to come up with the details surrounding the problems and the opportunities faced by business. And when you club all those things together, arrange them in one standardized template, that's your business need. Why less space? Somebody says because company doesn't have much budget. What is the budget? What are the budgetary constraints? There comes the importance of business case. What field owners were talking about. Are you getting it? But to start with, it's not a business case. It's more about identifying the details around the problems and the opportunities. So, Preet and everyone else, business need is considered to be the origin. To start with your analysis, this is the origin, this is the initial point, this is the ice breaking step to start with your analysis. And with that, you may come up with then the business requirements. Business requirements may then lead to the stakeholder requirements, then the solution requirements, and then the transition requirements. But first, the origin is the business need to review all of the details surrounding the problems and the opportunities. So, Preet, are you with me on this thing? Yes. So, it's the initial step to start with the things, and then the details may be in different directions. Details like financial obligations or financial deficits. It's a business case telling you about all those financial details. Then, if you look at the technical feasibility aspects, then feasibility study. Then, if you're looking at the things from the resource perspective, then resource management would come into the picture. So, all those attributes, if you're able to come up with later, that may help you design different business cases. But to start with, it's about to review all of the details surrounding the problems and the opportunities. These are the full details, but you're not very deeper into it. If you delve deeper into it, then you need other techniques like business case. Following, I hope I'm not confusing you all. So the initial step is to gain clear understanding around the possible problems and the opportunities. And then you may go a step ahead and create the business cases and then the business requirements, and then finally come up with a proper solution for it. So this is about the problems and opportunities, the origin, to start with the analysis work. Now let me ask you a few more questions. So let me read the explanation as well. Martha should review the business need documentation. Business need defines the problem or the opportunity being faced by business, and this information is used to determine the information to be elicited when developing the business requirements early in the project life cycle. And they also ask you such question in your job interviews that what is the prerequisite or precondition to define the business requirements? Answer is the business needs. Business need is the origin from where you can gain more information around your problems and opportunities, and then you can come up with your business requirements. When we're talking about cost and benefits, there comes the importance of business case. Business case assesses the cost and benefits of the proposed project. This business framework is used along with solution scope to determine the information to be elicited when developing stakeholder solution transition requirements. So when we are going deeper into it, the cost, the budget, the constraints, the dependencies, there comes the importance of business case. It's the next step. Harry is the business analyst for his organization, and he is working with you and other stakeholders to begin the elicitation process. Harry recommends that you begin the process by starting with some lateral thinking, like what we are having at present. So what is this lateral thinking all about? Which option do you all think can be linked with lateral thinking? Yes. Lateral thinking is something linked with brainstorming, everyone. If I talk about the human brain, although I mentioned this thing in the beginning that don't make assumption in analysis, but if you assume that this is your human brain, not your lungs or kidneys, if this is not your anyone's human brain, so left side, right side. What is the role of the left side of the brain, everyone, and how it's different from the right side? Anyone? The difference, what's the role and the responsibility of the left side of the brain as compared to right side? Left side is more about, can anybody complete the statement? Logical, conceptual, and simply maths. Left side is about mathematics. And what is this right side? More active nowadays for most of the people. Right side is about those reels. Yes, cosmetics, colors. Yes. So, 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 so this part, if it is not working in our live session, I'm fine with it. But this part should be very proactive. Okay. So the intent is, and this part is about the lateral thinking. So for any BA, yes, from the response Saket, I can understand that right side is very active. So they should not be active, they should be very active. Lateral thinking is something that's linked with brainstorming to generate ideas from the key stakeholders. They can use their cognitive mind and come up with more details. So lateral thinking is something that can be linked with brainstorming, mostly focusing on the left side of the brain. Okay. Now, one more thing linked with brainstorming is a very basic thing that I want to discuss with you all before the start of the tomorrow's session. And that is the difference between analysis and analytics. This question I generally get in the second or third session from the learners. So before you all come up with the questions and confusion around these two words, let me explain this thing today itself in the introductory session itself so that we are not having any confusion around it in the upcoming sessions. Analysis is something that we're discussing at present, and analysis is something that we are going to talk about in all our live session. But eventually, you'll also find we have to discussion around analytics as well. Can any one of you help me know what is the main difference between analytics and analysis, or do you all think it is one and the same thing? This is linked with lateral thinking. So you can apply your lateral thinking and answer this. Akash is saying analysis, checking and validating the existing system and data set. Analytics are the tools and procedures to perform the analysis to a certain extent, correct? Yes. What else? But what's the difference, major difference in one line? When you perform analysis, so Noob is saying analytics is outcome of analysis. Okay, it is correct, but not the full information. Let me make it very simple for you all to understand this thing. Very simple definition I'll come up with. Let's see if you're able to understand this part. Analysis and analytics we're talking about, and I'll introduce one more word here as statistics. Or I can say mathematics. If I remove SIS from here, this part from statistics and this part from mathematics, we are getting analytics. What exactly this means? This simply means analysis is a broad umbrella term that includes several types of analysis. Analytics is one branch within analysis that is purely based upon the mathematical approach. When we apply formulas, when we apply probability, permutation combinations, measures of central tendency, this gives rise to analytics. So what is analytics? Analytics is the analysis based on the statistical findings. Analytics is something that's a mathematical approach to analysis. I'll just show you all how. I'll make it very clear to you all so that if somebody asks you this question or if there is any confusion, I'm removing it right away in the first session itself. I'll just show you all the Tableau tool to make it very clear in your mind that how it works. I'll just open one data set to show you all the difference between analytics and analysis. If you search on Google, on Chat GPT, it says tool-based analysis is your analytics. What is tool-based analysis and why you need the tools? If you look at the analytics tab here in Tableau, you will find here reference lines, reference bands, box plots, cluster, forecasting, trends, average, totals, median with quartiles. All this information under the analytics tab. And if you observe, these all things are based upon the mathematical approach. Let us suppose I just show you all one data set. It will make the thing very clear in your mind. I normally get this question from the learners in every batch, and to avoid confusion, I'll just show you all just one data set to make it very clear in your mind how it works. So I have this data set and I'm going to the sheet 1, and if you see here, I'll just drag and drop few things. You'll learn about this tool in our upcoming sessions. And if you see here, with the help of this tool, I'm able to come up with some important graphical representations. And here, if you see, I have measures like sum, average, median, count, and all these things here. Calculations. These all things are the important contributors to the analytics. So in simple terms, in the analysis, if you're making an effective use of statistics, permutation combination, probability distribution functions, that leads to analytics. And why analytics is considered to be tool-based approach? Because if you have large volumes of data, if you do it manually, it may be very time consuming and very less efficient. And that's why analytics is considered to be a tool-based approach. I just want to show you all one more example before we move to Q&A. Just showing you all these things in the first session itself so that you're clear with basics before we move to our tomorrow's session. So I'm just showing you all the Python workbook as well to make it very clear in your mind how it works. Like I'm opening one machine learning sheet here to show you all the importance of analytics. So you'll see here, with the help of analytics, I'm able to come up with some important graphical representations. I'm able to segregate the data, arrange the data, use some important tools, and I'm able to find some very valuable information. So what is happening here? If we're making an effective use of statistics, we have large volumes of data and we are able to identify certain patterns and trends in it. We apply measures of central tendency to it. We apply probability distribution functions to it. And any kind of mathematical approach would take us towards the analytics. That's one branch within the business analysis. So analytics is not something outside the business analysis umbrella. It is something that is performed by, I'll come back to this topic here. It's something performed by the data analyst and also the system analyst. So next time you hear about analytics, don't get confused. It's not something outside analysis. Analytics is within the business analysis framework. The main thing in analytics is you apply the mathematics to arrive at the results, a mathematical approach to perform the analysis. That's it, not more than that. Okay? And that may include what Supreet is mentioning here, forecasting, estimations, trend analysis will all be part of your analytics. Yes, so that was the last topic for the day. We are done with our discussion. Business analysis, core concept model. So let's start with a very important topic, everyone, and that is the BACCM model, the backup model, the business analysis core concept model. Now, yesterday we had discussed a very important thing, that it's an important thing to first understand the problems. Those problems and opportunities would help you define the business need, and then we can think about the solution. Now, today we'll expand our discussion around it and we'll talk about the 6 core concepts. Those may help us develop clear understanding around the high level requirements. Yesterday, if you all remember, we had discussed about high level requirements versus the low level requirements. High level requirements are in the form of an overview, a summary, or just an explanation that may help you dig deeper and come up with more details. BACCM model has 6 core concepts. Those may help you develop a very clear understanding around the high level requirements, and then it will be easy, it will be more simplified to come up with the low level information, the fragment level information, or more granular information. Let's see what are those 6 core concepts and how these 6 core concepts may help us come up with a clear definition of high level requirements. So the BACCM model, everyone, this includes 6 core concepts: need, change, solution, context, value, and the key stakeholders. Yesterday, we had discussed about needs, and we had discussed that it can be a problem or the opportunity to be addressed. And we had discussed about a problem with the help of one case study, one project, canteen ordering system. Now let's talk about needs. Those can also be in the form of opportunity. Needs are not always around the problems to be solved. It can also be an opportunity to grow. Let's try to understand how to capture the needs. Those are in the form of opportunity with the help of another case study here. You also have to understand what is the context, the circumstances that are influenced by, and provide understanding of the change, that why you're bringing about the change. How is this going to help your key stakeholders? Something that you're trying to develop, is this something that is going to be accepted? Is enterprise ready to use and realize value from what you're delivering? Sometimes you think as an analyst that it's a very good solution, but when you present it to your key stakeholders, they reject it. So it's a very important thing that along with the business needs, we also focus upon the value to be delivered within a given context. And what is the value? The worth, the importance, or usefulness of something to a stakeholder within a given context. Let me make it very simple for you all to understand. Let us suppose I say, Sudhir we have with us, and another analyst is Ifra. Ifra and Sudhir are there with us, the two BAs, and they deliver this product to Anurag. Anurag is, let us suppose, the customer. and the product is P. Definition says worth, importance, and usefulness. Worth, importance, and usefulness in terms of what? This is my question to you all. Anurag is going to approve or reject the project, the product being delivered. So, what will be the criteria? What are the factors that may help him select or reject the product being delivered by Sudhir and Efra? Question is worth in terms of what? Importance in terms of what? Usefulness in terms of what? What are the factors that we'll consider to ensure that product is valuable? Think from the customer perspective and answer. He has needs in terms of what? Why do we develop a product? First thing, very simple, very basic question to start with. Why do we develop any project? Why we bring about the change? Value for business and the user in terms of what? Let us suppose I say Amit and his team. Now, Shikha has a very good point here. Value in terms of cost, effort, time, and simply you can say make your process more efficient. This is one thing is. What else can be a reason? Hina is saying what in terms of finance? Yes. So this is same thing what Shikha has mentioned few minutes back. And a very important thing is the user experience. Everyone. So meaning to say values can be measured against two factors. One is business value. Another is customer value. When we are trying to evaluate the value and you're focusing upon the cost, the finance, the efforts, the time, the resources, this is defined as the business value. But when we're looking at the product in terms of the quality, the customer satisfaction level, how well it is able to deliver value to the key stakeholders, then it is defined as the customer value. So let me make it more clear to you all. Let's go to your class notes, session number 2. Discuss this in detail. Session number 2, topic number 1, value. Value is the usefulness to the stakeholders within a given context. Usefulness can be defined with the help of two important elements, everyone. Business value and the customer value. Business value, it is associated with the cost structure and the revenue streams that is more focused on profitability, gain margins, and as what Hina was mentioning, worth in terms of finance. And here, several financial calculations are performed like return on investments, payback period, present value, net present value, internal rate of return, total cost of ownership, cost of the change, opportunity cost, sunk cost. These all would help you come up with the business value. So business value in simple terms is all about value in terms of money. Second thing is a very important thing, the customer value. It is associated with the quality of the product. That is, project or the solution must drive customer satisfaction and the solution must be usable for the purpose. Now, when we talk about customer value, everyone, there are two important jargons that you all have to make a note of. One is house of quality. Another is voice of customer. House of quality simply means all those important features, functionalities, services, those are going to drive the better customer satisfaction level. For example, if I talk about your project number 4, hospital management system, and you have to define few house of quality. Can any one of you think about the house of quality in terms of important features to drive customer satisfaction when you're talking about the HMS project, hospital management system? It can be all those important specializations, facilities, the total quality management, as Saket is mentioning, yes, the hygiene, doctors availability, bed availability. Nowadays, after COVID crisis, the oxygen cylinders, ventilators, yes, and all those important surgical and medical instruments. So, what is house of quality? House of quality simply means you're coming up with a project that has all those important features and functionalities that drives customer satisfaction. And what is VOC? VOC is very common in most of the projects. Can any one of you help me know what's your understanding around VOC? VOC is, can anybody complete the statement based on your prior experience? Yes, it's the voice of customer. Voice of customer is about how well you're able to gain the customer feedback. Like you all must have observed this thing that in our live session, during the break time, we launch the polling activity. And at the end of the live session, Amal is going to share with you all one feedback survey form. Why we are doing this thing? This is to record the VOC, review comments, feedbacks, and understand the level of customer satisfaction. Here, polling, surveys, and interviews may help record the VOC. So, value is a very important aspect to consider. House of quality examples we have just discussed, like in hospital management system, if you have to come up with house of quality, Amit and others, what are the important features that you'll try to develop? You can come up with patient registration. After patient registration, you can think about a form to book an appointment with the doctors. Doctors with the given specializations are available. Their timings. What else? The number of beds in the hospital, the radiology, the different medical instruments, the hygiene. What else? All those important things, those are required by the customer, should be part of the house of quality. It's kind of total quality management. Somebody had mentioned this thing a few minutes back in the chat box. Let's take one more example to understand house of quality, Amit and others. Let us suppose I say I'm talking about the library management system, the second project, and you have to maintain the house of quality. What do you all think would be part of house of quality, everyone? Satish, you had mentioned about TQM, and somebody else had mentioned about the important features. Can you all think about the important house of quality? Books availability is a very important thing. Yes, books availability, a proper structured mechanism to issue a book, to return a book. Yes, RN is mentioning about the area to sit and read the books, a better environment. Yes, so all such things would be the essential important factors. Those may help you define the house of quality. even business value and customer value are interdependent. Like if I talk about Nokia, Nokia was the undisputed leader, and they are banking on the fact that they have got huge customer base, they're getting some huge revenues, becoming undisputed leader in the mobile phone industry. But what eventually happened? When they were not able to maintain the house of quality, when they were not able to get the good VOC, ultimately that impacted their business value as well. And this business value went down over the years, and now they no longer exist. If they exist, there's no good presence in the market. So customer value is also going to impact your business value. So even business value and customer value are interdependent. So that's why it's an important thing that whenever we are thinking about a solution for any given business problem, we also consider the values parameter. MVP is, you can see here, the most basic version of a product that contains just enough delivery work to satisfy early customers and gather feedback for further development. When you read this, Karan and everyone else, what do you all think about the MVP? Now, this question is for you to answer, everyone. Just read this and answer. It says a most basic version of a product that contains, like, I'll give you a very simple example. Since we have Karan and others who come from sales background, whenever you have to promote any product, companies generally come up with the free samples and they distribute those free samples to people without any cost. They say this is a free sample. Why do you think these companies come up with the small samples of the product and they distribute that for free as part of their advertisement? Why they are doing it? This is something to gain feedback, to understand whether the customer is happy with the key features to be developed. It is not the full product. Like, I'll give you one more example. When I asked my learners to install the Jira trial version, some of my learners dropped me a message on LinkedIn. I'll share with you all my LinkedIn details as well today. So I get a lot of messages from the learners saying that, Vaibhav, this trial version that you asked me to install, it has very less features. And when I purchase the Jira tool, I find a lot of features. So then I tell them that what you have installed as a free trial version is just the MVP. And if they share everything in the trial version, then why you are going to purchase the full product? So what we're trying to understand here is that MVP is going to have all those important key features, those important features, those are must have for the customer. If customer is happy with it, then we may expand and come up with the full product. So if you see here the focus, it focuses on delivering core functionality to test the product's intended value to the key stakeholders. And what is the goal? Why we are developing the MVP? The primary goal is to validate the assumptions and learn from user feedback with minimal development effort. Why it says minimal development effort? Because if you develop everything and then go for the feedback, there will be a lot of defects and a lot of things to fix. But if you are able to understand the customer viewpoint and views, if you are able to gain the proper feedback, it will help you save time and effort, and you can develop a project and you can develop a product wherein customer develops the trust in you. That's an important thing. Imagine if you don't create a beta or the MVP and you directly create one product and share with your business team, they're coming up with a lot of defects and issues. They're not going to develop trust in you as a team, as an organization, and eventually that may lead to scrapping of the project. So is everybody able to understand, Karan and everyone, the importance of MVP? MVP is kind of a teaser before the actual release of a movie. Yes, you all must have seen this thing. Whenever there is a new movie coming up, they come up with a teaser. Yes, and there are so many likes, there are so many things shared, people subscribe, and based on the response, they know that yes, this movie is going to earn more profit. Yes, so meaning to say, minimum viable project is going to give them the flavor of an actual product that's going to be delivered in months to come, and that's the importance of MVP. Everyone, Rag is saying constraints, assumptions, dependencies. Are these important things to consider when we define the business needs? Yes. So constraints, assumptions, dependencies, any barrier in the realization of value, Anurag and others, has to be part of your business needs description. And then the constraints, those barriers, can be analyzed with the help of feasibility, gap, impact, and other types of analysis like risk analysis and others. So, yes, this has to be defined as part of the needs, but not in detail. Details would be part of your feasibility, gap, impact, and other types of analysis. Simple question, but you have to think logically and answer. Question is, a business analyst is evaluating multiple options to address a customer need. Which one of the following is one of the important criteria for selecting the right option for the customer? And you have four options. This is the hint. Hint is all four options are correct, but you have to opt for the option that's a superset of other options. You all are going with option number A, and A is the right answer. When we are talking about cost reduction for the customer, when we are talking about improved revenue for the customer, we are focusing upon the business value. Better turnaround time. This is something linked with house of quality. This would help us come up with better voice of customer. And this is something linked with customer value. And combining both of them is option number A, value delivered to the business. So the answer is option number A, value delivered to the business. And the moral of the story is value is the combination of the business value and the customer value. Now, RN, you will be getting the answer to your question again. You can see here, cost and revenue is something linked with business value. When money matters, we are focusing on business value. When the quality matters more, what solution we are delivering to the customer and whether customer is happy with it or not, then we are focusing on the customer value. So the answer is A, that includes B, C, and D. That there is one core concept here as the context. And what's the importance of the context? Yesterday, if you all remember, Sneha and everyone else, We had discussed about the Unilever case study, Unilever canteen ordering system. And I'd asked you all yesterday to come up with a solution in response to the given business needs. Some of you were saying that increase the size of the cafeteria. Some of you were saying that there must be a cafeteria in each and every floor, floor-wise cafeteria. Some of you mentioned that there must be an online meal ordering system. Some of you were saying that there can be flexi time slots. Context, that's the background, is going to help you understand that why we are bringing about the change. And this may help you take a better decision and come up with solution recommendations. Context is something that is going to help you understand the circumstances that are influenced by, and will give you the complete understanding that why and what's the main reason why we are bringing about the change. Like, I'll give you one example. But the context is going to help you understand. It will always help you define the scope for your solution. I hope that makes sense to you now, Sneha, and everyone else. So context is a very important thing. This is going to help you sketch the boundaries. Context is going to help you come up with the solution in response to the business needs. Sometimes what happens is we are not clear about the context. We don't know why we are developing a solution. And we come up with the solution component. Those are completely irrelevant. We'll talk about the scope creep in our sessions to come. It helps to avoid any creep, redundant, or any duplicate component in your solution. It helps you maintain a focus on the requirements so that the solution that you come up with is completely aligned with the requirements. That's the reason why context is very important. If you talk to any senior manager, the first thing that he'll ask you to do the research upon is the context. So let's talk about the requirements now, the more important topic, the more relevant one with regard to the analysis work.
Ever wondered what those people with fancy charts on their computers are doing? They are probably business analysts. So, what's a business analyst? Think of them as the Sherlock Holmes of the business world. They look at lots of information and figure out how to make companies run better. And guess what? It's a pretty cool job right now. Lots of companies are trying to hire these folks. Want to know how much they make? On average, about $85,000 per year. Some of them even make over $120,000. Not bad, right? But here's the thing. To be really good at this job, you need to know some special words. It's like learning the secret code of business. And in today's video, we are going to look at the 10 important words every business analyst should know. And by the time we are done, you will be talking like a pro. Let's start with a little story. Meet John. John works at a company and is always overwhelmed by all the data terms his colleagues use during meetings. So words like KPIs, data warehouse, and analytics were thrown around, and John often felt lost. He knew understanding these terms was crucial for his career growth, so he decided to dive into learning about business intelligence. John started by learning what business intelligence actually means. He discovered that BI involves strategies and technologies that help companies analyze and manage their data. For example, if he worked at Spotify, BI could tell him which songs are getting the most plays, when people listen the most, and even predict the next big hit. This realization made John see how powerful BI could be for making informed business decisions. Alright, so let's dive in and let's understand what business intelligence actually is. Imagine you are running a popular ice cream shop, and business intelligence is like having a super smart helper that tells you everything about your business. Cool, right? So what exactly is business intelligence? It's all the tricks and tools companies use to understand their data better. It helps them make smart choices based on facts, not just guesses. For example, let's say you use a tool like Power BI in your ice cream shop. It might show you which flavors sell the most on hot days, what time your shop is busiest, and which toppings are most popular with kids. This info helps you make smart decisions like stocking up on popular flavors or hiring extra staff for busy times. Business intelligence is super important because it turns boring numbers into useful information that helps businesses grow and succeed. It's like having X-ray vision for your company. Next, let's talk about data visualization. So data visualization is the graphical representation of information and data. By using visual elements like charts, graphs, and maps, data visualization tools provide an accessible way to see and understand trends, outliers, and patterns in data. For example, a bar chart showing the most popular pizza toppings in a delivery app. This is crucial for presenting data in an easy to understand format. Moving on, we have analytics. So analytics involves the systematic computational analysis of data. For example, using analytics to understand which times of day are busiest for a pizza delivery app. This term is important because it helps in making sense of large amounts of data and aids in decision making. Next up is KPI, that is key performance indicator. So a KPI is a measurable value that demonstrates how effectively a company is achieving key business objectives. For example, tracking the number of pizzas sold each month as a KPI to measure business performance. KPIs are essential for measuring performance and progress towards strategic goals. Now let's discuss data warehouse. So a data warehouse is a centralized repository for storing large volumes of structured data from multiple sources. For example, storing customer data from different gym branches in one place for analysis. It is used for reporting and data analysis and is a core component of business intelligence. Data warehouses are important for consolidating data from different sources and making it available for analysis. Next, we have database. So database is an organized collection of data generally stored and accessed electronically from a computer system. For example, a database storing member records for a gym. Databases are foundational for storing and managing data efficiently and are critical for any business intelligence processes. Moving forward, let's introduce data mining. So data mining is the process of discovering patterns and knowledge from large amounts of data. For example, a gym analyzing member attendance to identify the most popular class times. Data mining is important for extracting useful information from large data sets. Next, let's talk about dashboard. So dashboard is a business intelligence tool that allows users to track key metrics and KPIs. For example, a dashboard for a gym showing daily attendance, most used equipment, and membership growth. It provides a visual representation of data and helps in monitoring performance at a glance. Dashboards are crucial for real-time data monitoring and decision making. Next up is reporting. Reporting refers to the process of organizing data into informational summaries to monitor how different areas of a business are performing. For example, a monthly financial report summarizing income and expenses for a gym. Reports are essential for tracking progress, identifying trends, and making informed decisions. Finally, let's discuss SQL, that is structured query language. So SQL is a standard programming language for managing and manipulating databases. For example, writing an SQL query to retrieve all gym members who joined last month. It is used to query, insert, update, and modify data. SQL is fundamental for anyone working with databases and business intelligence tools. Remember, whether you are running a multi-million-dollar corporation or a neighborhood lemonade stand, these BI tools and concepts can help you make smarter decisions and grow your business. They turn raw data into valuable insights, helping you understand your customer better, optimize your operations, and stay ahead of the competition. So with that, guys, we have come to the end of this session. I hope this video has helped demystify some key business intelligence terms for you. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more business and tech insights. If you have questions about BI or want to share your opinion, you can comment down in the comment section below.
So let's talk about the 3 things you need to know to become a business analyst. To start your BA journey, you need 3 pillars. The first one is clarity. Second one is capability. And the third one is commitment. Now, clarity means knowing what this role truly involves. Business analysts don't just gather requirements, they solve problems and help organizations make better decisions. Second up, we've got capability. Now, capability means developing the right mix of technical and interpersonal skills. You need to understand data, communicate with people, and think analytically. Third, we've got commitment. Now, commitment means being ready to learn continuously because business analysis evolves constantly with technology and business trends. The good news, you don't need to start from zero. People from all the backgrounds, marketing, finance, operation, customer service, or even software development can successfully transition into business analysis. All you need is the right plan, and that's what we will explore next. So the first step in the roadmap is self-assessment. Assess whether business analysis is right for you or not. So what you need to do is you need to ask a few questions to yourself. The first question would be something like, do I enjoy solving problems? Am I curious about how businesses operate? Do I like collaborating and communicating with people? Now, these are the essential traits of a business analyst. Many beginners wonder what a business analyst does daily. So in simple terms, a business analyst identifies business needs and help design solutions that deliver value. Let's say, for example, if a hospital wants to reduce patient waiting time, the business analyst would observe the current process. It would collect data, identify bottlenecks, and propose improvements like digital appointment systems or process redesigns. Now, if you're unsure what business analyst tasks look like, explore junior and senior business analyst job descriptions online. Compare responsibilities to see what aligns with your interest and skills. You can also shadow a business analyst at your workplace or read case studies that describe a day in the life of a business analyst. This will help you understand what the job truly feels like. Now, the second step is to build a career transition project. Once you have confirmed this path fits you, the next step is to plan your career transition like a project. Treat your career shift exactly how a business analyst would manage a business project. So you can start by identifying skill gap. Ask, what knowledge or experience am I missing? But lack technical knowledge, your gap might be tools like Excel, Power BI, process modeling. You can move forward steadily. Now, the third step is to catch up on business analysis fundamentals. Now it's time to understand the foundation of the profession, the fundamentals of business analysis. Start by exploring the business analysis body of knowledge, also known as BABOK. Now, this global framework defines what business analysis is and what business analysts deliver. It covers core areas like elicitation. This means gathering information from stakeholders. Then we've got requirement analysis. This means gathering all the requirements needed and then analyzing it. Then we've got solution evaluation. Now, to make it more easier, consider beginner-friendly resources like business analysis for professionals, or you have Simplilearn's business analytics full course. We have attached the course link in the description box below. So you can just go and check it out where you'll get the thorough full free course of business analytics. We also have business intelligence career guide, comprehensive playbook to become a business analyst from Simplilearn. You can also explore webinars and toolkits to learn about business analyst outcomes, deliverables, and techniques. For example, a deliverable could be a business requirements document or a process flow diagram, essentially any output that captures your analysis work. Now, by mastering these basics, you will start thinking like a business analyst, structured, analytical, and solution-oriented. The next step is developing skills and competencies. Now, once you have learned the fundamentals, you need to develop your core BA skills. Think of it as your tools for success. So we have divided them into two categories. The first one is the technical skills. So what you need for technical skills is, the first step is requirement gathering. You need to ask the right questions to uncover business's needs. Process modeling, visualizing how work flows through an organization using diagrams. Data analysis, interpreting data to identify trends, issues, or opportunities. Documentation, writing clear and concise business requirement documents, BRDs. Next, we've got soft skills. So let's talk about what all you need to know in the soft skills. So the first one is communication, explaining complex concept simply to both technical and non-technical teams. Critical thinking, looking at problems from multiple perspectives. The next skill you need to have is a negotiation skill, balancing different stakeholder needs to reach a feasible solution. Adaptability, handling change gracefully since projects often evolve rapidly. And as we move into 2026, a modern business analyst must also understand AI, automation, and data-driven decision-making. Now, these technologies don't replace business analysts, they empower them to make smarter recommendations. Let's move on to our next step, which is expanding your knowledge. Now, learning doesn't stop once you complete a course. To grow as a business analyst, you need to keep expanding your knowledge. You need to read articles, blogs, watch educational videos, attend webinars, and subscribe to business analyst newsletters. Like why change learning is not just about consuming content, it's about engaging with it. Try explaining a concept you have learned to a friend or a colleague. Teaching others deepens your understanding. You can also find a mentor, someone who has experience as a business analyst. Mentorship can help you bridge theory and real-world practice. If you prefer learning with others, join business analyst mentorship groups or communities, for example, the BA Mindset Mentorship Circle. And if you're already working as a business analyst, think about your career path. Would you like to specialize in data analytics, enterprise architecture, or product management? Now, each path opens new opportunities for growth. So now that you know how to expand your knowledge, let's move on to our next step, which is focusing on business modeling. Here's one of the most powerful yet underrated business analyst skills, business modeling. Now, business modeling means representing complex business situations visually using diagrams and models. Let's suppose, for example, a process flow diagram shows how work moves from start to finish. Then you've got a context diagram. It shows how systems or departments interact with each other. Decision tree helps you to visualize choices and their possible outcomes. Next, you've got a use case diagram which shows how users interact with the system. Now, these visuals help stakeholders understand problems faster than words alone. Remember the 3 C's of modeling: clarity, consistency, and context. Your diagrams should clearly communicate ideas, be consistent with terminology, and always show context, how each piece fits into the bigger picture. Now, by mastering modeling, you can make yourself stand out as a business analyst who not only talks through problems but shows solutions in a very structured way. Now comes the next step, which is about career change. Now at this stage, you have built skills and knowledge. Now you need to prepare for the career transition itself. Remember, switching careers is not just a professional shift, it's also an emotional and logistical one. Make sure you have a realistic financial plan during your transition period. Support from friends and family. A mindset ready to handle challenges and setbacks. If you feel unsure about where to begin, you can check out Simplilearn's webinars on our YouTube channel. We feature industry-leading coaches from top US companies, professionals with years of hands-on experience and who can guide you through every step of your transition. They will help you understand how to position your experience, bridge your skill gap, and handle the uncertainty that often comes with a career change. Also explore stories from others who have successfully transitioned. They will remind you that this path is absolutely achievable. So now that we have talked about switching careers, let's move on and talk about how can you own your resume. Now your resume is not just a document, it's your first business analysis project. Here's how we can make it effective. Focus on achievement rather than duties. For example, improved data accuracy by 15% by analyzing workflow inefficiencies. Highlight transferable skills like communication, process improvement, or stakeholder management. Include a professional portfolio with sample case studies, diagrams, or mock projects. Always be truthful. Never exaggerate experience. Confidence comes from authenticity. If possible, get your resume reviewed by a career coach or mentor. They will help you identify areas of improvement and tailor your profile to attract business analyst recruiters. Next, let's talk about the interview practice. Now comes the final step, interview preparation. Practice makes progress. How do you handle conflicting stakeholder requirements? What business analyst techniques do you most often use? Next, focus on storytelling. Use the STAR method, which is situation, task, action, and result. It will help you structure your answers clearly. If possible, practice with a friend, mentor, or even in front of a mirror. And after every interview, reflect on what went well and what could improve. Remember, every interview is a learning experience that builds your confidence. Sundaraman Chitamani. Now, this is an excellent book if you want to actually master the concepts of storytelling.
Imagine you're a pet lover who wants to start your own pet care business. But as soon as you lay the groundwork for your business, you realize that being a pet lover is not enough. You need assistance in understanding the pet care market to develop a solid business plan. Without a clear understanding of the market demand, competition, and customer preferences, you may struggle to differentiate your services and attract customers. However, with help of data-driven insights such as market research and customer demographics, you can make informed decisions about business strategy, pricing, and marketing efforts for your pet care business. This is where the importance of business knowledge comes into play. Understanding industry trends, consumer behavior, and operational requirements is essential to building a successful pet care business. Now, business analysts are the individuals who combine both data knowledge and business knowledge to drive insights and come to conclusions. Hence, business analysts help businesses make better decisions by studying information and figuring out how to improve processes and outcomes. In this video, we will discuss the CBAP certification, which shows that a business analyst is really good at understanding what a business needs and finding good solutions. We'll talk about everything you need to know about this certification, like what you have to do to get it, why it's helpful for your career, and more.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
But before that, if you're interested in a career as a business analyst, start your career growth journey with a postgraduate program in business analysis from Simplilearn. Learn how to solve tough business problems using popular tools and advanced AI like ChatGPT and Google Bard. Get expert guidance with masterclasses from Purdue University. For more information, check out the course link in the description box and pinned comments. So, no more waiting. Let's get started. So, what is CBAP certification? CBAP actually stands for Certified Business Analysis Professional, provided by IIBA or International Institute of Business Analysis. It is basically a professional certification for people having ample experience in the field of business analysis. And once you are certified as a CBAP, you will be considered as a leading or senior member in the BA community. So, how does CBAP stand out and what are its benefits? You exhibit the expertise, skills, and experience necessary to excel as a proficient business analysis professional. You can distinguish yourself to employers and colleagues by demonstrating your commitment to your career and the field of business analysis. Professionals with CBAP certification tend to command higher payment, enjoying up to a 13% increase in earnings compared to their non-certified counterparts. Now, is CBAP worth all its hype? Through research, we could find that approximately 20% of job descriptions mention CBAP as a requirement for business analyst openings for experienced candidates. We know it's a small number right now, but in the coming years, it is going to increase. And also, these global certifications will be an upper hand for you as the job market is getting more competitive. And people who are certified mention that they are more confident at work because the CBAP exam is based on BABOK, which is the Business Analysis Body of Knowledge, which is the worldwide recognized standard for business analysis. We will discuss about BABOK later in this video. The certification has also helped them in getting promotions and salary hikes. It has helped them in networking with other BA professionals, and it has given them international recognition. Now, let's see the eligibility criteria to acquire the CBAP. According to the guidelines, the candidate appearing for this certification must complete a minimum of 7,500 hours of business analysis work experience in the last 10 years, and within this 7,500 hours, a minimum of 900 hours completed in 4 of the 6 Babcock Guide knowledge areas. The candidate must complete a minimum of 35 hours of professional development in the last 4 years. Now, you must be wondering what's professional development. It is nothing but formal education, webinars, workshops, trainings, self-learnings, etc. The candidate must also provide 2 references, must follow the code of conduct, terms and conditions, and of course, pass the exam. So as we said, CBAP is based on Babcock. Now what is Babcock? The word Babcock, which stands for Business Analysis Body of Knowledge, is like the ultimate handbook for mastering business analysis. It's designed to show what skills and knowledge an experienced pro should have in this field, and the CBAP exam is completely based on this guide. Basically, Babcock has 6 knowledge areas, which are Business Analysis Planning and Monitoring or BAPM, Elicitation and Collaboration, Management of the Requirements Lifecycle, Strategy Evaluation, Analysis of Requirements and Design, and Evaluation of the Solution. Now, what's the format of the CBAP exam? It is a computer-based exam which can either be taken through online proctor format or at a PSI center. The exam consists of 120 multiple-choice questions which must be completed within 3.5 hours. As already mentioned, the questions will be from the Babcock Guide, and you can expect both scenario and case study-based questions. Now, coming to the passing score, there is no specific score published by IIBA. It is competency-based score and depends on the fellow candidate's performance. But try to maintain an 80% score to be on a safer side. Now, having known all this, how do you prepare for the certification? You need to really dive into the Babcock Guide. And many institutes offer specialized training for CBAP certification. Plus, TCA is an official education provider endorsed by IIBA, offering a comprehensive CBAP preparation course. Also take numerous practice exams and go through the sample questions available on the IIBA official website. Now let's see how much does a CBAP certification cost. At first, you have to pay an application fee of $145, which is non-refundable and non-transferable. Then comes the exam fee, which depends on your membership. For an IIBA member, the fee is $350. For a non-member, it is $505, and for a corporate member, it is $305. Now, if you don't pass the exam in the first attempt, you can rewrite the exam by paying a fee of $295 for IIBA members and $450 for non-members. You have 3 attempts within 1 year from the start of the application approval date. But if you fail the 3rd attempt, you have to wait 1 year to apply again. Now, the validity period of CBAP certification is 3 years, and you are required to recertify after every 3 years, for which you need 60 CDUs. You will have a grace period of 1 year to recertify. The recertification fee for IIBA members is $85, and for non-members it is $120. So there you have it. We have covered everything you need to know about the CBAP certification. Whether you are aiming to boost your earning potential or enhance your skills, CBAP certification could be the next step for you.
Well, at its core, business intelligence, often referred to as BI, is the process of collecting, analyzing, and transforming raw data into actionable insights for business purposes. It helps organizations make informed decisions, enhance performance, and gain a competitive edge in today's dynamic market. So let's understand the steps involved in the processing of data. The first step in the business intelligence process is data collection. Businesses begin by identifying the relevant data sources for their operations, such as internal databases, customer interactions, website analytics, and social media platforms. Once identified, the necessary data is extracted from each source, which can be in various formats like spreadsheets or databases. Before proceeding, it's important to cleanse the data by removing duplicates, errors, or inconsistencies, ensuring its accuracy and reliability. The second step is data integration. With the collected data in hand, the next step is data integration. Businesses transform the data into a unified format that is compatible and consistent across different data sources. This transformation involves standardizing data formats, organizing fields, and creating a unified data structure. The transformed data from various sources is then merged into a central repository or data warehouse. serving as a single source of truth for further analysis and reporting. The third step is data analysis. Businesses select appropriate analysis techniques based on their objectives, which can include exploratory data analysis, statistical modeling, data visualization, or machine learning algorithms. Using these techniques, businesses uncover patterns, trends, and correlation within the data. These insights provide valuable information about customer behavior, market trends, operational efficiency, product insights, and more. To communicate the findings effectively, businesses create reports and visualizations that present the insights in a clear and understandable format. The fourth step is decision making and action. The final step in the business intelligence journey is turning insights into actions. Armed with the insights from data analysis, businesses make informed decisions. These decisions can range from optimizing operational processes and refining market strategies to improving customer experience and identifying new business opportunities. Businesses continuously monitor the impact of their decisions and actions using feedback loops and iterative processes to refine strategies, adapt to changing market conditions, and improve overall performance. Have you ever wondered how successful people can be after opting a postgraduate program in business analytics? Hear it from our learners who have experienced massive success in their career. The next question is, why is business intelligence so valuable to businesses? So let's explore its benefits. The first is enhanced decision making. By providing accurate and timely insights, BI enables organizations to make informed decisions based on facts rather than assumptions or intuition. This leads to improved efficiency, reduced risks, and better outcomes. Increased operational efficiency. Business intelligence streamlines operations by identifying bottlenecks, optimizing processes, and highlighting areas of improvement. This leads to enhanced productivity, cost savings, and overall efficiency gains. Competitive advantage. In today's competitive landscape, gaining a competitive edge is crucial. BI equips businesses with actionable insights about market trends, customer preferences, and competitors, enabling them to make strategic moves and stay ahead of the curve. Applications of business intelligence. Retail. BI helps retailers analyze customer buying patterns, optimize inventory levels, and personalize marketing campaigns, ultimately improving sales and customer satisfaction. Healthcare. By leveraging BI, healthcare providers can analyze patient data, optimize resource allocation, and identify patterns to enhance medical treatments and patient outcomes. Finance. BI enables financial institutions to assess risk, detect fraudulent activities, and identify investment opportunities, resulting in improved decision making and financial performance. Let's understand the tools for business intelligence. A number of BI tools are already present in the market, but let's go through the top business intelligence tools. Power BI. Microsoft's Power BI offers robust data visualization capabilities, interactive dashboards, and integration with various data sources. It's user-friendly and allows for collaboration and sharing within the organization. Tableau. Tableau is renowned for its interactive and intuitive data visualization features. It supports advanced analytics, custom calculations, and offers seamless integration with multiple data sources. ClickView. ClickView provides a comprehensive business intelligence platform with powerful data discovery, visualization, and reporting features. It allows users to explore data from various angles and uncover hidden insights. Looker. Looker offers a cloud-based platform for data exploration and visualization. It focuses on providing real-time insights and collaborative analytics, enabling teams to work together seamlessly. So there you have it, folks. Business intelligence is an essential tool that can help businesses succeed in today's marketplace.
Let's talk about the different types of requirements now, everyone. And let's try to understand the 4 types of requirements. What is the importance and significance of it? And why at all we have these 4 requirements classified in such a manner. So when we talk about, everyone, the requirements classification, we have 4 different types of requirements. IIB has come up with this classification to make it very simplified how to write, document, and analyze the requirements. First thing is the business requirement, the statement of goals, objectives, and outcomes that describe why a change has been initiated. So, Sneha, coming back to your question on context, context is going to also help you define your business requirements. Stakeholder requirements is the next step to describe the needs of the stakeholders that must be met to achieve the business requirements. And today, Anurag, you had this question around gathering the requirements. This is the requirement component when you gather the requirements from the key stakeholders. Business requirements, first thing, first step. Then discussion with the key stakeholders, you collaborate with them. Do your own research, perform experiments. And then that leads to the solution requirements. Business requirements and stakeholder requirements are considered to be high-level requirements, everyone. While solution requirement is considered to be low-level requirement, or in simple terms, detailed requirement. Business requirements are in the form of summary, the overview, giving you the context, the background, the drivers, the stakeholder expectations, and then you are performing your own detailed analysis, and you come up with both functional and non-functional requirements, and those are part of your solution requirements. And then transition requirements. Yesterday we had discussed the enablers, if you all remember. Enablers in the form of training, mentoring, promotions, advertisements, offers, all those temporary requirements, those may help us transition to a new future state. Those are the transition requirements. Now let's try to understand the deeper meaning of it by first going through one case study. So let's talk about one case study here, and let's try to understand the requirements classification in a very simplified manner. And for this case study, you all have to come up with the answers for a few questions. So let's discuss this case study now. So this is one case study. This is from my previous project, and this is what I faced in my project. So I'm sharing this. Shika is saying, is it mandatory to have the transition requirements? Transition requirements are the enablers. Those would help you ensure that there is hassles in a smooth transition. But if you find requirements are simple enough, people are aware about this thing, then these can also be an optional requirement. But my personal, you may say, suggestion, or you may say my opinion is, it should be mandatory. Even if your stakeholders are aware, you all would agree with me, one basic training or a workshop may help them brush up the things or gain more clarity. It's not mandatory as such, it's kind of an enabler. Yes, so it's an enabler, and if you apply the enabler, it will make the things more structured and organized. So although it's not mandatory, but practically if BA is doing it for every project, it may help your stakeholders, because it's not that time consuming. You organize one workshop, give them some overview about the solution, that's it. Okay, so although not mandatory, but it's like kind of something that will always help you gain the trust, make them understand the things well. Okay. Yes, release notes. Yes, yes, correct. Release notes can be part of the transition requirements. Yes, yes. So to answer your question, there's no criteria such that no, it has to be mandatory. But if you are coming up with proper release notes, if you come up with a user manual, it is going to facilitate, it's going to make the things easier for your users to understand. So it's a nice to have thing. And in few projects, release note is mandatory. Without release note, they'll not accept the product. Yes, so release notes, user manuals, training materials. Yes, so that's always a good thing to have in any product delivery. Okay. I hope I've answered your question, Shikha. Yes, let's discuss this case study now. There is one application, a website that's primarily designed for those employees who are on the verge of retirement, or simply you can say resigning from the company. Like if you're resigning from the company or if you're retiring, both the cases, there will be some settlement, there will be some sort of you may say savings that needs to be withdrawn. So this application is about helping those people who are resigning or retiring from the company. This application helps them raise a few tickets and requests for reimbursement and helps them raise requests for pension fund and provident fund withdrawal. During the COVID-19 crisis, we started getting complaints that this application was causing some problems. Performance is very low sometimes, and sometimes the application is not responsive, and on few occasions the application goes down completely and they cannot complete the formality, they cannot withdraw or they cannot raise a request. So all such things are getting problematic. So there were some escalations, there were some tickets being created. So I discussed this thing with my production support manager, and he shared few valuable inputs here. He mentioned that application was designed 10 years back, and at that time the scalability was marked as 20. When I say scalability was marked as 20, this simply means number of concurrent users to the application is 20. If there are more than 20 concurrent users, it will start to create problems. During the COVID-19 crisis, this COVID crisis, traffic on the application has increased manifold. And sometimes the scalability expectation more than 300. And that's the reason why it is going down. Now, this is one major problem that we faced. I'm sharing with you all this thing. And now the question for you all is, if you are in this situation, how are you going to deal with such problem? So let me discuss with you all the solution now. What was the solution? And I'm not saying that this is the best solution. This is a solution that was agreed upon by most of the stakeholders. So let's see what was the solution, how we tried to manage this thing in our organization, in our project, and what are the important components to this solution. So what we did in our case, I'll just share with you the solution. It's there on your screen. Our solution was divided into two parts. The strategic solution and the tactical solution, everyone. Strategic solution and the tactical solution. Now, my question to you all is, Shikha, Pallab, and everyone else, a very simple question to answer. What is the difference between a strategic solution and the tactical solution? This question, especially for those who are new to the analysis world. What's the difference between a strategy and the tactics? A strategy and tactics. What's the difference? Yes. A strategy is a well-defined approach from the long-term perspective. A strategy may be time-consuming, but a strategy would always lead to an organized solution, and Anurag is mentioning a long-term solution going to fetch goodness in long run, more organized, more structured, more efficient solution is strategic solution. And our strategic solution was that we raised one request to create a new application with the scalability equal to 1000, keeping in mind the increased number of employees and concurrent users. This request was approved and estimated time for delivery was around 7 months. This is a strategic solution. Tactical solution, everyone, is a short-term solution. A workaround, you can say a workaround, a temporary fix that may help you for the time being, that may help you for now, but may eventually break in the long run. And in our case, it was an urgent thing for us to come up with a tactical solution. So what we did, everyone, for these 7 months, we came up with a tactical solution, one workaround. And as part of this workaround, there were 3 important things that we had created. Scalability was increased from 20 to 50. As the production support manager mentioned that we can increase up to 50. So now it was increased up to 50. On the main login page, one functionality as a counter was introduced to count the number of users logged in. This recorded the number of users logged in, and when the record count reaches to 50, the 51st user is redirected to the maintenance page with a pop-up error message that the maximum limit has now been reached. You can wait here or try again later. There is a scheduler that monitors the ideal time for the logged in users. If the ideal time crosses 15 minutes, then users are automatically logged out and the user in a queue in the maintenance page get the opportunity to log in. So what is happening here? Like if somebody is just logged in and not using it, kind of yes, a warning message that we can come up with. Just an example, but what you're saying is also a very valid point. Now my question to you all is, in this solution that you all see on your screen, Pallab, Shikha and everyone else, there are few functional requirements mentioned here, and there are few non-functional requirements as well. My question to you all is, what are the functional requirements that you see here and what are the non-functional requirements? Functional requirements are all those requirements, those are related to features, functionalities, workflows, and system-related changes. While non-functional requirements are the requirements, those are related to environment, those are related to something that you cannot see, but those are the major contributors. For example, if you see here the scalability, the usability, the maintenance, the service level agreements, those all are considered to be the non-functional requirements. So when we talk about the solution requirements, everyone, the features, the functionalities that we're trying to develop, those all things will be part of functional requirements. And all the supporting conditions, all the environmental conditions, those are not appearing on the screen, but those would help you work efficiently. Those all things are the non-functional requirements. I'll just share with you all a few examples of non-functional requirements. It will make the things very clear in your mind. I'll just share with you all the definition and the examples. It will be very clear in your mind how it works. So you can see here Shikha, Ayushman, Aparna, Anurag, and everyone. And thank you so much for your responses. I'm going through all these responses and I am with you. I am completely in agreement with your responses. NFRs, there are total 15 categories of NFRs. Page number 303, Babok Guide. And this includes availability, compatibility, functionality, maintainability, performance efficiency, portability, reliability, scalability, security, usability, certifications, compliance, localization, service level agreements, extensibility. These all are considered to be the major NFRs, the important NFRs to be considered in any software development project. Now let's try to understand these things with the help of few examples. Let us suppose I say we have Silam with us, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. We have Silam with us and we have Shikha with us. Shikha and Silam are the two B's. And they're working on one important feature, that's to develop patient registration form. In this patient registration form, they are coming up with some important fields like patient's name, patient medical history, supporting documents, and then list of doctors to book an appointment. This contains the complete list of doctors. And then submit button and close button. When Silam and Shikha are testing this form, once it's developed, they are entering some test data and they click on submit. When they click on submit, expectation was the form submission should not take more than 5 seconds. But when they test this, when they try to evaluate the performance, they find that a submission and the creation of patient ID took around 50 seconds. This tells about the issues with performance efficiency, and this scenario that we're discussing here can be categorized as a functional issue or a non-functional issue, everyone. If submission and loading of a new page, if submission and the outcome is having a delay in performance, is having a delay in the results, what exactly is the issue? Is this a functional issue or a non-functional issue, everyone? A very simple question to answer. Yes, this is purely non-functional requirement, and here we are talking about performance efficiency. Non-functional because we are talking about the performance efficiency here. But if I say Rajni was looking at the list of doctors, and in this list of doctors, Shikha was surprised to see that the doctors, nurses, ward boys, and all the other medical staff, all those names are listed here. Rajni was confused. She was planning to book an appointment with doctors, but along with doctors, the nurses and ward boys are also mentioned here. She registers one complaint and says that this list of doctors is not proper. When Rajni is registering such a complaint, she is complaining about functional issues or non-functional issues, everyone. This is the functional requirement. A list of doctors should always have the list of impaneled doctors. And if this list has certain redundant or duplicate or unwanted component, this simply means functionality is not proper. So is everybody able to understand the difference between the functional and the non-functional requirements? I have one question for you all, if you are clear with this basic aspect. Let's discuss this question and see how many of you are able to answer the question that I'm going to ask you all now. The question is on your screen in few minutes. Yes, this question. Question is, everyone, business analyst Jack is working on developing an e-commerce website. He has gathered the requirements from the key stakeholders involved in the project. After the discussion with the key stakeholders, he drafted the requirements and decided to present it to the stakeholders for confirmation. During the session, he discovers that an important non-functional requirement is missing. Now you all have to look at the four options and identify which option is talking about the non-functional requirements. If you look at option number, so C is the right answer. Let's see why A is incorrect. The business process is not implemented properly. Business process is again the functional requirement. Customers order again functional requirements. So both are the functional requirements and these are not implemented properly and that's why it's causing problems. So that is something a functional glitch. So that's why A is incorrect. Option number B, customer support via chat. Chat is something visible on your screen. You can simply chat like the way you are having a discussion with me over chat. This is one functional requirement. This is one feature to be developed. So this is again the functional requirement. Displaying few things that you can see from a naked eye. Payment screen. These all are the functional requirements. But if you look at option number C, failover setup of servers. If server is causing problem, it will cause problems with performance efficiency. It will cause problems with scalability. It will cause problems with system availability. It may also cause problems with system maintenance. So failover setup of servers is the most appropriate option because it's talking about the, the scalability, performance efficiency, maintainability, and availability. That's why option number C is the right answer. Is everybody clear with the difference between function and non-function requirements? Or if not, I can share with you all a few more examples. But it should be very clear to you all the difference between the two. Everybody with me? Or do you think one or two more examples may help you? Shika is coming up with, I know you have worked on NFRs in your project and you have got good strong hold. It's just to make you all understand, but no, it's not always invisible. It's just to make you all understand it is more about kind of an abstract noun, something that's in a supporting role. Yes, it's not always invisible. It can be visible in few scenarios, but my intent behind telling you this thing is that it's always in a supporting role. It's always something that is going to help functional requirements work in an efficient manner. Yes, with invisible, my intent is to tell you all the supporting role. Okay, but it may also be visible in few scenarios, but mostly it's into a supporting role. Yes, let's take few more examples to understand this thing better. Okay, one more example in the form of a question. Jim needs a separate application server to deal with increasing amount of work. Now here it's visible, Shika and others, application server. Which of the following best describe the Jim's requirement? Now, if you see here, increasing amount of work is something that can be linked with scalability. That can be linked with system performance. System availability as well. Yes, perfect. Yes, availability. So the answer is non-functional requirement here. Let us suppose I say you have to develop canteen ordering system. If you come up with features like food menu, payments, food delivery, feedback, you are developing all the functional requirements. But if I say Sukhpreet and Shikha ensure that the food menu is very well organized, people are able to find the right set of messages, people are able to locate the food options in a very simplified manner, then we are talking about the usability. And usability is a major contributor to the NFRs. And you all would agree with me, this usability was the major drawback with the Nokia phones. And that led to the downfall. So usability is also one of the very important aspects. And the same thing Pallav is also mentioning. Pallav is mentioning very important thing here. Pallav is saying that NFRs can be visible too, yes. Like if a website loads within few seconds and provides a clear message, the same is visible to the users, yes. But when website loads, it's less about visibility, it's more about what you feel. Yes, like if it's loading in few seconds, you can easily feel that yes, the performance is good. So my intent behind telling you about this visible and invisible, the intent was not to tell you that it's not appearing. The intent is to tell you that it's more about providing better environmental conditions. If your screen loads in 5 seconds, it tells you about more efficient process. If every detail is very clearly mentioned on the screen, it tells you about the better usability. Aparna is saying NFR would be a good to have requirement in few scenarios. My opinion is NFR should be a must have requirement because NFR is going to provide a better user experience, and a better user experience contributes to better customer value. So, Aparna, my personal experience into the corporate, my personal recommendation would be based upon my experience that it should always be must have. And I can understand why a partner is saying that it's nice to have or not, because what happens is I get this response from few learners that in their project they ask their development team to handle the NFRs and they're just focusing on FRs. Do you think it is the right approach to assign the responsibility of NFRs to your technology team and you just focus on the functional requirement as a BA? Pallav, Shikha and others, what's your opinion on this thing? No. It is, and this question even they ask in your job interviews as well. It's for you as a business analyst to define them. You can talk to them, as Amit is mentioning. You can talk to them, technology team, to understand their level of comfort and their level of feasibility. But it is for you as a business analyst to define them. It's for you to include both function, non-function requirements as part of your solution requirements analysis. You cannot leave this thing to your development team to handle, because if something breaks, if there is some negative feedback from the customer, they're not going to take the blame for this. They're going to blame BA that BA never defined it. So that's why it's the responsibility of a BA to capture both functional as well as non-functional requirements. Now let's read the definition. It will make the thing very clear in your mind, everyone. Non-functional requirements capture conditions that do not directly relate to the behavior. When I was saying visible or not visible, I simply meant it is about the behavior. Non-functional requirements do not directly relate to the behavior or functionality, but rather describe environmental conditions under which the solution must remain effective or qualities that the system must have. So simply what you're trying to understand here is that when we are talking about the solution, so I mean just 2 minutes for me to wrap this up and summarize. Yes, then we'll have a break. I know it's 11 o'clock. So the summary is, when we are defining the detailed requirements, the low level requirements, it's an important thing for us to come up with all those important things related to the behavior, functionalities, features, plus, as Pallav was mentioning a few minutes back, it's also very important thing to talk about the environment, the supporting conditions, to ensure that user has a very good experience when he's using the product, and very good experience in terms of usability, ease of use, performance efficiency, scalability, system availability, And also few more things that we have not focused upon, like localizations, requirements dealing with local languages, laws, currencies, culture, compliances is also very important. NFR, usability, security. So these all are few important. So today we had started with and we had discussed about one very important topic as business analysis core concept model. As part of this core concept model, we had discussed about 6 core concepts: need, change, solution, context, value, and the key stakeholders. People who are preparing for the CBAP examination or the CCBA, you all can create one short form here as NCS and CVS to learn and remember these 6 core concepts. People who are preparing for the job interviews, for them, this values parameter is very important to mention. If they ask you this question in the job interview, that what are the important core concepts as part of the BACCM model? So you have to talk about value. This is the top priority item. You have to talk about the value. Value we had discussed that value can be measured against 2 factors: business value and the customer value. Business value is more about the profitability and gain margins. And in our financial analysis topic, we'll talk about business value in detail. Business value can be measured with the help of few financial calculations like return on investments, payback period, present value, net present value, internal rate of return, opportunity cost, sunk cost. So we'll solve few numerical problems around it. We'll discuss few important numerical problems. We'll solve them in the live session. This will help you gain the complete understanding of the business value. People who are from the finance background will talk about capital budgeting techniques as part of business value. So all those capital budgeting techniques are major contributors to business value estimation and calculation. Customer value, as we had discussed, can be easily defined with the help of house of quality and voice of customer. House of quality would lead to the minimum viable product. Minimum viable product is a product with all those important features that may drive customer satisfaction. This is not the full product. Let me repeat on this thing. This is partial version of a product, a miniature you can say, or a version that primarily includes only those features those may drive the customer satisfaction. It's not the full version, but the partial version of the actual product. More details you'll find in the link that I've shared with you all, batimes.com link. You'll find the details of MVP, prototype, POCs. Prototype we'll create in our live sessions. You'll gain more understanding around MVP in our next session. So this was about the value parameter that we had discussed. Anurag is mentioning if you can explain context once more. Context simply means, everyone, as we had discussed before the break as well, the circumstances, like if I have to explain this in very simple terms, if I talk about this overview and summary in WhatsApp Pay project, why do you all think we were reading this thing very carefully? And this helped us understand whether the business needs are in the form of problems or the opportunity. Because when we read the overview or the summary, it helps us understand the context. Context is something linked with your background, existing behavior. Context will help you understand the current state in terms of processes, stakeholders, policies, infrastructure, stakeholders, everything. So that's why context is very important, because it will help you gain clear understanding around what is the existing behavior, what are the important aspects of the current state, and why at all you are bringing about the change. That's the importance of context. Yes. Sarag is saying, can we say everything relevant to the change? Everything that will help you understand why a change has been initiated. Everything that will help you understand what are the possible components to the expected change definition. Everything that will help you understand the strength and weaknesses in the current state or the existing behavior. Everything that will help you understand the problems or the opportunities to grow. Okay, getting it? Now, this is a very important thing. Sneha is saying, apart from stakeholder requirement info, where else can we get more context? So the answer is, Sneha, you have to cry. Yes, you are saying you can collaborate with the key stakeholders to get the information. What are the other things to do? So you have to cry. That is, do your own research and perform certain experiments. Research is when you look for the historically available information, when you try to discover the information, when you Google something, when you look at some research papers, and also at the same time you create some prototypes and proof of concepts. That's how you'll be able to get more information. So my statement is, a well-defined context would help you come up with a very structured and organized BRD. If you all are with me, shall we start with our next topic, and that is the creation of BRDs. With the help of one template, we'll try to understand what is the BRD, how it is created, and what are the important components to it. Once we are clear with BRD, then we'll talk about the SRD, the FSDs, and how to use the tool Jira to document those things. But let's first talk about the BRD, and let's see what BRD is all about. So when we talk about, everyone, the BRD, the business requirement document, it's a very important document to create. And this document, BRD, is a combination. It includes both business as well as stakeholder requirements. So BRD is nothing but a combination of high-level statements of goals and objectives that describe why a change has been initiated, plus the viewpoints and views of the key stakeholders. If you combine business requirements and stakeholder requirements, both the high-level requirements, this leads to BRD. You all can see here in the BRD, the first important thing is project summary. Now, Anurag, coming back to your question around the context, if you are clear with the context, it will help you define section number 1 in your BRD, that is project summary. And what is the project summary? Project summary includes the objectives, the background, and also the business driver. So you all can see here objectives, background, and the business drivers. Project summary. Objectives, you all can see here, it's mentioned these should describe the overall goals in developing a product. If you're able to define overall goals in developing a product, in a way you'll be able to come up with the value parameter as well, the definition of value parameter as well. High level description. Look at this statement here, high level description of what the product will do, how they are aligned with the business objectives, and the requirements for the interaction with other systems. Background provides a brief history of how the project came to be proposed, like why the change has been initiated, including the business issues, problems identified, and expected benefit of implementing the project and developing the product. Business driver, this includes the list of drivers like the financial benefits, operational, market, or even the environmental conditions. So you can see here, Anurag and others, context. If you know the context well, it will help you define section project summary in your BRD in a very organized manner. You will be able to come up with the objectives, the background, the business drivers. In a way, you'll be able to define the project summary. First thing. Describe what work is in scope for the project. Specifically, what work is out of scope. This is also a very important thing. We should know what we have to do, and we should also know what is something that will remain intact and you're not going to touch. Describe what work is in scope for the project, specifically what work is out of scope, beyond the current budget, resources, and the timelines as approved by the key stakeholders. This is designed to prevent scope creep of additional features and functions not originally anticipated. Now you all can see here this project scope is something that is driven by the stakeholder requirements. An organization won a project for an e-commerce website. The BA has gathered the requirements from the client, that is, the stakeholder requirements are met, analyzed and documented it, got it reviewed from peer BAs as well as the development team. During the implementation, development team, your implementation SMEs, development team in the Babcock guide, this is termed as implementation subject matter expert, is not very clear with a few requirements. So they communicate the problem with BA that we are not clear with these requirements. What you have documented, we are not clear with this. When BA goes to the client for clarification, client says that they never asked for such requirements. This simply means they are saying that stakeholder requirements were not finalized. How can you document something without getting the approvals? In the whole process, which step BA has missed, which led to this confusion? And you all are absolutely correct. You are wonderful with your answer. Answer is answer number B. This simply means project scope was not clearly defined. And how you will ensure that project scope is clearly defined? With the help of stakeholder requirements. The stakeholder requirements must be very clear, first thing, reviewed by your key stakeholders, approved before you finally assign it to your developers to implement. So coming back to our discussion here, Ayushman is saying B is correct, but why A is incorrect? A says BA has not elicited the actual requirement. BA has elicited the actual requirements, Ayushman. But the challenge is, the issue is, after elicitation, you have to get the official sign off, the buy-in, the feedback before it is transferred to your technology team. You can see here BA has gathered the requirements from the client, analyzed it, got it reviewed by peer BAs and developers, but not the client team. This is the flaw. Ayushman and everyone else. Look at the question that Ayushman is saying that why A is wrong. Why A is wrong? Because BA has listed the requirement. But the problem is with the review process. You are talking to BAs, you are talking to development team. It means you are just talking to the implementation team. But you're not focusing on the prior approvals from the client. That's the reason why there is a problem. Getting it with me, Ayushman and others? Yes. So the problem is not with the elicitation. The problem is an agreement before elicited results are shared with your technology team. Problem is not with gathering the requirements. Problem is with gaining consensus, agreements, approvals before sharing the information with the development team. Describe what work is in scope for the project and specifically what work is out of scope. Here, the scenario that we were discussing was of the scope creep. You assign something to the development team that client is not asking for. That's the clear violation of the boundaries or the scope of the solution. And here there is a scope creep because there is no prior approvals before the implementation. So project scope is also a very important thing to define as part of your BRDs. In scope functionality, out of scope functionality, first thing is project summary that is derived from the context, the BACCM model context, the core parameter. Project summary includes the objectives, the background and the business drivers. Then the project scope based on the stakeholder requirements that includes in scope functionalities, out of scope functionalities, system perspective. A system perspective is also a very important thing to consider how system responds to change. Assumptions, constraints and the risks, if there are any, issues, business processes, current state, the proposed new state, and then your business requirements with regard to functional and the non-functional requirements. Just the high level scope that you can expand, that you can decompose to create your solution requirements. So format may vary and there are several factors. It may be in terms of the BRD, it may be in terms of the operating norms within the organization, the format, may the OPAs, yes. Anurag is eating my words. He's coming up with OPAs, a very good jargon. Yes, I should add a red heart to this. Yes, we are talking about OPAs. So Shikha, the answer to your question is OPAs. Organizational process, assets are the ones those will help you define the format, the structure of any solution that we create, that we design or document. So OPA is the right answer. Organizational process assets. Perfect. Thank you. If you all are with me and following, shall we switch our focus to the Jira tool? System perspective, yes. System we can discuss. System, if you talk about Aparna and others, provides a complete description of the factors that could prevent successful implementation or accelerate the project, particularly factors related to legal, regulatory, compliance, existing in technical and operational limitation of the environment, and also sometimes budget and resource constraints. Perfect. So this was about everyone, the BRD. Now let's talk about the creation of the documentation of solution requirements. Traditionally, it was done with the help of FSDs. Traditionally, it was done with the help of use cases. But today, we're not going to talk about traditional documents. Today, we are going to talk about an interesting thing, that is, so this was about everyone, the creation of BRDs, your recordings. If you all are with me, the last topic for the day is to talk about the Jira tool, the installation, and how to use this tool to create some solution requirements. Shall we proceed? If you all are with me in following, I know it's difficult Sunday morning to discuss all such things. If you all are with me, shall we proceed and talk about the Jira tool now? Yes, perfect. Now let's talk about the Jira tool, everyone. Jira is one of the very important tool nowadays to create the business analysis related artifacts, documents. Jira is the, you may say, pioneer tool, and along with Jira we have some other tools as well, like the Azure DevOps, Trello, Rally, and others. Jira not only helps you document the solution requirements, it also helps you come up with the document management, the document repository, and also a proper document, you may say, exchange. So we will talk about how to exchange the information using Jira, how to maintain the information, how to write the requirements, and everything using this Jira tool. So let's try to install this tool. You need not to download the app. It's just about creating your credentials, Karan. Okay. So there is no downloading required. You just need to create your own credentials and use the web-based login. Okay. Just bookmark the link so that you can use it every time we discuss this in the live session. Okay. So let me share the link with you all here. The Jira trial version. Just give me a second. Let me free. Just you need to type here free trial version. Jira. Get started for free. This is a trial version. It will not have everything, but the important thing that you'll need. So I'll share with you all the link now. You all can do it parallelly with me, or you can just note down the few important things and do it offline as well, whichever way it helps you. So now this is the first page. Get started with Jira. It's free up to 10 users, no credit card needed. Is everybody able to access this link? First thing. Yes. Now you have option, it says work email, but my suggestion is do not mention the work email. please always mention your personal email ID. Okay, if you mention your work email, it may cause problems. Your organization may not be using it. Your organization may not allow you to work on some external link. So always use your personal email ID. Like I'll just go to Google and I'll use my Google ID, business analysis trainer. This ID I'm going to use to create my Atlassian page. Now it says your site and it automatically generates one unique combination of your ID plus one number with a green tick. Is everybody able to find this thing? Are you able to find your own site mentioned like this? .atlassian.net with a green tick? Yes or no? Please check and confirm. Yes, Sandeep is saying yes. Try to follow these things. If you're facing any problem, after the live session, you can stay back for a few minutes. You can share your screen with me and then we can discuss. So try to follow these things. If you're not able to, then need not to worry. Learners who are not able to do this thing, they can stay back for a few minutes and then we can resolve their questions and queries. Okay. Now click on this blue button, continue, and it will take you to the next page in few seconds. And then it will ask you to select one template. So click on this blue button, continue, and within few seconds, it will take you to the next page. So you can see here, next page is loading. It says getting things ready. And it says there are 3 templates: Kanban, web designing process, and Scrum. Now, Kanban is one very important board. We'll discuss that later. This is mainly used for defect fixing, for projects wherein it's more important to just finish the tasks, for small duration projects, for less budget projects, Kanban. So Kanban, web design, and Scrum. If it is asking what kind of work you do, you can skip. If it is there, if you got a different page, need not to worry. It happens with the trial version. You may get a different page. So try to skip if it is optional and reach to this page. If you can't skip, then write something there. Type something, enter some test value, any test data, your name or anything, and then you can move to the next step. Okay. Learners who are able to find the Scrum, they can select Scrum and then continue. Then it says name of your first project. So you can mention about your project. Yes. So for you, if it's mentioned Kanban, in few minutes I'll tell you how to resolve that issue. If it's saying project management, select the project management and move forward. Then tell you all how to come back to whatever instructions you are getting. Just fill those things and move forward. And go to the main dashboard. Then I'll tell you all how to create a Scrum board. Okay. So whatever instruction you are getting, whatever options you are getting, just fill them and move forward and create your own page. Then we'll talk about how to reach to the Scrum board. Okay. Name of the project you all can mention. Like for me, I can mention CBAP, November 2025, morning batch 1, 2, 3, and get started. Then I need tasks, assets, requests. So I'll click on next here. Finish this thing. And then it will take me to the main Jira dashboard with all the important list of features and functionality that we are going to use in our live session. How many of you are able to find this page with your project name, summary, backlog, board, calendar, timelines, and everything? Yes, aligned with it. Perfect. Thank you. Now, some of you had the question that you are not able to find Scrum and it says project management. So, for those people who are not able to, for them, the workaround is, I'll just show you all the workaround. You can look at your project first thing. Yes, look at the project, spaces, and manage spaces here. In the manage spaces, you can see here all the details are mentioned. If it is something apart from Scrum, then you have to make few changes. And what are those changes? You can create your own space. And in your own space, you can select software development. In this software development, you can select Scrum. Use this template. Team managed. Write the name of your project, like I can mention here, CBAP. November 25, 321, and click on next. So you're using iPad, so it's asking for downloading the mobile version. So that's why I mentioned yesterday that if you're able to use your computer, that would be better. But if you're using iPad, you can download the mobile version as well, but that won't be that effective or efficient. Okay, so if you're logging from your computer, it would be easier. But you can also download the mobile version, that would also work. Okay, so you can just go through these steps and in a similar fashion, you can download it in your computer as well. Okay, so Hina, are you able to find your project name? Okay, let me ask you all. Hina and others, are you able to find this create button on top? Everybody? Is everybody able to find this create button with the plus sign on top? Yes. If you click here, in your work type, if you're able to find the story mentioned, it means you're on track, you have the right template. Let me repeat. If you click on this create, and within the work type, if you find it's mentioned story, it means you have opened the right template, you are on track, you are on right page. Is everybody able to find work type as a story in this drop down? If it says no, it means you're not in the right template. What you need to do is, okay, learners who are saying no, it means you have to make certain adjustments. And what are the adjustments? You can go into manage workspace. Are you able to find manage work types? So Preet and others, in this drop down at the end, are you able to go to this manage work types? And then try to add from the list. This is one option. And the better option would be you simply change, like you can add a work type from here. And you can add like user story like this. This is one option. And create it. Second option is you go to your, okay, let me make it very simple for you. Okay. First thing is that I can see majority of the learners are able to find a story in this drop down. Workaround is, if you're not able to find the story in this drop down, go to this add work type or manage work types and add one more option, and then this option would appear in this list. This is a workaround. If you want something on the permanent basis, then you can click on spaces here and create your own space. Sneha, Sukhpreet and others, are you able to find these spaces in the left hand section? Check and confirm. Sneha, Sudhir and others are able to find spaces. Click on this plus, then software development, then Scrum, and then you can create your Scrum board. Following Sneha, Supreet and others, try this. Software development, Scrum, then you can enter the name of your projects, team managed, submit, and then you'll find the board like this. And then again check, are you able to find, close the tab, okay. So what you need to do is simply click on a space. Okay, click on this space, software development. So Preet, if you'll select software development, then you'll find a Scrum. Okay, so what we can do is, if you're facing some issues, let's park this for now. Let's discuss few documentation part. First thing is, in your Drive link, under the class notes folder, you'll find one document as Jira Basics. Jira Basics that we are going to start with today. There are two important BA artifacts or documents that we create here. An epic, and the next one is the user story. Epic represents everyone the holistic view or the high level description of the complete solution. Epic that we have in the Jira is something related to BRD. Epic represents the high level requirements. And what is the user story, everyone? User story is the modern ways, the new ways of capturing the solution requirements. So what is the user story, everyone? User story is a standardized format, a standardized template, an organized approach to document the solution requirements that may include both functional as well as non-functional requirements. User story is a low-level requirement. User story is granular in nature. User story captures solution requirement in a very simplified manner. User story is one standard format to capture the functional and non-functional requirements. So let me repeat. Epic represents the holistic view or high-level description of the complete solution that we're trying to develop. For example, Saket and others, if I say we have to create one canteen ordering system, high-level descriptions would be part of the epic. But if I say create a login page with details around login credentials, food menu for all the features related to placing an order, these all can be the associated user stories. Now I'll come up with one statement. If Epic is the parent, then one Epic may have n number of user stories. Saket and others, are you able to understand this concept or not? User stories and Epic have parent to child relationship. Meaning to say, from one high level requirement, we may come up with several low level requirement. If the high level requirement, one more example, everyone. If high level requirement is hospital management system, this is the high level requirement, or the Epic hospital management system. This is the Epic. High level requirement, then the low level requirements can be patient registration, doctor's appointment, medicines, lab test, billing and exit formality. So yes, Aparna, absolutely wonderful. Epic represents the summary, the high level requirements. Those need to be analyzed in detail. And after your analysis, you will be able to come up with the low level details, the granular details, and those can be captured in the standard format, and that is the user story. So if you have a big chunk as an Epic, you break it down, those fragments that you'll get at the end, the decomposed form, the granular form is your story. So what is the story? The story is the child, Epic is the parent, so stories and epics share parent to child relationship. So what I'll do is, in your project here, I'll first create one epic. So what I'll do is, I'll simply, you all can do this in parallel with me if you have the access, epic, and the name of the epic is, let us suppose, team ordering system. This is the epic canteen ordering system, and the description, I'll copy it from here. And I'll add the description here. The standard description we'll discuss in our upcoming session. What can be standard description to write the acceptance criteria. For not just the sample description I've added here. Assignee, you can assign it to yourself for now. These dates and versions we'll discuss in our upcoming sessions. Today we'll just try to create one epic, and I'll click on this create button. Now when I click on this create button, I'm getting one notification here that changes are saved, and this is the epic that is created here. I'll click on this link, and this is my epic, everyone. This now epic has now been created. You can see here that this is the canteen ordering system epic created here. Now what I'll do is, everyone, I'll again go back to my previous page here, and I'll create one user story. I'll click on this create button, work type as user story, summary I'll write here as login page, and then for the login page I'll copy few details from here to make it quicker. I'll just copy this from a document, and I'll add the summary here. And I'll click on create here. Now when I click on create, you can see here I'm getting one message that the story has now been created. Yes, everyone. Now, if you click on this backlog, is everybody able to find this backlog in the top ribbon? Yes. Now, if you click on this backlog, the story that you have created would now appear in the backlog here like this. Let me repeat, Ronnie and others, one more time. You click on create, work type as story. You can mention the summary of the story like a login page. You can enter some sample description like this. I can add another name as food menu because login page I already have. And I can click on create. When I click on create, you can see here the work items now appear under the backlog like this. Yes. Now, coming to what? Not able to create the epic. Okay. So to create the epic, Akash and others, simply click on this blue button. Work type as epic. You can mention here epic like HMS and then click on create. And this will, yes. No, I'm coming to that part only. Yes. Now, I have questions from Akash, Shikha, and others that now, where is the epic? If you just mouse over on your user story, you'll find it says add the epic. And why epic is not showing in the backlog? Because your developers are not going to work on the epic. They're going to work on the user stories. So backlog includes remaining work items. Backlog is not directly showing you the epic because epic is something, a high level description. And a backlog would include low level description. Now you can click on this epic and add the epic that you have created. It will appear here like this. You can add it like this. You can add it like this. Now everyone, the last thing here is, I'll just request you all to just click on this purple link, canteen ordering system, and click on this link one more time. If you click on this link, you'll see here on top the epic link like this. Let me repeat. Here on top, you'll find the epic link. Just click here. And here you'll find, everyone, this is the summary. You'll find here the epic and the child work item as a user story. Just give me a second. Let me repeat here. Now, Ronnie, Karan, everyone else, you all are able to find the user stories in the backlog? Yes or no? First thing. Yes. Now click on this story link. When you click on this link, in the right hand section, you'll find the details of the story. And on top, you'll find a purple color link for the epic and a green color link for the story. Yes. If you click on this purple color link twice, it will then open a page, everyone, wherein you can find the epic and then the child work items. Now, when you'll open your story, in your story, you'll find that there is a parent mentioned here. Check and confirm, another way to get to this page. So now if you click on the parent, you'll find the epic and the user story like this. So Ayushman and others, what I was trying to explain you all with the help of Jira tool, that the high level requirements and low level requirements have a parent to child relationship. So high level requirements, what I'm trying to explain you all here, that high level requirements and low level requirements can be easily captured. These can be linked in Jira as a parent to child relationship. Now you can see here everyone, there is one plus icon here. You can click on plus and you may have several stories that you can add here. You can select the story and you may have login page, food menu, uh, food payment or payment gateway. You can add a story like this, payment gateway. Then one more story as food delivery. So that way you may have several stories. Those can be part of one epic. Yes. So Pallavi is saying, so epic is a description of large body of work. Yes. So it's a wonderful explanation from Pallavi here that epic is simply a collection that may have several stories. Today we have talked about the stories. It may also have some important tasks. It may also have certain other activities as well. So what is the epic, everyone? Now we're getting the real definition of epic here. Epic is the huge umbrella term, a collection that includes smaller stories, tasks, and other activities. So epic is kind of a module, you can say. Yes, a module that may have some sub modules and some features and stories. So epic is an umbrella term, the high level requirement that can be decomposed into stories and other items. Other items we have not discussed today, else it will be complicated. We're just talking about child items as stories, but they can be other items as well, like you can see here bug, tasks, and other things. So epic is kind of a parent that may have several child work items. Now the next thing is, and the last topic for the day is to talk about the acceptance criteria. So if I open one of the story here, you can see here that create work item. Yes, we will do that. We'll also create work items under child. We'll talk about tasks, but not today. Step by step. Today we have just talked about. You can see here we can add subtasks here, link work items within story as well. But those things we'll discuss in our upcoming sessions, not today. What I'm trying to explain you all today here is the very basic aspect of high level versus low level requirements. We'll expand this discussion in our upcoming knowledge areas. Now, one more important thing I want to share with you all here is, everyone, the documentation part, just on high level today, the acceptance criteria. Whenever we are documenting the user stories, a very important part of it is the acceptance criteria. Acceptance criteria would help you define the solution requirements in a very organized manner. You all can see here on your screen, I mentioned as a user I want, so that, given, when, then. And if I read everything, it says as a user I want canteen ordering system to have proper authorization authentication, so that only Unilever UK employees can order meals through the online application. Given that Unilever employees have valid login credentials, when he or she tries to log in with valid credentials, then employee is redirected to food menu after validation of the credentials. This is the solution in a very organized manner, and when we write it like this, this is known as the behavior driven development format. Acceptance criteria may also include your business rules, may also include your top priorities. So acceptance criteria is basically your overall solution requirement. And whatever you add in the solution requirement, it's part of your acceptance criteria. So it is, I'll not say it is like a business rule. It includes business rules, assumptions, dependencies, priority, everything that helps you define the overall solution requirement. Okay? Getting it? People like Aishman and others who are focusing on CBAP examination, for them, the important thing is the user story and how we create a standardized template for the user story, this BDD format. Behavior driven development format is important for people who are preparing for CBAP examination. So BDD format, also known as the Gherkin syntax. This is the Gherkin syntax to document the user stories. And today I'm going to share with you all just one last link. Okay, everyone with me till this point. So this was the last topic. We have to talk about the invest method. We have to talk about, yes, I'm sharing in a few minutes, Sandeep. These are a few important things that we have discussed. Now, let me summarize what we have discussed today. So today, we managed to complete chapter number 2. We have discussed about the BSECM model, the key terms, the requirements classification, the stakeholders, requirements we have discussed, designs we have touched upon. So we'll also talk about designs in detail, but to a certain extent we have covered 2.5 as well. So in a way, we have covered chapter number 1 and 2. For first few minutes in our next session, we'll talk about design and stories. And then we'll primarily focus upon chapter number 3 in our next session. So in our next session, our top priority would be to have a detailed discussion around the first knowledge area, and we'll talk about these 5 important tasks. In the next session, we'll create some designs like process model, scope model, mind maps, and others. So my request to you all is that please join through your personal computer, not the mobile phone, because we are going to draw a few designs using some tools. So if you join through the mobile device, the iPad, it will be difficult for you to parallelly draw the designs and learn the things. Okay? The suggestion is use your personal computer for your upcoming sessions. So the first knowledge area in the list, chapter number 3, business analysis, planning and monitoring. Knowledge area number 1. Business analysis, planning and monitoring. Shikha, Akash and everyone else, popularly known as the BAPM knowledge area. Business analysis, planning and monitoring. And this knowledge area has 5 important tasks associated with it. Plan business analysis approach, plan stakeholder engagement, plan business analysis governance, plan business analysis information management, and plan business analysis performance improvements. 5 important tasks here. Learners who are preparing for the CBAP examination, the CCB examination, you all can create one short form to learn and remember these 5 important tasks and their sequence. You all can create something like this: A, S, G, I, P. What is ASGIP? A stands for approach. Approach today we'll discuss. Approach talks about the methodology. Agile versus the waterfall. Predictive versus the adaptive approach. So A stands for approach. S stands for your stakeholder engagement. How well you're able to identify the key stakeholders, how well you're able to define their roles and responsibilities, how well you're able to communicate with them, how well you're able to collaborate with them. All such things will be part of the stakeholder engagement. So this is defined as S. Then G stands for governance. The governance, this is the most important topic. Here we'll talk about the plan for prioritizations, the Moscow analysis, change control mechanism, plan for approvals, how to set up the decision-making authority. Those all things are part of the governance model of the project. People who are preparing for the job interviews, for them 3.3 is the most important one, the governance model. I stands for information management. Information management is more about how well you are able to come up with the document repositories like SharePoint, Jira, Azure DevOps, and other important repositories to manage and store the information. And also come up with a retrieval mechanism so as to retrieve the information whenever required. And P is for the performance improvement. For performance improvement, we'll talk about the root cause analysis, how to get the fishbone diagrams, how to come up with 5 why analysis. Those all important things we'll cover as part of performance improvements. So please create this short form ASGIP. Look at these tasks. If you're fine with this, we'll then start with 3.1 and we'll talk about plan business analysis approach. Just go through all these tasks mentioned here. See if on high level it's making sense. If yes, if you're fine with this short form, the acronym that we're creating here, we'll then start with 3.1. Okay, let's talk about plan business analysis approach. Plan business analysis approach. First topic, first task in the list. And you all can see here it's mentioned here, define overall method to conduct business analysis activities. Now, method, everyone, can be of two types. The old method, the traditional method, the legacy method, or it can be the new method, the modern day method. Can any one of you share your experience, your thoughts about the old methodology? What was the name of the old methodology? Old in the sense 15 years back or 10 years back. What methodology we were using? Is waterfall the only one? If I say waterfall is one of them, what are the other traditional methodologies? You all must have heard of the spiral model, V model, and Rai is a very good point, verification validation model. If I combine all of them together, waterfall, the spiral model, the V model, there is a name given to it. What's the name given to this approach, this methodology? This is known as predictive methodology. And nowadays, yes, I'm coming to that part in a few minutes. We'll talk about waterfall in detail. So Karan and everyone else, predictive is the old methodology, old ways of doing the analysis. And the new ways are, can anybody help me know the new ways of doing the analysis? The new methodology is agile. Is agile the only one? Along with agile, we also have DevOps. And both extreme programming is something part of agile. It's not something outside it. Agile has total 9 approaches. Extreme programming, Scrum, Kanban, Crystal Clear. These all you will find as part of your Agile Scrum Master course. These all are within the Agile framework. So XP is not something outside Agile. Okay, Agile includes XP, it includes Scrum, Kanban, your Scaled Agile, Evolutionary Agile. These all are part of it. Okay. So Agile and DevOps, feature-driven development. This is also part of Agile. Okay. So Agile and DevOps combined together, this is part of your adaptive methodology. Now, Karan has one question around what is waterfall. Some people might have questions around what is V model. Some may have question around what is Agile. So in few minutes, we'll try to understand the difference and the definition of all these key terms. But till this point, it's making sense or not. Methodology can be of two types, predictive or adaptive. Predictive is the traditional methodology. When I was new, when I was in the corporate world for the very first time, so many years back, in those days, adaptive never existed. It was not there at all. And we were completely focusing on these predictive methodologies. And then after 2000, I think 14 onwards, then or 13, I must say, 13, 14 onwards, Agile tried to expand and Agile started to become very popular. And now we are in 2025, end of 2025, and predictive is almost completely removed. It's no longer being used in majority of the, there are few projects still using it, the very few in number. Majority of the projects all across the globe have transitioned to the new ways of doing the analysis, the new ways of project management, and that is adaptive methodology. Okay, so we'll talk about DevOps in detail. You'll get to know more about it. Here, Dev and Ops means development and operations. Okay, this is basically for the maintenance and the production support. DevOps is generally for the maintenance projects and the development support. So we'll talk about it. So on high level, everyone, methodology we have discussed. This can be old ways of doing the analysis, what used to be followed 15 years back, 20 years back, and the new one, the adaptive one. And in few companies, especially companies with some traditional frameworks, they have not completely transitioned to adaptive. They're having some good practices carried forward from the old methodology, and they've combined them with the new methodology. And this gives rise to another methodology, good things from the old world added with the new word, and that's hybrid. So we'll talk about hybrid methodology as well. Few companies are using the hybrid, you may say, model. So we'll talk about hybrid model as well. Yes. If you're saying hybrid, then don't say waterfall and agile. With hybrid, you should say predictive and adaptive. Okay, because hybrid is not just about waterfall and agile. Hybrid also includes good practices from V model, from a spiral model, and even sometimes your DevOps as well. So with hybrid, you should say predictive and adaptive and hybrid. These will go together. Okay. waterfall and agile are going to go together because these are the two examples. So in a nutshell, what we have discussed here is the overall method to conduct business analysis activities. It can be predictive, it can be adaptive, or it can be a mixed bag. That's the hybrid methodology. So let's talk about these things now. And in your Babok guide 3.1, there is one table that we're going to discuss now. Predictive versus adaptive. First thing, first difference is everyone, the solution definition. Define before implementation to maximize control and minimize risks. In adaptive, you can see here it's mentioned defined in iterations to arrive at the best solution or improve an existing solution. Now, when you read this, everyone, especially people who've got some experience into analysis world, learners who are preparing for the CBAP examination, my question to you all is, what's your understanding? What do you all think is this difference all about? What's the major focus here? What's this point? How you'll differentiate between the solution definition in the predictive world as compared to the adaptive world? This question is only for those who are the experienced professionals in business analysis world and they have worked in both predictive and adaptive. What is the difference in solution definition? The repetition, phase by phase. Okay, let's try to understand this thing. Working in the sprint, Swati is mentioning here. These all are correct answers. Let's try to understand this thing now. And let's try to understand the meaning of waterfall and the meaning of agile in detail with the help of some simple examples. So if I talk about everyone, the waterfall, first thing is to start with the basics. What waterfall means or how water falls. If we go with very basic physics, water falls from the high altitude to low altitude. This is how water falls, yes or no? Waterfall simply means steps. Waterfall simply means the plan-driven approach. And what is the plan-driven approach, everyone? In waterfall, we used to follow the software development life cycle. And what are the key components to it? Everyone. Software development life cycle. What are the key components to it? First thing is, what is the first step? In software development life cycle, it's the requirements gathering and design, you can say. Then after that, once the requirements gathering is done, then the development is going to be the task of your implementation subject matter expert. Who is the implementation subject matter expert? Somebody who is developing the code, develop code, program, and the algorithm. Implementation subject matter expert. Once you're done with your development, the implementation, then there's going to be the testing testers or your quality assurance team is going to test the quality of the product. In the sessions to come, we'll talk about 7 different types of testing, like your sanity, regression, smoke, and others. We'll talk about 7 different types of testing. Once the testing has been performed, then what will happen? After testing, what will be the next thing? The user acceptance, or the, you may say, plan to gain approvals from your business users. Yes, it's considered to be part of third, but I'm just mentioning it as a fourth so that I'm able to give some importance to the user acceptance. And then what will happen, as Swati is mentioning here, there will be deployment. Or you can say simply you are going live, you will go live. Or you can say delivery, one and the same thing. What else after deployment delivery? Next thing, the maintenance and customer support. So Karan and everyone else, what is the waterfall methodology? Waterfall methodology is the plan-driven approach to handle the software development. Waterfall is the traditional methodology to first gather the requirements, come up with the appropriate design, then develop it after the approvals. Development would include all those technical expertise, technical team members developing the code, program, and the algorithm if required. Testers are going to test it. Business are going to accept it. You will deploy and deliver this thing and then provide maintenance and customer support. This is on a high level how waterfall works. Karan and others, people who are new to the analysis world, are able to understand the waterfall methodology, the key important components to it? Yes or no? Yes. Now, let's try to understand why this approach has been twisted or not exactly followed in the same manner in the modern day agile world. Let's see, and Sagar has a very good point. That's not just applicable to software development. Waterfall can also be applied to other domains as well. But here we're talking about software development because as part of CBAP, we are more focusing on the IT services and IT projects and IT maintenance. Yes, so that's why we're taking example of software development. But it's not just confined to software development. It's also applied to other domains as well. But we are taking examples from the IT domain because the certification program is more about the IT related things. So Saket and others, this was the on high level about the waterfall. Let's see what is happening in Agile. Here, at the starting point, you have the requirements. Let us suppose R, requirements equal to R, and solution is equal to S being developed. In the Agile world, especially when I talk about the Agile Scrum approach, there is a new concept and that is the change-driven approach. Let's see what is happening in change-driven approach. Let us suppose I say, now this software development life cycle, people who have worked in this SDLC would agree with me, this used to take 1 to 3 months, generally 3 months, to deliver the solution. Solution was available to use at step number 5. Yes, solution availability. Now, what is happening in Agile is we have requirements. Let us suppose equal to R in number. We come up with a plan to split the requirements into small fragments, and R is equal to R1 plus R2 plus R3 plus R4 and so on and so forth. Here, this 1 to 3 months, this is something, a phase-wise delivery. That is, within 1 month's time or 3 months' time, you are sharing the solution with your users. But here, we have a new concept of partial release. And what is partial release? That 3 months' time is broken down into 2 weeks cycles, and we deliver a partial solution after every 2 weeks. So we are not delivering for R as here, no. What we are doing is, let us suppose first 2 weeks R1 is prioritized and we come up with solution as S1. Now my question to you all is, if the release plan is of 3 months and we are coming up with partial release of 2 week cycle, and this is as partial release, how many such partial release we'll have in a 3 months release cycle? If the release time is, if the total time to deliver the solution is 3 months, and we are coming up with the concept of partial release of 2 week cycle, how many such cycles we'll have in the 3 months time? Everyone. Desha is saying 6, Shika is saying 6. Yes, it simply means, this simply means our 3 months release plan is equal to 6 2-week cycle, and this 6 is nothing but known as, what's the name given to this 2-week cycle? 6 iterations, 6 iterations, and this iteration is nothing but these sprints. Now, some of you may say, is that always 2 weeks? No, it may be customized to 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks, 1.5 weeks. I'm going with the ideal size of the sprint, and that is 2 weeks cycle. Karan and everyone else, people who are new to this thing, are you able to absorb this thing, or do you want me to repeat? So what is simply happening in the agile world is, we are not delivering, and let me make it very simple for you all, people who are new. If you come up with a plan, Karan and others, to deliver a solution for the given set of, yes, I'm coming with a simple explanation for this. You have some requirements and you come up with a plan to deliver the solution for that requirements. The time duration within which you will develop a solution, deliver it, is the release plan. Are you all first thing clear with the release plan or not? What is the release plan? Release plan is a duration within which you will develop a solution and deliver a solution to your business users. Yes, clear with the release plan? Yes. Release plan used to be of 3 months or 1 month, a certain time duration, and that was the phase-wise delivery in the waterfall mode. So what used to happen? Few weeks you'll take to gather the requirements and come up with the solution. Few weeks to develop the code. Few weeks to test. Few weeks for acceptance, and then few weeks for deployment, and then finally you deliver. Now what is happening in this scenario is waterfall, everyone, Karan and everyone else, that your customer is going to wait for 3 months to get the solution. After 3 months, you are delivering the solution. Yes, Akash, Karan, everyone else, your customer is waiting for 3 months to get the actual flavor of the new solution. Now, what is happening is, after 3 months, if they need some changes, if they need some enhancements to the solution, again they have to wait for few more months to get the enhancements being done in the solution. Time consuming, causing issues, with no flexibility, a very rigid approach followed in the form of certain steps. But now what is happening is, as Shikha was mentioning initially, we are coming up with more flexible approach. We are not making them wait for 3 months, Karan and everyone else. Now we are coming up with partial release concept. This 3 months time is broken into 2-week cycle. So what is happening is, for this given requirement, some part of it will deliver, some part of it will prioritize and deliver in 2 weeks. Another 2 weeks, another part of the requirement. Another 2 weeks, another part of the requirement. Why this is a preferred approach? Why a partial release concept and iterations are becoming more popular? Don't you all think, if you deliver some part of the solution every 2 weeks, it's going to increase more visibility, more interaction, more feedback, and improvements within the same cycle, and it's more time efficient? Yes, Karan, Akash, and everyone else, is that making sense? Why partial release becoming more popular? If you develop something partially and you share with your users after every 2 weeks, if you're moving in the right direction, it's well and good. If you're not, then you can correct your. And also, Sneha has come a very good point here, that if we have certain dependencies, if we have certain important relationships to be defined, if there are some top priorities. If there are few linkages, those all can be easily sorted if you have a partial release concept. This partial release concept makes Agile more flexible, more adaptable, more user-friendly, and above all, as Akash is eating my words, Akash is saying it's more efficient ways of working and more performance-oriented methodology. Yes, so these short partial release that we come up with, these are known as the sprints. And what are these sprints? These are the iterations within the same cycle. So 3 month cycle, instead of delivering at the end of 3 months, after every 2 weeks, we deliver some part of the solution. And that way we are able to have a continuous interaction, gain continuous feedback, and improve the quality of the solution. So let us suppose I say I'll take you all to your Jira tool. So let me first delete what we have at present, and I'll start from the scratch. So if you see here in my backlog, I have 2 items here. Yes. So I'll just open the another one to make it simple for you all. Just give me a second. So what I'll do here, I'll create few story the way I did in our previous session. So I'll create some epic like engine ordering system as one of my epic. And then I'll come up with few stories here, the way we did in our previous session, like login page. And I'll make it as the story here. I'll go to this story and I'll then add the name of the epic. I think we all were able to do this thing in our previous session. Yes. And you all had confirmed this thing as well. So now I assume that everybody knows how to come up with parent to child relationship. Yes. So last time we had created this thing. Now I'll just expand the discussion from there. Now I'll add several items here. Login page. Then I'll come up with, you all can do this thing parallelly with me. Login page, food menu can be another story. Then after that, you may have another story as, let us suppose, what can be the next story? Payments. Yes, payment gateway. What else? Customer feedback, food delivery. Then after food delivery, I can come up with customer feedback. So these all can be the possible child work items. Like I can come up with a lot of them. Just 5 of them: login page, food menu, payment gateway, food delivery, customer feedback. Karan and everyone else, is everybody fine with this? Canteen ordering system is my epic, the high level requirement for which I have come up with the child work item as stories, login page, food menu, payment gateway, food delivery, customer feedback. Till this point, we had discussed in our previous session as well. If you all are with me, shall we move to the next step? Now, the next step is, everyone, next thing is, if you look at these child work items, and if you go back to your project, On top, you'll find backlog. Just after summary, the backlog. Go to your project, the name of the project, and then you'll find the backlog. Please check and confirm, is everybody able to identify this tab as a backlog just below your project name, everyone? Aparna says yes. How about others? If you'll go back to your project name, just below the project name, you'll find the backlog. Yes, click on this backlog and you'll find here in the backlog all the items that you have created. Like you can see here in my item list, I have the tasks as well as the user stories. So task, I'll delete for now so that you're not confused with it. I'll just focus on the stories. So I'm removing the task from here. Task we'll discuss in our upcoming sessions. So now I have these stories in my backlog. Backlog simply means the remaining work items. I have these remaining work items and now I have to create my sprint. So if you look at this backlog, the title, if you move towards right, everyone, you'll find this button as create a sprint. Is everybody able to identify this button, create sprints? Yes. Now click on this button, create sprints, and you'll see that sprint 1 has been created and it says add dates. Now you can click on this add dates, sprint name. Abhishek, you'll find it if you just move towards right. Backlog, if you move towards right, you'll find at the very last corner, right hand side, create a sprint. Is everybody able to find it? Abhishek, are you able to now? Right hand corner. Yes, just above this icon of unassign. Okay. Create a sprint, you'll find it here. Just refresh it, Sneha, once and see. If you're not able to, then you can share the screen with me after the live session today and we can discuss. Okay. So you can click on this. You're not able to see child stories created in the backlog. Okay, so you can also stay back today after the live session and we can talk about this thing. Okay, Rajni and others. Those of you who are facing problems, you can note down your queries and after the live session, we can discuss. Okay. So if you click on this create button, you'll find here that there is one space created here in gray and it's giving you an option to add dates. Click on this add dates option and you'll find here that you can change the name of the sprint and you can make it as the canteen ordering system sprint 1. Duration, you can customize it to 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, but ideally we go with 2 weeks. The starting date, you can put in your starting date. Let us suppose today's date is starting date and the end date is auto populated as 22nd. And then you can mention the sprint goal and then update this. Now you can see here this space is created here and you have these items in the backlog. Now let us suppose you decide as a team that login page and food menu you deliver first. You can simply drag and drop this thing to the sprint space like this. So what is happening, Abhishek and others? I have created one sprint, duration 2 weeks, and then what I'm doing is I'm moving my items from the backlog to the sprint. So this was my product backlog. Let me repeat. They ask you this question in your interviews as well. This is my product backlog. This is what I have to develop. But when I am moving these items to this space here, this is my sprint backlog. This is my overall backlog, and now few items from the backlog I'm moving, I'm prioritizing in my first sprint. This becomes the sprint backlog. Abhishek, Rajni, Sneha, are you able to understand what we are trying to do here? So we had few work items that we need to develop and implement, out of which few we have prioritized in sprint number 1. That's the first iteration. That's the first partial release. Okay. Any question from anyone? Do you want me to repeat on this thing? I can do this thing. After the backlog, the next thing is, I'll just let me repeat on this thing. Let me make it very clear to you all. You can see here, everyone, that in my backlog, I have 5 work items. Then what I'm doing is, as part of the agile methodology, as we have discussed, we are coming up with the iterations. Sprint number 1 is the first iteration. I can create second one is sprint number 2, sprint number 3, sprint number 4, and so on and so forth. Number of sprints depends upon the release time. Let us suppose I say we have a release cycle of 3 months, then how many sprints everyone? 6. If we have a cycle of 2 months, then how many sprints? How many sprints? 4. If it is just 1 month, if you have delivered the solution 1 month, then how many sprints? Just 2. So number of sprints completely depend upon the release plan. What is the release plan? How many months of time do you need to deliver the complete solution? And what we are doing here is simply clicking on this create sprint button, and we're able to create, like you can see, sprint number 2, then sprint number 3. Just click on this button and you'll find that all these sprints are created. 1, 2, 3, and I'll click one more time, 4, and you can see here that from 7 to 21 first sprint, then 22nd to 6th December second sprint, then 6th December to 20th December third sprint, so on and so forth. It's automatically creating the sprints with the given duration of 2 weeks. Yes, Anurag and everyone else. And you can see here it says 0 work items. 0 work items simply means that there is nothing to prioritize in your sprints. How to create? Again, the same thing. You can just click on this create button, as I mentioned few minutes back. Just if you move towards right, there is a button create a sprint. You click on that and your sprint is created. Okay. Now, decision, as I mentioned, governance we have not discussed yet. The decisions and everything we'll talk about. Answer is not the Scrum Master. We'll talk about it as part of 3.3. Okay. Getting it? So just click on this button and you will be able to find it. Abhishek. Nothing difficult. Just click on this button and you find a new sprint created. Okay. And then you can simply edit the dates and make it as 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Okay. So let me do it one more time so that you are able to understand this thing. I'll delete all of them and do it one more time. So I've deleted all of them. Let's start from the first one. Are you able to find this button? First thing, everyone, create sprints. Yes or no? Everyone? Yes, just click on this create sprint. Then you'll find this gray area. Is everybody able to find this gray area? It says plan your sprint. Drag work items from the backlog section or create new ones to plan your work. Select the start sprint when you are ready. So before you are ready, you have to add dates. Click on this dates option. Duration 2 weeks. Start date or end date, and update this. I can make it as 2 weeks. Update this, and this is my sprint area, and I can drag and drop the work items here, and you can see here now I have some items as the sprint backlog, login page and food menu. So the intent of explaining you this thing is that instead of doing everything in one go, we have several sprints in which we can prioritize the work items. Now I can drag and drop these two in the second sprint. In the third sprint, I have the customer feedback. So you can see here, Karan, Akash and everyone else, that my work items are divided into smaller iterations. I'm not doing everything in one go. I have a partial release concept. At the end of sprint number 1, I'll have a login page and the food menu. At the end of sprint number 2, I'll have the payment gateway. I'll have the food delivery. And in my last sprint number 3, I'll come up with customer feedback. And within 3 sprints, we are able to deliver the complete solution. Yes, Karan, Akash, Anurag, Abhishek, are you able to find it simple to understand, yes or no? So this is what you're trying to understand, the partial release concept, the iterations to deliver the solution. Yes, perfect. So after the live session, you can stay back for a few minutes and we can talk about it. Again, you can share a screen with me and we can discuss. Yes. So this is the first point that we are discussing here, everyone. Solution definition defined before implementation to maximize control and minimize risk. And here it is defined in iterations. This is what we are doing, everyone. Define in iterations. And what is defined in iterations? Sprint number 1, sprint number 2, sprint number 3. These all are defined in iterations. Karan and everyone else. To arrive at a best solution or improve the existing solution. But here what was happening? We had the requirements, we are coming up with the solution and then the implementation. No partial release concept here in the old word. But the new word talks about the iterations, this concept of a release within a release, the partial release concept. Yes, everyone, Akash and everyone else, you all are with me, Aparna, Shikha, Nishtha, yes. It may be a bit difficult if you have not worked on it, but my suggestion would be go through the recordings once more, play with Jira, you will get to understand this thing better. And also read through the above guide. Second thing is, everyone, level of formality. Now remember, Sneha, you were talking about the SRD today in the beginning. Yes, you are the one who were talking about the SRD or somebody else. SRD, FSD, even the BRD, these are the standardized templates that we were using 10 years back, 15 years back. Comprehensive documentation, rich in text. Epic is replacing the traditional BRD. It looks a bit surprising, even to me, that why we're not getting the BRDs in the projects nowadays. But it's the fact now that BRDs in the in the pure agile or 100% agile does not exist. We're not using BRDs now. It's all getting replaced with epics and features. And FSD and SRD are replaced by stories. Use cases no longer preferred. The reason is Karan, Akash, Anurag and everyone else, Abhishek, we are transitioning from comprehensive documents to lightweight documentation. Lightweight in the sense, less focus on the details. Yes, so there is no Word document as part of the BRDs, but there should be. And in my project, I can tell you, since I am the product owner, it's a 100% agile project, but I still encourage my BAs to document the BRD. Because something like what we did 20 years back is not completely irrelevant. It was something, it has something that was beneficial as well. So BRD is no longer created, BRD is no longer preferred, but it is good for you for your own personal purpose, for your own personal benefit that you create a BRD. This is my suggestion, not IABA suggestion, not agile community suggestion. This is my personal suggestion that if you are into the business analysis world, although it's not recommended, but still you should create this. Now everything is managed by the tools like Jira, Azure DevOps, Rally and others. So there's no scope of these comprehensive documents. They're not giving you that much of time to write those traditional comprehensive documentations. Okay. So BRD is getting replaced with epics and features. SRD, FSD, use cases, those all are getting replaced by stories. That's why we talked about the stories first. We have not talked about these things yet. Yes, Sneha, Anurag, Shashank, you all are with me. Following the second point. So second point says, in simple words, transition, switch from the comprehensive document to lightweight documentation. Okay? Because the focus is now shifted from the documentation and formalities to developing a software rapid delivery of the software. Formal documentation, standardized templates, time-consuming processes have now been replaced with more efficient ways of doing the thing using the tools like Jira. I remember, is Aishman there with us today? Some people had this question in the previous session that is Jira going to be covered in the CBAP examination? Answer is no. But since all these new ways of documentation is done using Jira, that's why we are discussing this thing. So Jira, Azure DevOps, Rally, these all tools are going to help you come up with some lightweight documentation, more preferred approach in the agile world. Then the activities, everyone. Activities talk about, if you see activities required to complete deliverables identified first and then divided into tasks. This talks about the plan-driven approach. The SDLC that we have just discussed few minutes back. From requirements to development to testing to delivery to maintenance. This is how the activities were divided in the waterfall world. And that's why the name waterfall. But in the agile world, we are coming up with this concept of iterations. So short sprints, partial delivery, more interaction with your customer, more valuable feedbacks you're getting, continuous improvements, more flexibility. This is the activity difference. And the last thing is timings. It was in phases, like after 3 months you deliver a solution, and here you deliver after every 2 weeks. This is the difference in timings. So this is a very important table in your book to start with to understand the difference between predictive and adaptive. Project deliverables and BA deliverables. What's the difference? Project deliverables is the umbrella term that may include deliverables from BA, from testers, from developers. BA, dev and testers. Yes, and overall, this will help you deliver a solution. When we talk about BA deliverables are all those important standardized templates that you create, all those important documents, models, designs that you create, those helps technology team prioritize the work items and implement the solution. For examples, BA deliverables may include creation of the BRDs, creation of the solution requirements, creation of the transition requirements, creation of other important documents. Those are going to help your testers and the technology team. So as a business analyst, it's more important for you to focus on BA deliverables, come up with all those important documents. Now, since one of our learners talking about the deliverables, I'm coming to that part as well. If I talk about one more thing, Akash and everyone else, let's focus here. In this Jira tool, you can see on top 4 small squares just before the Jira icon, Akash. Are you able to find the 4 small squares? This says, if you mouse over, it says switch sites or applications. Yes? Okay. Now click on this conference. Yes, I'm coming to your point. Anurag, that's why I've asked you all to open the conference. It will answer your question. Anurag and everyone else, open this conference page and you'll get the answer to your question. Once you open the conference, it will ask you, okay, you can just focus here. After the live session, I'll tell you how to reach to this page then, okay? So everyone, let's focus here. You can create a new page. There's an option to create a new page here. And when you create a new page, everyone, in the right hand section, you will find here 3 horizontal dots. And you can see here templates and imports. Now you can see here, these all are few important business analysis deliverables on in your list here. If you see here, retrospectives, 5-way analysis, brainstorming, budget proposal templates, business proposal templates, business plan 1-pager, business status update, yes, change management plan, capacity planning. Some of them are like overlapping with Scrum Master's role. Content strategy. There are a lot of templates. You'll find decision documentations, dependency mapping, design components. You can see a lot of templates here. Those will help you come up with some structured and organized BA deliverables. Today, somebody was talking about the SWOT analysis. So you'll find here meeting notes, MVP ideation, user manuals. You'll also find personas, prioritization matrix. These all are BA deliverables. Product requirements, product roadmap, project charter, SWOT analysis. Today somebody was talking about SWOT analysis. This is also one of the very important BA deliverable. So these all you will find under the conference. So these deliverables are going to help you come up with some structured and organized documentation. These deliverables are going to help you communicate the information in a very professional manner, in a very organized manner with your key stakeholders. And this would help to develop mutual understanding, common understanding, clear understanding, and avoid ambiguity and confusion. So, in very simple terms, BA deliverables can be in the form of some standardized templates. And one more thing I would like to show you all here. You can also go to batimes.com, and in batimes.com, everyone, I'll just share with you all the exact link. In batimes.com, you will find both lightweight as well as the traditional standardized templates that you all can use in your projects. I'll just show you all in a few minutes. It's loading. In your Drive link as well, everyone, I have uploaded a lot of BA deliverables. If you look at your Drive link, you'll find one folder as BA deliverables, yes, BA templates and flow diagrams. Examples, you can see here action plan template, business case template, change control board, change control process, use cases, vision and scope document. These all are BA deliverables on your screen. Is everybody fine with this concept of BA deliverables? Karan and others who are new to the analysis, what BA deliverable means. So BA deliverables are all those important set of activities, all those important set of tasks and documentation that you're going to perform, create, so as to make the things simpler for everyone, for testers, developers, operational support, customer, and everyone. This starts with creation of BRDs and ends with your creation of release notes. Okay, so all such things are part of your BA deliverables. Coming back to your table here. So this is about everyone. The first thing, the business analysis approach. Approach can be predictive, approach can be adaptive. Now, waterfall we have discussed everyone here. Spiral model we'll discuss in few minutes. V model I'm not discussing at present. V model we are going to talk about. You all can make a note of this thing. What is the V model? We'll discuss as part of chapter number 7. V model is about 7.2 and 7.3. When we talk about the V model is the verification and the validation model. Now, how this model works, the V model we'll discuss as part of chapter number 7, 7.2 and 7.3. We'll have a very detailed discussion around what are the verifying requirements activities and how these differ from validation. What are the important elements? So all such things we'll discuss in detail as part of 7.2 and 7.3. So V model we're not discussing at present. We'll talk about it 7.2, 7.3. But on a high level, V model is the verification and validation model where we first verify the things. Once verified internally, then we'll get those things validated to ensure we have a proper sign-off and agreements on all the key important requirements. How it is done, how it is performed in a detailed manner, that's something we'll cover as part of chapter number 7. Okay. Now let's talk about everyone the next thing in the list, and that is the key elements. First element in the list, everyone, is planning methods fall between predictive and the adaptive approaches. Now, Aparna, Amit, Abhishek, and everyone else, why do you all think IBA says falls between? Why they are not saying planning methods can be predictive or adaptive in nature? Why they are not saying planning methods can be of two types, predictive and adaptive? why they are using the terminology, why they are using these two words, fall between. What their intent is. Yes. So Swati is absolutely wonderful. You are a wonderful, your observation here. They're trying to tell you that it's not always white and black. There can also be some gray matter. And what is this gray matter, everyone? It's the mixed bag in the sense, few good things from the old world combined with few good things of the new world. Like, although adaptive, there's no scope of creation of um, BRDs, but if you encourage your team members to write the BRDs, it means you are adapting something from. If you encourage your team to incorporate or inculcate few good practices from the old world, in a way it falls in between. You're using some good things from the new world, but you're not completely ignoring what you had in the old world. Some people ask me this question that you come from the old traditional background. What do you think about the new thing and the old thing? Which one is good? Now, since I come from the old background, predictive background, so I find this better till date. Yes, but yes, in terms of solution delivery, in terms of customer like engagement and communication, this is better. Yes, so that's why both are the equal significance. But now companies find this as more efficient. This is more efficient, but sometimes it is a bit stressful to like deliver every 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Yes. So, but overall, the intent is to tell you all that it can be predictive, it can be adaptive, it may also be a combination of the two. Yes, Anurag, you're wonderful with your observation and the statement. Yes. Let me add a red heart to your answer. Correct. Okay. Second thing is, as we have discussed few minutes back, everyone, formality and level of detail of BA deliverables are based on the planning approach. BA deliverables, as we have discussed, can be comprehensive documents in the waterfall mode, in the predictive mode, and it can also be a lightweight documentation. If I ask you all, can you all give me any example of comprehensive document and a lightweight documentation? Any example from you all? Comprehensive document can be in the form of BRD, FRD, SRS. Yes, a lightweight documentation in the form of Epic, stories, and today, if time allows, we'll talk about wireframes. So wireframes, prototypes, POCs, these all are some lightweight things. Presentations, okay, verbal communication, stories, yes, perfect. Something linked with your spiral model, something that talks about the WBS, something that talks about granularity. Identify and break down the activities into smaller tasks. Now, this question is a very simple question for you all to answer. My question is, why do you all think if any activity is assigned to you, the standard practice is to decompose it into smaller fragments and then prioritize and work on those tasks? How this is going to help you, and why from ages it's recommended to break down the things into smaller pieces and then start working on it. What's the advantage? If you break down the things into smaller pieces. Anurag is coming up with the right answer. Sneha is also coming up with the very important thing. I must add a red heart to what Sneha is mentioning here. The one of the better answer. Thank you, Sneha. Aparna is saying it coming up with a very good point. It will bring in clarity, transparency, and that would result into quick work. Sometimes transparency leads to more work, but yes, in radical cases, yes, quick work is also one of the things that may happen. So for the point number 3, in your class notes, session number 3, page number 3, you'll find the details. Sorry. Work breakdown structure is about breaking down activities into smaller tasks. It has a few advantages as listed below. Please focus here, everyone, for another 10 minutes. It promotes granularity, that is, analysis at the more fragment or atomic level. When you break down the things, as Shikha is mentioning, as Aparna is talking about, it will bring in more clarity. And in simple words, you will not make assumptions. You have more simplified information, more detailed information, more facts, more evidences. So then the chances of making assumptions is going to reduce. And this is going to simplify the things. So the main keyword is it will reduce assumptions and make the thing more simpler. Example, as we discussed a few minutes back, canteen ordering system was divided into smaller stories like login page, food menu, food delivery, feedback, so that we were able to come up with more granular set of items. From the management perspective, if you have some smaller set of activities, it helps in task allocation. Let us suppose that 4 BAs and you're able to decompose it into smaller fragments. It can be allocated to 4 BAs to work upon. And as Aparna and Shikha were talking about, it will help us come up with more efficient ways of working. 4 different BAs working on 4 different smaller tasks. So task allocation in a way makes tracking, monitoring, and tracing easier. And in turn, it helps in delivering better quality product to the end users. And few minutes back, Anurag was talking about something in caps. He was saying that it helps us come up with the boundaries and avoid any redundant and duplicate components. Anurag was absolutely wonderful with his answer that analysis at the granular level, this is the most important thing, everyone, what Anurag was talking about. Analysis at the granular level helps to ensure that solution aligned with stated requirements and in turn helps to avoid any scope creep condition. What is scope creep condition, everyone? Let us suppose I say, this is my solution boundaries. This is my solution boundaries. Yes, so Nishta coming as one of the reason, yes, this is my solution boundary. And there's something outside the solution. My solution boundaries are not that thick and strong, not that clearly defined. What happens is these out of scope components penetrate in. These are absorbed in. This is going to increase the size of the solution. This is going to cause problems because solution is going to have more redundant and duplicate components. And in a way, a solution is going to have the creep. So what is scope creep, everyone? Scope creep is when size of the solution grows larger. When solution grows larger in size and accommodates, absorbs the components, those are out of scope, those are redundant, when solution grows larger in size and accommodates few unwanted, duplicate, and redundant components. For example, Saket and others, in hospital management system, if the list of doctors includes some doctors not empaneled with the hospital, it means the list of doctors includes something that's redundant, scope creep. In canteen ordering system, employees of nearby offices to Unilever order food using their personal email ID. Again, the scope creep. Are you able to understand? So what is a scope creep, everyone? A scope creep simply means when the requirements and the corresponding solution has few things, those are additional, redundant, duplicate, not adding any value. That's the main reason why WBS is a preferred approach. It's not everyone else. Canteen ordering system, the requirement is authentication and authorization. The scope is Unilever employees. Solution is solution options. One is login page. Another is SSO login. Login page has few important fields like email ID, password, and one-time password. If you And it's not the only definition of scope creep. We'll talk about scope creep from the product delivery perspective as well. If I say in simple terms, Sneha is not part of Unilever and still she is able to order food. So this simply means this login page as a solution lacks certain capabilities. The solution is not proper, and that's why it's allowing somebody outside Unilever to order food. So what is scope creep, everyone? Scope creep from the solution perspective is when solution grows larger in size and accommodates few unwanted, duplicate, and redundant components. Are you getting it now? Now, what response I'm getting from few learners here, like change in requirements by stakeholders frequently, that's a different aspect of scope creep. What we are trying to understand here is scope creep from the solution boundaries perspective. Are you getting it now, Sneha and others? So in simple terms, if we have a solution and the boundaries are not clearly defined, that allows redundant and duplicate components to be absorbed, to be accepted, causing issues later, that's your scope creep. That's what Anurag was mentioning a few minutes back. Now, this question, I think, will help you gain more clarity around it. Question is, you are the business analyst for your organization and are with another business analyst, Steve, on the requirement solicitation for a new solution. You warn Steve that you'll need to be tracing the requirements in an effort to prevent scope creep. What is scope creep? And you have 4 options here. First option is scope grows slightly larger as more requirements, often unneeded, are added to the scope. Second option is scope slips on the schedule, which in turn delays the project delivery date. Scope is in line with expectations. Scope shifts from original intent of the business case. So here the correct answer is, as you all are going with it, option number E. And what's happening here, everyone? Here you can see the same thing as I mentioned a few minutes back. The size of the solution is getting larger. And why the size is getting larger? Because it's accepting that is not needed. Are you getting it now, Sneha and everyone else? The concept of scope creep. So scope creep is about when scope grows slightly larger as more requirements, often unneeded, are added to the scope. It could be defined before what can be delivered as part of the sprints. That's something we'll, as I said, this is also something that we're going to discuss about the release plan, about how we divide into smaller sprints. But here it's more about in scope and out of scope from the solution perspective, Sneha. Everybody? Yes. So let's reconnect now, everyone. And let's talk about, thank you, Sneha, Rajni, and everyone else. Let's quickly revisit what we have discussed before the break. There were a few things, those are a bit complex today. As I mentioned, we are moving into knowledge areas, so it will not be a simpler discussion as we had in the chapter number 1 and 2, but yes, let me make it more simpler now. Chapter number 3, we have started with everyone. First knowledge area, and the name of the knowledge area, as I mentioned, business analysis, planning and monitoring, BAPM. This knowledge area is, as the name suggests, you all can see here, planning and monitoring. The initial step from the analysis perspective to make the things more structured and organized, come up with a very planned approach, come up with a very organized approach to perform different business analysis tasks. In this knowledge area, you'll find here all those important tasks that will help you come up with more organized way of doing the things, like business analysis approach that we're discussing at present. Then how to talk to your key stakeholders, how to gather the requirements, how to engage with your key stakeholders, then the governance, then the information management, and then performance improvements. We had created one short form here as ASMI, GIP to learn and remember the 5 important tasks. Important for you, Sanoop, Ayushman, if you are there, and others who are preparing for the CBAP examination, to know the sequence and the number of tasks, ASGIP. And then we started with A, and we discussed about the approach in detail today. 3.1, we have first discussed about everyone to plan an approach, define an overall method to conduct business analysis activities. So predictive versus adaptive, we have discussed. We have tried to understand the difference between the two with the help of a table from your Babok guide. Amit and everyone else, we have discussed about this table from the Babok guide. So I'll quickly take you all to this table to quickly revise on what we have discussed before the break. So we talked about this table in detail. Difference, Karan and everyone else, in terms of solution definition. Yes. Solution fully defined before implementation in your old traditional world. First, you define the complete solution and then you start with implementation. But what is happening in the adaptive world? Solution is not completely defined. Even if you have a partial solution defined and approved, you can prioritize in your iterations and then arrive at the best solution. Formality of details, we have discussed everyone before the break that in the old world, traditional world, the standardized templates, the formal documentation was a preferred approach. We used to create documents like BRDs, SRDs, FSDs, and all those comprehensive documentation following certain important protocols, standard operating procedures. And those all were part of our organizational process assets. But now there's a transition. In the agile world, in the adaptive world, there's a new concept of lightweight documentation. Informal ways of communication is preferred approach now. And you all can see here information is gathered through a team interaction and feedback and less focus on the standardized templates to be created. Comprehensive documents like BRD, FRD, SRD, and all such things we have discussed. And the lightweight documentation can be in the form of the epics, the stories, the tasks that we create under the Jira tool. And Jira also includes another important tool that's Confluence. And then also we have certain important templates that we can use as part of the adaptive world. Activities we have discussed. Activities required to complete the deliverables. Here we talked about the BA deliverables and project deliverables in detail. Before the break, we have discussed those things. Activities required to complete deliverables are identified first and then divided into tasks. But here, very similar to our solution, even the activities are divided into iterations. And then the timings, it was in phases, like after 3 months, you deliver a solution. Phases can be in the form of 3 months, 6 months, 1 year plan. But now we have this new concept of partial release, the iterations. So this iterative delivery is what we have in the adaptive methodology. So this was something we have discussed around the business analysis approach. Some people are new to this business analysis world, so it was important for us, Amit and everyone, to have a detailed discussion on this thing. Next thing after this one that we had discussed was about the important elements. For each and every task, everyone, you will find certain task elements. Like you're talking about plan business analysis approach, we have total 6 elements here. In 3.2, you will find around 3 elements. So 6 elements was something that was the next thing that we had discussed after having a discussion around the business analysis approach. And these were the 6 elements that we had discussed. Not all 6 we had covered, we had covered first 3. Planning methods fall between predictive and the adaptive approaches. And here, if you all recollect, we have discussed about one methodology that's a mixed bag. And what's the name given to it? Hybrid methodology. That includes good practices, best practices combined together. It's a combination of old and new. Percentage may vary. Like some learners ask me this question, is there any percentage, is there any standard to mix them? No, it depends upon the organization to organization, how they're able to come up with a mixed bag. Some focus more on the traditional ways of doing the things. Some focus more on the new ways of doing the things. Some come up with a 50-50 combination. Okay. Some people ask me this question, are there a few companies who are still using predictive methodology? The answer is yes. You'll find, is anyone who is working with US federal government project here? You'll find projects with federal governments, tax related, pension funds, insurance, wherein we have certain important rules, certain important protocols, certain important documents as a must-have thing. There you'll find predictive approach is still followed. So it's not like all the companies have transitioned to agile. There are few who are still using the predictive ways of doing the things. For each and every task performed by a BA is not a decision maker. BA is a researcher, somebody who's doing the investigation, somebody who's coming up with analysis findings, and this has to be discussed with the key stakeholders who are going to decide, who are going to provide their consent, approvals, buy-in, feedback, review comments, and that way we'll come to an end or the output of the given task. Are you with me? Now I'm using the word key stakeholder. Key stakeholders means not everybody is involved. Like if you look at planned business analysis approach, then we have domain subject matter experts, project managers, regulators, and sponsors involved. But that's not the same case in stakeholder engagement. There, the list of stakeholders may vary. So the answer is, for each and every task, the task output you will be able to come up with post the agreement, the consensus, the buy-in, or in simple terms, the sign-off from the key stakeholders. Definitely, yes, stakeholders can reject at the end, but if you'll follow the standard set of practices, if you're able to come up with the approach mentioned in the book, if you follow what we're discussing here, the chances are minimal. Yes, that's why we all are here, so that your stakeholders do not reject and accept most of the things. But at the end, it may happen for sure. Yes, they may reject and you have to revoke. To reduce the chances of revoke, we'll come up with more organized approach. Yes, Isnia. So if you follow all these important things, so the chances of the revoke and other things are going to be reduced. Now, Anurag, your question. You are saying plan business analysis approach. Who decides? You have the answer here in this column number 1. Who decides on stakeholder engagement? Column number 2. Who decides on governance? Column number 3. So to make it easier for you all, I have created this matrix. Please check and confirm. Is everybody able to find this matrix? Business analysis, planning and monitoring knowledge area. Yes. Now this is Amit for you, for Sanup, you and Aishman, people who are preparing for the CBAP examination. This matrix is very important. This is more important for people like Amit, Sanup and others who are preparing for CBAP examination. They may ask you this question. Amit, which stakeholder is least important in the very first knowledge area? Can anybody answer this question? Looking at this matrix on your screen, which stakeholder do you all think holds the minimal importance or is simply ignored in the very first knowledge area? Anurag says implementation subject matter experts. Yes, there's no need of involving the developers when you plan the things. Implementation experts means developers. There's no need of operational support, backend support. You have not developed the product yet, so there's no need of your backend support. End user is somebody who is involved in stakeholder engagement. Yes, end user is involved. So Aparna, you can say that, but you can see here that he or she is involved in your stakeholder engagement. So not the end user. Testers, yes. Testers are completely, you may say, ignored in the very first knowledge area. So the answer is least important, implementation subject matter expert, testers and operation support. Which stakeholder is kind of a decision maker or the highest importance? Which all stakeholder do you all think are the most critical ones apart from BA? BA is always critical because these tasks are performed by BA. Apart from BA, which all stakeholders are the most important ones? Yes, the domain subject matter expert. Why domain subject matter expert in the initial discussion? Because he or she is the one having good understanding of the domain. What is domain? Domain can be your IT, domain can be your finance, domain can be your insurance. Somebody who is having good understanding of the domain is going to align your strategy with the industry norms, the industry standards. So domain subject matter expert, your project managers, your sponsors, and Swati is saying this is happening in most of the projects nowadays that they don't have a domain SME. If you don't have a domain SME, then they expect you as a senior analyst to play a role of a domain SME. And if you find something challenging, you can talk to business users. Yes. So what Swati is mentioning is the common trend nowadays that they don't hire the domain SME nowadays in the waterfall, in the agile world. So in that case, you may have a discussion with your business users to develop clarity around the domain knowledge. Okay, getting it. So that's why you see BA and domain SME play a very important role in any project when you start with your work. Getting it? Yes, it is happening in the project. Like for me, in my project, even in my project, we don't have any domain SME. And they expect me to come up with domain expertise as a senior analyst, senior consultant. Okay. So they expect me to develop that knowledge and using now they are encouraging us to use the AI tools. They say AI is the domain SME. AI tools like Copilot, the Chat GPT and others. Yes. So and Sanup, to answer your question, let me share the drive link once more. People who are not there in the previous two sessions, or people who have not copied this link, please copy this link, bookmark. This is a very important link for you all to refer each and every session. Everybody with me? Shall we talk about these elements now? Yes. Now the next thing in the list is timing for the business analysis task to be performed. Timings, we had discussed this thing in the differences, adaptive versus predictive, that in the old world we had this concept of phase-wise delivery, phase-wise implementation. And this phase was a duration that can be 3 months, 6 months, even 1 year plan to deliver a solution. Phases, a long time. Phase generally depicts a long time duration. Whilst in the agile world, what is the replacement for phase? Can anybody come up with that jargon, the terminology? In the agile world, phases have now been replaced with dash. What's the answer? everyone? Yes, the better word would be iterations. Now let me make it very clear. Why I'm not saying sprint, iterations can be fixed. Iterations can be variable. If I say throughout a phase, we have 2-week cycle or 1.5-week cycle or 3-week cycle, and this is consistent throughout the release, then such iterations are known as a sprint. But not every iteration is a sprint, everyone. Please make a note of this thing. If iterations are variable, for example, in first iteration, we have 1 week. Second iteration, 3 days, we complete the things. Third iteration is just of 5 days. This simply means this is varying as per the complexity of the requirement, and this is not a sprint. Let me make it very clear. Is everybody able to understand this? Let me repeat. If throughout the release plan, you come up with fixed duration, that we'll have 2 weeks or 1.5 weeks or whichever you decide, and this remains consistent throughout the release, it's a fixed iteration, then it is a sprint. But if it varies like 1 week, 3 days, and this very thing is generally captured in Kanban. We'll talk about Kanban in our sessions to come. This is something we'll discuss as part of Kanban. Kanban is also having iterations, but these are not fixed. In Scrum, we have this concept of sprint. Karan and others who are new to the analysis, what are you able to understand the simpler meaning of it? So if it is fixed, if it is predefined, applicable throughout the cycle, it's a sprint. If it is not fixed, we'll discuss this thing later. That's part of Kanban. Yes, so this was about timings, everyone, the timing for the business analysis work to be performed. Yes. Now, my question to you all is, let me see how many of you are able to answer this interview question. When we talk about timings for the business analysis task to be performed, do we perform business analysis task in sprints, or do you think business analysis tasks are outside the sprints? And there are like few important activities like A1, A2, and A3. What I'm trying to say is, if there are a few things prioritized in sprint number 1, analysis must be closed for this, and you not perform analysis for this in a given sprint, it is outside. Outside simply means that when we start with our sprint, the task prioritized analysis must be completed, approved before you prioritize the things in the sprint. Now, during this sprint, you can work on something that's going to be prioritized in the next sprint. Getting it, Nisha and others? So, items prioritized in the sprint, analysis must be closed, completed, approved, so that you don't have any ambiguity, you don't have any confusion regarding the approvals and sign-offs when you're working on it. Okay. If we have 2 weeks sprint, then normally it is 10 working days. Yes. 2 weeks for everyone, it's 10 working days, most of the projects. If we have 5 days working, weekend off. Yes. In 2 weeks, there is only 6 working days, 4 holidays. Then I sprint, there will be only 6 days, or we can add another week as well. Definitely, you can customize it as per the requirements in your project. So yes, Jira gives you the ability to make certain twist, or you can make certain changes to it. Yes, to make it in accordance with your product delivery. So you can add another week as well. You can expand the size, you can shrink the size, and that's the flexibility that we have in the agile methodology. So yes, we can do that, but normally we don't do that. We push it to the next PI. So we'll talk about the. There are a few things left to be discussed. We have not discussed about the PI planning. We have not talked about features yet, and we have not talked about requirements prioritization yet and feature development. But to answer your question, yes, we have the flexibility in terms of timings and the range in agile. We may do that, and that's a good thing with agile. Okay, but how do we do such things? That will discuss as part of the requirements prioritization. Yes, so Satish has a very good point here that this is part of PI planning. So that's why I said, Swati, that we'll discuss that as part of product increment planning. This usually happens during our PI planning. This usually happens before the start of the sprint because we know what are the holidays coming in, what are the important dates when we will not work. So accordingly, we come up with a full plan. So it must be planned before the sprints, but sometimes what happens is there are few things that happen due to some geographical constraints, some political reasons or other things, that there are some ad hoc things coming in. In those cases, we may come up with what Deshraj was mentioning. Yes, usually it must be part of the upfront planning, but agile allows you, yes. So there may be few undesirable consequences coming in that may result into making few changes to your the release plan as well. So those things are allowed. Those we have those flexibilities in the agile world. But what Swati is mentioning is also a very important thing, that those things must be handled as part of PI planning. Like if I talk about my project, whenever we are coming to an end to the release, we have this product increment planning where we come up with a roadmap for the next release. And that roadmap helps us come up with all such plans that Swati is mentioning. And we consider all those holidays, all those other constraints, and come up with the sprint plan accordingly. Okay? Like if I talk about the month of December, usually in the European world, people go off to long holidays. Yes, so we come up with a plan of our sprints in a similar manner so that our product delivery is not that impacted. Getting it? So those all things are considered as part of your upfront planning. Okay. Finally, the discussion, everyone. Shall we talk about the next element? Complexity, size of the change, and the overall risk, everyone. Yes. Next thing is, everyone, a very important topic. Very important for those people who are preparing for the CBAP examination. Okay. So the next element is complexity, size of the change, and the overall risk. Now, this topic is more relevant, more important for people who are preparing for CBAP examination. This is more for Amit, Sanup, and you all. Let's try to understand this with the help of one case study. Let's try to understand deeper meaning of it. And let's see what type of questions are framed in your CBAP examination around this topic. If you all are with me and following, shall we discuss one case study based on the element number 5? Amit, Sanup, you all with me? Yes, perfect. So let's discuss one case study. No, not the case study, but kind of a scenario. And let's see how many of you are able to answer the questions based on that. So I'll make it as Bharat, Swati, Bharat, Swati, Nishtha, Sneha, Deshraj, yes. Scenario is, everyone, there are only 7 days left before the final release of the product or the solution. Just 7 days left, like kind of the last sprint. And we have Bharat with us and Swati with us as the sponsors, people from the business team. They came up with a new set of requirements in the later stages of product development. They should have ideally discussed the requirements initially in the initial phases, but they're now coming up with new requirements, that too when we are on the verge of completion. These requirements were not catered to in the initial discussion with BAs and the internal team. When Sneha and Nishtha were having a discussion with Bharat and Swati, at that time they never talked about these requirements. But now, when they are in the verge of completion, they are coming up with new requirements. And Bharat is adamant. Swati says, no, we need this thing. We want these new requirements to be absorbed, implemented as part of the current release itself. Now Swati and Nishtha are afraid. Now Swati and Nishtha are not able to understand what to do. But imagine if you are into such situation, how are you going to tackle this problem? Bharat, Swati, if you are coming up with some requirements, how would Nishtha and Sneha respond to this? This question is open for everyone to answer. There's 7 days left. Development done, testing done, everything done. Nityanand is saying that simply we don't have any other option. And this is one example of a scope creep you can see here, the Sneha and others. And Nityanand is saying that there is no other option than to extend the scope. Sanoop is coming up with a very good point here. Sanoop is saying that I'll first check the impact and then decide. Okay, what else? I'm getting some very good responses. Thank you everyone for your participation. So let's see what IAB has to say about this thing. Let's see what's mentioned in your book, how to deal with such problem. Now there can be, Deshraj, Nityanand, Saket, thank you for your responses. There can be 3 possible scenarios that we can create here, and 3 possible things. First thing is case number 1. Let's read this, everyone, carefully. When Nishtha and Sneha, these are the 2 B's, when Nishtha and Sneha analyze the complexity and size of the change, what Sanoop was mentioning a few minutes back, they found requirements need less than 1 hour to complete. And business analysis work, 1 hour to complete business analysis work, an internal team, developers and testers confirm that it is a cosmetic requirement. Means just some text here and there, not a major change, but a very minute or very small change, which will not take more than 2 hours to complete. And you have 7 days. Solution architects confirm, Deshraj and others, that there is no impact on the requirements architecture. And then Bharat and Swati say that we know that we have very less time left, but if cosmetic changes, a very small change is going to improve our user experience, so why not we implement this thing? Now, Desha and everyone else, these are the new things coming in. Sneha, we consider that this is a new thing, but since there is no impact to the requirements architecture, developers and testers confirm that it will not take more than 2 hours to complete the development and testing. Analysis won't take more than 1 hour. So in such case, it is the uncertainty, it is a new thing, but we accept it. And this is known as risk-seeking capability. Is everybody able to understand the meaning of risk-seeking capability and what we are discussing case number 1? So we know there is risk. We know that this is something new, but the proper impact and feasibility analysis helps us accept it because it's a cosmetic requirement. The second scenario is Nishtha and Sneha, the two analysts, analyzed the complexity and size of the change. They found that requirements were very complex. What they are telling will take a lot of time to analyze. Analysis completion may take 2 weeks. Development team and testers come up with an ETA of 4 weeks, that you need 4 weeks. And architects confirm about the impacts to requirements architecture, that there is an impact to requirements architecture as well, the overall structure of the solution. Then in those cases, what Nitya you were mentioning, what Saket was mentioning, what Abhishek was mentioning, Abhishek, you are also correct in that regard. So what Abhishek, Nitya, and Sneha, you are also mentioning, those things will be considered now. You are not going to accept it. You say 2 weeks is very less. Either you extend the release, what Nitya you were talking about a few minutes back. Either we come up with a change request, or we push to the next release, what Sneha you were mentioning. When you push for the next release, when you ask for more time, simply you are coming up with risk aversioning capability. Saying no, that under the given conditions, under the given time, you won't be able to do it considering the complexity and size of the change. Nitya, Sneha, Abhishek, are you all with me? Following? Are you fine with case number 2? Yes, so this generally happens in most of the projects. So what Abhishek was mentioning is applicable here. What Sneha was mentioning is applicable, and what you all were mentioning about the change request and everything. Yes, Abhishek? So case number 2 is about risk aversioning capability, saying no under the given conditions. Now, let us suppose we have Abhishek with us, Rajni with us, and we have Abhishek with us, Rajni with us. Now, Abhishek and Rajni are the two analysts analyzing the requirements. And let us suppose I say, I'll take a simple example. We have Sneha with us, and we have Nitya with us. So Nitya and Sneha, these are the two business users. And we have Abhishek and we have Rajni as the two BAs. Sneha and Nitya are handling multiple projects like canteen ordering system, hospital management system, library management system, WhatsApp Pay. They are working on multiple projects. They are kind of program managers. Due to some confusion, due to some miscommunication, Sneha and Nitya share hospital management requirements with Abhishek and Rajni. But Rajni and Abhishek are entitled, their scope of work is canteen ordering system. Their analysis confined to canteen ordering system requirements. They are not focusing on HMS. In such cases, Abhishek and Rajni are going to be risk neutral. New requirements are coming in, but these requirements are irrelevant. These requirements are not in scope. This requirement has been communicated due to some miscommunication in between the business users and the analysts, and they're not going to work on it. Somebody else is going to work on it. Some other team is going to work on it. And in such case, you are risk neutral. So when Abhishek and Rajni find that these requirements are completely out of scope, their team is not responsible to work on such activities. This is not the uncertainty for their team, and they are going to return this. They are not going to be working on it, and they are risk neutral. To summarize, we have discussed here a very important concept from the examination perspective, and that is risk tolerance. And what is risk tolerance? Ability to tolerate the risk, an ability to come up with the output as seeking is acceptance, aversioning, saying no, we won't be able to do it, as Nitya was mentioning, as Abhishek was mentioning, we'll do it later, we'll update it later, we'll not do it at present, we'll not compromise with the deliverables. And neutrality is you are neither accepting nor rejecting, you are neutral towards it because these are ambiguous, irrelevant, or out of scope requirements. That's your risk tolerance, and these are 3 levels. Amit, Sanoop, and others, you all can create one short form here as SAN to learn and remember the 3 risk tolerance levels. Is everybody with me? Are you able to understand this concept of risk tolerance? I'll just open the definition. Let's see if you're able to understand. This is on your screen, the definitions. And let me know if you all have any question. Seeking, aversioning, and the neutrality. Yes, and it's a very good point that we have to think about so many things. The system, the software, the impacts to different connected services, APIs. So that's why I said proper impact and feasibility analysis is must. Yes, so that's part of scenario number 2. That when we are coming up with a new requirement, you have to look into several things, and that's when majority of the cases it's scenario number 2. But if in majority of the case scenario number 2, we cannot ignore scenario number 1. Scenario, you'll agree with me. There can be, like when you look at the requirements, it's just a very cosmetic change. So we have to consider that aspect as well. Because the business team is also part of your project. They also know the capabilities. So maybe before you reject, if you look at what they are saying, it may be more like beneficial to the team as well as your relation with your business users. Yes, it can be like colors, cosmetics. So the idea behind sharing this example with you all was to make it very clear in your mind that investigation analysis is always required before you say yes or no to business. Maybe what they're saying is something justified. Yes, so that was the intent. And Saket said in terms of business value, yes, we have to also consider business value as well. A very good point, Saket. Yes, Saket is saying in this example, we talked about, we focus more on the customer value, but we also can think about the business value as well. If we deliver something and it's going to increase the, it is going to be like encourage or increase the customer experience. So it may also be like a chance to have better business value. So yes, so very important thing that Saket is mentioning, that business value should also be considered. Yes. Yes, so market research is also a very important thing. You'll find benchmarking, market analysis, one of the technique. Nitya, if you go to chapter number 10, you'll find the benchmarking, market analysis, one of the very important techniques. Yes, market analysis, benchmarking, those all are few important things to consider. when we are developing a solution. Yes, correct. Yes. So that's the main thing. I hope everybody is with me. You all are following. Yes. Deshraj, so the last case was about the neutrality. When you get something that you are not, you may say, responsible to develop. In that case, you are neutral. You're not going to do something that's not part of your scope. Okay. So that was about everyone. The risk tolerance, the very important topic as part of the business analysis approach. We've talked about the risk analysis, and in a way, we have also covered the technique risk analysis management. Risk treatment is left. In the sessions to come, we'll talk about risk transfer, risk mitigation, risk increase. So all such things are left. This risk treatment we'll discuss in our chapter number 6. Okay. And at last, business analysis approach is reviewed and agreed upon by the key stakeholders. So these are the key elements, 6 elements as part of business analysis approach. Please go through them once. If you are fine with this, then we'll move to the next topic. And the last topic, we'll draw something today using one tool. So if you are fine with all these 6 elements, we'll quickly switch our focus to the techniques and we'll talk about something that will help you draw and visualize few things. Last element, as we discussed a few minutes back, last element is about the approvals, the sign-offs, the buy-ins, and simply ensuring that everybody agrees before you move forward. Okay, as I mentioned a few minutes back, business analyst is not the sole decision maker. You have to involve the stakeholders to review and provide approvals. Yes, everyone. So this was about the element list. The next thing is to discuss few techniques. Those may help you work on these elements. Now you all can see here on your screen, there are total 15 techniques recommended by IIB, Amit, Sanup and everyone. For you all, it's an important thing. 15 techniques, those may help you plan for business analysis approach. Out of these 15, few techniques are related to documentation, few techniques are related to discussions, verbal discussions, and few techniques are related to modeling and design. Now, a quick polling. Since we are entering into last 15-20 minutes, if you all want me to discuss some easy and simple thing, we can talk about the techniques like brainstorming and workshops. Or if you want to learn how to create a process model, I can talk about a tool and we can draw the process models. Totally up to you all. A quick polling. Which one should we prioritize? Yes, perfect. So let's talk about the process modeling now. These theoretical techniques, basic one we'll discuss in our tomorrow's session. Let's talk about process modeling. Let's see what is a process model, how it helps in planning business analysis approach, and what are the important process modeling tools. In the agile world, everyone, let me give you all for the context so that everybody understands, and then we'll talk about this thing in detail. In the agile world, when we talk about this technique, process modeling, BPMN is becoming very popular nowadays. BPMN. What is BPMN? What BPMN stands for? And how this is useful to any business analyst? Everyone. This question for you all to quickly answer. BPMN. What BPMN stands for? BPMN. Business Process Modeling Notations. Business process modeling notations, everyone, would help you create and design a very structured, organized model, not the data flow, but the process flow diagram. There's a difference. Data flow diagram is something linked with data transformation that we'll discuss later. Today we'll talk about the process flow. Today we'll talk about the swim lane diagram. Data flow we'll discuss for sure, but as part of knowledge area number 2. So when we create a flow chart, when we are creating, yes, correct. So process or system, you can say, not the data flow. That's a different, DFT is different. So process modeling, when we talk about process modeling, BPM and diagrams as the swim lanes would help us represent the end-to-end process from the system perspective. This will help us capture Sneha and others the process from the starting point till the end, and all the process components connected to each other in a logical or a sequential manner. Process modeling would help you represent a process as a flow chart. What are the important process components? How these are connected to each other, and how well you're able to represent them in a form of a sequence or the steps. Let me show you. Definitely, yes, I'll just show you one swim lane, Sneha, Nitya, and others now. And let's see what is the swim lane. You'll get the answer. What is the process model? So let's look at one swim lane from your Baba guide. And let's try to understand the deeper meaning of it, the clear meaning of it. Chapter number 10, process modeling. Let's discuss this thing now. This is the process model on your screen, the swim lane diagram. Please confirm if you are able to clearly see my screen. Now, you all must have this question in your mind, stand others, why the name swim lane? Why not just saying the process model? Why the name swim lane? Yes. Let's try to understand why the name swim lane, what this represents, and how to create this using one tool. Yes. So let us suppose I'll make it very simple for you all, since we have people from the sales background and other backgrounds who are new to this thing. So I'll make it very clear for everyone, Karan and you all, everyone. Let us suppose I say we have Karan with us here. This is a swimming pool and there is one swimming competition. Karan is the first swimmer. Vaibhav is the second swimmer. And one more name I need in the list. Nitya is the third swimmer. 3 swimmers, swimming competition, and this is the destination. This is the point where they have to reach. Whoever reaches the destination first is going to be the winner. Karan is swimming in this lane. Vaibhav is swimming in this lane. And Nitya is swimming in this lane. Vaibhav observes that Karan is swimming very swiftly, very fast, with a very good velocity. And if he swims at the same pace, he is going to win the race. He is going to win the swimming competition. Vaibhav deliberately crosses the lane, obstructs his path, comes back to his lane, and eventually reaches destination first. Karan, Nitya, and others, do you all think, Sanup and others, that Vaibhav is going to be declared a winner? Or do you think he'll be out of this competition because he is violating the rules? Do you think Vaibhav is the winner in this scenario? No. Why so? Because if we consider web as a process, this process is causing adverse impact to parallelly running sub-process that is current. That is also causing impact to Nitya. So what is the objective of Simplilearn diagram, Sneha and everyone else? The objective is when we are trying to define the overall process, the enhancements and customizations to it, as Sanoop is mentioning, that we have to also ensure that the new process, the new enhancements are not causing any adverse impact to the existing processes or the sub-processes. Now let me take one more example to make it very clear to everyone. Let's take one more example. And this example is a very basic example from my project that happened few months back. Yes, so one very practical example I'm going to take now. That was a very layman example. I agree, Nitya, to make it understand on swimming pool. Let's switch our focus from pool to IT world. Yes. So in my project, I'll take a very simple example. So, and this example is related to regression testing only. Yes. So, Nitya and others, we have one form. And in this form, we have few fields like name, your educational qualification, that is details, highest qualification. There is one field that talks about your parents, details, your age. And then we have this submit and close button. So I was having a discussion with my business team and they said, Vaibhav, in this form, we also need to introduce one more feature, the upload functionality. I said, why you need this upload functionality? They said, we need this upload functionality so that we are asking them to upload the supporting documents, like for their age, they can submit the certificate. For their parents, they can submit the certificate. For the education qualification, they can submit the scanned copy. And then we can validate those things before we finally go to the next step. So I said, okay, fine. I'm fine with the objective, the intent. So I discussed this thing with my development team. They said, yes, we can easily come up with this upload functionality. And they said within 5 to 6 days, they'll share with me to check whether it's working fine or not. So after 5 days, they shared with me the local version and they said, I can check whether it's working fine or not. So I was checking this upload functionality and I found that yes, all those performance parameters, all those format and everything was fine. It was successfully getting uploaded and this upload functionality was working fine. I was about to say that yes, it's working fine. Then I realized, everyone, let's focus here. Then I realized in the existing form, we had 4 fields. Name, your parents' detail, your educational qualification, and your age. Now, after having this upload feature, there are just 3 fields. And age as one of the field is now missing. It's not there. So I then had a discussion with the developers and I said, it's working fine, whatever you have developed. But the issue is, where is that age field? Why this is not appearing? So I got the response from the developers that once we have introduced a new field, we missed to increase the page size. I said, no, you don't need to increase the page size. Page size would remain the same. Then they said, we need to introduce the scroll bar here. So what is happening here? What's the flaw from their end, everyone? Nitya and others. The flaw is, the issue is, they are introducing something new and that's a compromise with the existing feature. That's the age. And if they would have come up with the proper Simplilearn diagram and they would have ensured that each and every existing feature and functionality remains intact, this could have avoided such situation. And what Sneha is mentioning is this is something part of your regression to ensure that the existing functionalities, the existing behavior remains intact. Are you with me, Nitya, Sneha, and everyone else? So the process model is going to help you ensure that when you're making certain enhancements and customizations, you're coming up with a full flow from starting to end. But at the same time, you're also analyzing, you're also keeping in mind that there are several other connected system processes and the workflows. I think Sanup was also mentioning the same thing a few minutes back. Sanup was saying that every role performs his set of actions is helpful for cross-functional teams. And not only cross-functional teams, it's also helpful when you have cross-functional systems as well. In majority of the projects, you'll find that the requirement that you work upon is not just a single standalone system. Systems are connected to each other. Systems may have connections to several databases, several cloud platforms. Yes, it's an important thing that you analyze all the interconnected processes, systems, and the stakeholders, and that can be easily done with the help of a Simplilearn diagram. This was the theory. If you all are with me, shall we draw this? Once we draw this using one tool, it will make more sense to you all how it works. So if you all are with me, shall we draw this together in the live session using one tool? It will help us gain better understanding around how to and how it works. Yes, so let's draw this. It's kind of whether it's a table-like structure or any other structure. Let's draw this, and you will gain more clarity. Okay, so let's draw this now, and you'll get the answer to your question. So today I'll start with a very basic tool, very simple one for everyone to understand. And then upcoming sessions, you can talk about some standard tools as well. Okay. I'm talking about the tool that's the free version, open version, and you need not to pay anything for it. And it's a very good tool. This can be easily linked with integrate with your Jira tool as well. Please check and confirm. Is everybody able to access this link? Yes, Draw.io, very popular one. Most of you would have heard of this. Some of you would be using it as well. Is everybody able to access this link? Is there anyone with the answer as no that you're not able to? Everybody? Yes, conference is also good. We'll talk about conference in our sessions to come. Perfect. Now, everyone, let's focus here for another few minutes. I know we are entering into last half an hour. If you focus on this left-hand module here, you'll find a scratch pad, general, and just below that, you'll find advanced module. And if you open this module, you'll find few important symbols and icons. And if you go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sixth row, you'll find this swim lane, horizontal swim lane. Please check and confirm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sixth row and fourth column, you'll find horizontal swim lane diagram. Please check and confirm. Are you able to find this? Is anyone with the answer as no? I can repeat. Okay, let me repeat. Bharat and others, first thing, are you able to find the advanced module here? This is an advanced section. Yes. Horizontal container, what we are discussing. Vertical we also will discuss in our next session. Okay. So horizontal container, Bharat and others, under the advanced, if you will move to the sixth row, fourth column, horizontal container, a swim lane diagram. And we'll fill this container in a few minutes, Swati. Yes. So you can see here, like flowcharts, BPM and diagrams, use a set of standards, set of symbols. Each shape has a specific meaning and business context where it's most appropriate. These all are few standard symbols used as part of BPMN like task, sub-process, transactions, call. These are some gateway symbols. These are connecting objects. So, Saket and others, business process modeling notations. These are, in simple terms, some important notations and symbols that we are going to use to create a flowchart. Like if you have to represent any task, you have to use a rectangle. If it's a sub-process within a process, then a rectangle with the dotted lines. Yes, so we have all these things mentioned here. Connections, messages, associations, everything. Just read through this thing today. For data storage, all these things are mentioned here. So link I've shared, let me share the link once more. This is the link. And using these notations and symbols, let's draw one diagram now. Yes, so let me draw the diagram. So this is the pool, the container. Let's fill this container now. So I'll double click here, mouse word double click, and I'll make it as canteen ordering system. Then lane one can be registration. Lane 2 we can come up with as something as order food. Order food once you are registered, and once you order food, you have to pay for it. In registration, I can start with this circle. Circle represents the starting point. I can start the registration. I can click here and I can make it as start. Then once we start the process, the next thing is to enter, you enter the email ID. Then I can come up with something as enter the password. Saket is saying you can mention password. Yes, so I'll mention what Saket is mentioning. Password. I can mention one more thing as enter the one-time password. Yes. Username. Yes, instead of email ID, you may come up with username. So email ID, username, or your or any ID, corporate ID that you have, employee ID. Yes, it may also be the employee ID. So all those things may be part of your credentials. Now comes the important thing. Let me shrink the size so that it's more structured. So now I'll use this line as per the BPMN conventions. I'll add it like this. You all can see here, I have this swim lane with 3 tasks connected to each other. Now, as part of submission, Nitya and others, I'm going to introduce this decision box here. Decision box I've introduced here so as to check for the impacts before we move to ordering part. So I'll mention here, is info valid? If information is valid, then only it is going to flow to the next lane. If information is not valid, Then you can order food or with a few items, order food and so on. And if information is not valid, what we'll do is we'll take it back to the original place and we'll request user to order or make an order once again. So if this is no, it's not valid, then go back to the original thing. And if it is yes, then we are coming up with the next lane. Now, my question to you all is, what if you don't add this decision box? What will happen? This would again cause some scope creep. It is similar to DFT, but it is different. So we'll talk about the difference in our upcoming sessions, how it is different from data flow diagrams. For now, you can refer chapter number 10, you will find it there. This verification helps us ensure that we avoid any scope creep in lane number 2. Yes, Sneha and others about the scope creep. So it avoids any redundant, duplicate or unwanted component to flow in lane number 2. And then from lane number 2, we may have few more important tasks here and then going to lane number 3. Yes, Abhishek is saying it can come after the password as well. Some people may say it may come at each and every field level. So that those things can be customized based upon what you agree with your key stakeholder. Just a sample, yes. So it can be before you pass it can be before your email address. Those things can be adjusted based upon the mutual agreements that you reach to as part of a discussion with your customer. This is one sample. Now you all can see here, this is one rough diagram I've created. You can add few colors and cosmetics to it. In your right hand section, you have like few colors. You can add colors to it and make it look more. So all these colors and all these things you can add here. So this way you can come up with better diagram. I have made a very basic one, but in your sample projects, you'll find some very attractive and some very good diagrams here, everyone. So if you see here in the sample projects, if I take you to the latest ones, not the latest one, 2 years back. So you will find here a lot of, and see here, I'll show you a few diagrams here. You can see this one, workflow diagrams. If I show you here, these all are created by the learners of the previous batches. So you'll find some very good simulations. Look at this one. So there are a lot of simulations you'll find in your Drive link. And the sample project you'll find a lot of simulations. These are, look at this one. Yes. So this way you all can create some good sim diagrams. So I'm coming to second homework now. Second homework is for you all to read through this link. This will help you understand the BPM and symbols and notations and would help you draw a better diagram. Now today let's start with some basic techniques, few simpler techniques, and let's see what we have as part of those techniques. One of the very important technique that is not only applied to plan business analysis approach but other tasks as well is your lessons learned. It looks simple. It is a very simple technique to apply, but it has some very good advantages. Now my question to you all is, lessons learned is very similar to one of the agile ceremony that we follow in our projects nowadays. What is the name of that ceremony? Now let's see, and you all are wonderful with your answers, Sneha, Sandeep, Aparna. Let's see what we have as part of the retrospective, and let's try to understand this thing with the help of one standard template, everyone. So I'll take you all to your Jira tool once more, and here we'll toggle to the Confluence, and we'll talk about few things from the Confluence. So I'll just click on this thing. We'll open one retrospective template and we'll discuss what are the important things as part of the retrospective. Meanwhile, if you all want to share something, your personal experience, your thoughts about retro, you can mention in the chat box. I'll open the retrospective template here. Now, if you look at your Confluence page, everyone, this you all have, you all can parallelly open the retrospective template. You can see here, what's the major purpose of retrospection, everyone? You can see here, you may create certain template like this, the date, the team, the participants, and here, start doing, stop doing, and keep doing. Now we have three important columns here. Keep doing simply means whatever we have done in our current sprint, whatever we are doing at present is working as expected. It's aligned with the objectives. It's completely fine with business users and you're getting what you're expecting. So there's no need to change and you can keep doing what you're doing. But at the same time, there can be few things wherein you need certain important improvements. There is start doing. If you're missing on few things, if you think that there are few ambiguities, there were few confusions, there were few important things that you have not covered in the previous sprint or the previous release, it's time to inculcate, it's time to add few more important good practices, you start doing. There may be few things, those should not be repeated. There may be few things, those are not at all required. There are few things, those are something that you should not again repeat on, and those things are stopped doing. For example, start doing is like you may come up with some plan so that you are able to help your developers and testers understand the things better. Stop doing scheduling a meeting without a clear agenda. If you're not clear with the agenda of the meeting, do not start the meeting. When you're scheduling a meeting, you should be very prepared with what you have to discuss with your key stakeholders. And keep doing, like, for example, sharing progress at daily stand-ups. That is something that will help everyone know what's happening and they can align themselves to the business objectives. So that's one way to capture the retrospectives. It may be in your project, there's a different way to do this thing. Yes, it may be a different template. So it's just an example how you may have a retrospective meeting and how you may come up with something like start doing, stop doing, and keep doing. So that we understand this thing better. So there's one more template here. 4L's retrospective. There's one more template that I want to discuss with you all. This is the 4L retrospective, another template that can be used for the retrospective meetings. Milestones, loved, longed for, lost, and learned. List what you love about your work, list what you wished you had while working, list what you didn't like about your work, and list what you learned. That way, you'll be able to come up with all the possible things those were accomplished, those were not accomplished, those were having issues in the previous release or previous sprint. And then come up with the action plan. That if this was a challenge, now we'll try to remove this, and this person is going to be responsible for it. So that way you may come up with a detailed retrospective. So this is about the lessons learned technique, very similar to the retrospective that we have in the agile world. I hope it's making sense to you all. Very simple technique. Yes, the important thing is to go through these templates and understand how it practically works. Next, again, very simple technique in the list is, everyone, brainstorming and the workshop. But there comes a very important thing here, that is this the responsibility of a BA to maintain this template, or is this something for a Scrum Master to do? In majority of the projects, you'll find that this template is maintained by Scrum Master. But for the BA, it's an important thing to contribute, to have a discussion along with the Scrum Master in the retrospective meetings. There's something, a responsibility of a Scrum Master to design and document, but you are a major contributor to it since you are involved in each and every phase. Okay, so no, it's not the responsibility of a BA to maintain this, but yes, to share the details. Yes. Aparna has a very good point here. Aparna is saying that from plan of action, we can get the improvements. Plan for action may help us understand what are the important priorities, how the thing should actually work. But what happens is when we are done with our sprints, there are a lot of misalignments with plan of action. So there comes the responsibility of a BA to highlight all those misalignments, all those issues, all those ambiguities. Yes, Sneha and Aparna, so it may be a role of a Scrum Master to manage and maintain these things. But for a BA, it's an important thing to contribute, talk about those things, and help the Scrum Master fill in all those important details so that you have a very constructive retrospective meeting. Okay? It's not kind of formality to just close the things before you start with the next sprint. Okay? So that was about, everyone, the lessons learned, one of the very basic technique. People who are preparing for CCB and CBAP, they may not ask questions from lessons learned, it's very basic. But yes, you may find questions from brainstorming and the workshops. Now, everyone, brainstorming and workshop is such a common technique in most of the projects. I believe everybody would have been part of such sessions like brainstorming sessions or the workshops. What do you all think the major difference between the two? Or do you all think it is one and the same? Brainstorming and the workshop. What is the main difference between the two? Based on your prior experience, based upon what you've experienced in the brainstorming session and how it is different from the workshop. Workshops are facilitated. Okay. Karan is saying that brainstorming means how we have to do the work and everything. Workshop is to implement it. I think this is the best answer. Yes, wonderful answer from Karan. Yes. Sandeep is saying that workshop is to elicit the requirements. Brainstorm is to unlock the ideas. That's also right answer. Workshop is practical. Swapnalita is coming a very good point. Swapna is telling us that workshop is more organized and brainstorming is informal. This is what you're trying to say, and this is the right answer. Yes, brainstorming is not that organized. Brainstorming is more about discussions, informal, verbal details, but workshops are more organized. Yes, correct. It's practical. Supreet is saying that brainstorming is basically to understand how to work, what are the changes required for the orchestration. This is also absolutely right answer. Yes, correct. Let's try to understand this thing now, what Babak has to say about this thing. But I hope you've not taken the help of ChatGPT because it's very organized answer, a very bookish answer. But yes, it's the right answer. Yes, the best answer, Akash. Yes. Okay, let's try to understand this thing. What Babak has to say about this thing. So let me. Yes, Shikha, you are correct. Yes. So let's discuss this thing now. You all have to make an assumption that this is your brain, not the pair of kidneys or lungs. If this is your brain, left side, I think we had discussed this thing in our first or second session. Right side of the brain. What is the role of the left side of the brain? Left side of the brain is about analytical thinking, problem solving, logical, yes, conceptual. So when we start with the analysis, as Shikha is mentioning here, brainstorming is something part of our initial analysis. Trigger, ignition, whichever word helps you understand, it's the starting point to generate ideas from the key stakeholders. And how you'll generate ideas? With the help of their lateral thinking and cognitive mind. So brainstorming is more about, as Shikha is mentioning here, the first stage, as Akash was mentioning, the initial stages. It helps to generate ideas from the key stakeholders. As Swapna was mentioning a few minutes back, that it's not that organized. Initially, if you're having a discussion, there will be multiple ideas coming in, a lot of suggestions coming in. So it's not that organized, but the intent is to have the details. You gather all such information, and then you can refine those results, and then you do your detailed analysis. So what is brainstorming in a nutshell? Brainstorming is one of the business analysis technique to generate ideas from the key stakeholders with the help of the lateral thinking and cognitive mind. This will help you start with your business analysis work with some very important suggestions, some very important recommendations from your key stakeholders. So this is the initial thing. But what is the workshop? Workshop is completely opposite. Workshop is about finalization. If brainstorming is about to initiate your business analysis work, this is about closure. Workshop is more about trainings, mentoring, and all such activities to gain feedback from the key stakeholders, to close the given topic under discussion, to spread awareness, make everyone reach the common platform, promote mutual understanding towards the change. So that's the major difference between brainstorming and the workshop, everyone. Is that simple for you all to understand? So, in nutshell, brainstorming is about initialization, workshop is about finalization. Here you are generating the ideas, here you are ensuring that everybody accepts your business analysis related details. hates about suggestions, hates about the feedback. And that's why you find this as technique number 1 here and this as the last technique here. Brainstorming is where you come up with your own innovative ideas. You apply the left side of the brain, you come up with those suggestions, those ideas to overcome all those business problems as challenges he is mentioning here. And then on later stages, workshop would help you share the analysis findings, the results to the key stakeholders, and the workshop would help you gain mutual agreements, consensus, sign-offs, approvals, and worst case feedback and the review comments. So that's the difference between the brainstorming and the workshop. One of the interview questions if you're preparing for the job interview that you want. So these were few important techniques. There are a few more here. Those we'll cover in our upcoming task and upcoming sessions. So 4 techniques we have discussed here. Now let's switch our focus to everyone. The next task in the list, and the next task in the list is plan stakeholder engagement. Now, for this task, you are the business analyst for your organization and have identified a new initiative for software development project. Based on the set of stakeholders, you and the management team have identified that you need to begin defining the needs, the set of requirements, and other information for the project work. Which of the following tasks is the first task that you should do as the business analyst? Now, everyone, the hint is all 4 options are correct. These all options are correct. You have to come up with the ranking. So the answer should be something like this: ABCD or ADCB or ABDC. So which combination do you all think is the right approach? Sandeep is saying that he'll go with ADCB. How about others? Lawrence was saying A is the first thing and it's correct. Yes. So the right answer is, first thing is that you'll try to identify the key stakeholders, because without having a discussion with them, without identifying them, you won't be able to have a discussion with them. The first thing is you identify the stakeholders, then talk to them, then come up with a baseline, and then define the overall project solution. So the answer is A, D, C, B. Now the intent behind asking this question to you all is, it's an important thing for the business analyst to first know your stakeholders. What are their roles? What are their responsibilities? Who is doing what? And based upon their roles and responsibility, what they are doing as part of the project, what are the responsibilities, you may then come up with a plan to invite them for the discussion, have an interview with them. And once you interview them, once you have a discussion with them, it will then help you come up with the baseline. The baseline is something, the high level requirement. And then you will do your detailed analysis, you'll apply several techniques, you'll have a detailed research and investigation, and then you will be able to come up with the overall project solution. So first you identify the stakeholders, then you talk to them, then you come up with a baseline, and then you come up with the complete solution. This is how it works. Are you getting the answer to my question? Are you getting the yes answer now? So meaning to say, it depends upon your role as a B. If you're new, maybe they're not involving you in writing those statements. Yes, but maybe like you have spent a lot of years in the same project and you know more than the project manager, so you are doing it alone. Like in my project, I'm doing it. I'm writing all such things without taking any help from anyone. Okay. Yes, it's a combination. Yes. So Shika, you can see it's a combination that helps you understand. And this also helps you understand the career path. People who are planning to switch to BA's role, you can see here that you can start with the system analysis, process analysis, and the data analysis. Like if I talk about my career path, I was first into the development, .NET developer. Within few years, I realized that I'm not someone who can go on with the development, and I switched to data analysis role. Slowly, I also got into the system analysis role, and then I had the profile as a functional analyst for a few years. Initially, in those days, CBAP was not that popular. I'm talking about 15 years back. So I did my ITIL certification. After doing the ITIL certification, I entered into the role of a senior analyst. And then after doing the CBAP, I got the opportunity to work as a product owner. So you can see here, this includes your initial role as an analyst, your senior role as well. So this is the complete list. So every time this question strikes your mind, that is this a responsibility of a business analyst? Think about all these roles, not just think about your role or anyone else's role. Okay? Getting it? So analysis is a broad umbrella term that includes a lot of things. Raj is saying, but in the agile, there is only they're left for PO, SM, and development. So where BA fits in. Again, the same thing. When we talk about product owner, this is something within the BA's profile. Product owner is not outside BA. Product manager is also the senior BA profile. Getting it? So BA obvious. Now this is a very good question that Raj is asking here about the in the agile world. Are we going to have teams without BAs? We may have teams without QAs. We may have teams without the operational support. We may have teams with less number of developers, but BA's role would always be there. The reason is you always need somebody who is able to come up with a proper solution that can be easily implemented. BA's role would always be there, but yes, it may be in years to come, it's more techno-functional. You have to learn more tools. You have to be well equipped with data analysis tools like Tableau, Power BI, and others. But BA's role would always be there. This is my own personal opinion based upon my experience into the corporate world for so many years. Ashika, I can tell you my personal experience in last few months in my organization. I am part of Big Four for a long duration now. And I can tell you that we were trying to force everyone to use AI from last 6 months or 8 months. Even BAs, we were trying to push them to use the AI. AI may work efficiently for developers. AI may also help the testers, but as far as analysis is concerned, AI can never replace the human intelligence as far as the IT analysis is concerned. This is what we observed in last 8 months of experiments to apply AI to the business analysis. We even tried to automate our stories that no, BS won't write the stories. We are going to write the story with the help of AI. But we found a lot of challenges with it. So we again switch back to the manual mode. Yes. So AI tools, I'll show you those AI tools as well in our sessions to come, those we are using in our project. But I can tell you, analysis is something that's based on your cognitive mind. And I think we are far away wherein AI can replace the cognitive mind of the human beings. It may take another 15, 20 years. So logical thinking, conceptual thinking, yes, how you're able to articulate the concept to the key stakeholders, AI is going to take time to develop those skills. Okay. So don't think that AI is going to replace BAs in the near future. No. They are trying to. We also tried for last 8 months, but it never worked. So I'm telling you my personal experience with AI. Okay, it may help you write the code. It may help you even test few things. But as far as providing a solution for the problems is concerned, is still AI needs more capabilities. Okay. The next version of AI may help, but the current version is not that capable to come up with an effective solution for every business problem. You need the human brain for that. Okay. So don't worry about that. So this was about everyone, the introduction to it. Let's talk about few theoretical things here and let's develop more clarity around it. So it says, everyone, plan an approach for establishing and maintaining effective working relationship with the key stakeholders. And how you'll maintain Karan, Anurag, and others the effective working relationship by identifying the stakeholders. You identify the key stakeholders and analyze their characteristics. Identification is fine, that is, who is doing what. Characteristics. Can anybody help me know what are the important characteristics that you'll try to define, Sanoop, Shikha, and others, when we're talking about the stakeholder engagement? What are the important characteristics that you'll focus upon? And what do you think characteristic actually mean here? Software is saying, is he going to recurrently change the requirements? Yeah, this is something very common in every project. We all are afraid that they may change their requirements. Okay. Behavior, temperament, and the domain knowledge, what Shikha is mentioning, to a certain extent, correct. There are few more things. Can somebody add few more things to what Shikha is mentioning? Role is something as part of the identification. Who is doing what? Availability for the discussions. Yes. So in a way, let me make it simple for you all. When we talk about identifying the stakeholders and their characteristics, this is part of your stakeholder analysis. This includes identifying the role. Attitude is what Shikha was mentioning a few minutes back, is the behavior. Decision-making authority, what Swapna is trying to mention with the help of few comments here. Availability for the discussions, changing requirements. These all are part of decision-making authority. And then level of power or influence of the key stakeholder, the hierarchy, where they're actually placed in the organization. Are they influential stakeholders? What is the level of power or influence? That's also a very important thing to analyze. Now, I'd like to share with you all one interview question here. One of my learner, she was from one of my evening batch, and she appeared for an interview. And in that interview, the interviewer asked this question, that a very simple question he asked. He said, like, who is approving the requirements in your project? Who provides the final sign-off? So she said, like, whatever is happening in my project, I said, in my project, the product owner is providing the sign-off. So we rely on our product owners for the verification, validation, and then the final sign-off. And she was not selected for the interview, and she had a discussion with me offline. She raised one ticket and had a discussion with me, and she said, like, all the other questions I've answered correctly, but I doubt whether I've answered this question correctly or not. And she wanted my opinion, my comments on this thing. So I said, I mentioned this thing that if you're getting such questions in your job interviews, that who is providing the approvals, who is providing the sign off, then you have to frame your answer like this. Sign off, approval, this is something that can be done only by the stakeholder who is part of decision-making authority. Tell them that we perform the stakeholder analysis and identify all the key stakeholders required to provide the sign-off. In a way, we come up with a decision-making authority definition. And then you can say that generally product owners, sponsors, or even the end users, in few cases, the ops team, are part of it. So we reach out to them for the final approvals or the sign-offs. In any job interview, what they expect from the certified analyst is that you use certain important terminologies. They don't care what was happening in your previous project. They want to understand whether you know the standards or not. So tell them, if they ask you such question, that in such cases, we perform the stakeholder analysis, we define the decision-making authority, the stakeholders required to provide the sign-off, we ensure that we add all the relevant set of stakeholders so that we are gaining an agreement from everybody who is part of decision making. This may include a product owner in few cases. This may include sponsors if your requirements have certain things related to financials. And this may include your operations managers and users if it is about the quality of the project and the user experience. Yes. So that is what I was trying to tell you all, Shikha and others, that in your interviews, in your discussions with your any stakeholder, do not directly jump to this thing that no, I'll talk to this person to get this sign off. You have to mention this keyword decision making authority. Okay. So let's read few comments that we have in the chat box and then we'll move ahead. Chandrasekhar is mentioning here that PO can only sign off when the stakeholders have frozen. Yes, that's why I'm saying that just naming one of them is not the correct approach. The important thing is that you structure your answer in such a manner that it may apply to every scenario. That's what they expect in the job interviews. They don't want you to tell what you are doing in your project. They want you to tell them about the standards. And what are the standards? The standards are, you look at the nature of the requirement. What are the requirements given to you? You will do your stakeholder analysis and understand which all are the impacted stakeholders. Amongst the impacted stakeholders, which all the stakeholders are part of decision-making authority or should be included in the decision-making authority. And finally, you define the decision-making authority. And then you talk to all those stakeholders who may provide a sign-off or authorized to do this thing. Do they have the authority to approve what you have documented or what you've analyzed? And then you'll get the final sign-off. Yes. Next thing is, everyone, after stakeholder analysis, the next thing is stakeholder communication needs. Now, communication needs, everyone, again, I'll share with you all one story here, although very theoretical. Since I am part of the interview panel and I ask so many questions to the interviewers every week, so we get some predefined set of questions from our HR sometimes that these questions you have to ask them during your discussion. So one of the very typical and very, you may say, very common question that we ask the interviewers is that what is your strength as a business analyst? So I asked this question to one of the interviewers that what's your strength as a business analyst? That person had around 16 to 18 years of experience and he was getting hired for the product owner's role. And he came up with a very wonderful answer. He said, I'll just explain in one sentence. He said, in these many years as a business analyst, I have now the full expertise. I think I'm confident enough to share, to communicate non-technical requirements with technical stakeholders. Now look at the deeper meaning of this statement, everyone. He's saying that he knows how to communicate non-technical requirements to technical stakeholders. In a way, he's telling me that he has good understanding of the domain. In a way, he's telling me that he knows how to interact with the business stakeholders. He's gathering the requirements and he's also telling me that he's able to document the stories, the epics, the features. Those can be easily groomed. Those can be easily discussed with the technical stakeholders. He's covering everything in one sentence. So what does the communication need, everyone? Communication need is all about how well you understand your key stakeholders, their preferences, their skill set, and come up with the communication plan so that what you discuss with them, they're able to understand those things. For example, if you talk to the quality assurance team, your main focus should be upon how well they'll be able to carry out their testing, how well they'll be able to create their test scenarios. So then you should have a proper acceptance criteria, the solution very clearly defined so that you can talk to the quality assurance team. When you're gathering the requirements from the key stakeholders, as we had discussed last time, you have to collaborate, research, and perform experiments so that when you have a discussion with your key stakeholders, it's not like a one-way communication. They are just sharing information with you and you have nothing to share with them. So stakeholder communication needs are a very important thing for any business analyst. Research, investigation, exploration, experiments would help you come up with more details. If you have more details, you'll have more fruitful discussion, more open-ended discussion that would help you come up with a better solution. Now, let us suppose I say you try your level best and you communicate in a very simple language. But what is the next thing that you should be prepared with when you communicate something to others? Let us suppose I say, today I'm working as a trainer here and I'm sharing some details from the Babok guide here. I'm communicating. What's the next thing I should be prepared with and what's my next role when I communicate something to others? Everyone, if you communicate something to others, what is the next thing that you should be prepared with? You should be prepared with the Q&A as Amit is mentioning here. And what is the Q&A here? Q&A simply means the collaboration. When you communicate something to others, they may come back with their questions, queries, feedback, concern, ambiguities, challenges. It's your responsibility to provide a timely resolution. make them understand the things, maintain the free flow of information. There's one keyword used in most of the books, most of the agile methodology related books, that is the free flow of information. Free flow of information simply means you have regular connects, you are part of each and every daily stand up, you are part of every discussion, so that if there are questions, queries, or challenges from your implementation team, the developers, the testers, or operational support, you are there to answer such questions. So when you're coming up with the communication plan, you should also come up with a plan to answer the questions related to few jargons, terminologies, or anything that may not make clear sense in one go. And that's part of collaboration. And collaboration is not just one-way traffic that you are going to explain everything. Collaboration is also about you plan and monitor stakeholder engagement. Some of you would have observed this thing that sometimes I ask some very basic questions. Some of you think that why is asking this question? I'm asking those questions just to check your responses. Sometimes I get the response as YES. Sometimes I get the response as NO. Sometimes I get the response as please elaborate. These responses make me happy. From these patterns, I know everybody is with me and following. But sometimes I get the response as yes, small y after a delay of 2 seconds. No after delay of 4 seconds. Or no response at all. If I'm getting such responses, this trend tells me that audience is going off to sleep. Yes. So it's also a very important thing for the analyst to ensure that what you communicate makes clear sense to your key stakeholders. If they're not responding, if they do not participate, you have to come up with a plan to make the things better for them. Okay, so it's a bit theoretical here, the key elements. So you all are active students. Yes, and this is statement you have written 4 words that makes me feel that yes, you all are active. Yes, perfect. Thank you. So, so these are the key elements, everyone, on your screen. Learners were preparing for the CBAP examination, Amit, Sanoop, you all can create one short form here as ACC. What is ACC? Not the Adani's brand for the cement. ACC means analysis, communication, and collaboration. In the previous task, we had created one short form as adding a tree to learn the elements, yes or no. Here, for the second task, the elements are ACC. Analysis, communication, and collaboration. Okay. There's one full table that I've documented for you all that I'll share with you all at the end of the live session today, wherein you'll find all such acronyms in one table. You can just make a note of this thing. This will really help you learn the elements faster. The ACC here, adding a tree in the previous one. I'll tell you one very important thing here for the analyst. As far as technicalities are concerned, it's not beyond data analysis. Nobody is going to ask you to review the Java code or the Python code or any object-oriented development. But the expectation now is, in most of the companies, that you know how to handle the data. So when they say technical requirements, this is something linked with your data analysis. So that's why I can tell you one very important thing here. When I was new to the analysis world, in those days, if you had good command over in English language, if you know how to interact with people, this was the only expectation from the business analyst. You know how to document the things, you know how to write, you know how to communicate, that's it. Other things are handled by the technology team and your operations team. But now what they expect from BA is to have good understanding of the domain. He or she is well equipped with data analysis tools like Power BI, Tableau. Yes, even SQL knowledge is very basic, important thing nowadays. So my session to you all would be, don't go towards object-oriented development. Oops is not that important. It's going to be replaced soon. But yes, data analysis is something that you all must focus upon. That's something going to be integral part of everybody's work in years to come. It may be that at present you are not doing it. You're not using SQL, you're not using Tableau or any other tool. But in years to come, you will find that it's going to be mandatory thing for everyone to do. Yes. And when very important that Shikha is mentioning here that requirements comes from business. So it will always be non-technical to start with. Technology is going to refine it. Yes, so whenever we start with our discussion, it's not about the tools and technology. When we start with our discussions, always to make continuous improvements, and those requirements are going to be non-technical in nature. And then with the help of tools, techniques, and other things, you're going to refine it, make it a better organized solution. And one very important thing is, if you're not having those capabilities at present, then it's an important thing for you to effectively collaborate with your technology team and make an effective use of that. If you think that you don't have those many technical skills, you don't know much about the technology, then it's an important thing to collaborate with the technical team and have a discussion with them. And then you come up with a solution. Getting my point? But it's an important thing to learn all these techno-functional skills. At least SQL and Tableau is something that everybody should know as a business analyst. Okay. I have recently completed my machine learning postgraduate program in machine learning because I think I can feel that I'll need these things in few years. So I recently completed my PG program in machine learning and data analytics. So those things may come in near future. That's why data analysis is very important thing. Okay. So I hope I've answered your questions on this key elements. Stakeholder analysis, stakeholder communication needs, and stakeholder collaboration. These are the key elements when we plan for stakeholder engagement. Next thing is the few important techniques here. And one of them, a very important one nowadays, people who are preparing for job interviews, people who are looking to switch to BA's role, the very important technique here is mind mapping. Mind mapping is a very important technique. In most of the projects nowadays, they expect BAs to create a mind map for every new high level requirement so that they're able to present the things to the key stakeholders in the form of a lightweight document. So I'm now going to share with you all one tool. I had this feedback from few learners that they need some examples how to document the sim lanes, how to write, how to create few important models. So today I'm going to share with you all one very important tool wherein not only you'll find the template, but you'll also find some practical examples how to create few designs. So let me share that link with you all here. The name of the tool is Creately. You all must have heard of it, most of you. Just search here, mind map, the way I'm doing it here. And once you'll search here, Bharat, Supreet, Karan, and everyone else, you'll find a lot of mind maps like ecology mind map, entrepreneurship, mind map for the workflow improvement. I'll just open one of them. Now, this will help you understand how practically it is done in any project. So this is a mind map on your screen. There's a search bar there on top. You can simply search it there. You can see here, everyone, on your screen that project title like canteen ordering system. What are the main ideas? For this idea, what are the subtopics? For this idea, what are the subtopics? And so on and so forth. You may come up with the complete mind map. I'll show you all where to search one more time. Karan and others, on the main screen, you will find here an option to search different diagrams. So, and it's not a, let me make it very clear, mind map is not a workflow or a flowchart. Mind map is how well you're able to come up with the decompositions. Whenever you use the word workflow, it's about the sequence, it's about the connections. But here it's not about connections or sequence, here it's more about how well you're able to functionally decompose the things. I'll take one example to explain you all this thing. So let me take one example to make it very clear to you all the importance of it. So let us suppose we are talking about a web design. So I'll try the demo account here. Now you can see here, website, subpages, project, broader info, branches, customer. So what exactly is happening here? We have this main topic. This is the main topic. These are the subtopics. Subtopic number 1, subtopic number 2, subtopic number 3, subtopic number 4, subtopic number 5. And then this subtopic into smaller fragments as T21, T22, T23, T4, and so on and so forth. So what we're trying to do here, we are trying to come up with more simplified information, granular information, detailed information by decomposing the main central topic into smaller fragments. This is the first level of granularity. This is the second level of granularity. There may be a third level, fourth level. That way we'll be able to come up with more simplified set of information. Is everybody able to understand the importance of the mind mapping technique? So what is a mind map? Mind map is going to help you generate ideas. Whatever ideas you're getting from the key stakeholders, you document them and create this non-linear diagram. Learners who are preparing for the CCBA and CBAP examination, brainstorming plus non-linear diagram is equal to mind map. This is the simplest definition. Is everybody able to understand this thing? You generate the ideas and give it a shape. Let us suppose I say I have to design my canteen ordering system Sukhpreet says that Vaibhav, it's an important thing for us to come up with the login page. Login page is my first level of decomposition. Karan says we should have a food menu, second level of decomposition. Somebody says this is third level, fourth level. Now these 4 levels will then come up with more details, more details, more details. So this is simply about all those ideas that you're generating around the central topic, how well you're able to spread them in branches. When you spread them in branches, this simply means you're decomposing it and coming up with more granular set of information. So there is no certain way or a condition. No, so there is a certain way. The certain way is, first step is, I'll tell you about the steps now. First step is to define the central main topic. Main topic, the central idea is the first important thing to define and document. Then around the main topic, you have to think about first level of decomposition, like L1, L2, L3, L4, and L5. This is the first thing. Then for this first level of decomposition, think about the second level of this decomposition, L11, L12, L13, L14. Then for this L11, think about if it can be further decomposed. So what is the condition or the criteria? The condition of the criteria is to first define the main central topic around which you have to think about the first level of decomposition, and then you can spread this into branches by coming up with further levels of decomposition. So the criteria is you have to come up with level of abstractions. What is level of abstractions? You have to decompose the main topic into smaller fragments. Okay? Are you with me on this thing? So now what happens is, everyone, this will help you in your projects define the epics, features, and the user stories. That's why I can tell you this thing based on my personal experience and my interaction with people who are appearing for the job interviews. Nowadays, in most of the job interviews, they ask you this question: do you know how to create a mind map? What is a mind map? And it's such simple technique, and few of my learners struggle to answer this thing. They said, Vaibhav, I answered everything, but when they talked about mind mapping, I struggled because we had not discussed about the practical example in the live session. And you can see it's a simple technique, yes or no. The only thing is, if you have just created it, you'll be able to answer this question. So the simple technique. Last topic before the break is your organizational modeling. Let's talk about the organizational modeling now. And then we'll have a break. And after the break, we'll start with governance. And we'll talk about governance in detail today. Organizational modeling, everyone, is a relatively simpler technique. Organizational model describes the roles, the responsibility, and the reporting structure. You can see here, this is your example organizational model, the vertical organizational model. Business unit head at the top, program management, development, operations, finance, human resources, sales, marketing, purchase, and several departments within it. And why it's an important thing for a BA to be aware about the organizational model, which PDF contains this info. Yes, so one very important thing. So organizational model, everyone, you can see on your screen. Let's go through driving once more. So organizational model is going to help you describe the role and responsibility and reporting structure, align these structures with the organizational goals. You may define the boundaries of a group, form a relationship between the members, functional role of each person, interactions. So that's why it's an important thing for any business analyst to have very clear understanding around the organizational model, the teams, their heads, their connections. It can be functionally oriented, market oriented. So you have to look into the organizational model to understand who is doing what is their role and responsibilities. And this may also help you come up with the RACI matrix. RACI matrix we'll discuss in our session. Responsibility, accountability, and consulted and informed matrix. Who is responsible? Who is accountable? Who must be consulted? Who must be informed? Those all things can be very clearly defined if you have the clear understanding around the organizational model. And Anurag is coming up with a very good point. Anurag is saying that it will help you perform stakeholder analysis. Yes. Anurag is talking about RADL, and RADL are your role, attitude, decision-making authority, and level of power and influence. Yes. So in a way, the stakeholder analysis can be very clearly defined, can be very clearly documented if you have full understanding, complete understanding of the organizational model. It will help you understand the hierarchy within the organization, the reporting structure, the key important areas or domains, teams, departments, and that may help you also create the RACI matrix. We'll talk about RACI in detail after the break, the RACI matrix and the stakeholder matrix. So you get to understand the importance of it and how to document those things. So these are the important that we have discussed, part of plan stakeholder engagement, everyone. We are going to start with a very important topic, and that is business analysis governance. And we'll talk about what is the governance model of the project, why it is such an important topic from the CCB and CBAP examination perspective. In every paper set, you'll find questions on governance. And even in your job interviews, they may ask you questions on the requirements prioritization, what is the change control, how it works, traceability matrix as well. Yes, traceability matrix we're not going to discuss here. Traceability matrix we're going to discuss as part of chapter number 5, section number 1. Yes, so we'll talk about the requirements traceability matrix, forward and backward traceability. And if you're interested to know about the traceability matrix as of now, so traceability matrix we're going to discuss once we'll reach to tracing of the requirements 5.1. But for now, if you're interested to look at some sample templates, you will find traceability matrix in BA templates folder here, traceability matrix here, this one. Okay, we'll discuss that in detail. Okay, this is a theoretical topic for sure. Yes, yeah. So there are a few things theoretical. I totally agree. So wherever I can add some practical things, I will do that. But few things are very theoretical, and there are few learners here who want me to talk about the theory. I'm getting this feedback as well. So I have to look into the concerns of everyone. Yes. So sometimes theory, sometimes practical, sometimes tool. So we are trying to make it work for everyone. Okay. Perfect. So thank you, Sneha, Shikha, and everyone else, Anurag. So let's have a short 15 minutes break here. After the break, we're going to start with the governance, a theoretical topic again, and then we'll talk about few practical examples as well. And if time allows, we'll discuss one case study and few questions as well. Okay, thank you. So today we had started with everyone 3.2 plan stakeholder engagement. And here we have discussed about few things. So let's quickly revisit what we have discussed around the plan stakeholder engagement. First thing is plan an approach for establishing and maintaining effective working relationship with the key stakeholders. And this can be easily achieved if you're able to identify the key stakeholders and analyze the stakeholders' characteristics. Now, to analyze the stakeholders and the characteristics, it's an important thing to perform a stakeholder analysis when you will define roles, attitude, that is their responsibilities or behavior, decision-making authority, level of power or influence of the key stakeholders. So these all are few important things as part of the stakeholder analysis. Then the stakeholder communication needs, and then stakeholder collaboration. So three important elements when we talk about plan stakeholder engagement. Then after the elements, we have discussed about a few important techniques here like mind mapping, wherein the important thing is to first generate the ideas, then come up with the definition of the central topic or the main topic, and then the branches. Central topics and branches, this is nothing but the non-linear diagram. So mind mapping would help you identify the key important features, functionality that needs to be developed, and this may help you in your planning. This may help you in then coming up with your epics, features, and the user stories in your Jira. So that's why mind mapping is becoming a very important technique in the agile world. Very important for you all to create the mind maps and know which all tools may help you create some very good mind maps. If I talk about the industry standards, so Figma, this Miro tool, and also Lucid chart, these are some standard tools used in most of the IT projects to create the mind maps. So Figma you can try, Miro you can try, Lucid chart. I personally find Lucid chart more interesting, gives us more information, more number of templates. You can try the Lucid chart. Okay. If somebody needs a demo on Lucid chart, I can provide a demo in the next session on Lucid, how to use it. It's very simple. Just drag and drop few things and you'll be able to create a very good mind map. And also Creately, you can also use Creately to understand how it is created. And then we'd also discussed about the organizational modeling, the very important technique that may help you assist you in performing a stakeholder analysis. So these are few important things that we had discussed before the break. Now we're going to start with a very important topic, and that is business analysis governance. Now, governance is something that we all know. Governance is something, a very common term. If I talk about the governance from the country perspective, everyone, forget about the project, forget about the organization. Governance from the country perspective, and if I talk about the democratic setup, in the democratic setup, what are the three important pillars to governance? To make it very simple for you all to understand. Let's start with governance in the democratic setup in any country. the three important pillars to the governance model in any country when we have a democratic setup. Three pillars to democracy. What are those three pillars? Those three pillars are the legislature, people's representative, as Nishta is talking about, for the people, of the people, by the people, yes. Legislation, first thing. Legislation, and then what's the next thing? Everyone. Saket is talking about the judiciary. And for security and control, what is the third pillar, everyone? To ensure the safety and security of the citizens of the country, what's the third pillar? Executives. Yes? Executives include your defense, police, paramilitary forces, and all such things. Yes, some of you would be thinking that I'm moving to history and civics, especially civics. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just trying to develop some context so that you understand how it works. Governance in any project, everyone, mainly includes four important things. Like in any country, it includes three important things as legislation, judiciary, and executives. Similarly, in any project, governance has four important things to it. Change control process, plan for prioritization, decision making, and plan for the approvals. Let's see how it works. As Shikha was talking about security and control, so yes, it's something part of change control mechanism. Now, let me ask this question to you all. Let's see how many of you are able to answer this question. The question is, change control mechanism. Change control is a very common and a very popular word in most of the projects. What do you all think is meaning of this term change control? What change control signify? Change control, a very simple and common term in every project. What do you understand by this term change control? What is a change control all about? Aparna is saying any requirement change is a change process. And how to handle? Handle in terms of what? You are correct. Requirement changes are change process. And what is the control mechanism? Not to allow process creep. Sneha is mentioning here. Do the proper risk analysis. Absolutely wonderful. Documents, deliverables, change requests, requirements changes. Sanchita is talking about the right answer. The scope along with the change definition. I'll make it very simple for you all, especially people who are new to the analysis work, people who are from the sales background. Let's discuss one very simple example, very layman example first, and then we'll talk about one standard example. If I say this is one tap with on and off capabilities, and this is one bucket underneath this tap. This is the empty bucket. And the requirement is to fill this bucket with water. What is the first thing that you'll do as part of change control process? On and off capabilities, currently in off condition. There's a bucket that's empty and the requirement is to fill this bucket with water. What is the first thing that you'll do as part of change control process? You'll turn on the supply on the tap. Yes, turn on the tap. When you turn on the tap, water is going to flow in. flow in, and in few minutes it is going to reach to the brim, to the top, and water is then completely filled. Then what's the next step? The next step is to avoid the overflow, to avoid any misusage, to allow any risk to happen. If it flows down, you'll turn off the supply. The biggest mistake in most of the projects that BAs make is they think change control process is a change process, and they just come up with the requirements, not thinking about what Sneha is mentioning, the scope creep. So I really appreciate what Sneha is mentioning here. The boundaries, what I think one more letter is mentioned about the scope here. Sanchita is talking about the scope, and Shikha is also in a way talking about the scope, and Aparna as well. So yes, it's not just about how well we are able to document the change. It's also about how well we are able to sketch the proper boundaries within which the change works effectively. Now, those boundaries can be with regard to the risks. Those boundaries may be with regard to the budget. Those boundaries may be with regard to several other aspects of the business. So let's try to understand this thing with the help of one example, and let's see how many of you are able to answer that question. Question is, everyone, in your class notes, session number, let me check whether it's session number 3 or 4. Allow me a few minutes. Change control mechanism. Example is, let us suppose Bharat, Saket, Anurag, Nishta and others, if the current state is that Unilever UK employees have food or lunch in the cafeteria and they wait for the tables to be vacant so that they can sit and eat. And the future state is that they'll not go to the cafeteria, they're going to order the meal online. Now, if this is a change, if this is a new requirement, what do you all think must be the key important aspects, the key important requirement components? Those may help you come up with proper change control mechanism. If the current state is that they are going to the cafeteria, and now the future state is online meal ordering. Now, Shikha, if you have to come up with safety and security, what are you going to do as part of change control process? If Sneha, you have to ensure that there is no scope creep, what you are going to do? If Aparna, you think there must be minimal risk, then what are you going to do? If Saket, you're going to talk about the deliverables, what are the important deliverables that you'll create here? So what are those components to the BR that you're talking about? Any important thing that you can mention? What are the steps that you'll mention? What are the important things? Those may help you ensure that your online meal ordering system is safe and secure. What is the process change, Saket here? What will mention the process change? What is the new process? So what you can mention here, I have the answer now. I'll show you the answer now. So Preet was talking about the timings. Somebody was talking about the orders. Aparna, you are talking about the orders. Sneha was talking about the authorization. Somebody was talking about the system usability and availability. So these all would be, and Sukhpreet has a very good point here that makes software updates. This is also a very important thing. That's part of the change control mechanism, that you make software update timely manner, like new food if added. So you're talking about the notifications and all those alerts that may be introduced. Again, part of user friendly application. So meaning to say, from your responses, I can see here that now you will understand that what should be part of change control mechanism. Change control mechanism should have all such important things that not only describe the change, but also certain important limitations, boundaries within which change should work effectively. So you have to draw the scope as well to avoid any creep. Now, if you see here, everyone, we have highlighted and we have documented 10 possible change control mechanism here. But Supreet, Sneha, Shikha, and you all would agree with me. In few scenarios, it can be more than 100. If we have complex requirements, it can be more than 150. It can be 200 plus, yes or no. If we have 200 plus, 300 plus such change control processes to be implemented, can you imagine of implementing all of them in one go? Or do you think, Supreet and others, that we need a prioritization filter, a ranking, so that we're able to come up with a plan to implement them one by one? There comes, everyone, the importance, there comes the importance of the second pillar, that is plan prioritization approach. A change control process may have several items, several things with regard to cost, benefit, risks, scope. It's an important thing that we come up with a plan for prioritization so that these all things can be implemented in a very organized manner. Now, but the challenge is that I think, in short, if process change, then it should be beneficial to all in terms of time, money, and benefits. Absolutely wonderful. Yes. So we are bringing about the change. Change should bring in continuous improvement. Continuous improvement in terms of financials, in terms of resources, in terms of the customer experience, so on and so forth. So yes, correct. Another thing is change control process came into the picture at the time of implementation of the solution. No, not at the time of implementation of the solution. It's something that will help you come up with organized set of activities. Those can be implemented based upon plan for prioritization. So what we are discussing at present is something linked with the requirements, not the solution. We have not reached a solution yet. We're talking about the requirements prioritization at present, not the solution prioritization. Okay. I'll ask you one question to answer your question here. Let us suppose I talk about, I'll answer this thing. It's not always must have. I mean, you are correct considering the practical scenario, but I'll make it very simple. If I let us suppose I say there is, I'll first explain very layman terms and in terms of IT project management. Let us suppose I say there is one country C1 and the population is, let us suppose, just 10 people. And there is country C2 with population as 1 million. Where do you think governance is more important, in C1 or in C2? In C2. Similarly, if requirements are complex, if requirements have several components, if requirements impact a lot of systems and a lot of stakeholders, then for obvious reasons you need a proper governance setup. But if there are few minor cosmetic changes, simple requirements to be implemented, even if you're not following the governance, you'll be able to provide the solution. Are you with me? And also, Shikha is coming a very good point. In domains like banks, in domains like insurance, it becomes must have, as Amit is mentioning here. Because there are a lot of policies, rules, regulations, constraints, and their governance becomes very important. So, meaning to say, if you have some very simple requirements to handle, there are few basic change requests to handle. You may not go for the complete governance because governance may take time to implement. So, it may become optional there. Yes, but it's a must have for any detailed analysis to be done. It's must have for any complex project with requirements. Those are complex or requirements those impact several stakeholders. Have I answered the question, Shikha here? Yes. So it's not always that we'll always implement governance without looking at the nature of the requirements. We have to understand the complexity level. So that's an important thing, and thank you for asking this. And now, Amit, Shikha, Sanup, and others, since you all are coming up with some wonderful responses, it's encouraging for me to look at your responses. So I'm very happy to look at your response in the chat. My next question to you all is Saket, Shikha, Amit, Sanup, and everyone. If there are hundreds of items, Saket says that no, I'll first implement authorization authentication first. Shikha says no, I'll go with secure payment gateway. Amit is saying no, it's an important thing to look at the NFRs. 4 different analysts, 4 different team members having 4 different priorities. How you'll plan for prioritization then? This question is open for you all to answer. What do you all think is the best way to prioritize the things? How you'll plan for prioritization? How you will decide about the priorities? Governance required here, absolutely wonderful, yes. And here we're going to talk about the very important prioritization method, that is Moscow. What is Moscow? Can anybody help me with the full form? Very popular and very traditional business analysis technique. Must have. Then what is S here? Should have, could, and the last one is won't. That is out of scope. Moscow analysis is going to help you understand what are the most critical and important items to be prioritized. Now, who is going to decide that this is must and this is not must? There comes the importance of decision makers. It's so good to see that Saket is answered so too quickly. It means that you are following what we're discussing. So yes, there comes the importance of decision makers to decide what is the must have, what is should have, what is could have, and what is out of scope, and then come up with a plan for proper approvals. So now look at the importance of governance in any project, everyone. That's why this is a favorite question in the interviews as well. You are coming up with all those important processes, all those important limitations, all those important boundaries, coming up with the plan to prioritize them. Prioritization is nothing but ranking. Ranking of the requirements in order of the relative importance to maximize value delivery. How you maximize value delivery? You should have a discussion, you must have a discussion with the key stakeholders, decision makers, and decide about the priorities. and then get it formally approved. I have one question for you all here. Let me see how many of you are able to answer this question. Question is, Beth has recently joined a new organization. PM has assigned 3 major projects to her based on her experience and domain expertise. PM has also told her to deliver all the projects on time without compromising on the quality. The delivery timelines of all 3 projects are falling almost on the same day. It is quite challenging for Beth to handle all projects simultaneously. What should Beth do in such a scenario? And you all are wonderful with your answers. I can see everybody is going with C, and C is the right answer. Beth should prepare the list of tasks to be performed in a way she is trying to come up with the list of change control processes. She is trying to come up with all the list of priorities. Then prioritize them and then manage her time accordingly. And there lies, everyone, the importance of governance. You can see here, Shikha, again, you can get the answer to your question. If there were not 3 projects, just 1 project, then you won't need these things. But since the situation is complex, so governance hold importance. Getting my point, everyone? So what we're trying to understand here is the importance of governance. The governance includes 4 important pillars: change control process, plan for prioritization, decision making, plan for approvals. So the moral of the story is you cannot leave any stone unturned here. Governance has 4 pillars. That's why I'm saying pillars. Because if you are removing any one of the pillars, your building is not going to be stable. Yes, so that's why it's an important thing that you focus on all 4 pillars and ensure that when you are coming up with the governance, you include all 4 aspects of the governance. Change control process to start with, ranking to ensure that you know the priorities. These priorities must be in accordance with the decision makers, your key stakeholders, and this must be approved as well. Now, some people ask me this question that if decision makers are providing the details, why we're coming with a plan for approval? The reason is sometimes what happens is they provide suggestions, they provide their consent, but in the later stages, the stakeholders deviate from what they originally agreed on. And this you all must have experienced in your projects. Business users first say that they need this thing. After 2 weeks, they say, no, we don't need this thing. And they change the requirements. And then we don't have a proof for that. We are struggling to say that, no, you are lying. We cannot say this thing. To avoid any such situation, to maintain the change log, yes, it's kind of an approval. Fine, its plan for approval means a very organized way of dealing with the key stakeholder, because sometimes what happens is there's several levels of approvals. Level 1, level 2. How well you're able to plan in an effective manner as Shikha is coming with change request. Yes, change requests, how well those are approved, how well those are signed off, validated before we start implementing those things. So that's why plan for approval is a very important step as part of your governance. One more example we can discuss here. Yes. And let's discuss this thing now. Let us suppose I say, I think this will make the thing more clear to everyone. Yesterday, if you will recollect, we had pushed few items to sprint number 1, sprint number 2, sprint number 3. Let me take them all back. Now, if you look at your dashboard here, if you look at my dashboard here, I have this empty space and I have these many items in the backlog. Now, Sneha, Shikha and others, imagine if we have to push few items in sprint number 1, which items you will prefer? There are around 5 items, out of which 2 needs to be prioritized. What can be the basis of prioritization? What can be the basis of prioritization? You are saying login page because you think that login page is something, if it's developed, it will help us develop the food menu, then the payment gateway. In a way, if learners are telling me login page should be pushed first, you are considering the dependencies as one of the prioritization factor. But sometimes what happens is, let us suppose I say, and thank you Sneha for bringing this up. Let us suppose I say, if you move towards right, you'll find more actions and you'll find here a story point estimate. I'll talk about story point estimate later. I'm giving an example to make you understand how it works. Let us suppose I say, this story is going to take 1 story point. 1 story point simply means, in simple words, 1 day to implement. It may vary in few projects, but it's on an average kind of 1 day to implement. Here, 2 story points means 2 days to implement. And here it is 3 days. And here it is 1 day. And here it is 4 days. Now, when Sneha, Karan, Pradesh, and Shikha had discussion with the decision makers, they said, forget about login page, forget about food menu. We have to prioritize those stories first. Those can be implemented quickly. We are not considering the features, we are considering the time sensitivity. Then, which 2 stories you'll prioritize, everyone? If your management, if your decision makers suggest that feature is not the priority, time to implement the feature is more important, then which 2 stories you'll prioritize? You find here that story number 1 with 1 story point, and this is story number 7, this one. These 2 are the stories that can be implemented in minimal time. So these are prioritized in the first sprint. So what I'm trying to tell you all here, and thank you Sneha for bringing this up, that the basis of prioritization is not always the features, is not always the dependencies. It may also be time sensitivity, the time required to develop something. It may also be cost. It may also be compliances. Sometimes companies say that no, first develop those things, those are related to compliances. How many of you are working in the insurance domain here? Is anyone from the insurance domain or from the federal government project? In the insurance domain, in the federal government projects, you'll find that irrespective of number of change control processes or the requirements, they'll always implement regulatory requirements first. So what now we are going to discuss the very important thing, and that is the basis of prioritization. So what is the basis of prioritization, everyone? Let's try to understand this thing, wherein you'll find the 8 prioritization factors, or simply basis for prioritization. Very important for those who are preparing for job interviews. Very important for you, Sanup, Amit, and others who are preparing for the CBAP examination to know the 8 prioritization factors. And what are the 8 prioritization factors, everyone? Prioritization can be on the basis of benefits, the advantages to the stakeholders, penalty, the consequences that result from not implementing something may result into penalty, cost, risk, dependencies. And Nishta, you, Aparna, Karan, you all were talking about the dependencies, one of the prioritization factors. It may also be time sensitivity, it may also be stability, it may also be regulatory or policy compliances. In your job interviews, they may ask you this question, that is prioritization always based on dependencies or features to be developed? Then your answer should be no. Prioritization, basis of prioritization includes 8 important factors. It may be on the basis of cost, risk, penalty, benefit. Dependency is one of them and the most important one. But it's not just about the dependencies. It may also be around time sensitivity, stability, regulatory or policy compliances. Yes, Sneha, are you getting the answer to your question now? So that's about, everyone, the governance model with 4 important pillars to it. People who are preparing for the CCB and CBAP examination, you all may create one short form here as CPDA. What is CPDA? C stands for change control process. P is your basis for prioritization. When we apply the 8 prioritization factors and come up with the Moscow prioritization. Decision making, D, and A is for the approvals. C, P, D, A, the 4 important elements as part of the governance of the project. Yes, I can see Saket is focusing on total quality management. I can see what you mentioned above. Yes. So when we talk about total quality management, everyone, this is something that we have not covered yet. Total quality management, when we talk about, this is something that we'll discuss when we'll talk about the strategy analysis and we'll talk about the solution definition. But yes, to answer your question, in total quality management, there are few important things to consider, and those things we'll learn with the help of Lean and Six Sigma best practices. We have not discussed the TQM yet in detail, but to answer your question, we'll try to understand this thing with the help of Lean and Six Sigma best practices. So we have one technique in our Babok guide that's a major contributor to the total quality management, to the house of quality and voice of customer, and that is process analysis. So to answer your question, Saket, you'll find the answer in your technique section. Page number, I'll tell you the page number as well, but we've not discussed this topic yet. Topic is process analysis. Here you'll find details around the SIPOC method, the VSM method. VSM is based on lean and the SIPOC model is based on Six Sigma. So once we'll discuss Six Sigma and lean in detail, you'll get the answer to your question. To summarize, the main challenges we have, one of them is scope creep. One of them is process alignment with the given business objectives. And the third thing is the expectations of the key stakeholders. So we'll talk about it. We have not discussed this thing yet, but you can find the answer to your question, page number 316. If you read 316, 317, you'll find all the details around the challenges to maintain prioritization, total quality management. Okay. So you'll find it there, all the details. But we haven't discussed this thing. We'll talk about it in detail. And also prioritization that we're discussing at present, everyone, is just the tip of the iceberg. Prioritization we'll discuss in detail as part of 5.3. We haven't reached to chapter number 5 yet. We'll discuss 5.3 in detail, and there you'll find more details around the prioritizations. Okay. So just the planning phase that we're talking about, the prioritization. After the governance, everyone, there are a few techniques that may help you plan for business analysis governance. After the governance, the next task in the list is, everyone, business analysis, information management. Yes, so you can copy this question for now. During the Q&A, we can discuss how to create for your projects. Okay, and I'll show you all a few mind maps created by the learners of the previous batches. So Preet, can you all think about few information management tools that you have heard of, or if you're using in your projects? What are those important information management tools that are majorly used? Yes, Jira. SQL is more about the data management, but yes, you can rally. Yes. SharePoint. I think SharePoint is a very common tool in most of the projects. ServiceNow and others. Trello is also, yes, Trello is also a very popular one. Now, in all those tools, there are two important things for us to consider. One is the storage. Another is the access. Access, when we talk about, everyone, access can be easily maintained with the help of the crude matrix. And what is this crude matrix? C stands for, a very simple one, you all can answer this. What crude stands for? Yes, create, read, update, and delete matrix. Create, read, update, and delete matrix, the crude matrix. This helps us in storing the information as well as coming up with proper access rights and providing selective privileges to different stakeholders. That way, we'll be able to maintain the proper document repository, and this will help to prevent any information loss. So they sometimes ask you this question, that in any information management tool, how you maintain the access. Access can be easily maintained with the help of the crude matrix, which all the stakeholders can create, which all the stakeholders can just read the information. Like if I talk about a very simple example, the Google Drive link that I have shared with you all. What kind of access do you all have as the learner? You all just have the read access. Yes or no? You cannot add any new document there. You cannot delete anything. You cannot update anything. You can just read, or in worst case, you can download it, but you cannot play with my repository. Why so? Because it is shared globally with different people on different projects. So that's why you all have the read access. For me, it is a create access. For Simplilearn, they also have the delete access. They can delete some item if they find the things are not that good, they can delete it. So that way we are able to maintain the repository and we are able to come up with proper information management. So you can see here, there are few important elements here. First important thing is storage and access. Then plan for requirements reuse, requirements attributes, organization of business analysis information, level of abstraction. What is level of abstraction, everyone? How you define the level of abstraction and what is level of abstraction, everyone? Yes. So let us suppose I say I am having one requirement for which I am creating few important epics. Epic number 1, epic number 2, epic number 3. For this epic, I am coming up with features. Yes. And for features, I am coming up with the stories. If you look from the top, as Shika is mentioning, you just look at the requirements. But if you look into the first level of decomposition, you find epic. Second level of decomposition, features. Third level of decomposition, stories. So this is your level of abstraction. Okay, if you expand the hierarchy, you find all the details as Anurag is mentioning here, high to low. I'll remove Anurag and I'll replace your and with 2, so that it includes things between high and low. Okay, high to low. That's the level of abstraction. Now look at all these elements on your screen, everyone, and let me know if you all have any question. Yes, now this is a very good question that Anurag is mentioning. Anurag is saying that what is the meaning of requirements reuse? My question to you is, what is the meaning of research? How you perform research? You perform research on some historical data? Yes or no? So if you are able to maintain the requirements in an organized manner today, let us suppose after 6 months, you get some new requirement very similar to the previous one. Don't you think you can reuse this analysis and you can save time and effort? This can act as a benchmark. This can act as a standard against which you can work after 6 months. Are you with me, Anurag and others? So when we come up with a plan to maintain the repository, to come up with a plan for reuse, it will promote very efficient research after certain time. Getting it? It will act as an available info for your detailed research later. And sometimes what happens is, I can tell you one more thing here, like that's happening with me. I'm trying to publish my own book on BA Times, but every time I'm trying to publish, they say this content is plagiarized. And why they are saying it's plagiarized? Because I'm using some key terminologies from the Babok guide, and they say if you plan to use them, you have to pay some royalty. So so sometimes external sources allow you to copy the things, and sometimes they need money or they need some approvals before you publish their results. So meaning to say that yes, you can copy things from the external source as well, but in those cases, you should have a permission or legal rights to use it. Else it may cause problems. And that is identifying business analysis performance improvements. I'll just give you a summary of this thing, and then we'll have one case study that we're going to discuss. More questions we'll discuss today for the Q&A. This topic we'll discuss in the next session in detail. Identifying business analysis performance improvements. This is to assess the business analysis work and to plan to improve the processes wherever required. And here in our next session, we are going to talk about the root cause analysis fishbone diagram, FBD, and we'll draw this in the live session. We'll talk about 6 important categories. Those you have to document and visualize as part of fishbone diagram. We'll talk about 5 why analysis with the help of the conference, and we'll try to understand what is 5 why analysis. We had few questions from Saket around total quality management. So we'll talk about process analysis, Saket, in our next session. So you'll get to know more about the total quality management, lean and Six Sigma best practices. We'll discuss this thing as part of process analysis, lean and Six Sigma best practices. And a very important technique that we're going to discuss in the next session is the metrics and KPIs. I get this question from the learners that if I can talk about KPIs in the live session with the help of few examples. So we'll discuss about the KPIs with the help of few examples in our next session, and we'll try to understand the importance of metrics and KPIs. And if time allows, we'll also talk about, Shikha, your question around requirements traceability matrix, and we'll talk about forward and backward traceability alongside. Else in chapter number 5, we'll talk about requirements traceability matrix. Now let's discuss one case study. Let's discuss few questions related to what we have discussed so far. And let's talk about a few questions now. Case study is on your screen. Botanics pharmaceutical company unable to deliver products on time. Customers switching to competitor products. Business analysis activities include identifying business analysis deliverables, documentation of existing supply chain management process, root cause analysis, coming up with solution options, recommendation of tools and technology, and recommendation of the optimal solution. Now, I'll ask you all a few questions. Let me see how many of you are able to answer these questions. A, S, G, I, P are the 5 tasks that we have discussed, and these are part of business analysis, planning and monitoring knowledge area. Sanup, Saket, Anurag, Shikha, Aparna and everyone else. First statement is, Shikha and everyone, you have identified and analyzed the stakeholders involved in the process. This statement can be mapped with which of the following tasks mentioned here? 5 on your screen, A, S, G, I, P. Abhishek, think logically. We are talking about identifying the stakeholders and their characteristics. Is this something we discussed in approach, or is this something we discussed in stakeholder engagement? There is something part of a stakeholder matrix, stakeholder engagement. So yes, this can be mapped with S, not A. A was about agile versus waterfall. Okay. Statement number 2. You have established the process of decision making, change control, prioritizations, and the approvals. Now, this statement can be mapped with which of the following tasks? This is governance. Governance, and these are the 4 pillars to it. If I say you have determined how are you going to store and retrieve the business analysis information, this statement can be mapped with this is something linked with information management. Yes, so you can see here first statement is about the stakeholder engagements, second is about the governance, and third is about the information management. Now there are a few techniques mentioned here. You have gone through the existing documents. This is simply your document analysis or your research or your document analysis. Meeting with the key stakeholders, this can be in the form of brainstorming if it's an initial discussion, workshop if it's a final discussion, interviews if you're trying to discuss few things and get more details. So it can be brainstormings, workshops, or even the interviews. Then you have had a meeting with the key stakeholders to review and get approvals. One of the important elements, if you all remember, as part of business analysis approach. Then you have also estimated the task and also who all are involved, again part of stakeholder engagement. So now we have few questions based on what we have discussed here. Question number 1 is, which document is created to define decision making, change control, prioritization, and the approval process? The business analysis governance approach. Which methodology is used to define the business analysis approach, everyone? What is the methodology described in the case study? It is the adaptive case study. We found this thing that there is no protocol mentioned, there is no comprehensive document mentioned. It's all about informal exchange of information that we usually have in the adaptive methodology. Question number 3, it talks about the responsibility expected from each stakeholder. And I had given you all the high level overview about one matrix, that is the RACI matrix today, not in detail, but we'll discuss in detail the sessions to come. Responsibility, accountability, consulted, and informed. This will help you understand who is doing what. So here the answer is the RACI matrix. Question number 4, relatively simpler one for you all to answer. Which technique is used to identify the roles and responsibilities within the organization? Yes. So organizational modeling technique. This question you all can leave for now. Once we'll talk about the solution, we'll talk about these two metrics as well. Question number 6 you all can answer. Question number 6 is, which task is performed to identify and analyze the stakeholders involved in the process? Which task? And tasks are A, S, G, I, P. Out of these 5, which task helps you identify and analyze the stakeholders? Getting it, everyone? Now let me make slight twist in question number 7. Yesterday I had given you all one homework to read through the stakeholders and their involvement in knowledge area number 1. If I say amongst the stakeholder who is likely to be involved in all the initiatives or all the tasks, and you have two options, which one you will select? In the BAPM knowledge area, which stakeholder is present in every task? The answer is domain subject matter expert. Along with domain subject matter expert, you'll also find a sponsor involved in every task with BA. So BA, a sponsor, and the domain subject matter expert are the important stakeholders. Completely ignored, not involved in the discussion in the very first knowledge area. Testers, implementation subject matter experts, those are the ones. Yes. So this was about your an operational support as well. Yes. So this was about your question number 4. Question number 4 is about the role and responsibility within the organization. So how you identify role and responsibility within the organization? If you are able to understand the organizational model, the hierarchy, the departments, then you'll be able to identify a role and responsibility within the organization. Got it? Now, questions. First question, what RACI stands for, everyone? R stands for responsibility. A stands for accountability. If you all recollect, in our very first session or second session, we had discussed about the difference between the two. Responsible, accountable, consulted, and the informed metrics. Responsibility is about ownership. Somebody is working on the given task directly, ownership. Accountability is your answerability. Consulting role, providing some assistance, and just informed about the things happening. Majorly, you'll find testers and dev from the requirements perspective informed about the things. That's the RACI matrix. Now this question, let me see how many of you are able to answer this question. Which one of the following is not an input to plan business analysis information management approach? And you have 4 options. You have to select the one that's the odd one out. And yes, you all are correct. Business analysis traceability approach is the odd one out. Traceability approach is part of chapter 5. Today, I think somebody had question around the requirements traceability matrix. I'm not able to recollect the name, but somebody had this question. So traceability approach we'll discuss in detail as part of chapter number 7. They will talk about chapter number 5, and they will talk about forward and backward traceability and how this helps us ensure that requirements and designs are aligned with each other and also manage effects of the change. So we'll discuss this topic as part of chapter number 5. So perfect. Thank you, everyone. Question number 4. Just 3 questions in the list. So with that, we're done with this knowledge area. In our next session, we'll talk about elicitation and collaboration. Okay. And today we have to start with 3.5, the leftover topic, identify business analysis performance improvements. Here we'll talk about few important techniques like root cause analysis. We'll create the fishbone diagram. We'll talk about the 5 why analysis, metrics and KPIs, process analysis, Lean and Six Sigma. As a BE, what are the step-to-step practical documentation required and techniques used at each step throughout? For example, business analysis approach, what are the documentation or techniques used for or required to maintain at the workplace? So I think we had discussed this thing. Everyone, Sneha has a very good question here, and I think we had discussed this thing in detail. If you look at Sneha and others, each and every task, let us suppose I'm talking about 3.1. If you'll expand this, you'll find 3.1.6 as the techniques. And if you'll open this one, you'll find here all the techniques here like brainstorming, business cases, document analysis, estimation, financial analysis, functional decomposition. So these all are the important techniques. Those may help you plan business analysis approach. Similarly, when you plan for stakeholder engagement, 3.2.6. Here you'll find the techniques, those can be used to plan stakeholder engagement. Isn't and everyone else, are you getting the answer to your question? 3.3.6. In governance, you may apply all these techniques. But one very important thing here is, and I get this question from so many learners in different batches, is this something that we have to follow religiously? The answer is no. Babak guide is about the principles, not the rules. They are giving you certain important suggestions based upon the best practices. It's totally up to you how you apply your rational thinking and decide which document to create. They're not giving you any specific rule or any specific template to be followed in any task. They're just giving you certain important suggestions. You have to apply your rational thinking based upon what you're learning here and select any one of them, all of them, or few of them. For example, let's take one example. Let us suppose Sneha is planning business analysis approach. And she has some prior understanding about it. She knows about it. So she won't be going for brainstorming then. She'll create one process model. She'll come up with a scope model and have a discussion, the workshop with all the key stakeholders. But if this is a new project for Sneha, people are all new in this team, you'll always start with brainstorming and have a detailed discussion with key stakeholders first. Then you'll do your own research with the help of document analysis. You may also perform financial analysis and then organize the workshop to gain consensus from everyone. Okay? So the answer is it's not always the documentation. It may be certain discussions, it may be certain designs that may lead to the discussion with the key stakeholders. Okay, getting it? Yes. So it depends. If you are planning to have an organized approach, you may use a brainstorming template. As I mentioned in batimes.com, if you'll search, you'll find the business analysis related templates. So you may go with the standardized templates. You may just document it in an informal manner. You may come up with the presentation. That depends on a very important thing, and that is organizational process assets. Now, this next is a very good point, how to store the information. When we talk about storage, there are two important things. You may come up with a comprehensive document. You may come up with a lightweight documentation. For comprehensive document, you are going to use some standardized template. And those templates you will find in organizational process assets. Something within the organization, they maintain the list of templates. From there, you can copy and then write whatever you want to as part of the comprehensive documentation. But in the agile world, as we discussed with Sneha and others, storage is not that important. Communication is more important. You may come up with some key important points in the form of presentation. Even in few cases, you don't document the things, just we discuss and drop an email. So it totally depends upon the operating norms in your organization. So to answer your question, the Sneha and others, where the output is stored, this is something you will get to understand when you look at the organizational process assets. When you look at what are the standards followed at the organizational level. I'll share one story with you all. You'll get to understand what I'm trying to say. One of my learner, he was very proactive like Sneha in the live sessions. And he created one Simplilearn diagram after having a discussion with me in the live session. And he shared that diagram with his business users. It got rejected, and the review comments were follow the OPs and send back the document again. So he called me and he said, like, Vaibhav, I had created one very good BPM and Simplilearn diagram as per the BPM and the standards, but it was rejected. And when I looked at the review comments, they said, like, you follow the OP and share back again. This simply means there are certain standards like BPMN, UML, and others, but it may be that your organization, your project, your client is not following the standards. They have their own standards. So the important thing is that you have to align your strategy with the strategy of the enterprise. Are you with me, Sneha and others? If they don't have their own strategy, you may follow what Vaibhav Guide is mentioning here. Or after learning these things, you may ask them to add those things to the OPA. But till the time your OPA at the organizational level is not aligned with what you're learning here, you have to follow what your organization is doing. You may recommend that I'm the certified analyst in the live session. I know I have come across some very good templates. You may ask them to add those things to OPA. But until and unless those things are not added to the OPA, you have to go with the organizational standards. Okay, one of my learner called me and said, Vaibhav, in BPM and it says to use the circle for start and end, but in my project they're asking me to create one hexagon. What should I follow? I said, you should follow what your organization is telling you. Yes, so organizational process assets are some predefined templates at the organizational level. Usually, OPA aligns with the latest methodology because all the organizations follow most of the agile best practices. But few organizations, due to some reason, have few misalignments with the industry standards. Okay, So top priority for you is the OPA, not the Babok guide when you are doing the things in your project. But in the job interviews, you have to mention what's there in the Babok guide. Okay, you have to talk about the industry standards in your job interview, but when it comes to implementation, you have to give priority to the OPAs. So yes, Sneha, OPA may have some standardized templates used at the organizational level, and those may differ from the set standards. See what are the important OPAs, how they work, how they operate, what are their operating norms, what is the culture, what are the lines of communication. Like I get this question from few learners that when I was in my previous organization, I used to directly talk to my directors. I used to talk to my even the business unit head if I had some clarifications to make. But now in my new project, new company, they're saying that you have to follow the hierarchy. You cannot bypass the manager. It means in your previous organization, it was a flat hierarchy or horizontal organizational model. And in your new company, in your new project, it is the vertical model. So you also need to understand the organizational model, how they operate, how they work, what are their operating norms, what are the standardized templates, what are the key stakeholders, whether they are following agile, hybrid, or the traditional methodology. So all such things are very important, and that's why Sneha, Amit, and others, we are focusing on planning and monitoring first. That's the main reason why it's an important thing to plan and monitor the things first before you start doing a detailed analysis. That's the importance of the first knowledge area, everyone. Shall we move ahead, everyone, and talk about the first topic for the day, and that is business analysis, performance improvements. Everyone with me? Let's talk about performance improvement, everyone. And when we talk about performance improvements, let me take you back to your presentation. It says, if you read this statement on your screen, everyone, you have to do the assessment of business analysis work and plan to improve the processes wherever required. So, whatever analysis you have done so far, it's an important thing to check, investigate, examine whether it's completely aligned with the objectives or not. If not, then you have to come up with performance improvement plan. Now, when I talk about everyone, performance improvements, this is something very common in every project. And I'm not just talking about the IT project, any project, healthcare, pharmaceutical, insurance, supply chain. What are the important techniques or method that you all have heard of or you all have applied for performance improvement? How do you think we may carry out the performance improvement? What are the important methods or techniques those may help you perform this task? Business analysis performance improvements. And how you will do this performance improvement? With the help of lessons learned, feedback, surveys. Yes, perfect. What else? So in our web guide, they suggest they have like few important performance improvement techniques. Now let's talk about few very important techniques here, and I'm just talking about value stream mapping. Value stream mapping is part of process analysis, so we'll discuss that today in few minutes once we're done with root cause analysis and metrics and KPIs. Root cause analysis, everyone, is a very important technique to come up with business analysis performance improvements. And root cause analysis can be carried out with the help of two possible methods. The fish bone diagram, and what's the another one? That's also very popular one, very common method, 5 whys. Fishbone diagram, everyone, has one more name associated with it. What's the name? Another name for the fishbone diagram. After the Japanese researcher who defined this, who invented this one. What's the name? Another name for the fishbone diagram. The name is very popular one, Ishikawa. Ishikawa diagram. Yes, Pallav. Ishikawa diagram. Ishikawa, Japanese researcher who came up with this fishbone representation, Ishikawa diagram. And this diagram is also known as, everyone, cause and effect diagram. Cause and effect diagram. If you all are with me till this point, shall we move ahead and draw this using one tool? You'll get to understand better what is a fishbone, how it works, and what are the practical usage and importance of it. Everybody, shall we move ahead and draw this diagram now? Yes, let's draw this now. So let's draw this using one tool to understand how it works. So there are a few important things for you all to know as part of this diagram. So let's draw this. Pareto analysis is also there, but yes, they have excluded that from the latest syllabus of the Babak guide. So we can talk about Pareto analysis as well, but that's not part of the syllabus now. It was in the previous version. Okay, but if you're interested, we can talk about it. So let's first talk about the fishbone diagram, everyone, and let's try to draw this. So let me, I've shared the link in your chat box. Please check and confirm, is everybody able to access this link? I think we had discussed this tool earlier as well. Yes. In the general section, everyone, you'll find few important symbols and notations. You can use this line to create the main important principal bone for the fish like this. Or you may say the spinal cord or the backbone of the fish. And with this line, you all can add one rectangle in the beginning like this. Yes? So one line you all can pick from this, drag and drop here, make it a straight horizontal line, and then add one rectangle at the starting point, the way I've done it here. Yes? Now you can use the same line to come up with the categories like this. You can add the categories to this fishbone. So 2 categories, then next to total 6 categories we'll create here. So these are the 6 main categories. Those help us create one fish. Now for each and every category, we are going to add one box here like this. Add a box like this. Add a box like this. Add a box like this. And the same thing at the bottom as well. Box. Box. And the box. Yes. And then you may come up with the outer body of the fish. That's not that important. You may come up with the outer body of the fish like this. It should look like a fish, not like a crocodile. And something like this you all can create. This mouth or the opening of the fish this mouth or the opening of the fish, you can color it with red, and this signifies the failure event. Let us suppose I say I'm talking about the manual ways to handle cafeteria in Unilever UK project. And then these are the categories, everyone. This is a failure event. You can mention this as a failure event or the issue. Failure event. And these categories, Ishikawa defined them as, and he said, like for any failure event, it may be people responsible for the failure event. It may be the challenges with the process. Then, can anybody help me know what's the next box here? People, process, equipments, then material. Any guesses what is this box all about? Material, yes. Environment, and what Saket is mentioning here is the last one, the management. So this is the important catch here for everyone, especially people who are preparing for the CBAP examination and also the job interview. They may ask you those questions like, as per Ishikawa, as per the fishbone diagram, what are the 6 important categories responsible or may drive any failure event, unsuccessful event? So Ishikawa came up with these 6 categories as people, process, equipments, material, environment, and the management. You all can create one short form as PPEMEM to learn and remember these 6 categories. Important for those who are preparing for job interviews to know these 6 categories. The failure event is manual ways to handle the cafeteria in Unilever project. What you'll mention in this box here, which all people or stakeholders are part of it. What you'll mention in the first box here, if you have to fill in this box, what you'll mention here, which all are the key stakeholders impacted, what are the people involved here, who all are involved here, everyone. Don't you all think the employees, yes, employees, the customer, as Ravitar is mentioning here, a partner is talking about the canteen provider, or you may say canteen staff and Unilever management. So these all are the key stakeholders or the people. Amit is talking about the process that may include food order. What else can be part of process, everyone? Apart from food ordering, ordering system. Ordering system is not there in place at present. So we are talking about something before food ordering system. Food delivery, Aparna, a very important thing here, that how food delivery happens at present. Yes. People waiting in a queue to collect their food and eat. What else is a part of process, everyone? The time taken, that is a very good point that Karan is talking about, the time consumption. Yes, and others. Token system, yes, pre-automatic. These all things will be part of the process. And yes, I think Amit, you are saying same thing as what Karan was mentioning a few minutes back. Now, what are the important equipments that you can think about, everyone? Equipments being used. What will mention the equipments? Which all equipments are used as part of this process here? Yes, so equipment simply means all those important, you may say, the how would I define the equipments? Equipment simply means all those important components. Yes, so the very important that what Vishaka is mentioning here, the building machine. Yes, the no, ordering application is not there at present, Aparna. Let me make it very clear. We are talking about the existing behavior with no ordering application. We are talking about when people are going to the cafeteria and ordering food. So bidding machine can be one of them. Yes, or what else can be part of it? Online payment system is not there at present, Saket, as I mentioned. Yes. Limited seats. Limited seats. Yes. Yes. And those utensils, and etc. These all can be part of the equipments. You can simply say the canteen assets. Absolutely wonderful, Amit. Yes. Now, everyone, so these were the important equipment. I hope you all understand what you mentioned, the equipments. Next thing is the material. The material that is used to create the food items. What we'll mention here. Material can be the veggies, milk, what else? The grocery, yes, ready to eat, etc. Environment, raw inputs, yes, raw inputs you can mention. Environments, in the environment you have to mention about the long queues, waiting time. In the management part, what all things you have to manage? Office productivity, office productivity, yes, food wastage, etc. Loss of productivity is a very important thing, yes. So, meaning to say, what we're trying to do here is we are trying to come up with all the possible categories those may result into a failure event. But if you see here, you all would agree with me. In this box, I was just able to capture few points and I was getting some very important suggestions from people and I have ignored few things because I had very limited space here. So in this fishbone diagram, we also have the decomposition in the form of primary, secondary, and tertiary causes. So for every category, let us suppose I'm talking about people, high level information you mention here, and then the details you capture in the primary cause. This primary cause can be decomposed into secondary cause, secondary into tertiary. That way, we have this with every category, primary, secondary, and the tertiary cause to decompose it and come up with more details. That way we come up with a fishbone diagram. But I can tell you, based upon my personal experience, fishbone diagram is beneficial when you present the things to your business users, when you're talking about the things on high level. If you share this fishbone diagram with your developers, with your testers, it may help them develop some clear understanding around the issues, but they'll not be happy with just a fish. Fish is going to be fishy for them, and they're not going to be happy if you just share a fish with them. They'll expect more from you. They expect you to come up with more details, and more details can be captured with the help of another method, that is 5 whys. So that's why fishbone diagram, as I mentioned, is a very good technique to represent the failure events and then have a discussion around them to come up with the workaround or the permanent fix for these issues. So yes, Anup, I totally agree with you. This technique supports other techniques as well. And also, as Amit is mentioning here, we may arrive at a decision that which category is the most important one to like prioritize and work upon, which one is the most important and the critical category, and probable root cause we can easily identify. Yes, so that's why this fishbone diagram is something very important to create, to have a very organized discussion with your key stakeholders. Sometimes what happens is we create one Excel sheet or one Word document share with business users, and nobody is interested to go through the detailed documentation now. They don't need a detail of one Tableau representation with all the details. If you come up with something like this is more interesting for the key stakeholders. Picture speaks 1,000 words. But Sanoop, Amit, and others, when you share this thing with others, they'll come up with more information, and not every information can be captured here because visualization has certain limitations. So then we take the help of 5 whys, and 5 why is a proven method. 5 why is a very effective method to come up with a very comprehensive and a very detailed view of root cause analysis. Karan is saying, can you make it on SharePoint as well, or is it the mandate to draw on their website? As I mentioned, depends. When Sneha was asking this question, I said depends on OPA. You may create this thing on PowerPoint. You may use a tool like App Diagram. You can use Lucid Chart. You have to look at what your organization is following, what are the standards followed at the organizational level. If they're flexible, if they allow you to use any tool of your own choice, then you can use anything like PowerPoint or the app diagram. But few companies are very specific that they need this diagram typically using this tool and using this methodology, using these many important rules. So you have to follow those things. Okay. So concept you're learning here. And if you have some other strategy in your organization, you have to align this concept with their strategy. That's the important thing. Okay. So if you're clear with this fish, shall we talk about another very interesting method, that is 5 whys, more detailed, more practical, and more important for people who are interacting with the technology team. If you all are with me, shall we talk about 5 whys to perform root cause analysis now? Everybody with me? Yes, let's talk about 5 whys now. For 5 whys, I'll take you all back to your Jira page, and I'll take you all to the Confluence. In the Confluence, everyone, you'll find one 5 why analysis template. And let's see how this is carried out. So in the 5 by analysis, you can click on these 3 dots. Yes, I'm coming to that, Supreet. If you click on those 3 dots, you will find here templates and imports. And in templates and imports, if you scroll down, you will find 5 by analysis. And this is the 5 by analysis template on your screen, everyone. Let's discuss this thing. Let me first answer what Supreet is mentioning, and then we'll talk about this template. Meanwhile, you all can try and open this template at your end and see if you're able to open the 5 by analysis template. Now, Supreet is asking a very important question about primary, secondary, and tertiary. As I mentioned a few minutes back, Supreet and others, this category is a very small box, and here we can highlight the key important things. But this key important thing that we highlight here, document or mention here, may need more elaboration. So what we are doing is we are trying to come up with more granularity, the decomposition with the help of primary, secondary, and tertiary factors. If you're able to define primary, secondary, and tertiary factor for a given category, you are giving more information, more details pertaining to the given category. For example, I'm mentioning here employees, canteen staff, Unilever management. In the primary one, you can talk more about what are the important people involved, what are their lunch timings, and other details. Unilever management, which all people are involved from the management. So that way, if we are able to come up with primary, secondary, and tertiary causes, you are providing more details around the given category. So simply these categories and these causes would help you come up with more granular set of information, more detailed information for your users. Yes, Supreet, following what I'm trying to explain you all. Yes, so primary cause, the main primary cause. The secondary is something linked with primary. Primary is linked with category. Secondary is linked with primary. Tertiary is linked with secondary. So that way you're coming up with 3 levels of decomposition, the granularity. And this granularity would help you come up with more details around the given category. Now, sometimes what happens is you come up with primary, secondary, and tertiary causes, but your technology team finds it difficult to comprehend, finds it difficult to understand those things. Your business team is fine with such a representation. But as Sanoop was talking about a few minutes back, that it may help you brainstorm the things. And Sneha, you had this question like, if you brainstorm, where do we store the information? So the answer for this technique is you can store the information in the form of 5 why analysis. And what is happening in the 5 why analysis? Let's see what is happening in the 5 why analysis, everyone. Now, let's talk about, everyone, this 5 why analysis template. Let's see what exactly is this all about. And why the name 5 why? Can anybody guess why the name 5 why and what 5 why represents? A very simple question. 5 why. Amit is correct, saying repeatedly asking question, but why 5 whys? Yes, so 5 why is not equivalent to 5 wh. Why 5 whys? Get deeper is right. Get into the core, that's also right. But why just 5? Why not 6? The reason, I'll tell you the reason. The reason is something based on some historical, you may say, information. If I talk about, everyone, the ancient Europeans, how you'll what like how you'll define those ancient Europeans? Any name that comes to your mind when I talk about ancient Europeans? If you've read the ancient history, the ancient Europeans, If there are a few names coming in your mind, you can mention chat box. If you talk about ancient Europeans, ancient civilization, European civilization, what are the important names? Romans, yes. Greeks, Ottoman, yes or no? So ancient Europeans had this belief based on their experience that if you are doing the interrogation, if you are doing the root cause analysis, in majority of the cases, if you go up to fifth level of granularity, if you ask the same question 5 times, by the time you get the answer to your fifth question, you are getting the answer to the root cause. In most of the cases, you'll get the answer by the third or the fourth why, but in the worst case, you'll get the answer by fifth why. And that's why the name 5 why. 5 why simply means going up to fifth level of granularity to get the details of the root cause of the problem. Like, for example, there is one problem, and the problem is the seating capacity. Why it happened? Why it is causing problem? Why it is causing? There are 3 dots here, but you may come up with 5 dots in your template. If you're able to come up with fifth level of decomposition for every problem, it will help you then come up with a final problem statement that includes the summary of all the problems mentioned here. 5 why simply means asking questions again and again to gain more clarity, to dig deeper, as Amit was mentioning here, repeatedly asking questions until and unless you'll get the answer to all your questions. That helps you then come up with the final problem statement and then a corresponding solution. And then who is going to work on it. That's how this 5 why analysis template works. And since it's a comprehensive document, you may add all those important ideas, suggestions, all the key important things that you discuss with your key stakeholders. So that's why 5 why analysis is more preferred approach when we have a discussion internally with our technology team and with our testers. They ask you such question in job interviews that when you perform root cause analysis, which one you'll prefer when you talk to your business team members and which one you'll prefer when you talk to your internal team. So you can mention this thing that root cause analysis can be carried out with the help of 2 possible methods like fishbone diagram and 5 whys. When we have to represent the things on high level, when you're planning to have a discussion with my key stakeholders and I'm planning to have a brainstorming session, Sanup and others, you'll prefer the fishbone diagram. That will promote a very healthy discussion. But if you have to share the details of that healthy discussion with your technology team, with your testers, you'll not prefer a fishbone, you'll prefer 5 whys. 5 why is going to give them more details around the problems. What's the reason behind the problem in the form of whys, and then a final problem statement. That way, it will help them understand what is the corresponding solution and what's the best way to fix the problem. Yes, so that's the importance of root cause analysis, everyone, and these 2 important methods. Purpose of 5 whys is, Supreet and others, like, I'll make it very simple for you all to understand the purpose. You all must have seen this thing, you all must have observed this thing, that whenever there is a crime, whenever there is some issue, they say the investigation bureau is asking questions to a given person. Interrogation involves questions, yes or no. So what is happening? They are asking questions to gain more clarity around the given problem. That why it happened, why you did this thing, where were you when this thing happened. In a way, they are trying to identify the root cause of the problem by asking questions. Yes, those questions may help you gain more clarity. You can dig deeper and then you are able to identify the root cause. So 5 by simply means different levels of questionnaires. You are digging deeper into the problem to identify the root cause. For example, you can see here problem number 1. State the problem your team needs to address in 1 or 2 sentences. That's the high level information. Then list answers that explain why the problem happened. This is the first why. Second bullet point is second why, then third why, then fourth why, then fifth why. If you're able to get the answer within 2 or 3 whys, then you don't need to go into 5 whys. But for few problems, it may be a very complex thing. Yes, and then you have to go into the 5th level of granularity. So that depends upon the complexity and size of the problem. But usually, what I suggest my team members is that at least go up to 3rd level. If not 4 and 5, then at least up to 3rd level so that you are able to come up with the exact root cause. So purpose is, Sukhpreet and others, to ask questions, dig deeper so that you are able to identify the root cause of the problem. You are able to define the final problem statement, and based on that, you may come up with a corresponding solution. Are you with me? Following this thing? Yes, so that's the intent. Intent is to interrogate, intent is to brainstorm, intent is to dig deeper. And when you dig deeper, you'll be able to come up with a final problem statement. Okay? So that's the main important thing. And then once you clear the final problem statement, you may come up with a corresponding solution for that. Now, solution we have not discussed yet. That's why I'm not focusing on this part. Solution we'll discuss as part of strategy. Then we can talk about this segment as well. So we haven't touched upon solution yet. Yes. So this was about everyone, the root cause analysis, fishbone diagram, and 5 why analysis. People who are into operational side, for them fishbone is more important. Learners who are into techno-functional role, or they are planning to enter into a techno-functional role, wherein you will talk more to the developers. For you all, 5 why analysis is more important. So overall, both the methods are important. It's an important thing for you all to apply both of them as part of your proactive and reactive analysis. Next technique in the list, everyone, is yes. So Aparna is kind of a very good point, and I think Sanu, but the answer to this question, you can brainstorm, you can do some interviews, you can do some surveys. So I think those all answers were there a few minutes back. You may brainstorm the things and generate the ideas. You may have interviews. You may have some survey and questionnaires. You can look at some data set. Like nowadays, it's an important thing to identify the patterns and trends in the data set. So you can look at some data set, do some data analysis. Now, data mining we have not discussed yet. Today we'll discuss data mining. So the answer, you can also apply data mining and data modeling to perform your risk analysis. So you can apply several other techniques. Okay. Balanced scorecard we have not discussed. That also may be. So the answer is, Aparna and others, there are total 50 techniques in your above guide. Now, once you're done with all these 50 techniques, with the help of your rational thinking, with the help of how your organization operates, you may use a lot of techniques from this list. Getting it? Like decision modeling can also be used. Like item tracking can also be used. Mind mapping can also. So you have to apply your thinking and decide which technique helps you get the better results. Okay. So that's an important thing. Now let's talk about the next technique in the list, and that is the matrix and the KPIs. Very important one. In your CBAP examination as well as in your job interviews, they ask you this question: that what are the metrics and KPIs, how you create them, and what's the importance and or you may say the practical significance behind this technique. If you are with me following, shall we move ahead and talk about metrics and KPIs now, everyone, and discuss this technique in detail? Yes, everyone? Okay. So let's talk about the metrics and KPIs. Matrix, everyone, when we talk about, you all must have created the matrix in your 10th standard mathematics. Matrix is something that you all are familiar with. I'm 100% sure about this thing. Matrix represents the arrangement in the form of M cross N, where M means rows and N means columns. This simply means matrix represents a tabular representation. For example, if I say I have to create one matrix for this live session, I have to get a matrix. This will be the matrix for the learners. I can mention the name of the learner, their educational qualification, their work experience, their address, or their percentage of marks scored in the simulation test, about the status of project submission. This can be one matrix. So what matrix represents, everyone? Matrix is simply a tabular representation with well-defined column headers wherein you have some possible values listed for the given set of attributes or the column headers. That's a matrix. Now, how is it different from matrix? Now, that's an important thing. Matrix, you all were mentioning that it is used for measurement. Measurement of few important things. Let us suppose I say we have Aparna in this list, we have Sneha, we have, let me take few names from the list, Sanchita, Aparna, Sneha, Sanchita, Amit, Saket. These are few important names here. I have to come up with one matrix that talks about the percentage of marks scored by the learners. So in the matrix, I'll capture what is the maximum percentage, what is the minimum percentage, and what is the overall range. So when I talk about matrix, matrix can be easily derived from a given matrix. And in the matrix, I can talk about the thresholds or the maximum value. I can talk about the lowest or the minimum value. And I can also talk about the range that starts from minimum and goes up to maximum. This is the theory part. If you all are with me, shall we discuss one example to understand this thing better? How to draw one matrix. So the summary is, matrix is a more detailed representation in the form of a table. From a given matrix, we can come up with the matrix that includes three important things: maximum, minimum, and the range. You all are with me? Shall we discuss one example to make it very clear in your mind how it works? Yes, let's discuss one example. Let us suppose I see I'm talking about hospital management system, and we have to create the matrix for doctors' appointments in a day. Yes. Aparna is saying the graphical representations that we create, the pivot and the dashboard that we create, this is something also termed as matrix. These all are derived from the matrix. If you all agree with me, for any graphical representation to create, you'll first need a Tableau representation, yes or no? Without a Tableau representation, would you be able to come up with a graphical representation? No. Without a matrix, would you be able to get a good dashboard? No. And what's the traditional format to store the data? The Tableau representation. If you talk about SQL, if you talk about Tableau, if you talk about any tool, data management tool, you'll always find the data in the form of rows and columns. And that matrix will help you then create some graphical representations, your pivot tables, your dashboards, and other things. Okay? Getting it? So matrix is something that is in the form of rows and columns. Now, let's try to create one matrix for the doctor's appointment in a day. Let us suppose I say, if people have to book an appointment with the doctors, how would we ensure that they are able to get the appointment for a given day or not? Let us suppose I say, we are talking about Dr. Aparna. Yes, just one name, Dr. Aparna. Dr. Aparna is available in this Mayo Clinic from 10 a.m. in the morning till 2 p.m. afternoon. Yes. And in between, there will be one lunch break of 1 hour. If I say there is one lunch break of 1 hour and she is available from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., how many working hours for Aparna here? From 10 a.m. to 2, everyone. If you exclude 1 hour as a lunch time, so 11, 12, 1. So 3 hours. Total 4, out of which you will exclude 1 hour. Yes or no, everyone? Yes. If I say it takes minimum 15 minutes to provide consultancy, to treat a patient, to have a discussion with the patient, then how many appointments with Aparna can be booked for a day? What's the maximum value? Yes, so in 1 hour, you can maximum treat 4 patients. So you'll come up with the maximum value as 12. And if I say that maximum, if there are some critical patients, it may take up to 30 minutes to have a discussion with them to treat them. Then what is the minimum number of patients that can be treated in a day? 6. This is the 6. So range is from 6 to 12. This is the range. And if I have to come up with some random number in between, So I can say, let us suppose 8. 8 is one random number. So random number that lies in between 12 and 6 is 8. Yes, everyone. And if I have to come up with an average, what's an average number of patients treated in a day? Average number of patients treated in a day, if maximum is 12 and minimum is 6, 9. So in your application, if there are 9 bookings for a day, if it goes beyond 9, then you will say that the maximum size has reached. Now you can come to the OPD and see if time allows, she is going to treat or have a discussion with you, else you have to come next day. That's how this KPI and matrix helps you understand the maximum, minimum, and the average value, and then you may take the decisions accordingly. So matrix and KPIs would help you come up with certain performance expectations, certain important indicators. Those may help you define the maximum, the minimum, the range, the random values. Now, random values I'm not discussing in detail because it will be part of your analytics, the probability distribution functions to arrive at these random values. But yes, on a high level, maximum, minimum, and the average of the random value that can be in between the two. That's how we come up with the matrix. So this was something related to matrix and KPIs that may help you come up with performance improvement plan. And this can be for any project. We have talked about HMS. We may also talk about canteen ordering system. Let us suppose I say canteen ordering system. To avoid food wastage, company is looking at few statistics. There are total 1,500 employees. On Mondays and Friday, it's found that there are a lot of people on leave. And maximum strength in last 3 months has been around 900. This is the data from last 3 months, that there are around 900 employees there in the office on Mondays and Fridays. And on Wednesday and Thursday, it's something around 1200. This is the maximum. The maximum number of employees in last 3 months was around 1200. And minimum goes up to 900. So to avoid food wastage, you will not prepare food for 1,500 employees. You will go with the matrix 1200 to 900. And on an average, if you calculate the average, what's the average here? Everyone, 1200 and 900, what's the average? 21 by 2, something around 1000, yes? So something around this thing. So to avoid the food wastage, you may just prepare the food for 1000 employees instead of 500. So you'll avoid waste and you'll also save money. Are you with me, Ayushman, and everyone else? So that's the importance of the matrix and KPIs. Those may help you come up with the plan to improve on the things, save cost and budget, and maximize the things. Come up with more optimal solution for the given set of problems. So that's how you create matrix and KPIs. Yes, everyone with me? So this was something related to matrix and KPIs. Let's read few things now to gain more clarity, and then we'll talk about process analysis. Matrix and KPIs measure the performance of the solutions, solution components, and other matters of interest to the key stakeholders. Matrix is a quantifiable level of an indicator. When we say quantify in terms of maximum or the threshold, minimum, and also any average value that can be easily defined with the help of range. Key performance indicators measure progress towards strategic goals or objectives, KPIs derived from the matrix. KPIs measure the effectiveness of the business analysis. And then you may come up with a reporting to share all those details with the key stakeholders. Reporting is a process of informing stakeholders of matrix or the indicators in a specified format and specified intervals. Now let's talk about the next slide. When you're coming up with the indicators like number of appointments in a day, number of employees in the office in canteen ordering system, we have to ensure that those indicators are very clearly defined. Those are relevant. Relevant means adding value. Economical, adequate, quantifiable, something that can be easily quantified. Trustworthy and credible. And when we talk about the matrix, as we had discussed a few minutes back, this includes the threshold, that's the maximum value, a specific point that can be any random value, or the average value. And this can also be, as I mentioned, range, that is maximum to minimum. This is a matrix. It's an important thing to monitor and evaluate the matrix. And then the reporting, you may come up with a baselining, current and target matrix to check for the performances. The last thing is the quality of the KPIs, reliability, validity, and timeliness. So this is something related to matrix and KPIs. More on reporting part, yes. No, the reporting is something, it's a very important that Sneha is talking about, although not part of this topic. Reporting is a very important thing. And why reporting is such an important thing? If you're able to come up with a very organized and structured template or a document to share this information with the key stakeholders, you're able to articulate the business vision to the key stakeholders, you're able to gain more clarity, you're able to spread the message to everyone. So reporting again, Sneha and others, depends upon what's the standard format used in your organization. In few projects, what they do is they'll create one Tableau representation and share the details with their users. In few projects, they may come up with a weekly bulletin or a notification and they'll share with everyone. In few projects, they'll come up with some Power BI dashboards, and with the help of those graphical representation, they share the details of the matrix. I think few minutes back somebody had this question. Aparna had this thing to mention that through the graphs, the dashboards, they represent the KPIs. Yes, and you all must, I think some of you can confirm the chat box if you receive some messages in your Outlook every week and they talk about the progress on different initiatives with the help of Power BI dashboards. Is there anyone who is receiving such messages from your operations team that this was the target, this much we have achieved, and this is something that we have to work upon. So some companies have those Power BI dashboards to share with their stakeholders the overall progress, the KPIs. We have some Tableau reporting. Yes. So that's why, Aparna, when you had this question, I knew that this is something happening in your project. This is also happening in my project, Sneha and others, that we create one Power BI dashboard. And in that dashboard, we come up with several parameters and tell our stakeholders that this is how we are progressing towards it. Like one of them can be automation. What level of automation we have achieved in our projects and how much is left. So that's why uh, Sneh is saying that do they expect, that depends upon the job description, the profile. In a few projects, they expect BAs to know the Tableau tool and Power BI tool to create those reports. And that's why Sneha and others, as part of this master's program, are you all part of the master's program here or just for the CBAP? If you're here for the master's program, you'll find here that in the master's program, we have other courses like Power BI, Tableau, Python. So those all may help you come up with a proper reporting and dashboarding. Okay. One more thing I would like to show you all here, everyone, since Sneha is asking this question. Dashboarding and reporting can also be done using the Jira tool. Okay. So in the Jira tool, I'll just show you all how to do this thing, although not part of your syllabus. In your Jira tool, you can see here that we have an option to come up with the reporting. And I can show you all some existing reports. So I can create one dashboard here, one reporting here for, let us suppose, Sneha. And I can save it here. Now you can see here, everyone, in this dashboard, I have several options. I can show you all how to come up with the KPIs using the Jira. You can see here average age chart, activity diagrams, bubble chart, created versus resolved, heat map, issue statistics in progress, resolved, and all such things, roadmap, pie charts. So you can see here, even in Jira, even if you don't know the reporting tools like Tableau and Power BI, you can use this Jira dashboard to come up with proper reporting. Are you with me, Sneha and others? So this was about, everyone, the matrix and the KPIs. Very important for people who are preparing for job interviews and also for the CBAP examination. Next, and the last technique in the list, everyone, is the process analysis. Process analysis, everyone, when we talk about, it's the next step after the process modeling. Process analysis is the analysis to make your process more refined, more organized, and free from any redundant, duplicate, or unwanted components. Process analysis stands on two pillars. Process analysis can be carried out with the help of two methodologies. One is lean, another is Six Sigma. Lean versus Six Sigma. What is lean, everyone? Lean is something that you all must be using in your projects. Lean is something very popular across different projects. Even people in sales like Karan, you must be aware about how to apply lean in your sales. What is lean? What lean means to everyone? Very simple question to answer. Lean is about elimination of the waste. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Sanjita, for coming up with the answer. Elimination of the waste. removal of redundant, duplicate, or unwanted components from your requirements, and then the corresponding solution. Lean is about and recover the losses, if any. Yes. So, but recovering the losses is something part of Six Sigma. We'll talk about it. Lean is more about how well you are able to identify all those elements, components, those are not adding any value. All those elements and components, those are redundant in nature. And how well you are able to come up with a plan to remove such things and make your process more efficient. I'll take one example, a very basic example, to make you understand the difference between Lean and Six Sigma. What you are saying, Karan, is more about Six Sigma. Let's see how. I'll give a simple example. Example is, everyone, let us suppose I say that there is one basket. In this basket, there are eggs in this basket. And these eggs are total 100 in number, 100 eggs. Karan did his analysis and Karan identified that in this basket of 100 eggs, there are around 8 rotten eggs. Now, Karan is afraid that these 8 rotten eggs may impact the quality of the remaining eggs. So, what is the next step that Karan is taking here to ensure that these 8 rotten eggs do not adversely impact the remaining eggs? What you'll do then, Karan, Sanchita, and others? You'll remove the rotten eggs from the basket, and you'll have how many eggs in this basket now, everyone? You will have just 92 eggs, and these 8 eggs are in a separate basket. And what you have done here, you have applied lean to it. So what is lean? You have removed the waste from the process, the redundant component, those duplicate components, to ensure that your process is streamlined, organized, structured, and not having any issues. Now, if these eggs are there in this basket for another few days, these may also get rotten, or there may be some issues with the quality. Then what you do with these eggs to maintain the quality, to ensure that these eggs are like having the same quality maintained and there's no issue with them? What you'll do next to ensure that you maintain the quality of these eggs, if they're not sold, you'll put them in some refrigerator, some storage, yes or no? And that is the Six Sigma. Six Sigma are all those important standards. Is there anyone Six Sigma certified here? Yellow, green, or black belt here? Anyone Six Sigma certified in this list? No? Usually we have 3 to 4 learners in every batch. Six Sigma certified analyst. No? Okay, perfect. Six Sigma is more about uplifting the quality. Now let's try to understand this thing with the help of one example from the IT world. Let's try to understand this thing. And last thing before our break. Let us suppose I say, I'll give you a simple example here. I'll take you all to your drive link, and in your drive link, I'll take you all to your sample projects, and we'll try to understand how it works. Let us suppose I'm talking about one of your project here, hospital management system. This is one process model created by Srijaya Kasturi, one of the learners from the previous batch, and it's had to apply a process analysis to her process model. So this is one process model on your screen in few minutes. Let me open the process model here. This is the process model on your screen, a Simplilearn diagram. Now, Sneha and Karan are reviewing this process model and performing process analysis. It's mentioned here, fill the registration form, create user ID. Now, Sneha says that this is not required. When you fill the registration form, on submission, ID is automatically created, so you don't need this task to create the user ID. It is the automatic process. Let's remove this. It is redundant. Login, then department. Department, Sneha says, along with Karan, the department we had mentioned the time of registration. So the department is redundant. Now, when Karan, Sneha, Abhijit, and others, they are able to identify a few important things here. Those are not adding any value. They are planning to remove them. That's lean. But when Sneha, Karan, and others come up with the plan to ensure that registration process is having all the important details, login criteria is in accordance with the business needs, doctors' availability is in line with the KPIs. They are trying to uplift the quality standards of the main solution components, and that's your Six Sigma. Now, my question is, why the name Six Sigma? Why not One Sigma? Why not Two Sigma? Why not Three Sigma? Why the name Six Sigma? Can anybody answer this question? Yes, so can you may get you may come up with yes, absolutely wonderful, Ayushman. 99.99. I'll add one more nine. This much percentage. One sigma, if you calculate one sigma, everyone, sigma means in statistics of sigma means everyone. It's a very simple question from 8th standard. In your 8th standard, statistics, there used to be one Greek word, or you may say Greek terminology, sigma. What is sigma? Sigma means standard deviation. You learn this thing as part of your upcoming courses. That sigma is standard deviation deviation from the mean position. And if you calculate one sigma for the given set of data, this includes around 90% of the data items. 2 sigma is around 94 plus. 3 sigma is something around 98. But if you go with 6 sigma, 6 standard deviations to the given set of data, we are covering 99.9996% as Ayushman was mentioning. And this is about including all the important requirements, components under the quality. And that's why, as part of process analysis, we apply 6 sigma. So in a nutshell, process analysis can be carried out with the help of two important methodologies. Process analysis completely depends upon the two methodologies, and that is Lean and Six Sigma. For Lean, we have one method known as value stream mapping. Value stream mapping is about identifying all those important components, those that value, and come up with a plan to remove those components, those are not adding any value, those are redundant and duplicate in nature. So VSM is something based on the Lean methodology. Whilst on Six Sigma, we have another important method, and that is known as SIPOC. What is CPOC or SIPOC? Some say CPOC, some say SIPOC. Supplier is going to provide few inputs. You have to ensure that these inputs are proper before you add them to the process. When you add them to the process, it's going to give you some output, and this output must fulfill the demands of the key stakeholders or the customer. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 things you have to consider as part of any process so that you are applying the SIPOC model in a very efficient manner. You are applying the Six Sigma. And this applies to sales as well, Karan and others. Yes, supplier, what input you're getting from the supplier, are these inputs sufficient before you add them to a given process? When you add them to a process, are you getting desired output? Once you ensure that yes, this output is going to fulfill the customer demand, then you'll transfer this to the customer. This is how the SIPOC model works on high level. And we'll talk about this thing once again as part of strategy analysis. Yes, so in your notes, you all can create one mind map. What is the mind map? Process analysis, main central topic. Process analysis can be carried out with the help of Lean and Six Sigma. On Lean, we have a method known as value stream mapping VSM. On Six Sigma, we have a method known as SIPOC. Elicitation on high level, we had discussed in our very first session, and we had discussed that elicitation is about how well we are able to draw out, explore, and identify the information relevant to the change. And here we have discussed about 3 important pillars to the requirements elicitation: collaboration, research, and experiments. Now, as part of this knowledge area, we'll expand this discussion. We'll have more detailed view of the requirements elicitation. We'll have a discussion around how the elicitation is performed. What are the 3 sequential steps like preparation, conduct, and confirm? How well we communicate this information to the key stakeholder, what is the plan, and how we communicate this thing in the organized manner. What is the standard way to communicate the information? And we'll also talk about at last managing stakeholder collaboration. So elicitation collaboration knowledge area, everyone, this has 5 important tasks associated with it. Prepare for elicitation, first thing. Then conduct elicitation. Then confirm elicitation results. Then communicate the information to the key stakeholders. And at last, managing stakeholder collaboration. For the previous knowledge area, we had created a short form as ASGIP. Here you all can create P3CM. ASGIP, yes. And here P3CM. What is P3CM? P is for the preparation. How well you prepare for the elicitation. Now, what are these 3 C's? 3C here means conduct the elicitation. That is when you organize a session with your key stakeholders and you talk to them and you gain more clarity. Confirm the elicitation result. Confirm elicitation results is more about the sign off that you receive on your BRDs or your high level requirements. That's the confirmation of elicitation results, the sign off or the approvals. That's the second C. And once you receive a sign off, everyone, once it's approved, once it's validated, you will then communicate the information to the key stakeholders. That's the third C. And M here means manage the stakeholder collaboration, because once you communicate something to others, for obvious reasons, your stakeholders are going to come back with their questions, with their queries, with their concerns, if they need more clarity. So all such things will be part of manage. So this is P3CM. Prepare, conduct, confirm, communicate, manage. Okay, perfect. Let's now move into, let's talk about 4.1 and let's discuss what is the preparation for the elicitation, how it is carried out, what are the key elements, and what's the practical significance and importance behind the preparation for the elicitation. Question is, let us suppose I say that in another 10 days, let me ask you all a very simple question to start with. Let us suppose I say in another 10 days time, you have one requirements gathering session with the stakeholders 10 days from now. What do you all think should be part of your preparation so that you appear more organized, more structured, and you have a very fruitful discussion with your key stakeholders? That's going to happen in the next 10 days, another 10 days time. What do you all think must be part of your groundwork, preparation to ensure that when you conduct the elicitation, when you talk to your key stakeholders, in minimum time, you are able to fetch maximum output? And the second thing is stakeholders. Prepare the stakeholders and also know your stakeholders. What else apart from these two things? That's part of the scope. Yes. So when we say agenda or the scope, it includes the timelines and other aspects. Okay. Current problems and the risks, that can be again part of the agenda or the scope. What else? Don't you all think it's a very important thing? Baseline the requirements. Yes, that can also be part of the agenda or the scope of the discussion. Very important thing that you all are missing is the importance of, I think Sneha, you had mentioned this thing, importance of creating some supporting documents or some important visuals that you can discuss during the live session. You all would agree with me, if you have certain presentation or some model or some design or simply a document that may necessitate, that may facilitate, that may help you talk about the things in a better manner, because you cannot speak everything. You need something to be written as well. Yes or no? So if you have certain supporting material like a presentation or a document or a visual, that may also help you have a proper elicitation. Yes or no? So there are total 5 elements, everyone, as part of preparation. Let's see what are those 5 important elements. Understand the scope, the agenda of the meeting, the as Swapnalata was talking about, the baselining of the requirements, so that you may have a detailed discussion with them. Baseline the requirements, understand the scope, come up with the timelines. Another important thing is to prepare the stakeholders, as we all discussed. Then secure supporting material in the form of PPTs, visuals, documents, and other important ways to communicate the information. Then another important thing is set up the logistics. Now, what are the logistics, everyone, when we talk about preparation? Let us suppose I say I am into any offline discussion. Offline discussion in the sense I'm having a discussion with my stakeholders in the same geographical location in one conference room. In one conference room, if I'm planning to have a discussion, I have to ensure that the projector, the whiteboard, we have table, chair, computer, these all things are in place so that we have a better discussion. People can sit and have a detailed discussion. While if I'm into any online discussion with my learners, with my stakeholders in different geographies, different parts of the world, dispersed stakeholders, then the meeting setup, as Aparna is talking about the meeting setup. What else? Internet. Yes. What else apart from internet? Apps like Zoom, MS Team. What else? Google Meet and others, whichever your organization is using, is running, is working fine. Yes, so those all things would be part of the logistics. Basically, logistics are all those important things. Those may help you have a very organized discussion with the key stakeholders. Computer, internet, and all such in the online discussion. Offline logistics may be very different from the online logistics. And then the techniques. Now, there are several ways to prepare for the elicitation. Let's try to understand what are the possible techniques. Techniques, there are total 8 techniques mentioned here. Stakeholder list mapper personas, brainstorming, mind mapping, document analysis, data mining, interviews, risk analysis. So these all techniques can be used, or some of them can be used based upon the nature of the requirements, type of the requirements, type of the stakeholders, type of the discussion. So based upon all such important things, you may decide which all techniques can be used to prepare for the elicitation. So these are the important elements on your screen. Learners who are preparing for the CBAP examination, you all can create one short form as 5S to learn and remember the elements. First S is scope. Next S is selection of the technique. Next S is setup. Next S is supporting material. And the next S is stakeholders. So if you know the 5S, you know the 5 elements as part of preparation for the elicitation. Yes. Now let's talk about few important techniques. Those may help you prepare for the elicitation. And these are the important techniques here. The technique that we have not discussed so far, a technique, a very important one, is your data mining. Data mining is a very important technique. We'll talk about the theoretical part here in your upcoming courses like your Tableau and Power BI in Python. You learn with the help of data set how to apply data mining. You learn the concept, the definition here, and the practical part you will learn in your upcoming courses. So let's see what is data mining and how it works and how it's so important for any business analyst to apply. Data mining, everyone, originates from one very traditional activity, and that is coal mining. Coal mining. What is the main purpose of coal mining, everyone? To the word they said it's about extraction of coal to generate energy. But what was the hidden intent? What was the main purpose of coal mining throughout the world? That was diamond and other hidden treasures like gold and silver. Diamond, gold, and silver. And what used to happen in coal mining? We already studied this thing in our class 8 standard chemistry subject, that when coal is compressed to a certain level, temperature and pressure conditions, this carbon turns into a diamond. So what they used to do? they used to break down the large pieces of coal into smaller pieces, used to filter that coal, get their hands dirty with coal, and if they were lucky enough, they used to find the pieces of diamond. And the same thing is happening in data mining as well, a very similar approach, and that's why the name data mining. In data mining, there are three important things that we are doing here. Let's focus on these three important techniques as part of data mining. First one is the descriptive data mining, everyone. Descriptive data mining, then the diagnostic data mining, and then at last, predictive data mining. Let's try to understand the difference between the two. Let's try to understand how it is applied. And I'll take a very simple example to explain you all this thing, very layman example first, and then one example from the IT world. Since majority of the learners here we have from the India or Indian subcontinent or from other parts of India, I'll take one very simple example of the Indian monsoon. And I'll talk about very simple question to start with. And the question is, what is the difference between the climate and the weather? What's the major difference between the two? This question is from your 6th standard geography. Geography. India has a monsoon climate. What does that mean and how it is different from the weather? What's the difference between the climatic conditions and the weather conditions? What's the difference between the two? A major difference. It's especially for those who are not from the IT background. Like in India, everybody knows that on 5th of June, monsoon is going to hit the Kerala coast. Yes. How are we so sure that monsoon is going to hit the Kerala coast by 5th of June? Because over the years, we have found this pattern that the monsoon winds hit the Kerala coast by this date. So weather is a day-to-day condition and certain important patterns and trends in the weather help us define the climate. Let us suppose weather is cold for another 3 months. This 3 months is next can be defined as winters. Weather is that you have rainfall for another 4 months. These 4 months are a rainy season. Yes, weather is very hot for 4 months. This is your summers. So meaning to say, what I'm trying to explain you all here is, if you have a detailed set of data in the form of descriptive data mining, and if you're able to identify the patterns and trends in the data set, it would help you come up with the forecasting. A result of well-defined patterns in the weather. Is everybody with me following this thing? So the patterns in the weather would help you define the climate. Similarly, I'll take one more example. Let's take one example from the investment banking. If I talk about everyone, the stock market, the capital market, and if I talk about the investor, if I talk about the statistics, majority of the investors, most of the people are interested to invest in mutual funds, exchange traded funds, bonds, and other things. And the number of active investors directly investing in the stock market is less, and this is more. More population here, less population here. And we all know, in case of mutual fund, our money is going to the stock market. In case of direct investment, the money is going to stock market. Here, there is an average interest around 14 to 18%. And here the interest varies. It may be in negative, it may be positive up to 200%. But why do you all think people prefer mutual fund, ETFs, and others, and less participation in direct investment? Less number of people with demat account. Why so? What's the main reason? Risk. Now, my question to you is, Saket and others, when your money is going into the stock market in both the cases, why risk is less here and why risk is more here? Risk is in both the cases. If you read mutual fund, it says it is subjected to market risk. Yes, read the offer documents carefully. There is a fund manager in between. Here, in case of mutual fund manager in between, who is doing data mining on your behalf, and what he is doing the diagnosis. He is identifying or she is identifying certain patterns and trends, and accordingly he is investing your money. Yes, everyone. So this simply means when you talk about yes or no, and if you're an expert, if you're doing this thing for years, you may do it yourself and you don't need a fund manager or any asset management company. And generally people do this thing. After having a lot of experience into investments with mutual funds and ETFs, they start doing it on their own. So meaning to say, what I'm trying to explain you all here is, data mining involves, first thing, descriptive data mining. Descriptive is about the detailed analysis of the data, the detailed analysis of all the given important details. And then you are applying the diagnosis, and the diagnosis is about identifying patterns and trends in the data. And then based upon the diagnosis, you come up with certain predictions, you forecasting, and you take some decision. So data mining is about data-driven decision making. How well you look at the data, look at the patterns, and then come up with some decision. Now, Aishwan, I'll take one more example here. Nowadays, if I talk about 25 years back or 30 years back, the CEO, the CFOs generally used to be the gray hair fellows or very senior people. And now the trend is CEOs, CFOs, and others are even people from the young generation. 35-year-old person becoming a CEO of the company, 40-year-old person, relatively young. Why so? Because here now the trend is the data-driven decision making, and it's not based on your gut feeling. It's not based on entirely on your experience. It involves experience as well as the analysis of the data. And that's why analytics, data science, machine learning is becoming very important. So I'll just show you some statistics to make you understand how it works. Although not part of your syllabus, but you'll gain an idea how it works. So I'll just open the Tableau tool to show you all how it works. Paste it here. Paste it here. And then you just need to enter your credentials, your first name, last name, your personal email ID, not the professional one, your role as a student or a learner, your country, and then download the app. That's it. And within a few minutes, you'll be able to find an interface like this. It's completely free of cost. The public version, there's no license fee involved, and you can simply use this app. Okay. So now I'll show you all, although you learn these things in your upcoming courses, I'm just showing you all a few things so that you understand how it is carried out. So if I show you here, you have an option to add the Excel sheets. So I'll add one Excel sheet from my local machine here. And once you add this, you will get to the Tableau interface wherein you can apply a lot of statistics. You all can see here that we have, I'll just quickly add this to, yes, you can see here now I've added this table here. And if I go to this sheet 1, just demo a few things so that you understand the importance of it. Now you all can see here that in Tableau we have a lot of predefined visuals that may help us create some very attractive dashboards. And here we have this tab as analytics that helps us come up with trend lines, median, average. And if I take you all to this data set, here we have the options like sum, average, median, minimum, maximum, percentile, deviations, variance, and others. These all important measures of central tendency are going to help us come up with certain patterns and trends in the data set. Those all patterns and trends in the data set may help us forecast and predict some outcome. So that's why Tableau 2 is becoming very important nowadays. And you can see here, this is very similar to a Jira tool. You just need to drag and drop few things and things are done for you. So in your Tableau course, you'll learn how to play with this data and create some very attractive dashboards and reports. Today, I remember, Sneha, you had this question around reporting. So Tableau is one of the very good reporting tool with just few drags and drops, with just few customizations to few important entities. You will be able to come up with some very attractive dashboards. So Tableau is something that I suggest you all to learn as part of your master program. And there, with the help of those graphical representations, you may be able to identify certain important patterns and trends in the data set, and that may help you come up with some forecasting and predictions. So that's the importance of the Tableau tool. Simply, you can go through some data set, and if you're looking for some good data set, then I'll suggest you all one application. Some of you would be already aware about this thing. If you're looking for some good organized data set, you can go to Kaggle. In Kaggle, you'll find some very good data set to play with. So if you're looking for a good data set, some Excel sheets to play with, plug and play with Tableau tool, you can find some very valuable data set here on Kaggle. Okay. So this is just kind of a flavor or a glimpse of what you'll get to know in your upcoming courses. In your Tableau course, we're going to talk about all such things in detail. Yes, so that's the data mining all about. To summarize, data mining includes three important techniques: descriptive, diagnostic, and predictive data mining. Descriptive data mining helps you describe the data and do the detailed analysis. Diagnosis includes patterns and trend recognition. And predictive is based on patterns and trends, how well you're able to take some decision, how well you're able to forecast something that's going to happen in near future. That's the data mining technique all about. Okay. Now, after the preparation, everyone, the next task in the list is to conduct the elicitation. Now, when we talk about everyone, conduct elicitation, as we had discussed, it's about to draw out, explore, and identify the information that is relevant to the change. And here, as we had discussed in our very first session, importance is given to collaboration, research, and experiments. The short form that we had created here, every BA must cry. What is collaboration? Collaboration is when we interact with our key stakeholders and we rely on stakeholders' experience. Is this something that's always helpful? No. We cannot rely on a stakeholder experience completely. Yes, partial reliance may help, but not the complete reliance on what they are giving you. Then what's the next thing? And this is, if you all remember in that story, D1 and D2 are doing, yes or no? If you all go back to the very first session, that Arabian Night story that we had discussed, D1 and D2 focused on collaboration. But D3 focused on all three: research, discover information from the documents, because stakeholders may not know about the information. It may happen. Research can be in the form of the exploration in your Jira tool, how well you're able to identify some existing information, you discover the information, you look at the existing data set, you conduct some survey, get some feedback. All such things will be part of your own research. Whilst the last thing is the experiments. Discover the information without the stakeholders or the document. And here we have examples like prototyping or proof of concept. Prototyping includes creation of wireframe. Let's see how to create a wireframe. What is a wireframe and why it is so important when we conduct the recitation, and why it is becoming a very essential, you may say, business analysis technique in the agile world. So let's try to draw one wireframe and see how it works. And then you can also work on your project task when you have to create the wireframe. That's part of your homework. So let's try to draw this now. So in your same tool that I had discussed with you all earlier, appdiagram.net, let's first draw using this tool and then we'll talk about other tools, how to draw this. At the bottommost part, left-hand section, you'll find one button as more shapes. Is everybody able to identify and locate this blue button in the left-hand corner, bottommost part? Yes. Click on this button, more shapes. Under this software, if you'll scroll down, you'll find here mockups. Select this checkbox and click on apply. Let me repeat. Blue button, click on this blue button. Then under the shapes, go to the software section, scroll down, you will find mockups. Select this checkbox, remember this setting, and then apply. And if you're done with this thing, once you're done with this thing, then under this list, you'll find mockup buttons, mockup containers, and mockup forms. Please check and confirm. Is everybody able to find this under the list, mockup buttons? Is anyone with the answer as no? Is there anyone who wants me to repeat on this thing? Till this point, with me, everyone, shall we proceed and draw this? Yes. Now let's create the outer frame first for the wireframe, and then we'll try to create the inner frame. Mockup containers, row number 1, 1, 2, 3. If you double click here, this outer frame of the wireframe, you will see on your main grid the way it's appearing for me. The third icon from this list onto your main board the way I have done here. The outer wireframe, everyone. Aparna is saying yes. How about others? Yes. Now let's try to create one inner frame. Just to take the example. Let us suppose this is the outer frame for canteen ordering system. You want me to repeat? Okay. First thing, Saket, are you able to find mockup containers and forms in this list? Yes or no? Yes, okay. Mockup containers, first row, you'll find here browser window on mouse over. Just click on that and it will appear on the main grid the way it's appearing for me. Yes or no? Everyone. Saket, yes for you? Yes, perfect. So this is the outer frame of a given wireframe. Now under the mockup forms, you will find in the fourth row, last column as sign in. I'll add a sign in feature here like this. You're not able to find mockup because you have not added it, Sanchita and others. So what you need to do is click on this more shape. Are you able to find this button more shapes? Yes, click on this more shapes. Then under this list, did you click or you able to like find this mockup and did you apply check to this? Check this box, remember the setting and click on apply. If you'll do these things, then after applying, you'll find mockup buttons, containers and the forms. Got it? Now we have this outer frame, we have this inner frame. Now let's try to add one image to this. In this top ribbon here, you'll find this plus icon. If you click on plus, go to the image, click on open. It will help you select some image from a local machine. So let's see if I have some image that I can add here on my desktop. If I have some, my pictures, saved pictures. No, there's no picture with me here. No, I don't have any picture. So what I'll do is you can add some local machine if you have any picture. I'll simply copy paste a food image from the internet and I can use the snipping tool in my system to capture any image. So I have a lot of images here, so I can capture one of them. Copy and paste the image. I can resize it and paste it like this. This is suppose my canteen ordering system. Main starting page, registration page to start with. Now let us suppose I'm having a discussion with Sanchita and Aparna. Aparna and Sanchita are the people from the business operations and they are our key stakeholders. And I've shared this wireframe with Aparna and Sanchita. Sanjita is not happy with this. Sanjita says, what is this page one? I don't like this. I had mentioned this thing that you have to come up with some better representation. So I said, can I come up with something like this COS, canteen ordering system? Sanjita says, for now, I think COS is going to solve the purpose. You can mention COS and Unilever so that people know about the name of the company as well. So I said, okay, I'm fine with that. I'm coming up with Unilever COS. Then when I talk to Aparna says above, I had clearly mentioned that we need more safety and security features. You have just mentioned about username and password, and that won't solve the purpose for us. So I said, okay, Aparna, shall I add one more field here as one-time password? So Aparna says, yes, you may do that. And then I add one more field here as one-time password. When I have a discussion with Supri says, above, this is not looking good. This blue button here, sign in, sign up here. Why don't you bring this to the top and make it look more presentable? This is not looking good. Then I have a discussion with Sake. Sake says, there is a logo. Where are the details of our different social media platforms? So I said, okay, we'll add the social media platforms here. Somebody says there is a copyright and the details of our registration. So I say, okay, the copyright details I'll add here. Somebody says that why this new user is mentioned here. You can pull it here and you can add the logo here. Don't you all think with the help of such a very basic diagram, we're having a very comprehensive and very detailed discussion with the key stakeholders? Everybody is so interested to provide a feedback. Imagine if I would have created one Word document and I would have listed all these things. It would have taken weeks for me to get the feedback, and with the help of such a basic diagram. So that's why wireframing is one of the very important technique, I must say, that may help business analysts gain some valuable feedback from the key stakeholders. Is this for a BA to draw or for a UI UX developer to create? UI UX developers are going to create using some standard tools so that an HTML version for it can be created. You are doing it to gain the honest feedback from the key stakeholders. So it's done by both. Your UI UX developers are going to create such wireframes and you're also going to create it. Your objective is something different from their objective. But if you already know about this basic concept and you want to use a standard tool, then you can take the help of Balsamiq. Balsamiq is the industry specific tool, the tool that's, you may say, very popular across different industries. And you can simply install it 14 days trial version, drag and drop few things, and you'll be able to create a very attractive wireframe using the Balsamiq. Another very popular tool, and I think some of you would be using it in your projects, is the Figma. Figma is what I'm using in my project to create the wireframes. So you all can use the Figma tool as well. You'll find it, get it started for free here, the trial version. And using a trial version, you all can create a wireframe using Figma as well. So for the projects, since we all are learning the tools here, you all can apply any tool of your own choice. I have given you 3 choices. You can create using app diagram, you can create using Balsamiq, and you can also create using Figma. The concept is the same. You just need to drag and drop few things on the main board, arrange them, and you'll be able to get a wireframe. Yes. When we talk about everyone, the UX is something linked to user experience, and there you'll find a working model. Let me show you one very important thing here. Let's see one very important thing here. When your front-end developer creates a prototype, that's a functional prototype, that's a working model, and that's a limited implementation. Yes, but when your BA is creating a prototype, it is a wireframe or non-functional. Are you with me, everyone? When a BA creates a prototype, he is not going to use the coding like HTML5, Angular JS, or any other sort of coding. No, it's just simply a wireframe. But when we talk about the UX, with the help of front-end development, it involves coding, programming, and you get a prototype that is functional. It has certain limited implementation being done. You can easily operate that. But are you able to operate this? No. It's merely a mock-up. That's the difference. Are you getting it? If you're looking for more details, let me share with you all the details. Details on prototyping and others you'll find here. I think I shared this link with you all in our very first or second session. MVP, prototype, and others in the BA landscape. And here you'll find, everyone, the prototype, the proof of concept, the MVP, the MMF, the MLP, and all those details. So go through this article from the batimes.com, read through this thing, okay? So just go through these topics, some very good articles from very renowned authors. Now, shall we move ahead and talk about few important techniques here? Yes, perfect, thank you. Now let's have a quick polling. We are entering into our last 30 minutes and I have two options. One option is to talk about data modeling and draw few designs. And another option is to talk about few basic techniques like focus group, interviews, interface analysis. So let's talk about, even I am in the favor of talking about the easy ones today, because data modeling involves some very focused discussion. Today, in last 15 minutes, we can talk about some simple, easy techniques. And the next session, tomorrow's session, we'll talk about data modeling in detail. With the help of Tableau tool, we'll look at few data models and we'll draw a few ERDs and we'll look at some class diagrams as well. So let's talk about few simpler techniques today. Easier set of techniques, but important ones. First one is the focus group, everyone. Focus group, when we talk about everyone, focus group, this is about pre-qualified individuals. Pre-qualified individuals in the sense stakeholders with good knowledge, experience, and expertise. Knowledge, experience, and expertise. In any focus group discussion, business analysts act as a facilitator, a moderator. BA is going to have a discussion guide that is going to discuss during the focus group discussion. And overall, it helps to take some important decisions, judgments, or finalize or close any pending topic. Let's look at one interview question here, one CBAP question here, and let's see how they frame the questions around focus group. Santosh and Aparna are working as the business analyst. And they're having a discussion with Karan and Akash. Karan and Akash are the people from the business team. They are the business users. They are the business users. They are the ones who are going to provide the sign-off. Santosh and Aparna create some standard document using some standardized templates, and they share this detail with Karan and Akash. Karan and Akash, they review the document, they reject it, and they send it back to Santosh and Aparna to make improvements. Santosh and Aparna again have a discussion with them, again share the document with them, again they reject it. Again they share, again they reject it. In a way, now Santosh and Aparna get to understand that Karan and Akash are reluctant to provide the sign-off. Several back and forth discussions they have with Karan and Akash, and that result into nothing. Now Santosh and Aparna are afraid that if they have more back and forth discussion, that may lead to some delays in the timelines, the product delivery, and that may impact the overall project. Santosh and Aparna now know that it's very hard and tough to get the sign off from Karan and Akash. What should Santosh and Aparna do in such drastic scenarios? They have tried their level best, but business users are reluctant to provide a sign off. What should Santosh and Aparna be doing next? What's the answer? Answer is now, instead of wasting time in having several back and forth discussions, they should have a focus group discussion. In focus group discussion, they may add now the subject matter experts, the pre-qualified individuals. These can be your senior project managers, domain subject matter experts, or anybody having good experience with regard to topic under discussion. This may help you take a decision and close the given topic that may cause you problems later. So you may have subject matter expert here, product owner, whichever you think as an analyst may help to close the topic. Sometimes technical architects may also solve the purpose. So technical architects, solution architects, your product owner, or whosoever you think may contribute and may easy out the things, may help you take a better decision. That's the importance of focus group, everyone. Focus group is about a collection, a group of pre-qualified, and not everybody is part of it. You won't involve everyone. You'll only involve those people who have got some prior knowledge, prior understanding about the topic under discussion. They have certain level of authority. If they say something, people are going to accept it. Those people you involve so that you're able to close the given topic, you're able to take certain important decisions, and they may also help to resolve conflicts and build consensus. They ask you this question in your CBAP examination: what's the difference between, and there are two options, focus group and brainstorming. What's the difference? Brainstorming involves all. There is no filter as such. But in focus group, we have just pre-qualified individuals. That's the main difference. Okay. Now let's talk about another simpler technique in the list. Another simpler technique is, everyone, the interviews. Interviews can be of two types: open-ended and closed-ended. Now, this is a very basic question for you all to answer. What's the difference between open-ended questions and the closed-ended questions? Let us suppose I ask one question to my learners and my learners respond as yes or no. how you will classify this. Is this a closed-ended discussion or open-ended? This is closed-ended discussion. Either they agree or they disagree. Open-ended is when my learners come up with the answers like, please elaborate, more details, more examples, not able to understand. Yes, as Swapnilata has a very good question, a very good answer here, that scenario based, you come up with multiple scenarios to get the overall picture of the solution, or the open discussion, the detailed discussion, scenario based, criteria based, detailed risk analysis results, all those things will be part of open-ended discussion. Generally, when we start with the analysis, it's the open discussion with the key stakeholders to look at all the possible scenarios, as what Swapnilata is mentioning. Let me add a red heart to this. Absolutely wonderful, yes. Scenario-based discussions to examine each and every given scenario so that we leave no stone unturned. And then once you cover all the scenario, once your coverage is complete, then it's time to gain an agreement that can be in the form of closed-ended discussions. That's the interviews technique. Open-ended and closed-ended questions. Interviews may be structured or unstructured, depending upon the given project and other things. Then we may also have some collaborative games that we may have in our projects like Fishbowl, the product box, and others. Collaborative games is one informal method to gain more ideas from the key stakeholders. Yes. So you are the business analyst for your organization and are working on a solution that will connect several databases to a web application. You are concerned that the database may not be operable with the solution a programmer is recommending. What requirement solicitation technique can help you determine the interoperability of the software, everyone? Interoperability of the software. And the answer is interface analysis. So whenever you find anything that's related to linkages like APIs. API you all must have heard of. API is application program interface. Those packages, those nowadays we use for data transfer and absorbing or accepting the different data from different sources. So linkages, APIs, connections, integrations, linkages with third parties, yes, those all things are related to interface analysis. So whenever you find there is a connection established or linkages with third party, as Aparna is talking about, those all things need some analysis to ensure that the linkages, association connections are working fine. You have to ensure the interoperability of the softwares, and there comes the importance of interface analysis. Okay, so that was the last topic for the day. We are done with our discussion for the day.
Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In today's session, we will learn some important tips to crack the business analyst interview questions. Now, without further delay, let's get started. So, in this particular video, we will discuss some of the important tips that will help you to crack the upcoming business analyst interview questions and make you one of the most highly sought after business analysts in 2024 and beyond. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Just for a quick info, if you want to upskill yourself to master business analytics skills and land your dream job or grow in your career, then you must explore Simplilearn's cohort of various business analytics programs. Simplilearn offers a postgraduate program in business analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with Amazon, Google, and Microsoft. Through this program, you will gain knowledge and work-ready expertise in skills like prescriptive and predictive analytics, regression, classification, and over a dozen others. That's not all, you also get the opportunity to work on multiple projects and learn from industry experts in top-tier product companies and academics from top universities. After completing these courses, thousands of learners have transitioned into a business analytics role as a fresher or moved on to a higher-paying job profile. If you are passionate about making your career in this field, then make sure to check out the link in the pinned comment and description box below to find a business analytics program that fits your experience and areas of interest. Now, without further delay, let's get started. So before you attend any of the business analyst interviews, you need to basically take care of your groundwork. So few suggestions on that are, first one, check the job postings. When it comes to checking job postings on platforms like LinkedIn, Indeed, and others, it's essential for aspiring business analysts to stay informed about industry requirements and trends. Regularly monitoring these job postings not only keeps you updated, but also helps you tailor your skills and preparations to align with the current needs of business analysis field. The second suggestion is about research the company. Researching about the company is a crucial step in preparing for a business analyst interview. It involves gathering insightful information about the company's history, values, mission, and recent achievements. Think of it as decoding the company's DNA, enabling you to demonstrate how your skills and expertise can seamlessly integrate into their unique business environment. The third tip is about understanding their domain knowledge. Delving into the domain knowledge of the company is like unlocking the secret language of their industry. It's about comprehending to specific challenges, trends, and intricacies that define their business landscape. This understanding goes beyond generic industry knowledge and focuses on the nuances that set this particular company apart. Now, the next one is analyze if your skills are transferable. Evaluate the transferability of your skills. Identify how your existing expertise can seamlessly apply to the requirements of business analyst role. This analysis ensures a smooth transition and highlights your adaptability. Now the next one is align your resume to their domain request. Align your resume like a customized business proposal. Tailor it to emphasize skills and experiences directly relevant to the business analyst role. This approach captures attention, showcasing your perfect fit for the company's specific needs. Or in some situations, you can also hire a resume writer to do that for you. Or in some situations, you can also hire a professional resume writer to do that for you. Hiring a resume writer streamlines the process. Professionals craft a compelling document ensuring key skills and achievements that stand out. It's an investment in presenting your best self on paper. Now moving ahead, we will discuss some of the important technical skills required to become a business analyst. Starting with the CRM tools. CRM tools are customer relationship management tools, are the digital solutions and enhance interactions with customers. They centralize customer data, track communications, and manage relationships efficiently. Popular examples include Salesforce, HubSpot, and Zoho, and these tools are essential for optimizing lead generation, improving customer satisfaction, and boosting overall revenue. Moving ahead, we have business intelligence tools. Business intelligence tools like Tableau and Power BI turn data into actionable insights. They facilitate efficient analysis and visualization, aiding marketing analysis in competitor analysis and revenue generation. Moving ahead, we have business acumen. Business acumen is savvy application of business principles. It requires understanding trends, financial literacy, a strategic mindset, and much more. For marketing analysis, it's key to interpreting data, spotting opportunities, and contributing to revenue generation. It's like having sharp business intuition for informed decision making. Moving ahead, we have a project management skill. Project management skills ensure efficient planning and execution, vital for market analysts, orchestrating successful campaigns and collaborating effectively with stakeholders. A green belt in project management could be beneficial. Moving ahead, we have data analytics fundamentals. Data analytics fundamentals involve extracting data from data sets like Excel, database, web, etc. It's about interpreting information to make informed decisions, a core skill for marketing analysis and driving effective strategies. Moving ahead, another important tip is about brushing up the fundamentals. Brushing up on fundamentals means refreshing essential skills. It's about staying sharp and maintaining a solid foundation, crucial for marketing analysis to navigate challenges and drive success. Now moving ahead, we will discuss the experience. Now, experience is more about the current roles and responsibilities that are you playing with your current organization. Aligning your current organization roles and responsibilities involves tailoring your current task to match the requirements of the new job. It's about highlighting relevant skills and experiences to show a seamless transition, demonstrating that you're a perfect fit for the desired position. Now, moving ahead, we have soft skills. And in soft skills, the first one that we are going to discuss is about the dress code. Professional dressing is about presenting a polished and appropriate image. It involves choosing attire that aligns with the workplace culture, reflecting a combination of competence and respect. The next step is maintaining a confident smile while you're answering the questions. Smile confidently for a positive impact. Confidence in delivery enhances your message. Lastly, in soft skills, we have answering language. Use corporate language. Utilizing corporate language for enhanced connection and reliability, and it ensures clear communication and fosters a professional rapport. Now, moving ahead, we will also face some of the critical questions which might be different from your skill set. Questions like, why should I hire you? Now, these are some of the important questions which doesn't have to do anything with your current roles and responsibilities, skill set that you have, or technical mindset. It is completely about your mentality, how you approach to work, how you approach to your team, how you approach to your responsibilities. So the recruiter wants to know how you think about this particular question. So give a wise answer. You can tell him something like, you can hire me for my strong analytical skills, experience in competitor analysis, and success in lead generation. I am confident in data-centric approach that will contribute positively to the company's growth. Thank you for considering my application. So basically, you're highlighting your strongest points and also you're giving a subtle answer why they should hire you. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the second question. So this question is really common. They might ask you for the reason for leaving your current job. So give them some bright and brilliant answers. So you can say, I sought new opportunities to further apply and expand my skills aligning with my career goals. I believe this role is a better fit for my expertise and aspirations. Now, the last question is, what are your key strengths and weaknesses? So you can say, my key strengths lie in strategic thinking, data analysis, and effective communication. I excel in competitor analysis and digital marketing. As for the weaknesses, I am continuously refining time management to enhance efficiency. Now, apart from this, you can also cross-question your interviewer about your agenda. Agenda that covers some critical questions that will impress your interviewer. So some of those questions are as follows. You can ask your interviewer that how can the current company help me meet my career objectives? Questions like, what new skills will I get to learn when I join your company? And questions also like, what does a typical day look like with your new organization? Or if you have already joined, what does it look like a normal day in your current organization, right? So questions like these can impress your interviewer, and it will explain how enthusiastic are you about your new role and how enthusiastic are you about your new work environment, right? And with that, we have come to an end of this session on tips to crack business analyst interview questions. And if you have any queries regarding any of the topics covered in this session, or if you require the resources that we used in this session, then please feel free to let us know in the comment section below, and our team of experts will be happy to resolve all your queries at the earliest.
Let's start with beginner level business analyst interview questions. This section covers the fundamentals, perfect if you are a new business analyst or preparing for an entry-level role. We'll look at questions that test your basic understanding, like what a business analyst does, key documents, and essential skills. These are the foundation for everything else you will learn later, so make sure you understand these concepts clearly before moving on. The first question is, what is business analyst and their role? A business analyst acts as a central link between different teams within an organization. Most importantly, between business stakeholders and technical teams. On a day-to-day basis, a business analyst collaborates closely with stakeholders to gather requirements through interviews, workshops, and surveys, ensuring what's being built truly solves the business real-world problems. They don't just collect their wish list, but they ask critical questions to clarify needs, identify the root cause of the issue, and break complex process into understandable tasks. Their role isn't limited to one department.
Across industries from finance to healthcare and retail, business analysts date, documents businesses, processes, and helps create actionable project plans and drive efficiency, profitability, and strategic decision making. Think of them as detectives, translators, and advisors who ensure the technology delivered actually boosts business, not just tick the boxes. The second question is, what are the core competencies and skills required? A business analyst skills break down into several key groups. On one side, strong communication and negotiation skills are a must, since they constantly balance different stakeholders' needs and sometimes conflicting priorities. Analytical thinking and attention to detail help them solve complex, multi-phased problems. On technical side, most of the business analysts are experts in tools like Excel, SQL, Tableau, and business intelligence tools. They also understand database, process modeling, and often use platforms like Jira or Confluence to track and document the work. In addition, domain knowledge, knowing the regulations and trends in your industry is essential for understanding the business context and proposing relevant solutions. The third question is, what is the difference between BRD and FRD? BRD or Business Requirements Documents is all about why and what it defines at a high level what the business needs, standing goals without diving into the technical details. The FRD or Functional Requirement Document shift gears into the how, laying out detailed specifications for developers. For instance, the BRD might say the system should enable online payments, while the FRD spells out integrate with payments gateways, support credit cards, and wallets, respond within 3 seconds. The BRD aligns everyone on goals. The FRD tells the teams how to build the solution. The fourth question is, what is requirement allocation and what techniques are used? Requirement elicitation is a structured process for drawing out what business actually needs. BA uses interviews and workshops to interact directly with stakeholders, sometimes running group sessions to surface conflicting priorities. Brainstorming helps generate creative solutions, while document analysis means reviewing your old process documents to spot gaps or hidden requirements. Observation, literally watching a user at work, can reveal pain points users may not verbalize. Prototyping lets business analysts show quick system mock-ups to clarify expectations earlier and reduce surprises. Effective elicitation prevents costly miscommunications and ensures the project solves the right problem. The next question is, what is gap analysis and what type of gaps can occur? Gap analysis is about comparing where we are now with where we want to be. It helps businesses, teams spot what stands in the way of achieving their goals. These are the gaps. There are several types of gaps, which includes performance gaps, which is like actually sales falling short of targets. And then we have the market gaps, which is missing products or customers compared to competitors. Then we have technology gaps, which is using outdated systems. And then we have manpower gaps, which is staffing shortfalls. By identifying and prioritizing these gaps, a business analyst helps leadership direct resources where the impact will be greatest and outline a realistic roadmap for change. The next question is, what document does business analysts typically value? A business analyst judges essential documents throughout the project. BRD and FRD for requirements, SRS, which is System Requirement Specification for technical details, use cases, documents for scenario flows, vision documents for projects, big picture, traceability matrices to ensure every requirement is met and tested, and test case for validation solution. Each document acts as a checkpoint, aligning teams, tracking progress, and simplifying audits. Next question is, what is SWOT analysis and how it is used? SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Business analysts use this to help organizations understand what advantages they have, internally, like a strong brand, skilled team, or what they need to improve, like what resources, shortages. What are the external opportunities that we can chase, like a new marketers, and threats to watch for competitors, moves, regulations. This structured overview supports project planning, risk mitigation, and also strategic discussions. It helps teams make objective decisions instead of relying on intuition alone. The next question is, what is business analysis process flow? A business analyst process flow typically begins with understanding business objectives, followed by deep dive analysis and scoping. Next, the business analyst plans and organizes the analysis work, documents details, requirements, supports solution implementation, and finally tracks and evaluates if the business value was delivered as promised. This process is iterative. Feedback from each step improves the next. The next question is, what is the difference between stakeholder and a customer? Think of stakeholder as an umbrella term for anyone who impacts or it is impacted by a project. Customer are specific type, the actual end users or buyers of a product. Other stakeholders might include executive support staff, IT teams, regulators, or even vendors. Recognizing these roles helps business analysts tailor communication and recognize priorities that don't always align. The next question is, what is a user story and how it is different from use cases? A user story is a brief information feature description written in user's language, such as, a shopper, I want to get delivered status updates so that I know when my packages arrive. Use cases are more formal and detailed, mapping out every interaction between the user and the system step by step, including expectations and alternative paths. User stories are perfect for agile teams to quickly capture needs and prioritize. Use cases are better for complex systems or documentation-heavy environment. Now that we have covered the basics, let's move on to the intermediate level business analyst questions. Here, the focus shifts to practical application, how business analysts work and in real project handle requirements, analysis process, and deal with methodologies like Agile and Waterfall. These questions are common for experienced or mid-level roles which interviewers want to see not just what to know, but how do you apply your own knowledge in real-world scenarios. So here the first question is, what is the difference between Agile and Waterfall methodologies? Waterfall is a traditional project management methodology. It's like laying bricks in straight line. Every phase, which is requirements, design, development, testing, development, must be finished before the next begins. Changes are tough to incorporate once you start. This is ideal for projects with clear understanding of requirements and a little need of iterations. Agile, on the other hand, works in short, iterative circles called sprints. Teams adapt to feedback, prioritizing work, software over exhaustion documentation, and keep collaborating with stakeholders. Agile is best for projects where requirements may evolve or where rapid delivery or core value is important. Real-world example is software product teams use Agile to deliver new customer features continuously, while construction projects commonly uses Waterfall for strict planning and predictions. The next question is, what is use case modeling and what are the components? Use case modeling lets us map how users interact with the system, usually as diagrams or written scenarios. Key components include actors, use cases, and the relations between them, such as include or extend. The system boundary shows where the system stops and outside world begins. Precondition and postconditions set and the scene and wrap up each scenario. For example, in a banking app, actors may be customers and bank clerk use cases, which includes transfer funds or check the balance. This modeling helps clarify what's expected and uncovers hidden requirements and alternative flow. The next question is, what are functional versus non-functional requirements? Functional requirements list out exactly what the system must do, such as logins, payment processing, report generation. They describe actions, features, and user interaction. Non-functional requirements define equal attributes, how well the system performs, such as the speed, security, scalability, and readability. For a retail website, functionality requirements, specifically the step for checkout. Non-functional requirements define quality attributes, how well the system performs, such as speed, security, scalability, reliability, and usability. For a retail website, functional requirements specific the step for checkout. Non-functional ones state that the checkout should complete in under 4 seconds, or that will customers' data is encrypted during transition. Both the types are vital for a system's success and user satisfaction. The next question is, what is Requirements Traceability Matrix, which is RTM? A Requirements Traceability Matrix, which is RTM, is like a roadmap for requirements. It links each requirement to corresponding designs, implementation, and testing artifications. RTMs ensures nothing is missed, especially when a requirement change, a common situation in business projects. You can track which test case validates which requirement and demonstrate compliance for audits or quality certification. For example, regulatory projects in banking or pharma often require RTMs for every step to meet legal standards and internal quality checks. The next question is, what is data flow diagram, which is DFD, and what are their components? A data flow diagram visually maps out how data moves through a system. Imagine drawing circles, open rectangles, and arrows and squares. A place order process could have multiple inputs from customer and data stored in order database. DFDs are used in business analysis to clarify system boundaries, spot redundancies, and plan improvements. The next question is, what is Moscow prioritization techniques? The Moscow frameworks helps teams focus by categorizing requirements. Must have essentials for launch or compliance should have importance but can wait if necessary. Could have is nice to have additions and won't have is out of the current scope. These techniques let stakeholders negotiate priorities and trade-off, reduces scope, creep, and ensure resources go to what matters the most. The next is, what is the difference between OLTP and OLAP? OLTP, which is Online Transaction Processing System, manage frequently real-time transaction. Think of ATM withdrawals, online purchases. They are optimized for speed and quick updates with highly structured data. Whereas in OLAP, which is Online Analytical Processing System, they are built for deep analysis, mining historical data, and complex queries. Think business dashboards and sales trend analysis. OLTP answers what's happening now, whereas OLAP answers what happened in the last quarter or why, both essentials but for very different purposes. The next question is, how do you handle scope creep in projects? Scope creep is where extra features or requirements sneak into the project without proper review. This wrecks schedules and budgets. To manage it, document all requirements clearly and keep them visible. Set up a strict change control process where every change must be justified and approved. Communicate regularly with all the stakeholders to manage expectations, analyze the impact of each change, and require formal sign-off for scope modification. Educate everyone early about why scope management matters and use the Moscow or similar techniques to say no when necessary. The next question is, what is business process re-engineering, which is BPR, and when it is used? BPR is about rethinking and redesigning entire business process for dramatic improvements. Not just incremental tweaks. Companies do this when the competition heats up, customer demand faster or better service, or technology opens up a new possibility. For example, a retailer moving from manual inventory to automated AI-driven stock management isn't just tweaking a process. They are transforming it. BPR can lead a major cost reduction, speed gains, or quality improvements. The next question is, what is ASIS and to-be process analysis? ASIS analysis documents the current way of working, the before picture. To-be analysis designs the after solution, which is incorporating improvements and optimizations. Gap analysis comprises these two and identifies exactly what needs to change, helping you set a realistic actions plan and measure progress. For example, mapping now invoices are processed today. Then designing a faster automated version is classic. ASIS or to-be work. This approach provides transparency, minimizes disruptions, and increases buy-in for a new process. Now finally, let's step into the advanced or hard-level business analyst questions. These questions are designed for senior-level interviews or roles that demand strategic thinking and leadership skills. Here we'll be discussing topics like stakeholder management, risk analysis, enterprise strategy, and change management. At this stage, it's not just about knowing tools. It's about the techniques. It's about showing that you can think critically and make data-driven decisions and align solutions with business goals. So let's get started with the first question. How do you perform stakeholder analysis and management? Stakeholder analysis involves identifying all individuals or groups who can affect or are affected by the project. Start by listening stakeholders through interviews, documents, reviews, and brainstorming. Next is assess each one's influence and internal level, mapping them on a matrix which categorizes such as champions, supporters, critics, and blockers. Develop tailored engagement strategies for each category, communicating frequently and transparently for high-influence stakeholders and monitoring others continuously. Effective management ensures alignment, reduces resistance, and facilitates smoother project delivery. The next question is, what is business process modeling and what notations are used? Business process modeling graphically represents workflow to understand and improve processes. This is an industry standard offering precise symbols for events, activates, gateways, and flow. UML activity diagrams provide object-oriented process flow with decisions. Swim lane diagrams map responsibilities across departments, highlighting handoffs. Value stream maps focuses on identifying waste in process for lean improvements. These models clarify complex process, support stakeholders' alignment, and guide automation or software development. The next question is, how do you conduct risk analysis in business projects? Risk analysis begins with identifying risk through brainstorming, expert interviews, and historical data review. Each risk is evaluated for likelihood and impact, often plotted on risk matrices to prioritize focus. Response include avoid, mitigate, transfer, or even accept. Monitoring risk continuously ensures that new risks are captured and existing ones are managed proactively. Categories span technical failures, budget overruns, operation hurdles, strategical risk, compliance issues, and external factors like market or natural events. The next question is, what is enterprise analysis and its techniques? Enterprise analysis addresses the organization's strategical needs and aligns projects accordingly. Techniques includes business case development, which is justifying projects with problem statement, solution options, cost benefit ROI. Next, we have feasibility studies, which is assessing technical, economical, operation viability. And then we have root cause analysis, which is methods like 5 whys and fishbone diagram. The business model canvas visually describes value proposition and revenue streams. Pestle analysis evaluates external political, economical, social and technological, legal and even environmental influence. Posters 5 forces analysis competitive industry dynamically.
Together, these guide strategies, discipline, and solution scoping. The next question is, how do you measure business analysis effectiveness? Effectiveness measurement involves quantitative and qualitative KPIs, solution performance, which is percentage requirement met, and operational, stakeholder satisfaction, which is surveys and engagement, and then we have business value realized, which is ROI, cost savings, efficiency gains, quality matrices, etc. Regular evaluation enables continuous business analytics process and improvements and demonstrate value to leadership. Next, we have what is data mining and how does it support business analysis. Data mining extracts valuable patterns and trends from large datasets through techniques like classification. For example, we have customer segmentation and also clustering, which is grouping without predefined categories. And then we have association rules, which is discovering relationships like product boundaries. And then we have regression analysis, which is predicting sales trends. These insights enable business analysis to support decision making and forecasting market behavior, uncovering risk and identifying strategical opportunities. Next is, how do you handle conflicting requirements from different stakeholders? Conflicts arise due to diverse priorities. Begin with active listening to reveal core needs. Facilitate workshops for open dialogue and conscious building. Employ negotiation tactics focusing on win-win solution. Use prioritization frameworks, which is MOSCO, weight scoring, and impact analysis to provide object basis on decisions. Document all the decisions and escalate to senior management only if resolution isn't achievable at stakeholders level, ensuring transparency and accountability. Next, we have what is the solution assessment and validation. This is a process which verifies that implemented solution meet documented business requirements and deliver value. It includes validating requirements via testing and reviews, monitoring system performance against criteria, facilitating user acceptance testing, which is UAT, tracking benefits realization against projections, collecting stakeholders' feedback, and identifying the opportunities for process improvements. Functional, performance, security, and usability tests ensure solution alignment and readiness. The next question is, how do you perform cost-benefit analysis for business solutions? Cost-benefit analysis, which is CBA, weighs all project costs, which includes development maintenance, training against benefit like increased revenue, efficient gains, and risk reduction. Financial matrices such as ROI, net present value, which is NPV, and payback period quantify feasibility. Sensitivity analysis test assumptions. Intangible benefits like brand reputation and improved customer loyalty also factor into the decision making, providing a well-rounded evaluation of value. The last question is, what is change management and how does it relate to business analysis? Change management manages the human and organizational impacts of new solutions. Business analytics collaborate with change managers to assess readiness, develop communication plans, define training requirements, and support stakeholders' engagement. They help to ensure users understand, accept, and efficiently adopt new processes or systems, increasing the likelihood of sustained success or continuous improvement. And that brings us to the end of this comprehensive business analytics interview preparation video. We have covered the entire journey from beginner level fundamentals to advanced statistics concepts, helping you understand not just what business analyst does, but how to think and communicate like one. Remember, every interview is not just a test of your knowledge, but also your ability to connect business goals with practical solution. So keep practicing how to explain your answers clearly, use real-world examples from projects or case studies, and show that you understand both the business and technical side of the problem.
So, Microsoft Excel is a software product designed and developed by Microsoft for storing data in an organized way, that is, rows and columns. And Microsoft Excel is also capable to manipulate data through some mathematical operations. followed by that, Microsoft Excel is also used to extract the insights from the data and represent it in the form of visually appealing graphs and charts. Now we have a basic understanding or an overview of what a Microsoft Excel software product is. Now moving ahead, we will understand the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel. So following are some fundamentals that you need to know before getting started with Microsoft Excel. So basically, when you install the Microsoft Office in your computer, you will have various Microsoft products, out of which Microsoft Excel is one of the products. So we will be dealing exactly with that particular product, that is Microsoft Excel. So when you get started with Microsoft Excel, this is what you will see in the first page. So this particular page is called as Microsoft Excel homepage, where you will be having various varieties of sheets. Microsoft Excel will give you some suggestions based on the type of sheet you want to work with. We will see this in a better way through the practical session. So once you get started with the sheet, you will have some more options. So this particular option is called as the toolbar menu. You will have the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and help. So these are the tools that you will be using to work on your data using Microsoft Excel. Furthermore, we have a toolbar ribbon. So when you select some or the other option from the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and help buttons, you will have a ribbon. So for example, you can see that I have selected the home tool here. So when I press on the home tool, this is the ribbon which Microsoft Excel gives me. So this ribbon has some options in it which can perform various operations. Now in a furthermore detailed way, we will have toolbar groups. So when you see in the previous slide, we have a complete toolbar ribbon. So this particular ribbon is segmented into groups. So you can see the first group as paste, cut, copy, format, painter, etc., etc. And the second group is the font, the size of the font, and to increase the size of the font, to decrease the size of the font, bold, italic, underline, etc., etc. And here you can see the text alignment. So each and every group has separate functions. So each set is called as a group. And I think you can see a small arrow option over here. So this arrow option is used into the toolbar groups when the group is not able to fit all the operations or all the functionalities in one single provided section. So when you click on this particular arrow mark, you will have another dialog box. So this is called toolbar more options. So you can see that when I clicked on this icon, you can see a new dialog box which opens me a new set of operations which are not able to be fit in this particular group. So we will also see more about this in a better way in the practical session. Now moving forward, we have cell and address. So when you open a Microsoft Excel sheet, you can find boxes. So each and every box is named as a cell, and each cell has its own address. For example, the highlighted cell over here has an address B3. So B is the column name and 3 is the row name. And apart from that, you can have the sheet tracker in the bottom left corner of the Excel sheet, where you can navigate through different sheets. And in the bottom right corner, you have an option of increasing or decreasing the sheet size. So these are the basic fundamentals of Microsoft Excel that you need to keep in mind before getting started. So we will have more on this in the practical session.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So now we enter the demo inventory in Microsoft Excel. So we will be using Microsoft Excel to create a sheet of the employees in a company. So basically an employee in a company has employee ID, name, and designation, salary, etc., etc. So we will be trying to create the same table using Microsoft Excel. But before that, let us understand the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel through the practical demo first. So I have started my Microsoft Excel, and this is how the home page of Microsoft Excel looks like. So you have a blank workbook over here. If you want to create a new workbook, you can select new option. So Excel will provide you with various variety of sheets. You can see money in Excel, adjustable meeting agenda, streaming show list, small business cash flow, and many more. If you're not able to find what you're looking for, then you always have an option of selecting the particular type of sheet what you're looking for. So you have various options. If it's business, if it's personal, if it's planners and trackers, lists, budgets, charts, etc., etc. So let's imagine that you wanted something from business. So just by clicking at business option, the Excel will load a variety of sheets related to business options. So this might take a while. So you can see that the Excel is loading few types of sheets. So you can see that Excel has provided us with some online varieties of sheets. For example, any calendar, business expenses, channel marketing budget, budget summary report, blue product list, etc., etc. You can see construction proposal, invoice, you name it, Excel has got it. So Excel will provide you with some variety of options based on your requirement. Now for this session, let's get started with a blank workbook, which looks something like this. Since this tutorial is based on the fundamentals, we'll go with the blank workbook. Now over here you can see the toolbar that we discussed earlier that has the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view and help. So this is the toolbar, and under the toolbar I have selected home, and you can see this is the particular ribbon what we discussed about. This particular ribbon belongs to home page, and when you select file option you'll get back to home, and if you select insert option you'll have another different ribbon with different groups, etc., etc. So every particular tool has different ribbons in them. And remember the extra options that we discussed, when you press over this arrow key, this is it. So when you press the arrow key you'll have few more settings which cannot be fit in this particular section of groups. So you can have some variety of options over here of changing the font, changing some effects to the text, font size and font style, etc., etc. Apart from this, we have also discussed about the cells in every sheet. So this particular cell has an address. So you can see the address over here, which is B3. So B happens to be the column name and 3 happens to be the row name. Now we also had a discussion about the sheet tracker. Right now we just have one sheet. If you want multiple sheets, you can just feel free to select on the plus option, which will always create you some extra sheets. And you can navigate through sheets just by pressing on the sheet name. And when you get back to the bottom right corner, you have an option of increasing and decreasing the cell size or the sheet size. Now let's keep it default with 100%. Now these are the few fundamentals that you need to keep in mind before getting started with Microsoft Excel. Now that we know the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel, let's get started with a practical session which is about the employees details in a company. Now let's select this particular cell and let's type in employee details. Yeah, we have the cell. Now an employee details table will have the information related to employees. So the information will be about name, it will be about employee number, it will be the designation, and maybe salary, and maybe blood group as well. And let's take another one, which is phone number. Yeah. So far so good. And you can see that we have some problem with this particular column. The designation, the name of the designation is practically good, but it is not visible. So when you're not on that particular cell, you can see that the name is incomplete over here. So you can always fix that. You can just manually change the size of the row or cell, or you can also feel free to double click on that cell, which will automatically set the size of that particular cell. And same goes to the blood group. Just let's try to double click on that, and same goes to phone number. Great. So you can see that the employees details are just confined to the first two cells. It's supposed to be somewhere in the middle, right? So no problem, we can do that as well. We can select all the cells and we have an option of merging them. You can just select this one, which will help you with merging and centering that particular data to the center part. So that's how we do it. Now let's get started by adding the names of the employees. Let's add the names: Joe, John, Mary, Mark, Susan, and then Jennifer. Let's type in Mike. Let's type in Tim, Jeff, Jeffrey. Yeah, we have a couple of employees. Now let's type in the employee numbers. Yeah, we have the employee numbers now. Let's type in the designation. Okay, let's choose Joe to be the CEO of the company and John as the software developer. And Mary as tester. Mark in finance. Susan also in finance. And Jennifer in testing. And Mike in marketing. Same goes for Tim. And again, Jeffrey into software development. And Morgan into testing again. Now let's click on C so that it gets, resized according to the length of the text. Now it's done. So let's get into salary. $10,000 and $15,000 and $19,000. Let's increase the salary of a CEO. So let's keep it $1 lakh. And finance again, 20,000. So yeah, the salaries are allocated. Again, the blood group. Yeah, we have the blood groups. Now let's type in the mobile numbers. Yeah, now we have typed in some random mobile numbers as well. So yeah, this is how you can add in some data into your table. And now let us imagine that you forgot to add or remove a column. So let's imagine that we wanted to add a serial number as well, but somehow we forgot to add it. Now you can always add a new row or column. For example, here we wanted to add a new column. So we just have to right click on A, select the insert option. Here we have a new row now. Now let's type in serial number. And let's type 1. Now can you see the small box option over here? If you just drag it, you can copy paste all those over here. And now let's right click and fill series. Now we have the employee number starting from 1 to 10. That's how you do it. And apart from this, you can also change the font of the entire row. You can change the font to say Aroni, and you can always also change the font. And same goes to the employee table. You can select it, bold it, and you can also increase the size, and again select a color for the text. Maybe a different color, green would be better. And you can also select the entire cells and align them to the center. Looks more good. And you can select or double click the row names, so you'll have the proper spacing between all the rows and columns. So we have double click on the column, right? Yeah, so basically that's how you make things happen. Now let's save this. So I'd like to go to the save option and AMP data. Let me save this in my local location and just save. It's done. So that's how you work on your Excel file with some basic data. And to learn more, don't forget to get subscribed to Simplilearn's YouTube channel, and don't forget to hit that bell icon to stay updated. So you're the first person to get an update on any technology, not just Excel.
Now let's get back to the practical mode. And now we are on our Excel spreadsheet. So here we have some text boxes on the column A, and on column B we have lower and upper. Okay, so we have a mix of uppercase and lowercase in our text. So first we'll try to convert them to lowercase, and then we'll try to convert the entire text into uppercase. So for that you need to press on equal symbol and select the lower formula tab, and you selected the function. And now click on the cell A3, that's your cell address, and press on OK. Now all the letters are converted to lowercase. So we had J in the uppercase, which is converted to lowercase. Now all you can do is drag the formula to all the cells, and it will be applied to all the cells, right? Now let's similarly try to convert into uppercase and tap space, and there you go, you have selected the formula. Now the cell address, press enter, and drag the same address, drag the same formula to all the cell addresses, and there you go, all the cells are converted to uppercase. Now that's how you convert the cells or data in Excel to uppercase or lowercase in Excel. Now we are on the Excel spreadsheet. Now here we have some sales data based on a store. Now what we are going to do is we are going to add some multiple rows or a single row in this particular data. So here you can see the region wise, category wise, state wise, subcategory wise, and their sales and quantities, right? Now let us imagine that you must start to add a sale data here, right? So let us imagine that on the row 7th, you were supposed to add some detail. For example, some technology related sale happened on that day and you missed out to add it, right? So how do you create a new row now? So for example, if multiple sales happened on the same day, like 3 to 4, and you missed out them, so how do I add 3 to 4 rows in between the existing data, right? So don't worry about it, it's completely simple. All you have to do is select the row and right click and press on the option insert. Now this will insert one single row if you wanted to add one single row or tuple. And if you wanted to add multiple rows, for example, you wanted to add 3 rows altogether, then it's also simple. All you have to do is select 3 rows and right click and press on insert, and then you have 3 rows. So there you go. So that's how you add multiple rows in a Excel spreadsheet, or that's how you add one single row in an Excel spreadsheet. Now we have started our Excel worksheet, and here you can see we have employee details on our worksheet. Now all of a sudden you wanted to add employee second name as well, or a last name, right? So you're a beginner and you don't know how to add a column, or you might be a little ambiguous, right? So instead of using this simple step, you might end up creating a whole new sheet, or maybe other approaches as well, which are time consuming. So let me give you this simple step. All you have to do is select the column. So here you wanted to add a last name, right? So B is your column with the first name, and here you wanted to add a second name or the last name, which is in between the columns B and C. So remember that Excel adds a column always towards the left side of a column. So here if you wanted to add a column next to B, then you want to select the column C and right click and select the insert option so that it can be added in between B and C, which is adjacent to B. So let's look at it, right? So you have added the next column or a new column right next to the column B,
and it's in between the designation and employee name. Now you can add your second name. So that's how you create a new column in Excel. Now, in case if you wanted to create multiple columns altogether, so here we have, or here we needed a second name. Also here you have a designation and you wanted to add another column which assigns managers to the employees, right? So let's delete it, delete the second column, and let me explain you what I want to do. So here you wanted to add the second name of the employee and also the manager of these employees, right? So here you wanted to add two columns altogether, right? And now you might be wondering, could I add two columns together, or will it work only for the one column thing, right? No, it works for two columns and also more than two columns altogether. So you wanted to add two columns here, right? So select the two columns. You can select, or you can click on the column C and hold that left key and drag it along the right side. Okay, so here I have selected two columns and here it's three, right? So you can see here it's 10485676R cross 3C. That means you have selected three columns. If I navigate out of the four, you can see we have selected four columns, right? Now right click and select on insert, and you'll have four columns in between employee name and designation. Now you might have to add your second name, manager's employee ID, and the department, everything, or you can add anything or any number of columns in between the existing columns. Now we are on our Excel spreadsheet. Now you might want to add some extension to your data. Since we have sales here, you might want to add the dollar logo, right? So if you have like 5 to 10 rows, then it's easy. But if you have multiple rows, then it might be a little time consuming. In such scenarios, you might want to select the entire column, right? So how do you do that in a shortest method? So there are multiple methods to do it. So the easiest one, the first and the easiest one is clicking on the column number or column name. So here we have the column name, that is E, and if you click on it, the entire column is selected. And here we have numbers. So let us imagine that you wanted to select the row number 2. Click on number 2 and you have all the rows, the entire row selected, all the cells are selected, right? So this is one way. And again, there is another way where you can just click on the first table header and press Control Spacebar. So the combination key is Control Spacebar for columns, and if you want to select the entire row, it is Shift Spacebar. So this is the method 2. And another method, so you might have a doubt here, right? So when you click on the column name or when you click on the row number, the entire row or entire column gets selected, right? And you wanted to select only the cells which have data. So we have another way for that. So you can select the cell. Now hold the Control and Shift key and press the lower arrow key to select the entire column with cells having data. So there you go. You have selected all the cells in one single column with only data, and all the cells which do not have data are not selected. Same applies to rows as well. Control Shift, right arrow key or left arrow key based on your rows, and all the rows with data will be selected. All the cells in a row are selected, not the entire row. And coming back to the first question, that is adding the dollar symbol. So here we have general. So go to the data type and add currency. So you have rupees here. So currently we are in India, so we have rupees. Now what is the advantage of selecting the entire row when you don't have any data in the 57th row or the next cell, right? I'll show you. Now let us add the number 100 and press enter. There you go. Let us add another number like 1000 and press enter. So the data formatting is automatically applied to all the cells. So most of the time your cells or the data sheet will be varying. You might have to add or remove elements or numbers, right? So in such scenarios, this will be helpful. Now, comparing two different columns or multiple columns happens to be an important job when you're working in data analytics, as you have to come up with some decisive decisions based on the data. Now, if you had to do it manually, then you might end up taking hours or even days based on the dataset you're working with. But if I say that you can do it within minutes, then it would be interesting to work with, right? Now we'll be doing the same. Now we'll work on our sample dataset right on my screen. So here we have column 1 and column 2. Now our job is to compare the column 1 and column 2 and come up with the result. Now the first and the simplest way to do it is use the built-in conditional formatting which comes with Excel by default. Now all you have to do is select all the data and navigate to Home, and in the Home go to Styles group and select conditional formatting. And in conditional formatting you can see highlight cells. So in that you can use duplicate values. When you click on duplicate values, a small pop-up window will come on your screen. And here you have an option of choosing whether duplicate or unique. So duplicate means you're comparing the cells, and you can see there are some duplicate cells which are present in column 1 are also present in column 2. Now you can also check how to find out the unique values which are only present in column 1 but not in column 2. So you can just press unique and there you go, you can find it. Now you can also try to change the color by filling with green for the unique columns and duplicate cells with color red. Now this was the first method, and you can also work out some different ones, like you can just directly press equal to and select the cell and equals to and the next cell. Press enter, and if there is a match it will give you true. If there is no match then it will give you false. Now you can drag it down and see which all are matching and which all are not. Now you can also make some minute modifications to this. So if in case you didn't find the data, then you can say not found. So for that you can try if and inside brackets, and then you can give the value as not found. If true, it's found. First you have to give the true values. So for true you can write it as found, and in case if it's not found then you can write it down as not found. There you go. Close the bracket, press enter, and there you go. If there is a perfect match you will have found, and if there is no match then you'll get not found. Now so far we have discussed comparing two cells using conditional formatting and also by using equals to operator and trying to add some tweaks to the equals to operator by involving with if operator. And apart from those, we also have another way to compare two columns in Excel. So another way is using the lookup functions. So we'll use a simple VLOOKUP function to compare both the cells. So for that, let's type in equals to VLOOKUP type space and select the cell you want to check for, and then the range of elements you want to compare, and then I'll press F4 to log them. Now you want the data from column 1, and now you want the exact match, so 0. Press enter. So there you go. So the elements which are present in column 1 and column 2 are being displayed here. So but in case if the elements are not found, you'll get an error. So let's look at that. Simply drag the formula to all the cells, and there you go. So the elements which are matching will give you the proper result, but the ones which are not matching will give you not applicable or error message. This can be fixed. We can make some minor tweaks to the same formula. So we can add if error comma simply written as not found. And close the bracket. So that should do. So we have closed the bracket and press enter. There you go. Now simply drag this, and soon you can see the data which is having no match is shown as not found. Now there is another possibility. Okay, let's get back to another different sheet. So this should work. So we already have the formula, so let's erase that first. I'll erase the whole data and even this one. Yeah, now we have the clear column 4. So here you can see
we have Ford India, and here you can see we have just Ford. And similarly, here you have Mahindra and Mahindra, and here you have Mahindra, right? So in some situations, you might have to compare two different columns, but the names might be a little different, right? So for example, if you're working with Oracle and if you're working with Oracle America, and you have in the first case is Oracle and in the second column is Oracle America, then those are one and the same, but you have some minor text changes, right? Just like here you have Ford India and here you have Ford. So what if you had such kind of issues? So you can also make some minor tweaks to it. So using the same lookup formula, you can add equals to VLOOKUP. And also the comparison cell, which is this one. And you're not stopping there. You're trying to add the wildcard here. So the wildcard is asterisk, which means if there is anything like if you get the comparison between the first cell and the second cell which matches, and if there is anything extra rather than the actual cell, please try to consider it. So that's what we're going to do. So after entering the wildcard symbol, you'll select the range of columns which you have to fetch the data from, and then try to fix them using function key F4. You're looking from the column number 1, and then you're finding the exact match. Now you can close it and enter. Now let's try to drag it. There you go. So you have the data, Mahindra and Mahindra, Hyundai India, Honda India. So that's how you try to use comparing cells in Excel.
Now you can see I'm on my Excel worksheet and I have one table on my worksheet right now. So you can, transposing or, converting rows to columns is a very simple task. I'll explain you in two different ways. So the first way, select all the cells that you have on your sheet and press on Control C, so it will give you the copy option, and then you can also paste in the same sheet, or if you want, you can go to a whole new sheet and select the paste option over here. But before selecting the actual paste option, you can see a small drop down icon. Click on that and navigate to paste special, and in this you can see transpose option. Click on that, or make sure that it's checked and press OK. Now you can see all your columns are been converted into rows and all your rows are converted into columns. So this was the first way. And what is the second way, you ask me? So it's really simple. Select one cell somewhere, and you can, or let's create a new sheet as well. So here you can write down the formula as transpose and select the array which you want to transpose. So this is the array. So transpose is basically an array function in Excel. So once you are done with selecting your data, press enter. There you go. So all your rows are now columns and all your columns are now the rows.
Now on my spreadsheet, you can see some data, which is the sales data of quarterly basis in the 4 different zones, that is north, west, south, east. So you can make things look better by hiding these columns. And if you hide these columns, it's critical for the end user to identify which columns are exactly hidden, right? To make things a little easier for your end user, you can select the columns and then go to the data option, and in the data option, click on the group option. So this will group these columns, and you will have the symbol of minimization, which will help you hide these columns automatically and unhide these columns automatically. Now let's also try to group GHIJ columns, and there you go. Now similarly, let's also try to group the rows of north and rows of west. Then you have the rows of south and rows of east. Right? Now all these rows and columns are been grouped. Now all you can do is just click on the minimize button and those will be minimized. Similarly, the rows, right? And to unhide them, all you can do is click on the plus icon and they will be unhidden. You can also try to ungroup the columns and rows. All you have to do is select the columns and click on the ungroup option. Similarly, the rows as well. And that's how you can group and ungroup rows and columns in Excel. Now we are on our spreadsheet, and you can see I have some sample data on my spreadsheet, and it does have some blank rows. Now how do I eliminate these blank rows? So one step is you can select the entire row and try to right click and delete it. Again, this sort of method might take hours to get rid of all the blank rows, and most of the time you might end up even selecting the rows with data in it, right? So if I want to select multiple rows, then I'll be selecting some rows with data as well, which might be a little troublesome in the future. Now let's try to use the easier way. Now for that, go to the find and select option, select the go to special option, and in that select the blanks option and press OK. Now hold Control key and press minus key, and you will have an option of deleting the cells. Now select the entire row. Now we are selecting the entire rows with blank data and press OK, and the cells will be shifted. Now this was simple, but let me show you another example. So even here we have some blank rows, but in between those blank rows, for example, take cell 17 or cell D17 or row 17, we have some data, testing. And here in the employee ID, we have some data in A26. And again in B39, we have some data, that is first name. Right? In such scenarios, how do I eliminate data? So we have a simple logic for it. So all we need to do is add another row, which is to count the number of cells in the row. Now that can be count. Now here equals to, the function is count A. Press tab, and the cells will be from A2 to G2. Press enter. Now you have 7. So now we are basically calculating the number of cells. So if you apply the same to the entire data set, let's drag it, and there you go. So there are certain places where you find 0, which are basically the empty columns, right? Now let's do some formatting if you need. Let's try to add filters. Control A, Control T, and now table will have filters and headers. Now here you can see the drop down icon, click on that. Now instead of select all, what you can do is select 0. Now you will be highlighted with all the rows which do not have any data. Select all those and press on delete, or what you can do is the same way, Control minus, and there you go. Now clear the filter. Now all you have is the data without any kind of blank rows. So all the rows that had some amount of data are retrained, and all the data or all the cells or all the rows which do not have any data, which are completely blank, they have been eliminated. So here you can see columns and rows. So especially the fourth row and the column C, right? So currently we have data on our spreadsheet, and it is exceeding the number of rows currently visible on our screen, right? So when you scroll down, you can see that the header or the headers of all the columns are getting vanished or scrolled up along with the data, right? And you might want to keep that so that you'll have reference to every single aspect of or every single cell data you're referring to, right? So for that reason, you might want to freeze this. And also you might have a doubt, what if even I had this data in the column section, right? And what if I had to freeze that, and when you scroll this and keep that data
set on the column as it is, right? So we can also do that. Let's look at both of them. So there is a simple process to do that. All you have to do is select the cell for which you want to set the or freeze the column adjacent to it or the row adjacent to it, right? So currently I want to, let me expand it. So currently I want to freeze this particular row, right, and this particular column. So the cell I would be selecting is the first cell here, that is D5, right? So when I select this particular cell, I can be able to freeze this particular row and this particular column. So now you need to navigate to the toolbar and then select the view menu, and inside view option you can see there is an option of freeze panes, right? So click on the drop down. So you can see 3 different options. As we discussed earlier, we can either choose to freeze an entire row, that is the second option, or you can freeze the entire column, that is the third option, or you can freeze both, that is the first option, right? Freezing rows and columns. So let's select this one and see if our rows and columns are frozen or not, right? So now let's scroll down and you can see our row is successfully frozen there, right? And similarly, scroll towards right and you can see our column has been successfully frozen, right? So this is how you freeze rows and columns, or you can freeze panes in Excel. Now here on my sheet, you can see we have some numbers, that is $10 or $10.20, $22, $53.12, $12, and $110. Now the task is to convert these numbers into word format, that is representing the numbers alphabetically, right? This might be a little curious, and we also might end up searching for a predefined method which is not readily available in Excel, but there is a way where you can create a function using Excel VBA or macros. Now again, creating a macro is completely complex. Now identifying the trouble, Microsoft has already come up with a readily available macro code on their official website, which will support the various versions of Microsoft Excel, starting from Microsoft Excel 365 to all the way up to the older Excel version, that is 2010. Now you can scroll down and use this particular macro function which Microsoft has readily made us available, and use this to create our own macro in Excel VBA. Now let's get back to Excel, and you can create a macro using the developer option. Now developer options will not be readily available in Microsoft Excel. To activate developer option, go to Home and go to the options menu in the last, and here go to Customize ribbon, and here in the second drop down menu you can see developer option. By default it will not be checked. Click on the check option to activate developer options and press OK. Now you have your developer options ready. Click on developer options, click on Visual Basic, and here to insert a new macro, click on the insert button, click on module, and a new macro window is readily available for you. Now Control V to paste your code, and your function is with the name number to text, right? Now close the macro, and here your function will be readily available. Equals to, and the function name was number to text. Press tab to select the function and select the cell where you have the data. Close the function, press enter. Now drag the same formula across all the cells, and here you have the text converted from numbers. So here we have $10.20 and you have $10.20, $22 and no cents, $53 and 12 cents, $12 and no cents, and $110 with no cents. Now that's how you can convert numbers to words using the macro which is predefined for Excel in the Microsoft website.
So, for example, let us imagine that you wanted to create one single cell for all the employees in your company which stores the first name, second name or last name, including their email IDs at one place, right? If you want to do so, like let me show you how it looks like. So let me copy this here. Then that's the first name. Now it's your second name along with the email ID. Now let us imagine that you wanted to store all the employees in the same way, right? So you can do this by using combine operation in Excel. Now all it takes is just a simple formula, that is equals to, and the first cell address, that is A2, and you can use an ampersand sign. Now you can use the next cell reference, that is B2, and then colon, and the last cell address, that is E2. Now press enter. So when you press enter or tab, you will get this particular answer. But this data is completely in a state where you can't understand it, right? The first name, last name, and the email ID has got combined all together. So you want to use some spaces, right? So all you need to do is just make a little modification to this particular existing data. So you can press another ampersand and include spaces. And then you can separate the email ID and the name with some colon. So now we have separated the first two cells, that is the first name and the last name, with a space using the ampersands. And then again we have used an ampersand to include the colon. And see that we have also included a space between the colon marks so that it gets separated cleanly. And now let's try to press tab and see the result. So there you go. The first name and the second name is separated by space, and the email ID and the complete name is separated by a colon. Now you can use this to all the cells, and there you go. All the first name, last name, and the email IDs have been printed here. So that's how you use the combine operation in Excel.
And you can see on my screen we have the sales data of one single employee in the month of January. Okay, so this is the sales data of John in January sales. Now let us imagine that we have the same person's or same John's data of sales of all the 3 months. Okay, so here we have the sales data of John for January, February, and March. And you wanted to club all these 3 months and write it down as Q1, right? So let us try doing it. Now you can see that only January is replaced as Q1 and February and March are still remaining the same. So let us try to delete them. So we have deleted them, and I think now it looks like this is the sales data of one single quarter, that is Q1. But again, Q1 is under column B, and anyone who looks at it feels like this data is of January, February, and March, and all the Q1 details are only present in B column, but C and D are completely, different from this one, right? So you don't want that kind of an impression on your, the one who are presenting to you. So in those situations, you want to merge all these 3 columns and make sure that the Q1 is present somewhere in between the cells so that all the data looks relevant and it defines that these data elements belong to Q1, right? So there is an option in Excel to do that. So select all the cells that you want to merge and go into Home button, and in Home button, get into the alignment group and select Merge and Center. So you can do it directly. Also, you have a couple of more options. There is Merge and Center, Merge Across, Merge Cells, and Unmerge. So we'll go through it one by one. So first we'll go through Merge and Center. So there you go. The cells got merged and it has been aligned into center. Now again, if your manager or anyone superior to you wants this to be, independent, like they want it to be in terms of January, February, and March, so that they can have access to it in month-wise. So you want to unmerge it back, right? How to do that now? So the same menu and select unmerge, and there you go. You have your data back in the original form again. All you have to do is, rename a few cells. There you go. And you have it back, right? So in a few situations, okay, you can also add the borders so that it looks more relevant. Now, now let's try to merge this again and merge in center. Yeah. Now again, let us imagine that you are going through an appraisal cycle
and you also wanted to add some comments about the sales happening in your company regarding all the employees, right? So also we have that here. Now let me expand a little bit. Yeah, there. So again, let's merge and center. Now you wanted to you wanted to take a review of your level 1, level 2 and level 3 managers. So you have all the three rows here, but you can see the cells are not merged, and you wanted to merge every single row. So merging and centering everything row wise would be a little time consuming. I mean, 3 columns is okay, but what if you had like you had to take a review from a couple of more managers, like 5 to 10, right? Or imagine you wanted to write some random comments. Apart from review, you wanted to write some random comments based on month-wise sales or something like that. So it would be time consuming, right? So apart from that, you have another option where you select all the cells and come over here and select the option of merge across. And all the cells will be merged all together at once, and you will be having those individual rows where you can write down your reviews, like review 1 and so on, review 2, right? So this is how the option of merge across works, and we already have been through the merge and center, and merge is completely similar to merge and center. So this is how merge and center, merge cells, and merge across and unmerge cells in Excel work. Now there are multiple ways to add date to Excel spreadsheet. For example, equals to today. This is a shortcut method, and you can enter, done. You will have today's date. But again, there is some problem with this kind of approach. So today's date is 4th of September 2022. Now, if you open the same spreadsheet after today, that is tomorrow or day after tomorrow, then you will have a concurrent date, that is 5th of September or 6th of September, right? The date will always vary or get updated according to time. Now, you don't want to change that, or you don't want that to be happening with employee's date of joining, right? It should be stagnant. It should not vary, right? So there is another shortcut way apart from using the datetime functions. There is a keyboard shortcut where you can add date to Excel. That is Control semicolon. So this is the shortcut way to add date to your Excel spreadsheet, and this particular date will not change. This will remain the same constant date throughout the time. Now, there is a chance where you might also have to add time to your spreadsheet, that is date of joining and time of joining, right? So there is another simple shortcut where you can add time by just pressing 3 keys, that is holding Control, holding Shift and pressing semicolon. Then you'll have the time. So this is how you can add date to your Excel spreadsheet and add time to your Excel spreadsheet, and this date and time will remain constant. It will not vary like the today function that we have used here. So you can see on my screen, we are on the Excel spreadsheet, and on my spreadsheet, you can see dates in column A and different formats in column C, D, E, and F respectively. Now by default, the data type or the data present in the A column will be considered as general. And there are a few situations where even if you try to format the date in your format, like the customized format, you may not be able to do it because it's still under the general data type. So for that, for being on the safer side, what we will do is select the data and navigate to the data toolbar. And in that, you have the text to columns option. Press that and remember to have the delimited icon. You might be having the dash as your icon or slash as your icon for the delimited thing, and select that and next, and here you can see, right, it's in general mode. So you can press on date and DMI will be your date format, that is date, month and year. Now click on finish. So it's been formatted now. Now let's copy the same data and paste it in all the 4 formats, so that we'll see the different formats that we can change to or customize to, right? So there you go. Let's expand the columns a little bit. Now we have day, month and year. So now you might want to change a couple of things, right? For example, you wanted to change, okay, let's see the menu. So the way is to select the cells and right click and select the format cells option. And in here you can see the date function, and in here you can see different types of modifications that you can do to your data, right? So you might want to also change your dates based on the location. So right now we are in India, and imagine if you wanted to, change something based on US, or if you are having your client in US and he wants the dates in US format, you can also change that. So here you can see English United States, and press on that, press OK, and you can see it's been changed to US format, where you have years in the first place, months in the second place, and dates in the last place, right? And now let us imagine that your client does not want the dates. All he needs is just months, right? You can also do that. Get back to the format cells option, go to custom, and here instead of month, date, and year, all you can do is just write down month and year and select OK. So you'll have only month and year, not the dates. Now your client is being a little more, he wants a little more detail, and he wants you to add a lot of granularity to your data, which includes day, time, etc., everything, right? So you can also do that. So the same way, go to format cells, custom, and here I think it's in date itself. So let's navigate a little. Yeah, here. So you have the day, date, month, and year. Press OK. So there you go, right? So that's how you can do it. And now let's try a little bit more. If we have a few more options pending, so go to format cells and custom, and you also have timings. So here you have date, month, year, and the timings. Press OK, and there you have all the timings as well. So since these dates are, I created them just a few moments ago to keep it simple, so I did not have to add the timings here. So if you are keen about adding the timings, you can also do that. For example, if you wanted to add the timings of the employees logged in and logged out, you can also do that using the same format. And you can see now we are on our Excel spreadsheet, and you can see we have a column of dates, and on the column B we have age. Now how do you calculate the age using the date of birth? So this is completely simple. All you have to use is the dated if function, or if you also call it as date diff function, based on your choice. We also have a specific entire tutorial based on date diff in Excel for further information. That video will be linked in the description box below. You can go through it, or you can use the end screens and iCards linked to this video to get back to the tutorial based on date diff in Excel. Now let's calculate the age of these dates, or these people with these date of births. So all you have to do is type equals to and type dated if and open a bracket. We need 3 parameters here. That is the date of birth. That is the first parameter. Now the second one is the today function, because you are calculating the age of these people as per today, right? So we have a today function in Excel. Press on tab to select it and give a close bracket. Now comma, and if you wanted to calculate the age in terms of days, you have to give D as the input. Yep, here it should be D as the input, and don't forget to use the double quotes here. And if you use the single quotes, there might be an error, so use double quotes. If you want it in the days part, you can give days, and if you want it in months, you can give months. For now we want in years, so we will be giving Y as the third parameter, and press enter. There you go, you have the age here in 26 years. You can drag the same function and you have the ages here as you wanted, right? So this is how you calculate age in Excel. And on my Excel spreadsheet, let me expand it. We have 2 different timings, that is in and out. So here we are considering a scenario where we are calculating the total number of hours worked by an employee in an organization. So the in time will be the time where the employee logged in, and the out time will be the time when the employee logged out. So here we have made some minor cell formatting. So when you right click on any of the cell, you can get back to the formatting cells option, and in that option we have selected the AM PM. So there is also another option of choosing the 24-hour timing, that is 1320 1330. So this represents the 24-hour format, but since we are working on office timings, let's keep it as AM PM. Okay, so there you go. So we have our timings of in and out. Now to calculate the time difference between the in time and out time. So this particular calculation is completely simple. All you have to do is press equals to select out time minus select in time. So there you go, press enter and you have the total number of hours the employee has been working in your organization. So here also we have made some minor cell formatting. So usually it comes out as AM, PM, right? But instead of that, we have made a minor cell formatting. We have navigated into time and we have selected the 24-hour formatting so that we have just hours in our output. So that's how we have calculated the time difference between two in times and out times of an employee using Excel. Now, DAX in Excel is a sophisticated formulas type language that comes in handy while working with relational data and extracting information via dynamic aggregation functions. DAX in Excel stands for Data Analysis Expressions. DAX functions are completely familiar to the general and default functions that are available in Excel. Now, DAX allows users to perform slightly escalated and advanced and custom calculations upon various data types like character data, date time, time intelligence functions, and many more. And in DAX, there are a variety of functions such as DAX table valued functions, DAX filter functions, DAX aggregation functions, time intelligence functions, date and time, information time, logical, parent, and many more. Now in today's session, we will look into one such type of DAX function in Excel, that is DAX date and time function in Excel. Now without further ado, let's get into practical mode. And we have started our Microsoft Excel. Inside Excel, we have opened a new blank worksheet. Now navigate to data option in the toolbar, and in that, go to the Power Pivot window. Now we have entered the Power Pivot window, and inside that you can see the option of Get External Data. Click on that and you can see a variety of options. That is, you can get the external data from a database, you can get from web servers, that is from data service, and you have also other forms of data sources and existing connections. For now, we will take other forms of data, that is a Microsoft Excel data which is in our local system. Select next. Now provide the location of your folder. Just browse and we will select DAX employee data. Open, and there you go. We have our data connected to our Power Pivot window. Click on next, and there you go. You have the selected table and views. Click finish and you can see the data getting imported into your Power Pivot window. There you go. By default, if you want to add any DAX related functions into your Power Pivot window, you'll have an external added column over here, which looks something like this. If there is not an external column, you can also add the column. It's not a big trouble. Now we have some data here. That is the employee ID, employee name, designation of the employee, department of the employee, salary, and joining date, etc. Right, let's expand this view and see what's more in it. So this column is the date of birth and this column is the employee joining date, right? Now we have so much of data. Now let us imagine that we want to calculate the retirement age of all the employees. So now let's rename the column to retirement date. So we have our new column, that is retirement date. Now we will make use of DAX date time functions to calculate the age and find out the exact retirement date of that particular employee. So let us imagine that every employee will retire after the age of 65. So we have our date of birth of every employee and the joining date of every employee. Now we'll come up with a DAX date and time function and calculate the age, and then we will find the retirement date of that employee. Now every DAX function starts with the same method or the same way as the simple Excel default method starts, that is by starting with an equals to, and then we will find edate, and now our first parameter, that is the start date, that is the employee, the date where the employee joined the organization. So our sheet name is sheet 1. Now our joining date is in the F7 column. Select F7, press tab to select it, and comma. Now how many months? So each and every year will have 12 months. So 12 months into the age, that is 65, star 65. And now you can close the function and press enter, and then you'll find the retirement date of that particular employee. So there you go. So we have the employee dates, that is employee retirement dates for all the employees. So the first one, that is Jack, has the retirement date of 19 February 2085. And similarly, Jennifer has her retirement date at 15th of August 2084. So that's how we use the DAX functions in Excel. So this is one of the several DAX functions in Excel, that is DAX date and time functions in Excel.
So you can see that I've got some data, which is first name of the employee, last name of the employee, and phone number. And let us assume that your manager has given you a task to identify all those employees which did not give an phone number. So you wanted to identify them using a checkbox, right? Like you will be providing a check for all the employees that we have received the phone numbers, and you will not be checking the employees which did not give the phone number, right? So let's try to do that. So to include a checkbox, you might want to get into the developer option. But for few reasons, Microsoft has disabled developer option by default. To enable developer option, all you have to do is just navigate anywhere on the ribbon here and right click, and then you can see customize the ribbon option. When you click into it, you will be redirected into the ribbon option, and here you can see the developer option on the right side, right, this one. So by default you can see that your developer option is not enabled. To enable it, you have to check in it, and there you go, you have it now. So press OK and you'll have the developer option. Now go to the developer option and select the insert option, and there you can see the checkbox. Now draw the checkbox anywhere. I'll draw it over here, and there you go. You have the first checkbox, right? Now if you want, you can even customize this. So carefully click it. You can edit the text and write it as done. Okay. Now you can even copy this to all the cells. Just select and drag, and there you go. Now you can go ahead and check all the employees which you have received the phone numbers, and you can eliminate the ones which did not provide you with the phone numbers. That's how you can do it. And there's also another option where you can use this to include it in a formula. Since this data is only of 25 rows, you can manually check in the data and you can leave the data which is you have not received. But what if you had 2500, right? Then you might need formula. So in such scenarios, you can use a formula. So how do you use that? So for example, if this particular box is checked, then you will get a true value here, and if it's not checked, you will have a false value. Then you can use that boolean value to include in your formula, right? Sounds interesting. Now let's try to implement that. You can right click the cell and you can find format control. Then you can see here you have an option called cell link. Here select the cell link and press OK. So here you can see if you have checked this, the value is true, and if you uncheck this, you can see the value turned false. Now you can use this particular cell reference for including this in a formula. Now let us also check how to include checkboxes on Google Sheets. In Google Sheet, it's really simple. All you have to do is get into the insert option, and you can see a readily available checkbox. You don't have to use any developer options over here. And there you go. You can just check.
Now, let us assume that you're giving an important presentation and you're also requested by your manager to add the Excel document that you have used to create that particular report, which would be something like this. When you click on it, it will open a new Excel document or Excel window with all the data in it, right? So how do we do that? Let's look at the demo. Now, let's have a blank slide and let's get back to the source where our Excel file is located, that is in My Documents. So we are currently in My Documents and we have the Excel file which we used for creating that particular report. Now, if we copy and try to paste it on our Excel document, it would look something like this. And clearly, it's not visible and it's not accessible, right? So instead of this, there is another way where you can directly add the Excel document in the form of logo, which is a rather simple idea. All you have to do is just click on the insert option in the toolbar, then navigate to the text group, and here you will find the option called object. Click on the object and it will give you a new window where you can identify which type of document or object you want to add, either create or create from file. So we have the file in our local system, so we'll choose create from file, browse, and from browse we will go into the documents section where we have our Excel file. Click on the Excel file and click on OK. Now if you want the data or Excel file to be displayed in the form of an icon, then click on the display as icon section and here you can change the icon. So you can choose any one of the given options. Let's choose this particular one and click on OK. Another OK, and there you go. The icon will be now displayed on your Microsoft PowerPoint PPT, which is completely clickable as the previous one. Whenever you click on this, the Excel document will be opened. So that's how you add Excel document into Microsoft PowerPoint. Now we are on our Excel spreadsheet and here I'm trying to insert some images onto my spreadsheet. So here we have company logos and company brand names. So since we already have the brand names, what we need to add here is the brand logos. Okay, so how do I add such kind of an image into an Excel spreadsheet? That you might be thinking that Excel spreadsheets are just for data, not multimedia image or files, right? So no, it's not. It's completely wrong. You can also add your images onto your Excel spreadsheets. It's completely simple. So click anywhere on the Excel spreadsheet, navigate to the insert button, select the illustrations option from the add-ins group, click on that, and in the drop down you can see the pictures icon or the pictures button. Click on that and select from this device, or if you have an online stock image you can take that, or you can also check out from online pictures. For now I'll select the device, this device, and here I have some images. The images what we need are Simplilearn and Simplicode logos. Press OK or insert. So here you have them. Now you can also adjust the size of the image using the small buttons here. Press it over here and done. So you might be wondering, is it all done? Is there anything more to do, or just adding an image is done? No. Most of the times when you create or you work with Excel spreadsheet, you will not just add some data and add a relevant image to it. Most of the time you add some graphs, or most of the time you'll add some charts to showcase the data dashboard, right? So it will be something like this. So this is how you add the image or graph onto your dashboard, and sometimes you might not have enough place to display your entire dashboard. During those situations, what you do is you try to hide the row or column. So now let's try to hide this particular row. Let us imagine that you wanted to show only two charts and there is no space for your third chart. In such scenarios, you might want to hide or remove that third chart. Okay, so let's try to hide it and see if it gets hidden or not. When you try to hide it, you can see the column A has no data and the row number 4 has been hidden. So we have 3 and 5. But what about the image? It is still present, right? So if you want to make sure that the row also hides the image, then you might have to do a little formatting with it. So select the image, go to picture format. Or you can also right click and directly navigate to picture format. This opens up a set of options, and here you might want to go to the third one, which is picture format third, and select the properties, and here select the option of move and size with cells. So when you select this, when you try to hide this, it will also, the graph or the image will also hide along with the row. So that's how you do it. So how to insert PDF in Excel? Now there are multiple ways to insert a PDF into Excel. So we will go through a couple of ways. First is here, let us imagine that we wanted to insert some PowerPoint presentation in PDF format into our Excel sheet. So that belongs to Excel basics. Now click on the cell where you want to add the PDF, or just click any cell in the Excel spreadsheet. Then go to the option of insert in the toolbar. Then navigate to text option, click on it and select object. And here you can select create from file, and then you can browse, and here you have your Excel basics PDF in my documents. Click on that, select insert. So here you can just press OK and the PDF will be inserted. Now you can minimize the size of PDF to fit the cell. There you go, the PDF got successfully inserted into your Excel spreadsheet. Now let's discuss about the second way. Now the second way is completely same. The only difference is you can add some logo to your PDF. So you can see it has been added in direct form of a PDF, like what's the first slide of the PPT. But instead of that, if you wanted to highlight it as an icon, then you can select the display as icon button here and press OK. Now you don't have to reformat the size of your PPT or PDF. All you have to do is add the logo to your PDF, and it will also include the title. So this is another way of adding PDF to your Excel sheet. Now another way. So a few times you don't want the first page of the PDF to be visible, or any kind of logo of that PDF reader to be visible on your spreadsheet. Sometimes all you want is some dedicated image or a dedicated logo, right? So this time let's try to add a dedicated image to our PDF. So go to insert again. Here you can see the illustrations option. Click on picture, and from this device, so I will select the Simplilearn's logo, and now you have to resize the logo a little bit to fit the cell. There you go. You can click on the right click button and select the option of link. Now select the existing file or web page option. So if you are interested to learn more on hyperlink in Excel, we have a dedicated tutorial on that. Please go through hyperlinks in Excel by Simplilearn, which will explain you everything about hyperlinks in Excel, how to insert them, different types of documents to be inserted, and how it works in real time. For now, let's try to insert the existing web page, and go to documents, navigate to documents, and inside this you have the Excel basic PDF. Click on OK, and it has been added to your image. So when you click on it, it will open the PDF document attached to it. So when you hover over to the cell, you can see it will ask you a permission. Do you want to continue or not? Just click on this, ignore the warning. So you can see the PDF has been successfully opened. Convert PDF into Excel. Now to do this, let's get back to the practical mode and try to convert some PDF data into Excel. Now you can see the PDF document which I am looking to convert from PDF to Excel. So this particular PDF document has a table. So this is the state-wise GST collections that happened during March of 2020. Now we need to convert this tabular data from PDF format to Excel format. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel. Now to initiate the process, we might want to choose a blank workbook for this. So now we are on the blank workbook and the complete sheet is empty. Now let's go into the data option in the toolbar. And in the data option of the toolbar, we have the ribbon of get and transform data. In this ribbon, you can see get data option. Select that and you can see various options here from file, from database, from Azure, from other sources, etc. Now we need the first option, that is from file. And in that we have a drop down, and in that drop down you might want to select the PDF. If you have a JSON file, you can also choose from a JSON. And if you have the data from XML, you can choose that, and even you can extract the data from text or CSV as well. Now we need the PDF option, so select the PDF. Now navigate where your file is existing. So my file is on the desktop, and now let me select the PDF document. Select import. Now Excel will automatically analyze the tabular data in the PDF format and give you the results. Now according to Excel, there are multiple tabular formats. Table 1, Table 2. So basically this table is one and the same. So all the 29 states are fixed in one table itself. But since the PDF is divided in sheets, this particular document is considering the first table as a separate table and the table which is present in the third page as a separate table. So we have table 1, table 2, and there are a few more tables which Excel is assuming that it might be table, but it's not. And another table which is page number 002, it is a table, and another one is right here. Now there is an option of selecting all the tables all together at once, or you can select only one table which you want to select. So if you select multiple items, Excel will automatically give you an option of choosing your tables. You can just tick and select the tables you want, or you can directly select the table you want on your Excel sheet. So right now let's try to select multiple tables. So I'll be selecting 1, 2, 4 and 5, and this particular one is not a table, so I'm eliminating that. Now you might want to choose the load option. So Excel is now loading the data. Now all the data has been successfully loaded. Now it is giving us a notification that all the data has been successfully loaded. And now just right click on it and here choose the option load to, and here select table option. And if you want the data to be loaded to a new worksheet, you can choose that and select OK. Now you can see all the data is being successfully loaded in the form of tabular format in the new Excel sheet. Similarly, let's try to load another page. In the table format, new worksheet, select OK. And the third sheet. Now get ready to impress your boss by converting all the PDF data into Excel sheet just in a matter of few seconds with few steps. And there you go. All the 4 tables have been loaded successfully in the form of Excel in just a few steps. Now this is how you convert PDF to Excel.
That is how to add tick mark in Excel. Now on my spreadsheet, you can see some employee data. So they've been assigned a task and they want to update the task status as done and not done using symbolic statements. That is tick mark and into marks. Now how to do that? It is really simple. We'll discuss 2 different ways. The first way is to do it by conditional formatting. So click a cell on the task status, go to conditional formatting, click on the new rule. Yes, of course we can use the icon settings, but we want to automate it. So click on the new rule, right? So here, instead of 2 color scale, select icon sets. Now go to the settings. Here we don't want the third symbol, so select no cell icon. And here instead of percentage number formula, let's add just a simple number. And the second one as well, just a simple number. Now in the icon settings, select tick mark. You have various types of them. The circular tick mark. Let's select the generic tick mark without any outer circles, and into here generic X mark. And now let's set the values. When the value is greater than 0, it will be green, and when the value is less than or equal to 0, it will be X. and the reference value is 0, and here also the reference value is 0. Everything is okay. Click on OK and done. And here you cannot see the logos yet. We need to add some formula here, which is equals to if, click on tab to select the symbol, and if cell address C2 is equals to done, then the value should be 1, else the value should be 0. Close the bracket, enter. Right, now you can see this particular logo here. Now drag the same formula, it's done. Now you can see we do have numbers. You can eliminate those numbers as well. Just edit the rules, and here you can see show icon only. Click OK and the numbers will be removed. Also edit the second one, and there you go. The numbers are gone and only the symbols remain. Now what is the second technique? The second technique is available in the developer options. You can activate it by going into the options here, go to file, and here go to options, and here go to advanced, customized ribbon, and in here on the right hand side you will get developer options. Click on the tick box and it will be enabled. Now go into developer options and click into insert menu. Click on the form controls or active X controls, select the checkbox, and now just place it over here. You can edit this particular checkbox, delete everything, drag it as checkbox as well. Now you can drag the same cell across all the functions and you will have the checkbox as well. Now you can click on it and say if it's done or not. That is how to add watermark to Excel. Now on my sheet you can see some data. So here we wanted to add some watermark logo to your Excel spreadsheet so that it looks genuine and worked by you, right? So that's the overall idea of adding a watermark. Now go to the insert window, and in the insert window go to the text option, click on that, select header and footer. Once you select header and footer, you can see something on your screen like this. So in this box, which is highlighted by a cursor, is where you're going to add the picture. On my top in the menu bar, you can see header and footer elements. In this, select the picture element and it will navigate you to a different option window. Since we are adding the image from our local system, select from file, or if you are adding from your Bing or any search window, you can also add that, or OneDrive as well. But now let's go with from file. It will directly navigate you to the pictures folder in your local system. So here is my Simplilearn's logo. Click on it and select insert. Now you can see the image is added in this format, which is ampersand and picture, and you might wonder where is the picture. It is actually present. To view it, click on any cell in the spreadsheet and there you go, you can see it. Now you might be wondering the image is a little towards top and abnormally placed, right? So no worries, you can always format your picture. Just press enter and use enter to move your picture towards the center of your data spreadsheet. And also there is another option of format picture altogether. Here you can adjust the height and width of your image by increasing and decreasing width or increasing and decreasing height. Using the arrow marks also works. And apart from this, there is another option of picture formatting where you can choose your image to be washing out, black and white, grayscale or anything. So currently I'm going with automatic, which will automatically adjust the brightness and everything for your image. It looks perfectly fine. So click on OK and there you go. Right. So now this should be fine. Right. Now everything is done and everything is automatically saved if you are having that autosave option on your spreadsheet. And let's go back to the normal view from the header and footer view. Click on the view and go to normal. You might be confused, right? Where is the logo? It vanished. Did I have to save it? No, it's already saved. Everything is fine. Even the image is there, but you cannot see it in normal view. To see it, click on File, click on Print, then you can see the logo. It will be present only on the printed pages, not on the normal view. Okay, so that's how you work with watermarks in Excel, and that's how you can add and customize your watermarks using Excel. How to modify or increase cell size in Excel. Now, most of you might probably want to increase just the cell size or, just to increase the visibility of the text. So one of the easiest way is just to press on the plus icon on the bottom right corner of your Excel spreadsheet. So this will automatically increase
the text size and you can see the text more clearly. Now apart from that, if it's just not that what you want to do, you can also modify by hovering over to the line between two columns and right click, which will give you the option of format cells or column width. So either of these options will help you to maximize or minimize your column width. Similarly, you can apply the same idea for your rows as well. So you can either format the cells or modify the row height of your cell, and this is another way. And another simple way is to just hold that line and drag it, so it improves your width of the column. And another way is to just hover onto that line and hold it and drag it to improvise or increase your width of the cell, and same applies to your row. So this is another way. So apart from that, there is another way, that is format cells from this particular option in the home button. You can select this and here you have the row height, auto fit row height, column width, auto fit column width. For example, let us imagine that you wanted to, just by mistake you increase the cell size and you wanted to restore it back to the original thing, right? So you can just click on the auto fit height and click on the auto fit column width. There you go, it happens in that way. And now coming back to another simplest way, let us imagine that you are given a lot of data and you are told to auto fit all the rows and columns. Now we have already seen the format cell option where you will auto fit all the columns and width of the column and also the height of the rows, etc., right? But there is also a keyboard shortcut to do this. So all you have to do is select a cell and press Ctrl A to select all the cells in the spreadsheet. And once all the cells are selected, all you have to do is press and hold Alt key and then release it. Then the combination of keys, that is HOI. So your column width has been now adjusted. Now the same formula or the same shortcut key with a small modification. Press and hold and release Alt key. Now H, O and A to adjust the row height. So this is the way where you can increase or decrease or modify or auto fit all the cells in Excel.
Now you can see that we have the first column, that is A column, and the first set of that is text, and all the other cells are numbers. But as a whole, Excel considers the whole column as a general data format. So why are we discussing about this? So to create a barcode in Excel, you have to make sure that all the elements in the column are of text data type. So the first step is to convert this general data type to text data type. So you can do that by going into the data type and selecting text. And now all the elements in your first column A are type text. Now the next step is to convert these elements into barcode. Now for that, let's create a new column called barcode. Now our new column, that is barcode, has been created. Now the next step would be is to check for the barcode font. So the barcode font looks something like this. But let me remind you, the barcode font in Excel is not available by default. Don't worry if it's not available, we can download it from open source. So let's go back to Google. So on the Google, you want to search for barcode font for Excel. So the one that I would recommend is 3 of 9 barcode font. Now you can download this font by just clicking on the download button over here. Now I've already downloaded this font on my local system. Let's now try to install that. Now the 3 of 9 barcode folder will come in the form of zip folder. You have to unzip that. And after unzipping, you'll get the setup file which looks something like this, which is 3 of 9 new. Select that and you'll be having the installer file over here. You can install by selecting the install button over here. So I have already installed it in my local system, so it is readily available for me on my Microsoft Excel. Now we might want to create the barcode for this particular cell in A2. So let's create that. So to create a barcode, we need to write in a formula that is equals to double quotes star double quotes and ampersand symbol, address of the cell, that is A2, another ampersand symbol, again double quotes, star symbol, and double quotes. So you can either use this, or instead of star, you can use brackets as well. So let's try brackets. Now select enter. Now this will generate another type of code in your resultant cell. Now we will change the font for this particular resultant cell and we will get our barcode. Now you can just drag all these cells so that you can apply the formula to all the codes. Now I got all the codes over here. Now select all the cells, get into the fonts, and here select the barcode font, and there you go. You have the barcode for all the numbers you have in your column A. So that's how you create barcode in Excel.
Excel Flash Fill is a feature of Microsoft Excel where Excel can sense a pattern in a cell and apply the same logic to extract the similar resultant pattern out of the remaining cells in a table. Might be a little confusing, right? So let us simplify it. So let us imagine that you have a text in one of the cells in the Excel sheet and you wanted to trim a part of that text. For example, let us imagine that there is an assembly where the car parts are assembled together to finish a car. So each and every part has a code, the serial number, the product code, and the assembly code, etc. Right? And you wanted to separate all those three. If you wanted to do that, you might want to use the trim function, which might be a little tedious to apply to all the cells. But what if I say there is a simple key format using which you can fill all the columns in the Excel sheet within a fraction of a second? Sounds interesting, right? So that's exactly the flash fill function in Excel does. Now, before we get started, let me tell you guys that we have daily updates on multiple technologies. If you're a tech geek in a continuous hunt for latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Now, without further ado, let's get started with the flash fill in Excel. For that, we might want to start the Excel to get in the practical mode. Now, we are on the Microsoft Excel. And remember the example we discussed? So this is a similar example. Now, the first column in the sheet is the product detail. So this product detail consists of the product code, that is 112. Next we have the product serial number, that is 1002567, and lastly the assembly code, that is A, S and X. Now we want to separate this product detail into three columns where we have the first column to be storing the product code, second one to be storing the product serial number, and the last one to be storing the assembly code. So now if you want to do that using trim function, you might want to apply the trim function here and trim out the left part. And again for the product serial number, you might want to use the trim function again, which might go into a little complicated pattern. So to avoid the complications and decrease the time spent, we might want to use the flash fill in Excel. Now let us help Excel about the pattern that we might want to generate. So the pattern is 112 and the next one is 322. So now you can see that the text was highlighted. That was the intimation from the Excel that it understood the pattern. Now going into the next cell and holding the control key and pressing the E button will help us to fill the remaining cells in the column B. So that's how it is done. And similarly, let's try out for the serial number. For that, the serial number is 10025637. Now in the next cell, we have 10036582. Now we can go to the third cell and press Ctrl E for Windows, and if you're using a Mac operating system, then you have to press Command E and all the serial numbers will be filled. So this will reduce the time in separating the pattern and filling the columns. Now let's try the last column, that is ASX, which happens to the assembly code. Next we have F, G and V. Now the shortcut method, that is Ctrl E, and there you go. Now you might be wondering, will it work only for numbers, etc., etc., or the text which is properly aligned or separated using a hyphen? No, it can also be used for some random text which is like this. So let us imagine that we have a text which is of length like 20 or 30 and you wanted to print only a part of it. So here I'm going to print the alphabets from position 4th to position 8th. So I've already tried the first one, that is taking out the alphabets from 4th location to the 8th location, or the pattern of the text, that is I, F, E, R from Jennifer Lopez. And in the next cell, we have the numbers starting from the location 4 to 8, so that is 7767. And similarly, we have the other cells consisting of the names of few cars, that is Alfa Romeo, Bugatti Veyron, and next we have Superman returns text. So now let's press the shortcut key, that is Ctrl E, and make sure that all the remaining cells are filled. So that's how the flash fill works. So the flash fill in Excel will reduce the time consumed to fill all the columns by separating the text in your main cell, that is the column A, which we have here in this example. And it also reduces the complexity of using a trim function in Excel. There's hyperlinks in Excel. Now hyperlink is something which is clickable, and when you click on it, it will redirect you to a different web page, to a different worksheet, or a different location in your local system. So there are a variety of options, and we will explore all of them using Excel. Now creating a hyperlink is really simple. We have multiple ways. Now let's write some text on the Excel worksheet. I'll write Simplilearn. Now, creating a hyperlink is really simple. You have multiple ways. The first simplest shortcut is clicking on the cell where you want to place the hyperlink and holding Ctrl key and pressing K. Now, this will enable the hyperlink menu box or the dialog box. This is the first way. And let me close it. Now, again, we have selected the cell. There is another option where you have to click on the insert menu on the toolbar and navigate to links group. Click on the link option and you will again have the dialog box of the hyperlink in Excel. And the third way is right click on the cell and you can see the link option in the last, and this will enable the hyperlink option in Excel. Now let's create a hyperlink. The simplest way again, Ctrl K. Now we have a variety of options, that is existing file or web page, place in this document, create a new document, and an email address. So we will address all of these one at each time. So first one, existing file or a web page. Now you can select an existing PDF file or any file in your local system and hyperlink or create a hyperlink to the text, or you can select a website link and place it over here and create it as a hyperlink. Let's explore both the options. First, let's try to explore the web page option. So since I've written as Simplilearn, let's use the website link of Simplilearn and create a hyperlink. Let me open Google, new tab, and let me type simplilearn.com. Let me copy the hyperlink, and now let's get back to the Excel workbook. Now here, let's place the hyperlink. Now you can press OK, and there you go. The hyperlink has been successfully created. Now this link is clickable. When you click on it, it will redirect you to a new Simplilearn's home web page, right? So this is how you create a hyperlink to a website. Now we shall explore another option, that is using an existing file, right? Let's create a new text box here. Let's name it as existing file, and okay, existing file should be good. Again, the same. You can either click, right click and select hyperlink, or Control K. Now let's select existing file or web page option. Now here you can see navigate key. Press on that, and let's navigate our files. Let's select all files here. Remember to select all files. Okay, by default it shows as Office files. Now let's explore our file option. So let's select Fundamentals of Computer Programming option, which is a PDF file. Press OK, and there you go. We have created a hyperlink. So when I click on this, you can directly navigate to an existing PDF file in your local system, and it will be open as a web page. Click on it and you can see the PDF file. Now close. Now another thing, when you navigate onto this, you'll see the lengthier HTTP address, and same happens here, right? So if you're a little uncomfortable watching this lengthier link, you can also edit it. You can choose the option of edit hyperlink and see the screen tip option. Click on it, and here you can change the text to display option and write it as click here to know more. Press OK. Again, press OK, and now if you navigate onto it, instead of seeing a lengthier hyperlink, what you can see is click here to know more. Okay, I think I made a spelling mistake. So I think I forgot an E somewhere over here. Yes. Click here to know more and press OK. Right. So here you can see click here to know more. Let's try this again over here. So edit hyperlink, screen tip option, and instead of the lengthier text box or hyperlink, you can write as click to open notes. Or PDF. Click OK and click another OK, and you are done. So instead of seeing that lengthier hyperlink, you can see click here to open PDF, right? So far we have explored two options, that is existing file and existing web page, right? Now let's try to explore another option. Again, hyperlink, right click hyperlink, and here you have seen place this in document, right? So which is like, okay, let me show this to you instead of telling you. So here what it is doing is you have the cell A5 and you wanted to refer to A1 or any other cell in the same worksheet. So you can do that, right? So now for your reference, let me cancel it and let me create a new sheet. And here, navigate me to here, right? Let me write it as navigate me to here. Okay. So now what we will do is, so here we will create that navigate link from using the hyperlink option. Place this in this document. You can see the sheet 2 option and the cell reference is A1 where we have written navigate me to here. So when I click this A5 cell, okay, let me also rename it. Write it as navigate cell, navigating cell, right? Now create that, Control K. Let me select sheet 2 and the cell address is A1. Press OK. Now what's the change, right? When you click on this, you will be redirected to sheet 2 cell A1. Navigate me to here, right? So this can be like a shortcut when you have multiple sheets, like 100 sheets. Then you can have a different column over here and add the navigation address to all those cell links. You can just click on that cell and go into the different sheet and to the specific cell which you have given the address. In our case, I have given sheet 2 address cell A1, right? So this is another trick. Now let's get back to the hyperlink thing again. Control K, and another option is create new document. So you might have been through option of having, let's say, some cheat sheets or clip-on clipboards, right? So let us imagine that you're working through a huge worksheet and you wanted to have a track of everything and keep notes updating, right? So it might be a little complicated to understand, so let me show it practically. So let me write it down as clipboard or sticky note, right? Okay, I think this has a hyperlink. Okay, this can be used, no worries. Back to hyperlink option again. Create new document. Now here you can create a variety of documents, right? So it can be a text document, it can be an Excel document, it can be a PDF document, right? For now we'll create a text document. Okay, we'll name it as tracker.txt. So this should create as a text document, and the location can be anything. So you can take it as a desktop, documents, download. So let me take documents here and select OK. So I'll be having this tracker.txt located in the documents folder. And you can also choose to edit the document later or edit the document now. Let us select edit the document now, press OK, and there you go. So you have your text tracker here. So let us imagine that we have worked on the Excel sheet and we wanted to write down as a sticky note so that we can remember what we have done on the Excel sheet. So update 1 and update 2. Now you can close it. So it'll ask for a save option, save it, and done. And let us imagine that you did something else and you also updated something else on the sticky note, Excel sheet, and you wanted to update that on your sticky note. So click on it and you'll see a minor notice over here from Microsoft Excel based on potential security concerns. You can select yes, and you'll be having access to your text document again, and write down your update again here, update 3, what you have written, right? The latest update what you have. And you can save it and close. So that's how you keep track of your sticky note, and you'll have all your updates, right? Now, getting back to the hyperlinks again. The last one is email address. So you can also try to add, let's imagine that you're working with a colleague and every time you make an update in your Excel sheet or anything, and you wanted to send him out an email, right? So it would be a little time consuming that you open your email and compose something and send it over here. But what if you had one single click and access to the email compose option, right? That can be done. So let us write down email colleague. Bear me with the spelling. So again, the Control K and hyperlink, select email option, and you can write down your email, which can be anything. So you can write down your friend's email address. So I'm just writing down some random email here, friend@gmail.com, and can write the subject about update and press OK. This will navigate you to the Gmail option or the mailing address options. Click on it and you'll have a variety of mailing options: Outlook, Office 365, Yahoo, iCloud, Google, etc. So you can select any one of those. Since we have written as gmail.com, we'll navigate to Gmail, and all you have to do is log in, all the formalities, and you're good to go with emailing. So let's skip this for now. So you know how to do the rest parts. So far we have covered all the hyperlink options in Excel, that is existing file or a web page, place this in the current executing worksheet or document, creating a new document for your update thing, and also including the email, right? So far we have covered everything around hyperlink in Excel, and if you have anything to know more about, or if you feel that we have missed out anything important regarding hyperlink in Excel, you can feel free to let us know.
Round off formula in Excel. Now for this particular tutorial, we will be using the student dataset. Now let's get back to the practical mode and start our Microsoft Excel. Now we are in the Microsoft Excel, and as you can see on my sheet, okay, let me expand this. So as you can see on my screen, we have the dataset belonging to students. So we have 10 students and every one of them has name, roll number, class, blood group, and marks, etc. And at the end we have the percentage. And as you can see, we have the percentage in terms of float values, and we have a lot of decimal values like 8 and above. So what if you wanted to just have 1 or 2 digits after the actual percentage, like 80.6 or 80.66, right? It would be a little bit more or good to read, right? So that's what a round off actually means. So now let's work on having rounded off values for the percentage. Now let's create a new column. Let's name it as round off percentage. Great. So to actually perform the round off formula, we do have a predefined method for that. For that, you just have to type in equals to round, and there you go. We have round up and a round down. So both of them perform the same operation. Let's select a round up, and this is the M column and the row number is 3. So we'll have to press M3 and the number of values after the decimal point. For now, let's select 1. And there you go. Press enter and the value should be rounded off. Now 80.66 is being rounded off to 80.7. Now when you drag the cell to all the rows, then you can see all the values will be rounded off. Here you can see 75.16 has been rounded off to 75.2 and 82.33 has been rounded off to 82.4. So we end up with having rounded off.
So first we will understand what exactly is standard deviation. So standard deviation is a calculated square of variance. Now what is variance? Okay, nothing to worry. Let us also understand what is variance. Now the next part, variance. So what is variance? Variance is a measure of variability. It is calculated by taking the average of squared deviations from the mean. Now what are deviations? So slowly you can understand that we are getting into the topic of statistics and graphs. So before getting deep into it, let's understand what is deviation. So the deviation is a measure that is used to find the difference between the observed value and the expected value of a variable. In simple terms, deviation is the distance from the center point. So for example, when you are going through a graph, so you will be expecting some value, right? And if you get some difference that is above or below the expected point, that is called the deviation. What is the difference between the expected point and the obtained point? So that is the deviation. Now, next is the observed value. So the observed value is the value that you get in real time, unlike the predicted value. So now you might be thinking, to calculate standard deviation, we might need a few more parameters, and you're exactly right. So to calculate standard deviation in Excel, you need variance, and then you need deviation, and then you need mean, right? So all these parameters are supposed to be calculated first, and then you will be having the final formula to calculate standard deviation. Now that we understood the theoretical and formula-based explanation about standard deviation, it's time we calculate the standard deviation using one of the most popular business intelligence tool, that is Microsoft Excel. So let's get back to the practical mode. So now we are on the practical mode and we have some sample data on my screen right now. Let me expand it a little bit. Yeah, there you go. So as discussed before, to calculate standard deviation, we might require the mean, variance, deviation, and deviation squared, and then we can calculate the standard deviation. So let's go step by step. So the first one is calculating sum, right? So to calculate average, we might need sum of all the scores. So we have the index values, that is 1 to 10, and scores of each index value, that is 1 to 10, right? Now let's calculate the sum of all values here. Press tab to select the function, select and drag these cells, press enter, and then you have the scores. Now you want number of indexes. So clearly you can see we have 10, but still let's count them. COUNT, tab space to select, and select the number of cells, press enter, and you have count. Now what's the mean? So mean is simply the average of all the numbers, right? So you can either divide the sum by count, or you can simply use the average function. So let's try to use the average function so that we also have an idea of how the average function works. Press tab to select it and select all the cells, press enter. Now you have the average or mean value. Now we have the mean value, and now after finding the mean value, we are supposed to find out the deviation. So remember the deviation, that is the difference between the obtained value and the predicted value, right? So the obtained value is this one, which is here in C2, and the predicted value is this one, that is 82.6. That's our mean, right? According to formula, we are supposed to eliminate the value of obtained minus the mean, right? So select the cell equals to C2 minus the obtained value, that is mean. Now press F4 to freeze the value, and now press enter so that you can freeze the value and drag the formula across all the cells. Now you have the deviation, right? Now the next step is to find the sum of all the deviation numbers. So either you can apply the sum formula to all these numbers, or you can just drag the cell over here and the formula will be automatically copied. Now similarly, the count function to count all the values, that is, drag it and you'll have it over here, right? Now the next step is to find out the square deviations, or the square of the deviations, which is really simple. All you have to do is equals to select the cell and see that small hat kind of logo on the number 6, use that. Now into 2, press enter, you have the square. Similarly, drag the same formula across all the cells and you'll have your square numbers. Similarly, drag this summation function over here, so you'll have the sum of this and the count number as well. Now comes the final formula. Now we have the mean value, that is over here. Let's color it. And we have the variation square. Now that is, which is this one. Let's color it in a different shade. And we have deviation as well. Let's color it in a different shade. Now we need to find the variance, and after we find the variance, the last step is to count the standard deviation, or to calculate the standard deviation. So what is the formula to calculate the variance? So for variance, you need the sum of deviation square divided by total number of values minus 1. Press enter, and that's your variance. Now the standard deviation. So the standard deviation is really simple. You need to calculate the variance to the power of 0.5, and that's your standard deviation. So that's how you calculate standard deviation in Excel. I hope all the formulas and the explanation was clear.
So you can see that we have got started with Microsoft Excel, and on the left hand side we have a simple table with all the teams in an IT industry, starting from IT admin, testing, development to client consultant support. We have got everything in this particular table. Now our main idea is to find out the index of these particular elements. For example, if you wanted to find the index of the element marketing, then how could you do it? So here, let's try to use the match function in Excel. For that, we want lookup value and position. So on the right hand side, you can see that I've created two separate columns as lookup value and positions. So in the lookup value column, we will be inserting the value of which you want to find the index. Now, for example, let us consider that we want to find the index value of team marketing. So I'll be writing marketing in this particular lookup value. Now, how to find the index value of the element marketing? For that, we will be using the match function in Excel. Now, after writing the match function, you can see that it is asking for 3 different parameters. So the first one is the lookup value, second is the lookup array, and lastly we have match type. So lookup value is the value of which you are trying to find the index, that is marketing, this particular cell. So we have selected the lookup value, which is the first one. Next we have to select the lookup array, that is from which set of elements you want to find the index. So the set of elements are this IT admin testing, the column which we have created, the A column. Now we have selected the lookup array, and lastly the match type. Is it you're looking for less than, or is it you're looking for exact match, or is it greater than match? So for now I want exact match, so I will be selecting the exact match, that is 0. Now there you go, you have the exact index of the element, that is 5. Now we have selected all the 10 teams, starting from IT 1, admin 2, testing 3, development 4, marketing 5. So that's how you find the index of a selected element in Excel. Now, we just have like 10 elements, so we have got the writing of the elements, or choosing the elements in a easy way. But what if you had like 100 elements, right? Could be a little different. Okay, so let me put it simple. Now you wanted to find the index value of finance. So right now we have marketing and you wanted to type in finance and you missed out a letter A. Okay, now you're not finding the right index. To avoid such problems, you can always take the help of data validation in Excel. That is, using the list in data validation in Excel. You can see a small drop down icon here, right? You can choose that, and here you can see all the teams that we have created in the left column, right? So here I can scroll down and choose the finance, and there you go. I have the index value. Okay, again we need to copy paste the same match function in Excel over here. Equals to match, lookup value, lookup array, and exact match. So there you go. That's how you make use of data validation in Excel, and using the list you can comprehend all the list elements in this particular column into the list of data validation, and you can choose the team whichever you want to find the index for. So this is how you can make use of match function in Excel or index match function in Excel.
To sort data in Excel. So on my spreadsheet, you can see some employee data, and on the column F and G, you can see employee date of birth and employee date of joining. For example, you wanted to sort the employee data in the form of earliest joining employee and the latest joining employee, right? That is, who is the employee who joined first to this company and who is the employee who joined last to this company. So for that, you just need to select the column of date. So let's select both the columns and go to home and check or verify if the data type is date or not. So generally the data type will be set to general by default by Excel. So we need to make sure that we have the proper data type, which is date. Now that we have the proper data type, select the entire column and go to the data option, and here select the sort option, and in the sort option select the expand selection. Click on sort, and here sort by employee date of joining and oldest to newest. That's what we wanted, the oldest employee, or you can also set it to the newest employee to oldest according to your requirement, but we'll go to oldest to newest according to the case study right now. Just click on OK and that should be done. So Emily, who's a manager, is the oldest employee who joined the company, and Chris, who's a trainee in IT support, is the latest employee who joined the company. Now that's how you sort date in Excel. Now on my screen, you can see the sales of 4 quarters from different regions, that is East, West, South, North, and Central. Now you might want to calculate the sum of sales happened from all the regions in Q1, or you might want to calculate the sum of sales happened in one region of all the 4 quarters. That is, either you want to calculate the sum of all the regions from quarter 1, or you might want to calculate the sum of all the quarters in one region, right? So to do this, you have some simple functions in Excel. So you might say you have some function, etc., right? For that, you might want to go into the, equals to mode and fetch sum option and subtotal or sum. You have to select the function from here. But what if I tell you that there is one simple, easy shortcut where you just have to make one single click and you'll have all the sum, right? So that seems interesting. So on the top in the home bar, select home, and on the top right corner, you have the editing group. In editing group, you have aggregation function, that is summation. So you have different aggregations here, sum, average, count numbers, maximum, minimum, more functions. Here you might want to select the sum and you can get all the summation numbers here. So I'll select one cell. So the second query where we wanted to calculate the sum of all the sales happened in East region with all the quarters included. That is this one, C2 to F2, right? So let us select G2 and select the auto sum option, and here it will automatically select the range for you, that is C2 to F2. If you want to change it, you can also change it, like minimize the number. If you just wanted to calculate the sum of 3 quarters, you can do that. So now we want 4 quarters, so select enter, and there you go, you have all the sales of all the 4 quarters of East region. Now if you simply drag it, you will have the sum of all the 4 quarters of all different regions. Now let us calculate the summation of Q1 of all the regions, that is this one. Select auto sum and it will automatically select all the cells for you, that is from C2 to C6, right? Press enter and you'll have the summation. Similarly, you can drag it and you have the numbers here of all the Q2 sales of all the regions, Q3 sales of all region, and Q4 sales of all region. Now let us try to change the color so that you can have a reference, that is it's different, it's its total sum, or right, you just have a reference to identify it. Now similarly to this one as well. So that's how you implement auto sum in Excel. Now we are on the Excel spreadsheet. So you can see that I have 5 different sheets of the same data. So why do we have that? So I'll be explaining you how to sort data for multiple parameters. So firstly, we will try to sort data in the form of numbers, right? So let us imagine that this data is being shared with you by your manager, and he wants you to sort this data based on the salary numbers. So he wants you to arrange the data in the form of ascending order or descending order maybe, which will help him find the employee with the highest salary, right? So how could you do that? So it's really simple. You could sort the entire data just within a few clicks. So how would you do that? So since you're focusing on salary, select any cell from the salary column only, right? Select this particular column and select any cell in the salary column. Get into the sort and filter options, and here select this sort of arrangement you need, that is largest to smallest or the smallest to largest. Since the problem statement was to find the highest salary, click on largest to smallest, and there you go. So you have Tony, and the designation is senior, and he works in IT support, and he draws the highest salary of 80,000, right? And there's also another one, which is Pepper, and she works for the analytics team. And now the next sheet. Let's get into the sheet 2, and this time let us imagine that you wanted to arrange or sort the data based on the employee date of joining or date of birth, right? Again, if you wanted to arrange the data in which you find the youngest employee or the oldest employee of the organization, you can do that. Click on any cell in the date of birth column and go back to the sort and filter, and here you will be seeing the options sort oldest to the newest, or the sort the data from newest to the oldest. So since we want the oldest employee, select oldest to newest, and there you go. So the oldest employee is Alfred, who is an associate designation employee, and he works in the admin department, and he's drawing the salary of 25,000. So that's how you can sort the data when you are trying to sort the data based on date wise. So first we try to sort the data on the number wise. So you can apply the same for your employee ID, salary, and if there is any possibility, you can do that as well. And if you want to apply the same sorting based on dates, you can do that as well using the sorting function in the same way. Now let's get back onto the third sheet, and here now single column wise is perfectly fine. There is no issues with that. Now you wanted to let us imagine that you have 2 columns. Okay, let's eliminate a few columns here. Maybe we can eliminate the employee ID, and okay, let's keep a few columns. So we'll just keep employee name and employee salary. Okay, so here we are trying to demonstrate if you are trying to sort the data using one cell in the column B, will it maintain its relationship with the cell A? Okay, that's our query, right? So let's see, I'll go a little detail. So let us imagine that you wanted to sort this data based on highest salary. Okay, so when you do that, will it also impact the cells in the column A? So it will basically impact, but just it's a query, right? Any of you viewers might have that query. Will I, if in case if I try to sort the data based on this, will it affect the cells on the rest of the data set? Okay, so in basically it will impact. So I'll try to sort the data based on ascending order. So this is the smallest to largest, and you can see the Tony and Pepper. So since I selected the cell in the column B, it also impacted the change on the cells of column A. So that's how the sorting works. Now we'll get to a little advanced sorting techniques. So here we try to, already we try to sort the data based on numbers, based on alphabets, based on date of birth, right? So I think we forgot the ascending or or sorting based on alphabets. Let's do that as well. Select any cell in the column A and go to sort and filter. Try selecting A to Z, or okay, let's try to Z to A. Okay, so here you can see the names have been sorted based on the descending order from Z to A, right? So far we tried on alphabets, so far we tried on numbers, date of birth, and a couple of more things. So let's dig a little deeper and try to sort based on colors, right? So for that, you don't, find that extra setting here in the regular sort and filter. So you might want to get into the data option, and here you'll find another sort function, which is a little advanced. So that's how you do it. So since we have colored in the cell or column of salary, select that salary, and we're going with cell value. So in the cell values section, select the cell color, and here on the cell color options, you'll have green, blue, and yellow. That's what we have used in our cells. So let's keep green in the first position, which is on top, and press OK. Now you'll see green has been sorted to the first position. Now yellow and blue are left out. So why is that? So because you didn't provide it, right? So you can do that as well. You can always add the setting to it. Right, select any cell, go to sort and add a level, and then again select the salary and cell values to cell colors, and now the cell color in the second position would be blue, and that will be on bottom, and I can add another level, the same salary, the cell values will be cell color, and cell yellow will be somewhere in between or bottom. Okay, so based on hierarchy, it will be selecting, press OK, and there you go. So you have cell yellow and blue at the bottom and green at the top position as per your suggestions. Now we are on the last sheet. So here in this last sheet, we are going to dig a little deeper into the advanced sorting methods. So previously we tried to apply the advanced sorting methods for colors. Now we'll try to apply the advanced sorting methods based on the data set we have here. The data we have in our data set, right? So select the sort option and let's add a few details, right? So firstly, let's sort the column employee ID. Okay, so let's have the smallest to largest, or yeah, now that would be good. Now let's add another level where we will sort. Okay, I think we will sort based on employee name. That would be a little better. So let's try to sort it on employee name here, and here will be employee salary. Okay, now the cell values, and this would be from A to Z, and the salaries will be from smallest to largest. So basically what we are trying to do is we are trying to sort the employee list based on employee names from A to Z. So the employee's name starting from A to Z will be ordered first, and another subset of the sorting will be done based on highest salaries, that is smallest to highest. So let us imagine that we have 3 employees with names starting from A, and their salaries are 10,000, 20,000, and 30,000. So how would it sort? So it will sort basically in the alphabetical order first. So first 3 names will be sorted,
And then it will also have another condition to sort the data with, keeping the lowest salary on top and highest salary in the last, right? So this is how the algorithm works for sorting. Now let's press OK and see the output. So there you go. The names are Alfred, and we have the highest salary here, smallest to highest. So this is 25,000. Next we have Banner, Barnes and Ben. So here you might be seeing why we have Ben in the third position despite he has the lowest salary and name starts with B, right? So here it is trying to work based on the alphabets in the order, right? So B, A and B, E. It's not just comparing the first letter, it's also comparing the following letters as well, right? So N comes first, R comes later. So Barnes is pushed to the second position. A comes first and E comes later. So B, A letters are pushed to the first position and Ben is pushed to the third position. So that's how it works, right? So accordingly, the set for BA is created here, 3540. Next Ben, 12, and next you have Bobby, Brian, Brock, Chris, Clark, right? So that's how the data has been organized and sorted based on multiple levels of parameters you provide for sorting. So that's how you use sorting in Excel, slicers and filters in Excel.
So slicers in Excel are software filters used along with Excel tables or Excel pivot tables over a large amount of data. Not just filtering out data, but slices also help you with an easy understanding of the information being extracted and displayed on the screen. Now, Microsoft Excel slices are compatible with Windows and Macintosh operating systems. Now, let us understand how to implement slicers in Excel. So for that, we might want to get back to the practical mode, that is, starting our Microsoft Excel. Now, we are on our Excel sheet, and as you can see on my screen, there is some data available on the Excel spreadsheet. And this table is not just any table. This table from Microsoft Excel has been converted into an actual table. As you know, by default, Excel considers all the data which has been inserted into the spreadsheet as a database. And to implement these slices in Excel, we might want to create or convert the format of database into a normal table. For that, you can select all your data and just press Ctrl T, and that will allow you an option called Convert the Data into Table. Now, since this table is already converted as a table, we can directly start implementing or inserting slices into the spreadsheet. Now for that, select all your data. Then go into the Insert option. And in the Insert ribbon, you can see the Filters group. And in the Filters group, select the option called Slicer. Now you will be provided with multiple options. Since we have the columns Employee ID, Employee Name, Zone, Designation, Department, Salary, Employee's Date of Birth, and Employee's Date of Joining. So we can choose any of the options available according to our columns and create the slices. Now let me select the first one, that is Zone, next Designation, Department, and let's also select Employee Name. Now press OK, and there you go, we have our slices. Now let us try to rearrange these slices. All you can do is just select and drag them up. And done. Now let us imagine that we want to see or take a look at the employees who are working in the East Zone. Then we have all the information displayed on the screen who are working in the East Zone. They are Jack, Tony, Banner, Fred, etc. and their department, designation, etc., all on one single screen. So this really helps you while you're presenting your data in a presentation. Now for a change, let's try to select the department. Now if your client wants to select the data from only analytics department, then you might want to select on the analytics key on the department slicer, and there you go, you have an employee called Luke Hobbs who works in the East Zone, and his department is analytics and his designation is contract based, and the salary he is getting is 65,000. Now similarly, you can see that we have only selected analytics, and your client also wants data from IT support. Now you can see that analytics is gone. But what if you want both analytics and IT support? Then you have an option called select multiple. Then you can select analytics and IT support, and if you want HR you can also do that. And in the zone, if you want west along with east, then you can do the same, east and west, and you have all the employee details. And in the designation, let's try to select senior, trainee. Okay, select multiple, senior, trainee and manager. So that's how you do it. So that's how it's done, and that's how you implement slicers in Excel to simplify the filtering options using slicers during a presentation.
It is really simple to add filters in Excel. So we are on a practical mode right now. So on my screen, you can see an Excel spreadsheet of sales data. So here you have various columns, regions, category, state, subcategory, sales, quantity, and much more, right? So now let us imagine that we want to add filters on the region part. So we have south, west, east, etc., right? So we want to, let us imagine that you want to extract the data of only west region and you wanted a filter. So doing it manually could take a lot of time. So using filters will be helpful. Now select one cell on the headers part and select the filter option in the data toolbar. You can see the data option in the toolbar, right? So click on the data option and navigate to sort and filter group, and in that select the option of filter. Now you can see the filters are being added to all the column headers: region, category, state, subcategory, sales, quantity, right? Now we wanted the west category. So when you see, or when you click on the drop down icon, you can see all the options are selected, right? The central, east, west, south, everything, right? But now we just want west one, so click on west and select OK. There you go. So you have everything from the west region. Now let's imagine that you wanted to look into office supplies only or technology only, right? You can do the same with technology and press OK, and now you'll have all the technology related sales in the west region, right? So that's how you use filters in Excel, or that's how you add filters in Excel.
Goal seek in Excel. So for this tutorial, we'll be considering the students database. Now let's get back to the Excel. So now we are on the Excel sheet, and you can see that in this particular Excel sheet, we have some student details. We have the serial numbers, names, roll numbers, class, blood group, and some subjects like math, science, computer, statistics, social, GK, and the final marks obtained, percentage, and total marks, right? So let us imagine that a company has come for an interview. So all these students are going to attend an interview, and the minimum percentage to attend the interview will be like 75%. So you can see that we have 75 here, and all the students have got above 75 except for the one student, which is Mike, right? So for Mike to attend the interview, he needs 75% or above. So he can make some modifications in one of these subjects, right? So there is always an exam after the exam called as improvement exam. So if you can like to score some extra marks in the subjects which you have scored less, so that you can make up to the percentage what you're expecting, you can do that. So here in this particular sheet, Mike has 6 subjects, right? And in 6 subjects, you can see he has scored 76, 91, 45, 71, 94 and 62. So out of these, he have scored less in one subject. Compared to all the subjects, one subject is really low, that is computers. So what if he can give an improvement exam and increase his percentage to 75, right? So that can be done. So we can do some brute force methods, like we can change the marks like 55 and then check this particular one, so it's getting 74, right? So using the brute force method will be a little bit lengthy. So you can do this because it is just a small table which has least number of data, and you just have one single cell to modify. So that can be done in small tables. But what if you had some table with hundreds of rows or thousands of rows? That will be time consuming, right? So for that, we have some inbuilt functionality in Excel that is called goal seek in Excel. So for now, let's eliminate the marks here. So we have eliminated the marks and the upgraded percentage is 65. Now we need the target as 75. Okay, so let's write it as Mike's target, right? We need Mike.
So Mike's new target as 75. Okay. Now to make sure that we need a mark here which can get Mike to 75%, we will use the data operation. So here on the toolbar, which has file, home, insert, etc., we have one other option called as data. So when you click on data from toolbar, you'll have this ribbon, and in this ribbon we have various options. So when you come into forecast group, we have an option called what if analysis. When you click on what if analysis, you'll have a set of options, out of which we have goal seek. Now for goal seek, we need to select a table cell, that is this particular table cell, that is M9. So we need the value 75 here, right? So what is the cell that you need to change here? For that you need to select this one and select this particular cell here, right? And now you can select OK. Now you can see that Excel has automatically run all the permutations and combinations and has come up with a number, so that the overall percentage of Mike will be 75%, right? So the expected marks that Mike should be getting in his computer's improvement exam should be equal to 56 or greater than 56 to get the final target as 75, so that he can attend the company's interview. So this is how we use goal set or goal seek in Excel.
We are on our Excel spreadsheet, and here you can see I'm trying to create an calendar for the employees in the company, where you might have to, write down the day and month and year or week of your birth date, or maybe your joining date, or maybe also your last working day, right? This might be useful for all the employees to, avoid them from writing it down manually. So how do I create it? So it takes a few simple steps. All it takes is some data validation methods, and also there is an exclusive video specifically made on data validation in Excel, link to which is in the description box below, or you can search it on our official YouTube channel. Now you can see that the word calendar is on the first cell, that is A1, but we have 4 cells below it, that is A3, B3, C3 and D3. So you might want to add this to all the cells, right? Like maybe in the middle. So for that you can do the option of merge and center. Also there is a tutorial on merge and center about all the options available in this particular thing, so you can go through that also. And here we have done the first step. Now all we need is day, month, year and week. So in a calendar or in a month, you'll have days from 28, 29, 30 or 31 days, right? So let's create a list or the drop down menu for that, so that whenever you click it, right? So whenever you click on that particular cell, you will have the list of all the days available, right? So let's get started with that. Let's create a new sheet. So why are we creating a new sheet? You won't want that all the numbers in your calendar sheet right over here, right? So for that, so we are creating a new sheet and all the data will be available here. So here, let's write down the days first, and here the second number. Also, you can use the option of flash fill so that you can, reduce the effort here. So you can see the flash fill option over here. All you need to do is select the cells and drag them down until you get your required dates, right? So let's keep it to 31 days. There you go, you have the days. So these will be your days. And here, now the next option was month, right? Yeah, month and year. Now using the same flash fill option, you will add the months into your sheet. So this will be Sunday. So Excel has this smart flash fill option where you can just drag the data and everything will be filled according to your requirements. So Sunday to Saturday. Now the next one, right? That is your month. So same as the before process, we'll create January. You can use the flash fill option and all the way up to December. Now the last one was the year. So 1990 and 1991. So you can select the cells and flash fill up to 2022 maybe. Yeah, 2022 should be good enough. Now this is the flash fill option you have here, and also we have an exclusive tutorial on flash fill altogether. You can go through it for a detailed explanation as well. Now coming back to the original sheet, so this is where you create your drop down list, right? So select the cell where you want to add the drop down list, navigate to data, and then here is your data validation menu. So we have a variety of data validation options over here. There is an exclusive tutorial on that. You can go through it. For now, we'll look into the list option only because we want to create a drop-down list, right? So here it will ask for source. Click on the source here, the source bar, right? Now navigate to sheet number 2 where we have the days options. Select the range. So this will be your range and select OK. Also, you can add some message here, right? What you can do is, in case if there is an error or something, right? You don't want that to be happening. So all you need to do is write down and select from drop down. Select from drop down only. So this could be a message, select from drop down only. The title is select options or just options. In case if there is an error, you can write down your title as invalid data, and you can write down a message as please select from drop down only. So in case if someone tries to write as 32 or 33 to check the integrity of your data validation, then they will encounter an error and an error message, and then they must be understanding what exactly they try to do and if it's correct or wrong, right? So this is to make sure that whatever the data you enter is correct and valid. So okay, and here you can see select from the drop down list only, options with option list as title, and let's try to enter 32, right? And when you press enter, you will see an error. So the error message is invalid data. Please try to select from drop down only. So you can go for a retry and select the drop down, right? So let's eliminate them and now select something from the drop down. So let's take it as maybe 10, right? So this is how you cleared the day one. Now let's try to do with the month. Same data validation option. Settings will be list and source will be this one. I think I made a mistake here, so let's cancel this and go back to sheet 2 and rename this as our week. Yeah, now coming back to the month again, it will be a list and the source will be in sheet 2. Navigate to the sheet 2 and select your range and the input message the same. Options, select from drop down only, and error alert, title will be invalid data. This one will be please select from drop down only. press OK, and that's done. Now let's continue with year as well. Let's quickly do the same. It will be a list. Source will be in sheet 2. So this is your list. Press OK. And lastly, the week. Same process. It will be a list. Source will be in your sheet 2. The input message options. Title invalid data. Let's drop down only. Right, so your drop down list is ready now. So the month will be anything. So currently we have May, and the year can be anything, anywhere. So let's take it as 1997, and week can be, the adjacent week. And so what was 10th of May 1997? Let's check our calendars. So it was a Saturday. So it was a Saturday, and that's how you create a drop-down list in Excel. And if you want, you can also add borders to your calendar, right? So that's how it's done.
So what is data validation in Excel? So it is a feature by Microsoft Excel where it can restrict data entry into certain cells by using data validation, and it will prompt the users to enter valid data in the cells based on the rules and restrictions provided by the creator of that particular sheet. Now this would be a little confusing to understand, so to understand it in a much better way, let's get back to the practical way where we will start entering some data validation rules to our Excel sheet and try to enter data into it. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel, and this particular sheet is based on employee ID, employee name, employee department, employee salary, fiscal year, and work timings of the employees. Now we will be applying some data validation rules to each and every column and try to enter data based on the rules we have entered. Now for the first one, which is the employee ID, we'll enter rules based on the employee ID number. So to apply the data validation, you need to go into the Data tab on the toolbar, and inside the ribbon, you can see Data Tools group. And in the Data Tools group, you have the option of Data Validation. Now select the entire column, go to the Data Tools group, select Data Validation option, and you will have this particular pop-up menu. And here you can see different types of options. So since we are entering employee ID, it would be a whole number. So let us select whole number option. And now here you can see the option of between, not equal to, not between, greater than, less than, etc. So let us select between, and let us assume that your employee ID has 5 numbers, and it should be between 10,000 to 11,000. So let us provide 10,000 and 11,000. Now select OK, and now the new rule has been applied. So now the minimum value of each and every employee ID should be equal to or more than 10,000 and less than 11,000, and it should have 5 digits.
Now let's try to enter a wrong employee ID, that is just 1. There you go. You can see that Microsoft Excel is not allowing you to include a wrong number. It says this value does not match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell. So now you can press retry and try to enter some number which is in between 10,000 to 11,000. Now it is 10,901 and this will take the entry. Now let us assume that because I am the creator of this sheet, I know what should be entered here. But what if I give this sheet to you and you are the person who is trying to enter the number and it shows the error and you don't know what was the error? Right. To avoid this kind of confusion, what you can do is you can do some ways where you can provide the message to the user. So that can be done by, okay, let's select the sheet again and go to the data validation. And here you have the same settings. Now here you have another option saying input message. So before input message, let us go to error alert. Now here the error title would be data entered is not valid. Please enter. This is the error message. Please enter EMP ID between 10,000 to 11,000. Press OK. Now, when you try to enter the wrong number, it will show that particular error alert message. See, data entered is not valid. Please enter employee ID between 10,000 to 11,000. Now, this is fine, but how long this will be, what if there is an option where you just hover over to this cell and it automatically tells you to enter the value between 10,000 to 11,000 without having to face the error? Yeah, even that can be done. So you can select the entire column, go to data validation, and here this is the input message. This is where you can do that. So here you can write the message name, valid data. Please enter data between 10,000 to 11,000. Now, when you hover over to any cell in this particular column, it will automatically show you this message where you can avoid all the errors. Just select OK. See, when you select any cell in this particular column, it will automatically tell you, please enter data between 10,000 to 11,000. So here you don't have to face any errors, right? Now let us try to enter the valid data 10902 and it will take it as the correct value, and again 10903. Now in case if you try to provide the wrong number, it will show the error. See? So that's how it is. Now we have finished the whole number part. Now let's get into the employee name where we have to provide the second type, that is text length. Now let us imagine that in your company you're trying to provide ID cards to your employees, and you know that ID card is really small, and inside that ID card you need to include the employee photograph and your company name, employee ID, blood group, phone number, address, everything, and also you need to include the name of the employee. So what if there is an employee with very lengthy name, like 30 characters, 40 characters? Yeah, in India it is really possible that you might have a lengthy name. So what you can do is you can provide the text length where the text is limited to like 15 or 20 characters. So you can include that name in the ID card. So you can do that by allowing the data validation criteria with text length. Minimum can be anything, so minimum can be 1, and maximum here you can provide 15, and press OK. Okay, minimum will change it to at least 2, and yeah, let it be 1. So minimum is 1 and maximum is 15 characters, and press OK. And let us also provide the input message. Enter character type character data. Please enter valid name. And error alert, invalid data. Please enter valid data. Okay, please enter characters less than 50. Press OK. Now let us try to enter a random name. Okay, we'll enter characters more than 15 here. T 0 yeah, it's like 1 2 3 4 5 11. Okay, now this is more than 15. Okay, I think it's not more than 15. Let's try to enter a little bit more characters. Yeah, now we have entered more than 15 characters and it is showing please enter characters less than 15. So now we can retry and try to enter some valid name. Now we have characters less than 50, so it will take as the proper name. Now let us try to enter another name. I'm just entering some random data. So another name maybe. Great. Now the next type of data validation is also done. Now let us get into employee department. Employee department is something really superb. So I'll tell you about it. It's actually a list. Now let us finish the other ones first. That is employee salary, fiscal year and work timings. After that we'll learn about the list one. Now let's come into employee salary. So salary is something where you have to include decimal points. So now let us go to data validation, and inside the values we have already dealt with whole number, text length. Yeah, now we'll deal with employee salary, that is decimal. Now minimum is, okay, what is the minimum can be 1.00 and maximum can be 1,00,000.00, or let us put that as 10 lakhs. Press OK. Okay, not just then. Enter valid salary. Okay, now let's change it to minimum as 10,000. So the employee minimum salary will be 10,000 and input enter valid salary. Enter salary between 10,000 to 10 lakhs. Let us include a comma here too. Now error alert, invalid salary. Please enter between 10,000 to 10 lakhs. Press OK. Now the message and the data validation conditions are applied to this column. Now let us try to enter some invalid data first. It will show the error. Now we need to enter the valid data. Yeah. Now it is taking the valid data. Let us provide 20,000 and this has 35,000. Now the next one is fiscal year. Let us imagine that we wanted to, work on the employees for current working year, that is 2020 to 2021, and or you can consider 2021 to 2022. not more than 2021 and not less than 2021. For that, you can provide the year option as well. So for that, you need to select the entire column, go to data validation, settings, and inside here you have an option of date. So let us provide the date option as between, and start date is 01/01/2021 and end date is 01/01/2022 and input message. Let us provide data as current fiscal year, current financial year. Enter date between 2021 to 2022. Let us copy this and go into error alert. Error message will be seen, invalid date. Select OK. Now the error message and the data input message and the data validation rule has been applied for this column. So let's try to enter some date here. You can enter 02 of February 2021. It will take as the correct data. Now let's try to enter some wrong data which is apart from 2022. 02/02/2022. It will not take this, it will throw error. So that's how it works. Now let us try to enter as 2021 and this as March. It will take it. Now another data, 04 this time and 2021. So that's how your data validation will work. Now coming into the next type of data validation, that is time. So we have time here. Let us imagine that you are providing some work timings to your employees. That should be from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Not more than that. So you want to keep your work life balance for all your employees. So you just want them to work between 9 to 5 and that should be fine. And anything apart from that time should be invalid. So you can do that by selecting time option between. It should be in between and the start time will be 0900 and this should be 17. That is 5 p.m. in the evening. And input message, please enter time between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. This should be the input message. Now error alert, invalid time, error message. Okay. Now, okay, work timings. Now this should be okay. We can do this as 2 columns actually. Let us cancel. Let us copy this and paste it here. You can do it as login timing, and this should be okay. This should be as log out. So this should be okay. So this will be considered as login and log out times. Now let us provide the login time. This should be the right time. And let's try to provide wrong timings, 08. Now it will not take it, it will throw as error. So it's working fine. Let us provide 10. Now let us provide the logout time. It should be below 5 p.m. So let us provide 5. It will take it. Okay, let's try to provide something just 1 minute less than 5. That is 59. Okay, there is some problem in this. Let's check it. Okay, it is taking 3, that is including seconds. Okay, let's provide seconds as well. Zero 5 0 0 0 0. Okay, still there is some problem. Okay, we have entered 4. We are supposed to enter 24-hour timing, right? 14. Okay, it should be 17. I think this will work. Yeah. Now we are following 24-hour timing here. So let's provide another timing, that is 16 30 0 0. This will be valid, and 15 30. Yes, this is also valid. Now we have finished almost all types of data validation things. That is, we have finished with any value, whole number, decimal, date, timing, test length, and the last one is list. So this is where things get interesting. Now let's cancel this. Now select the employee column. Now if you're running a company, then definitely you will not have only one department in it. You might have multiple departments, right? So let us consider that you have a software development company. So in that, the basic departments will be software development team and software testing team. So what you can do is you can provide a list. So using that list, you can just hover over to that cell, select the drop down menu, and inside that you can select the option. So we will try to work something like that. If we have selected the entire column, selection, okay, yeah, let us select the entire column again. Go to data validation. The selection contains some cells without data validation settings. Do you want to extend data validation to these cells? Yes. Now let us provide the list option, and here source you can provide as developer and tester. Press OK. Okay. Now input message, select one, error alert, invalid data, select from drop down only. Press OK. Now when you select the cell, you can see small drop down icon, right? So when you press it, you will have developer and tester option. So you can select developer for first one, and for second one you can select tester, right? Okay, this is good for 1 or 2 options, maybe 3 or even maybe like 5. But what if you have more departments? Okay, let's go to this second sheet where we have the department data. So here we have like 15 departments, or 15 employee type names. So the first one is CEO, second is developer, tester, quality analyst, system analyst, finance, human resource. So many options are there. So you cannot keep on typing all of them, right? So here it is 15. What if you have like 25, like 50 departments, right? It will be tough. So for this, you have another option. So let me select all this data and copy this from this sheet to our employee sheet. Let us paste it somewhere here. Let's expand this. Okay, now we have our list over here. Now let us remove the data validation from this column. Clear all. Okay, now everything is cleared. Let's select OK. Now let us erase this data as well. Now let us apply the list data validation again from scratch. Go to list. Now here we can select the source. Select this particular cell and drag it until here, and it has been loaded. Now go to input message, data options, select one from the menu or the drop down, copy, error alert, select only from the drop down menu, invalid entry. Yeah. Now let's select OK. Fine. Now you have the icon here. You have all the provided options. You can scroll down and select any one out of these. You can select knowledge transfer for the first one, and second one would be system analyst, and the last one would be human resources. Now in the list everything is fine. Okay, this is showing you the menu options and everything. So but what if you provide this sheet to your new joinee or new employee in your company, and by mistake he messes up something like deleting this? Okay, so we have deleted systems analyst, and when you click on the options here you don't have systems analyst. In that place you have blank space, right? So there is a way where all your data can be messed up. So to avoid this, what you can do is you can actually save this data in a different sheet, like I did here, like department data. You can hide this sheet, or you can protect this sheet with password or something, so that nobody can mess this up. So now let us get back to the employee data and select this column and clear everything. Press OK, and let us also clear this and this as well, and this one too. Now let us eliminate the rows or cells, the employee, everything. Okay, now we have basically removed this data from here. Now let us try to apply the data validation once again. Now here let us select as list, and here let us provide the option. Let us go to next sheet. Let us select all these options and press OK. Okay, let's provide input message, data options, or department options. Now let's select OK. Now let's hide this sheet. Now the sheet has been hidden, and you still have the options. Developer, or let us provide CEO. Then we have developer. Then we have tester. So that's how you can protect your sheet. How to protect and lock cells in Excel. Now, why do we need to lock or protect cells in Excel? Let us imagine that there is an Excel sheet with really confidential data, and you need to pass that data to your subordinate or your colleague to make some minor edits. Now, let us imagine that the edits are supposed to be done to only 1 or 2 columns, and the rest of the columns should be left as they are. Now, there is a huge possibility that sometimes unknowingly or unwillingly, there might be some edits done by your colleague or your subordinate. So to avoid such kind of unexpected mistakes, you might want to protect and lock your cells that you don't want your subordinate or your colleague to edit. So before we begin, be kind enough to get subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to stay updated on the latest IT trends and tech content. Now without further ado, let's get started with our 1-point agenda, that is lock or protect cells in Excel. Now let's get back into the practical mode and start our Microsoft Excel. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel and this particular spreadsheet is related to employee details. Yeah, now the screen is visible a bit better. Now let us imagine that this is our confidential data and you want to edit only two columns, that is the designation column and phone number column. Now let us imagine that the company has finished one annual year and now there are some promotions happening in the company, and let us also imagine that the phone numbers of the employees provided by the company have undergone some changes. So now the minor edits that you want to make are related to the designation column and phone number column. Now you can see that all the columns, that is the blood group, new salary, salary hike, current salary and name of the employee, serial number, employee number, everything is editable. So in such kind of scenarios, when you pass on this data, there might be a possibility where your colleague or subordinate might end up making some mistakes, right? So you want to avoid that. So you can do that by locking the cells. Now let us rename this sheet. Now the sheet has been renamed successfully. So now you can lock the cells by the following process. So in this process, you have two major steps. First one is to lock the cells and the next one is to protect the cells by a password. Now when you select all the cells in this particular sheet, you can just click on this edge here and you have all the cells selected, and now right click somewhere on the sheet and you can see an option called Format Cells. So in this particular option, you have some options provided, which is number, alignment, font, and you want to go into the protection part. So you can see by default, Excel keeps all the cells locked. Now we want the phone number and designation to be unlocked. Okay, so let's cancel it for now and get back to the sheet and select the columns D and I. And now let's right click and go into Format Cells, and in the protection option, make sure that you uncheck the locked icon. Now select OK, and now okay, so you cannot include the merged cell. Fine, we have a cell here which is merged. Okay, let's remove that. Okay, now again select the entire column, right click, get into Format Cells and uncheck the lock option, select OK. Now we have finished the first part, that is locking all the cells which you don't want to get edit and unlocking the cells where you want to make some edits. Now the second stage is protecting the sheet. Now right click on the sheet name and you can see an option called Protect Sheet. Click that, and now here you can see select locked cells and also select unlocked cells. So let us provide a password here. So let us use some simple password so that we don't forget that. So I'll be selecting 123 and now select OK. Re-enter the password to proceed. Now let us type 123 again. Now select OK, and now the sheet is protected. Now we have successfully locked and protected all the cells in Excel. Now let us verify that the cells you wanted to protect are really protected and locked or not. So we have unlocked phone number and designation and everything else is locked. Now let me try and edit the blood group. So when I double click or try to edit this particular sheet, then I'll be receiving a warning from Excel. It says the cell or chart you're trying to change is on a protected sheet. To make a change, unprotect the sheet. You might be requested to enter a password. So it says that this particular cell is locked and you cannot edit it. Now let us try to edit the phone numbers which we kept as unlocked. So you can see I can really edit the unlocked cell here. Now let me try to change this phone number. Let me enter some random phone number. So you can see the cell is editable. Now let us go through the designation column and try to edit this particular column. Now, since I said that there's a promotion happening in the company, so the deputy CEO is now the current CEO of the company. And software developer happens to become the senior software developer, and the tester as well. Let us imagine that he will become the senior, and so on. Okay, so this proves that this particular sheet is editable. Not the entire sheet, but only the cells that we kept in the unlock mode. Okay. Now, this is how you log and protect your cells in Excel. Now, you can see that I have sales data on my worksheet. So, let us imagine that your manager asked you to find the average of sales happening in your company, right? So, let's navigate to the bottommost cell and, write it down as average here. Okay, average sales. So, here, this is a cell where you want to keep your average, right? So here we'll be writing a small formula, that is average, and tab to select it. Now you must select the array of data, right? So this is my array, since average is an array function, and now press enter. So there you go, you have the average sales data that happened in your company.
So to understand the page setup in MS Excel, we will go through a demo inventory in Excel where we'll be considering some restaurant data. Now without any delay, let's get started with the practical demo. Now we are on the Excel sheet and this is the data I was talking about. The restaurant data where we have the first column, that is rank, and next we have the restaurant name. Followed by that we have the sales happening through that restaurant, and then we have the segment category. That is what kind of service does that particular restaurant offers. Now this is the list what we made, and what if we wanted to represent this data in the form of a printed paper, right? So I guess you can see all the columns and rows here. So you can see that we have almost like 250 rows. So there is no chance, or there is no way to print all those 250 rows in one page. Of course it is practically possible, but when you try to read the content, it will be so tough to read because all the rows will be clubbed together so closely so that you cannot read it. So you need to print them page by page. So, and you need to also take care of the data is aligned properly according to the page size, everything, and even you need to take care of the margins of your page, right? So that's what page setup basically means. So we had a detailed overview of our data and what actually we're trying to make. Now let us see how page setup is possible in MS Excel. So to go to the page setup menu or go to the page setup options, we have three methods. Let's start with the simplest method. So the simplest method is by just clicking on File and go to Print option. And you'll see all the page setup options right over here. And you can also go to Print menu by pressing a shortcut method, that is Control P. So you'll directly end up on the page setup options. Now let's look at the second method. So the second method is, you can see the toolbar over here, right? Which has File, Home, Insert, Draw, Page Layout, Formulas, Data, Review, View, and Help. So the second method, we can use Page Layout option from the toolbar. And you can see when you click on the page option from the toolbar, you have a new ribbon over here. So this ribbon is all about page setup options. So it will offer you margins, it will offer you orientation, size, print area, breaks, background, print tiles, etc., etc. Right? So all these options or menus in this ribbon belong to page setup. Now let us look at the third method. So the third method is something similar. You have view option on the toolbar. So just select view, and you can see we have few page setup options over here as well. The normal, page break, page layout, custom views, and we have grid lines, formula bar, heading, zoom in, zoom out, select to zoom, freeze certain panes, right? So all these are also the page setup options.
So we have the three methods to enter the page setup options. Now we are familiar with those. Now let's get started with the practical mode on page setup. For that, let me use the simplest method, that is holding the control key and pressing P, which navigates me to the print option. Now we have various set of options here. We have no scaling, normal margins, letter, portrait orientation, collated, print active sheets, and note 1 for Windows. You can see this option is the printer's option. For example, if you are connected to a printer, which is the hardware printer, then your MS Excel will show the printer's name here. So other than printer, you can also make some other arrangements where you can just directly print your complete data in the form of PDF, and then you can export your PDF to your recipient. That's also possible. Okay, now let's get started with the first option, that is print active pages. Okay, to understand this better, we need to create a new sheet. Not a problem. So you can see that we just have one sheet over here. So let us kind of select all the items and create a new sheet and try to paste it over here. Or let's try to paste it over here. Okay, now let's try to extend these. Yeah, this should be fine. Now let's rename this sheet. Or let's rename it as restaurant sheet 2 for our reference. Now let us get back to the print sheet option. So I'll use the shortest method, that is holding the control key and press P. Now you can see that here we have 6 pages in total from the active sheets. So the current active sheet is the top 250 sheet. So this particular sheet is the current active sheet. So if we print the entire data in this particular sheet, then we will end up printing 6 pages. Now let us select the other option where you have to print the entire workbook. Right. So now you can see that there is a change in the number, that is 12 pages. So what is a workbook? So basically workbook is the collection of entire sheets in your Excel homepage. So in this particular Excel homepage, you have the first sheet, that is top 250, and the second sheet, that is the restaurant sheet 2, right? So the combination of these two sheets make up a workbook. So when you select the entire workbook option, you'll have 12 pages. So that's how we use this setting where you select the active sheets, the entire workbook, and there is another option where you can only print a selected item. So if you want to do this, then let's get back here. Now, what if your customer or what if your client wanted the top 10 restaurants only? So you can select the top 10 restaurants by doing this. Now you have the top 10 restaurants. Let's go to print. So you can see Excel has automatically selected the selection only, print the selected content only. So you can see we have only the top 10 restaurants or top 11 restaurants that we have selected in our sheet, and it is ready to get printed. So this is how we use the first option. Now let's get back. Let's not select that and let's make the pages normal. Now get back to the print option again. Now you can see the next option, that is collated. Right. So in collated you have different options, that is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3. And the next one, which is uncollated, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3. So why are these numbers present here, and what does collated mean anyway? So this is your question, right? Now the answer for this question will be a little similar to your examination hall. Okay. Let us imagine that you are in examination hall and you are the invigilator and you have 10 students in your room. So you wanted to provide question papers to all the 10 students. Okay. So you have your question paper distributed into 3 sheets. That is, you have marked questions and your questions are fit into 3 papers. Right. In this scenario, we have 250 rows and all the data is split into 6 sheets. That is sheet 1, or page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, right? Now, if we wanted to print 10 copies, then the arrangement of papers will be page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6 in continuous order, right? That is collated. If you wanted 10 copies of different ways, where you wanted to print the first sheet first, then you wanted to print the second sheet second, and the third sheet third, that is, you'll have 10 copies of first page, 10 copies of second page, 10 copies of third page, and so on. That particular approach is called uncollated approach, and if you're printing the pages in continuous order for 10 times, then that particular approach is called as collated approach. So this is what we had to learn about collated and uncollated. Now let's get back to the third option. Now let's press again print. Now we have our data over here. There's something wrong. Select all the elements, Control P. Yeah, now we have our data back. Now we have the third option, that is the portrait orientation. Okay, so when we click that, we have two options, that is portrait and landscape. So you might be having a good idea, like when you try to click a picture in your phone, we have two modes as well, that is portrait mode and the landscape mode. So when you click on the portrait mode, this is how your data will be looking. Now, to understand the difference, let's click the landscape mode. So when you click the landscape mode, this is how your data representation will change. You'll have a wider page to print. So this is why we use the page orientation. For now, let's keep the page orientation as portrait orientation. And we have now the fourth option. So what is the fourth option? We have various sets of options in here, that is letter and A4 size. There are also some more page options over here where you can select the page types you want to print. So basically you'll be having few more options, that is A4, A5, A3, etc. But here we just have two, that is A4 and letter. So basically you'll get those options, and followed by that next we have margins. So here you can see we don't have any margins for our data. Okay, so now we can add some margins by setting up this one as an option, like last custom setting, or you can also choose normal, wide, narrow, right? So your page will be changed according to your margin size. Right, so this is how you can change the margins. Now let's keep it as default. Let's set the normal one. Now we have the next option, that is scaling option. So here you can see we are trying to fit the page. So when you're trying to print these sheets using no scaling, then the actual size of the page will be printed. Now you can also modify that. You can fit and print these sizes. So you can remember the first option that I said of printing all the 250 rows in one single sheet. This is how you can fit it. So fit the sheet on one page, where you can see all the 250 rows are fit into one page, but the data is not readable. So, but we don't want this type of an approach, right? So let's keep it as the default one, which is no scaling. So these are the variety of options in print. Now, if you wanted to print all the 6 pages into the PDF format and mail it to your client, you can also do that. I think I have explained it in the first place. So you can see we can do it by just selecting this option, where you can print all the 6 pages and into PDF format, and then you can mail them to your client. And you can also select the number of copies you want. You can increase the copies to 2, 3, and any number of copies you want. For now, I'll keep it as 1 copy. Now let's print this. Now let us select the location, rename it, and publish. Now let's get back to documents and see if the page is printed or not. here you go. Here we have the restaurant data in the form of PDF. So we have our entire 6 pages of data in the PDF format. Now we are back on the home page. Now we had some limited functions in the print function over here. We had tried to export the data. So you can also export the data or try to print it from the print option over here. You can just select that as well. You can find PDF. Yes, the pages are printed now. There you go, we have the restaurant 2 PDF data. So that's how you can print all your data. You can either choose the export option or you can either choose the print option. Now when you see into the print option, we have limited number of page setup options over here. Now let's check out what we missed. So we are in the page layout here. So we had gone through the margins, we had set all the margins, and then we have also gone through the portrait and landscape. Now you can see the size. When we were in the print menu option, we had only A4 and letter. But here you can see there are a wide variety of options. That is, other than letter, we have tabloid, legal, statement, executive, A3, right? We have A5 and many more other options. And if you want some more paper options, you can go to more and you can always select a few more options. That's how you do it. And yeah, we didn't have the break option. So remember when we had been through the print option, we did not have the break option there. Let's select this to normal A4. So you cannot see the break option over here, right? So here we have the break option. So what does break option does? Right? You can actually break the page. Remember we spoke about the top 10 things or the top 10 rows. You can always do that. So you can just keep the top 10 restaurants in your first page and then break the remaining. And to set page breaks, you can select the cell. Now I need the top 10, so I'll select this particular cell, which is in the 11th position. And now I'll try to implement the page break. Insert a page break. And now you can see on my sheet, there is a thin line which is separating the 2 pages. That's how you can see the indication of a page break implemented onto your page. Now how do you see it? You can see it by selecting Ctrl P, where you can see the first top 10 restaurants being printed on your sheet. So there you go, we have the first top 10 restaurants printed on our sheets. So that's how you use the page break. Now let's try to eliminate all the page breaks. So you can select breaks and reset all page breaks. So the page break has been eliminated. Now you can always choose a background for your data as well. You just, if you want, you can add a picture to your background. I think that's not available for now. Okay, you can work offline as well. Let us select this one. So you can see that we have added a background to our data. We can select all the text files and then we can change the color so that the text becomes a little visible. Yeah, that's how you do it. Now if you don't want the image to be added on your file, you can also remove that, delete page background, and there you go, all the images are gone. Now the next important part, that is the print titles. Now why do we need print titles? For that, let's try to print this. So now you can see the first page. In the first page we have the title, rank, restaurant, sales, segment, category. But if you go to the second page, you don't have that title, right? You don't have the title, rank, name of the restaurant, sales, and their service category. So if we want that, then we need to add titles. Now for that, let's select the print titles option. Now let's select the rows to repeat on top. Now for that, we need the first row. Select the first row and this particular row will be repeating into all the pages. Now let's try to print it. So yeah, now you can see the titles are being added to all the sheets. You can see the page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5 and page 6. So you can see the titles added to all the sheets.
Now we are on the spreadsheet. So here, what exactly are page breaks? So page breaks are something which help you during you're trying to print your data or present your data in the form of a web page. right? In those times, you cannot fit your entire Excel data in one spreadsheet or one paper or one web page, right? So in those scenarios, Excel will try to eliminate a few parts of your spreadsheet, or it will try to split the spreadsheet. So how exactly it looks like? So go to the view option and click on the view and click on page break preview. Here you can see the dotted lines, right? So these are the things which separate your data in form of pages so that it can be printable on one single page. So some of the times the user or the ex-user manually inserts a page break, right? So how do you insert it? Just go to the page layout and here you can see the page breaks, insert a page break, and you have successfully inserted a page break. Again, go to the view, go to page break view, and here you can see the solid line. So these solid ones are the ones which are inserted by the users or anyone who had the access to the data. Now how do we eliminate them, right? So we can eliminate them and we can try to get the sheet back to the normal way. So all you have to do is click on the cell which has the page break, which is right under the page break. Go to the insert page break, page layout menu, go to the breaks option, click on remove page break, and there you go, you have successfully eliminated the page break. And page break preview to make sure that the page break has been successfully removed, so you cannot see that anymore. So that's how you try to insert or eliminate a page break in Excel.
So conditional formatting is a method to visualize your worksheet. We already have the charts in Excel to visualize our Excel sheets in graphical form, but what if you had to see or visualize the data in your worksheet as it is? So that is where the conditional formatting comes handy. Now let's get back to the Microsoft Excel and try to implement some conditional formatting. Now we are on the Excel worksheet. This particular dataset is based on a store. Now we have various columns in this particular dataset. We have row ID, order ID, customer name, etc. And finally we have quantity, discount, and profits. Now let's go to profits. Let us imagine that we have provided this particular store with a target of minimum 15% profits. Now let us find out the stores that have hit the 15% target and the ones which did not. So for that, let us select the entire column. Now you can find the conditional formatting option in the home toolbar, and in that ribbon, the ribbon with styles has the conditional formatting option. Click on that and you have various options over here, highlighting the cells, top bottom rules, data bars, data scales, and icons. So data bars are actually the bar graphs which highlight themselves on each and every cell if you implement them. And these are the color scales. If you want to implement some colors, you can go through that. And if you want to represent your cells with icons, you can also do that. For now, let's highlight the cells. So select that, and inside this, select the greater than option. And here you can provide the percentage, that is 15%. And the cells or the stores which hit the target should be highlighted with the green color. And select OK, and there you go. You have your stores that hit the 15% target and the ones which did not hit the 15% target. Now if we want to highlight the ones which did not hit the 15% target, you can highlight them with the color red. So conditional formatting, highlight the cells less than 15% with color red and text dark. And there you go, it's done. Now let us consider another example. So this particular example is based on train dataset, and here we have the passenger ID, survived, passenger class, name, etc. Now we have a train accident incident over here. Now 1 is indicated that they are alive and 0 is indicated that they are not alive. Now let us use this column and conditional formatting. Highlight the cells containing the text as 1 with color green. Okay. And highlight the cells that contain text 0 as red, that indicates they are not alive. And let us select the icons. Now we have the icons over here. The X indicates that they are not alive and the green tick mark indicates that they are alive. Now that is how you use conditional formatting in Excel.
Now here on my spreadsheet, you can see some data. So this particular data has some color markings. So we have used color codes to mark the designations of all the employees with different colors. So for example, blue for manager, purple for senior, and so on. Right. Now our duty is to count the total number of employees present in a company based on the color code. This can be done using filters, but let's try with color codes. Now we don't have a readily available function in Excel to count cells based on their colors, but we can make use of macro. Now to make use of macro, you might want to enable the developer options. So by default, these will be disabled in Excel. To enable them, right click on the toolbar and you can see this particular option. Click on the customize ribbon option and you will be provided with various set of options. Now on the right side, you can see developer options. So make sure the checkbox is clicked to enable developer options and press on OK to completely enable developer window. Right. Now when you click on developer options, you can see various options here. Visual Basics, macro, etc. Now click on the macro to create a macro. Now just give a name to the macro function. So I'll give Simplilearn and press on create to create that particular macro function. So we have already created a macro, that is count colored cells, which we will be using in our current spreadsheet for counting the colored cells. Now let us erase the newly created function. Now getting back to the original code. So how does this particular count colored cells works? So let us understand the function first, then we will try to make use of it in the spreadsheet. So the function name is count colored cells, as you can see, and this particular function will have two parameters, current cell and spreadsheet area. So the current cell will be the cell address where the color you want to count is present, and then the spreadsheet area. So what is the range of cells where you want to locate that particular color and count the number of repetitions? That is the spreadsheet area. And then comes the variables used, colored cell range, color code, and color cell count. So the colored cell, which particular cell is having that particular color and what color code is involved in that colored cell, and colored cell count. So what is the total count? What is the total number of colored cells you have in that particular range? That is colored cell count. Now let us consider color code is equals to current cell interior color, that is current cell dot interior dot color. So this is the function which will identify the interior color of a selected cell. Let us imagine that initially color code is equals to the current cell's color code. Okay. Now we will have the for loop, and that for loop will include colored cell, which is the current cell in the spreadsheet area. And if the colored cell, the currently selected colored cell dot interior dot color is equals to the color code that we have selected, then colored cell count, the variable which is used to count the number of colored cells, is equals to +1. Initially, by default, it will be 0. In case if this particular if condition is true, that is the current cell color and the color code given is equals to same, then the value of colored cell will increase by 1. And this particular if loop will run as many number of times the condition is true. So let us imagine that the condition will remain true for 5 times, then we have obtained 5 similarly colored cells in the given range of cells in a spreadsheet. And once the condition fails, then the latest value present in colored cell count variable will be displayed, which will be a final result. So this is how the macro function works. Now let's close the macro window and get back to our spreadsheet. Now let us try to make use of the macro function that we just created. So that is equals to count colored cells. Press tab to select the macro function. And the first one is the current cell. So this is the current cell where the current color is being provided, comma, this cell range. So our cell range will be from C2 to C31. Right. So this is the range where we want to count the similarly colored cells, that is sky blue colored cells. Close the function and press enter. Now you can see the function has identified 6 repetitions of sky blue color in this particular range of cells. Now you can drag the same formula across all the cells and it will be providing the results of the same. So 6 senior colors, that is pink or purple color, then 2 repetitions of this particular color, 2 repetitions of trainee color, 5 for dark blue and 6 for green, right? So this is how the macro function works. And the key point to remember here is this particular macro will work only for manually colored cells. So there are situations where we have used conditional formatting to color a single cell. Let us imagine that we have used conditional formatting to recognize the employees with salary above 30,000 as green color. And if we try to use that particular green color to be counted by the color count cells function, no, it will not happen. It will not consider that color as a feedback or an input. Now in future, we will also try to design a macro which can recognize the colors made by conditional formatting as well, but this particular function will be exclusively used for manually colored cells only. Dated if function is majorly used to find the differences between two individual dates. So it is also called as dated if by a few people, and a few people also reference it to date diff, that is date difference. So anything is good. Now to find the difference between any two dates, let's select a few dates. So the first date would be, let us imagine that you're an employee and you wanted to find out how many years that you've been working with an organization. So for that, you might want to need today and the date where you joined the company, right? So it might be date of joining and today. So what's the difference, right? So let us imagine that you joined the organization somewhere around 2010, 01/05, 2010, and today. So for today, you can give any particular date. Let us imagine that today is 1st of January 2021 or 2022. Now we have both the dates, that is the joining date and the current date, which can be the current date. So the day can be anything. So you might be watching this on a different date as well. So the date of that day for today would be a little different. So we'll imagine the today's date as an imaginary date. Now we might want to find the difference, that is in terms of years. So you wanted to find the difference in terms of years. So here you can find the difference in terms of years, days, and months as well. So currently, let's try to find out the difference in terms of years. So for years, you might want to specify the third parameter in the dative function as y. If you wanted months, you have to give the m as the third parameter. And if you wanted to find the days, you might want to give d as the third parameter. So we have discussed the third parameter. So what are the first two parameters, right? So the first two parameters are the first date and the last date. So the first date in this situation is your date of joining, and the last date or the final date, which you want here as your today. So let's find the difference. So for that equals to, so it can be dated if or date diff. So date if and the first date, which is the A2, and comma the last date, that is B2, and your parameter, third parameter in terms of years, that is y, close the bracket and press enter. So there you go, you have your date here. So it's been like 11 years that you're working with your organization. So that's how you find out the differences. So we have 11 years because we did not finish the 12th year completely. So if we had given the month as maybe 6, where we have finished our total years, then it will automatically change to 12 years. So
Now, for this particular task, we will be considering the student database. Now, let's get into practical mode and start our Excel. So on my screen, you can see some data related to students. Now, let us try to duplicate some of the rows here. So we have selected the rows 8, 9, 10 and 11. Now we shall copy them and paste them. So now these are the duplicate elements, right? Now there might be possibilities about the duplication of class because all the students, all the 10 students are in same class. So there might be a duplication, but we are not looking for such kind of duplications, right? We are looking for the duplication of the entire row. For example, we have the details of Mike over here in the 8th row, which has the roll number or serial number as 7, name as Mike, roll number, class, blood group, and subject scores, percentage, round of percentage, and total marks. So the entire 8th row is being copied here, and it is in the row number 12. We have the exact same details. So what if you have the exact same rows duplicated? So that's what we're going to deal with. We're going to eliminate the duplicate rows all completely together. Now to carry over this task, we have to select the data from toolbar. So you have various options, file, home, insert, etc. So you need to select the data, and inside the data toolbar we have the ribbon, and inside ribbon you have got the duplicate values or remove duplicates option in the ribbon. So select all the data, select remove duplicates, and now you can see that we have all our column names over here, and make sure that you have selected my data as headers, and then select OK. And now you can see that Excel has automatically removed 4 duplicate values. So 4 duplicate values are found and removed. 10 unique values remain. Now another type of remove duplicates can also be done. So you can see that here we have another data set which has phone numbers or phone names, that is phone makers, that is Samsung, Huawei, Vivo, Oppo, etc. So there are some duplicate values in this. I've copy pasted them. So now you can also do that. So just select all the data, and now go into home and select conditional formatting, and here select highlight cell rules, and inside that you have duplicate values. Selecting this option will help you identify the duplicate values in your dataset, but not to remove them. So you can select that, and you can see the duplicate values are highlighted over here in the red color. Now again, you can get back to data and select the option of remove duplicates and select OK, and the duplicate values will be automatically eliminated. So that's how you delete or eliminate duplicate values in a dataset. And you can also see that we have another duplicate in this particular row, and if you wanted to select a particular row and eliminate the duplicates, you can also do that. Now for that you need to go to the same process, remove duplicates, and here Microsoft Excel is asking you if you had to expand the selection to the entire dataset, or you want to continue with the selected dataset itself or selected column itself. So for that you need to select the continue with the current selection and remove duplicates, and press OK, and you can see 1 duplicate value was found and it has been removed, and 6 unique values remain. So that's how you use the function of removing duplicates in Excel.
So what is SumIfs in Excel? Now you might want to calculate the total sum of sales, right? So let us assume that this is your entire store's sales data and you wanted to calculate the entire sum of sales. So there is a sum function in Excel where you just have to, select all the cells and apply sum function onto it, and you'll get the sum of all the sales, right? So with something like this, you'll select all the cells and then you'll apply a sums function and you'll get the sum here and average everything, right? So this is fine, but what if you just wanted to find the sales that are happening in only Western region? As you can see, our column F is based on region. So we have 4 regions: South, West, East, and Central. So your manager asks you to find the sales happening in, suppose, say, West region. So how do you calculate it? Would you manually go into each cell and check if it's West and calculate? That will be time consuming, right? So what if you had a method which could do it for you just in a matter of few steps or few clicks, right? So that's exactly SumIfs. So it will basically add a condition, calculate the sum of sales where the region is equals to West. Simple to or similar to SQL query, right? So that is exactly what we're going to do in Excel today, that is using SumIfs. Now let me add here sales of West region. Now in the next cell, let's add a SumIfs function. Remember, there are multiple sum functions in Excel. So when you type in SUM, you can see so many options based on sum, right? You just have sum, followed by that you have SumIf, It is just sum if, not some ifs. Today we are concentrating on some ifs. So not just sum if, we'll go to some ifs. So we'll be having an option of placing multiple if conditions there. So let's also try that. More on that later. Now let's press tab to select our sum ifs function. Now, okay, we forgot another important step. So before we apply sum ifs, we need to convert our table into a table format. Yes, it looks table, but right now it's not in tabular format. It is in the format of database. We know that Microsoft Excel considers its data as a database by default. So to convert the database into table, just click anywhere on the data and press Ctrl T so that you'll have a new dialog box. And it will ask if your table has headers. Just make sure that you have ticked in it. Our table does have headers, so select OK. Now our database has been converted into a perfect table and it's ready for applying sum if function. So now you can see our database has been successfully converted into a table. Now let's begin with our sum ifs. Now again, remember we are using sum ifs here, not sum if or sum. So select sum ifs and press tab and we have our sum ifs function. Now the first step, which column are we looking at? What are we finding out, right? Which is a sum range? What sum do you want? For now, we need sum of sales. So select the sales column and we have a simple key function here. Let's hold control, again press shift and hold shift together. So we're holding control and shift key together. And now we're pressing lower arrow key once. Yes, the entire sales column has been selected, comma. Now, where do you want to look? So we want to look, which part of the table you want to fetch, right? So this is the region part we want to fetch right now. So again, hold control and shift together, lower arrow key. The entire column is selected. Now, the next last part. So we want to look into the both of the columns, that is sales column and region column. Now, which type of data you want? So for now, we want Western type of data. That is the sales data, which is happening only in West, right? So we'll select this cell with the data as West, or you can also manually enter it. For now, let's select the data. So I'm selecting the cell F7, which has data as West, right? Now let's close the parenthesis and press enter. So there you go. You have the sales happening in the Western region. Now you can also try to format it in the form of currency. So let's use dollars, since it is based on American states. So let's use dollars. So there you go. Now we are having the sales data of West. Now let's try to copy the same to all the 4 cells. And for now here, let's type in East. And this can be South, right? And this can be your Central. There you go. Right. Now you can also copy the same formula and make minor edits to it. So here, instead of F8, you can select East. So where is East? Here, and press enter. So you have the sales related to East. Now let's try to edit F9 with South. Select South region, enter. So you have South sales, and what remaining is Central. So let's edit Central as well and press enter. So there you go. Right, now you have all the separate sales data from West, East, South and Central. Now again, you might want a bit more granularity in data, right? Or in your reports, right? Like you wanted to find the sales data happening in West and you wanted to find out the category based on only furnitures. So your manager will ask you, okay, fantastic job. So now just give me another minute detail on the data. I want to calculate the sales happening on West based on category furniture, right? So he wants furniture or he wants office supplies only, right? You can also do that. It's not an issue at all. Now let's try to copy this cell and paste it here, and sales in West. Let's add another input here on furniture, right? Now you wanted to calculate the sales happening in West region only on furniture. So you can also do that. Now we can use the same formula as well. Just copy paste the formula here, right? And you can add few things here. When you try to add a comma, it will automatically generate the next criteria. So it is expecting that you are looking for adding another criteria, right? Now which column you want? You want category. So
let's select category. You want to select all the cells, same trick, Control Shift lower key, and again press comma, and you wanted to select only furniture. So select on furniture cell. There you go. Now press enter. So there you go. We successfully have the sales data from West region based on category only furniture. So that's how you do SumIfs in Excel. You can also add a few more details to it. Like in furniture, you can also look only for tables. So here you can see in West region, we have furniture sales data, and we have sales data of West region based on furniture, which includes only tables. You can also do that using SumIfs function in the same way. All you have to do is select the subcategory column and select the cell which has the data as tables. So this is how you use SumIfs in Excel. Now creating a pivot table is just away from a few clicks. Trust me, it is just a couple of clicks and you'll have your pivot table ready to operate. Now click any cell or select any cell on your spreadsheet which has the data and navigate to insert menu on the toolbar and select pivot table, and that's how simple it is. Now automatically Excel will choose your data. You can see the lines over here, dotted lines. That means the Excel has already selected the range of data that you want to put into your pivot table, and you can either select the existing worksheet or a new worksheet. I'll select a new worksheet over here and just press on OK, and there you go, you have your pivot table ready. Now here you can see your pivot table is a little empty. All you need to do is drag and drop the data elements that you want on your pivot table. So here you can see on our spreadsheet, we have some business data related to a store, which has furniture and states and subcategories of the furniture and all the, in category you have furniture, office supplies, technology, etc. Right? So those have some subcategories as well and different states and the regions as well, and the quantity total sales happen, right? So using this business data, we can find out some key insights of this particular data using our pivot table, right? So here we'll add the data. Now let me drag the region into rows, click and drag, and let me drag categories into columns, which are the different categories which are involved in the sales data, and values, what are the sales happened, right? And there you go. You have furnitures, office supplies, technology as the three different categories, and those are the sales happened in Central, East, South, and West regions, and this is the grand total. And instead of regions, you have all the regions over here, right? So Central, East, South, West, or instead of all the regions, or instead of all the categories, you can, place a specific category in your pivot table. For example, let me push the category into the filters, and here you can see the total sales happened in those particular regions. Now what if someone asks you to find the sales of only furniture, right? So your manager comes to you and he'll ask you, get me the sales of only furniture. You can select that, and there you go, you have the furniture sales in all the regions, right? Or you can also do the vice versa. You can also drag regions into the filters, and if you wanted to find out the region wise sales of furniture, you can also do that, right? So here we have furniture, and here you have all the regions, and let us try to find the sales of furniture in the central region, and there you go, right? So this is how the pivot table works. And you can also remove the regions. For example, if you wanted to remove a certain element from filters or anywhere, if it is columns, rows, anything, you can just drag and drop it, right? So that's how it works. And also you can increase the level of detail or improve the granularity, right? So here we have categories on our columns, so you can also include subcategories into the columns, right? And you have the region wise sales. So in the region filter, select all, press OK, and in the category, select all, press OK, and you have the furniture here, office supplies here, and technology here. And also if you want to include the quantity, how much or how many number of things got sold in those particular categories and subcategories, you can also do that. So here in the furniture section, books, these are the sales and these are the number of quantity or elements sold in those particular sectors. So you can also improve the level of granularity. You can also improve the level of detail using pivot tables. And now autofill in Excel is a feature where you can add some series automatically using Excel. For example, let us imagine that you wanted to add index numbers, right? So starting from 1 to 10. So manually you will be typing in the numbers and you'll be doing it, right? So instead of this, what if I said you there was a simple way where Excel will fill all the data for you, right? So just start with 1, 2, and select these two cells, and you can see the flash logo over here, right? So that's the indication that Excel has understood your pattern and it is ready to fill the remaining numbers. So as long as you drag this logo or that ending part where you have a small square box, that will fill all the numbers until where you have dragged it. So that's how autofill works. And you might be wondering, will it work only for numbers? No, it will also work on some logics as well. Okay, this was the first part. Let us also look at some other tricks with autofill. Now, most of the time you might be just adding one number and try to drag that cell, and the result is it will copy the same number all the time, right? So you can change it by clicking on this menu. You can click on fill series and it will change to series. And this was one more trick with numbers. Now getting back to the next type. So let us imagine now the next type of series you want to add is weeks in a day, right? So you'll be having Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right? So you can also do the series of weekdays using autofill in Excel as well. So drag that cell and it will give you all the days or weekdays in a week. Now let's try January, and this will give you the months in a year in the shortcut way, right? Since you just added the first 3 letters of the month, it will recognize the pattern and it will do the same for you. Now let us try the full names of months, right? And now let's try to drag it. It will fill all the full names of all the months. Now let's try the dates. So let us imagine that this is the first day of the current year, right? It will now give you all the dates of that current month or until the end of the year as well. There you go. Now let us imagine that your manager tells you to add the dates of working days in the month of January. So how can you do that? It's simple. All you need to do is select the cell, go to the fill option, select series, and here select column wise since you want the dates and columns, and here in the type select date. Date unit should be weekday and the stop value should be the next month, right? Since your manager asked for the weekdays of January, so your stop value will be the 1st of February. Press OK and there you go. So since the 1st of January is Friday, it's selected over here, and the rest too, Saturday and Sunday, are eliminated. Similarly, we have all the dates here of working days only. So that's how you use autofill in Excel. So on my screen, you can see a simple spreadsheet with student names and their marks on my sheet. So we will be calculating what are the total marks obtained by the students in overall subjects and calculate what is the percentage. Now we will carry forward a few simple inbuilt functions in Excel to calculate that. First, we will be calculating the sum of marks. So here equals to sum function, and select the range of cells, close the bracket, press enter. So you have the sum now. So we have to calculate it, repeat. So by clicking on the same formula, now we have the total of all the subjects for individual students, and now let's calculate percentage. So usually we use the divide by option, that is divide the total number of marks obtained by the total number of marks available, that is we will be dividing 407 by 500 and then we will be multiplying that into 100. So that's how we calculate the percentage. So cell G2 divided by cell H2, press enter, and you will end up with the decimal format. That's perfectly all right. Now we have also extended the same formula for all our cells. Now select this overall column or select the highlighted cells, right, and get into the data type. Here you have general, so that's why we have got that decimal format. But when you press percentage, you'll have the actual percentage of all the students according to their marks achieved. Now we are on our Excel spreadsheet, and this spreadsheet has some values of employees, that is their employee ID, name, designation, department, salary, date of birth, and date of joining. Now our concern is to highlight some cells which are duplicate in this, or some rows which are duplicate. So for example, here you can see on row number 7 we have the details of Martha, and you can see the same details of Martha in the row number 14 as well, right? So you need to eliminate those cells, or you need to eliminate those rows. Now you can say there is a quick way, just few clicks and those will be eliminated, that is conditional formatting. Yes, that is also one way, but I'll show you what's the problem with that. Okay, so let us select the entire table and get into conditional formatting, and here you have duplicate values, highlight cell rules with duplicate values, and there you go, the problem. So here we have designation which is duplicated in certain ways, department and salary, state of joining, right? So there are certain conditions or scenarios where you cannot directly identify which is the duplicate row. Again, you can use the same for this, right? So you can select the entire column of employee ID, and you can identify the duplicate cells here, since the employee IDs are unique for everyone. So this is a way, but let's dig a little deeper and understand the way of highlighting duplicates with an advanced technique. So let me cancel this, and for that let's create a new column, and let's name this as duplicate flag. E flag. So the new column has been created, which is D flag. So here we will be using a simple formula, that is COUNTIF, and here press tab to select the formula, and here we will be adding our range, that is which range are you considering. So the range will be the employee ID, since employee IDs are unique for every employee, and let's press function F4 to fix it. And now again the criteria, and the criteria will be the same cell, that is A2, and now close the bracket and press enter. Now let's drag the same formula to all the rows. Okay, now here we have. Now what you can do is sort it in an advanced way. Go to sort and filter and custom sort, and here you'll be sorting by the D flag, and it will be smallest to largest. So now you can apply the conditional formatting to highlight it. You can select the column H or the D flag, go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, and here you can get into greater than and give the value as 1. Okay, so all the cells which are repeated multiple times will be selected here, and they will be highlighted with a selected color what you have given. So I've given red. So now you can select these cells and highlight them or delete them from your spreadsheet, and now all your data in the spreadsheet is unique and clean.
Now let's quickly get onto the practical mode, where we will have some data sets over which we will be trying to apply the charts. Now there are various types of charts in Tableau, and those are the pie chart, the column chart, the bar chart, column versus line, pivot chart, and sparkline charts. So we will discuss one after the other. First, let us discuss about the pie chart. So as you can see, we have a small data set on my screen which I have personally created, and this deals with the companies and this deals with the shares of the automobile industry. So now for this, let's create a pie chart. Select all the data and then get into the toolbar, and inside the toolbar you can see various options, and inside that we're going to use the insert option. And when you select the insert option, you will have a ribbon here, and inside the ribbon you can see groups, tables, illustrations, add-ins, and here you go, these are the charts. So now we needed a pie chart. So select on that icon and you have various types of pie charts. You have 2-dimensional pie charts, 3-dimensional pie charts, donut type of charts, etc. Right? So I would like to go with the 3-dimensional pie chart as it looks a little more appealing and easy to understand. And now there you go, this is the title of the chart, and these are the legends of the chart, and this is the chart area, and these are the values. Now we can kind of add the data labels as well. So you can just have to press the plus icon over here and you'll have the options. You can add the data labels, which will give you a lot more interesting values. And you can also turn this around. As you can see, on double clicking any part of the pie chart, you'll get this option which is called as format data point. And let's imagine that you wanted to show the information related to this particular one, which is Volvo, which has the biggest share. So this is in front right now. Now what if you wanted to show the information related to Tata, which is over here, right? For that you can select this particular arrow key and you can just twist it, and there you go, it is coming in front. This will be a great way of presenting your data to your clients, right? Yeah. And there is another option where you can directly explode this, like you can pick it out. You can see this, right? Point explosion, where you can split it out and you can show that, especially like you can highlight it and show it. So that's the a great way of presenting your data. So that's how you can work with pie charts in Excel. Now let's quickly move to the next one, that is the column chart. And in the column chart we have the data related to some company and the profits of that company based on a year. So you can see that the year has started from 2008 and it has gone until 2021, and these are the profits of that company year after year. So since we are dealing with column chart, I'll tell you the simplest way to create a column chart. There is a shortcut key for that, which is Alt F1, and there you go, you have the chart right on your screen. Now you can expand the chart just by dragging it like that, and you can see that there is some problem with this chart. That is, we have numbers here instead of years, right? You can see that the first column is the years, which is 2008 to 2021, but here you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, which is not proper, right? So to change the axis, that is, you can see the axis which is 1, 2, 3. Let me expand my screen a little bit. Yeah. So if you look at my screen, we have two different columns. One column is about the years and the second column is about the revenue. Now what we want to do is we want to create a line graph where we have year on the x-axis and revenue on the y-axis, and we will be generating a line graph based on the data we have. Now for that we have to select the entire data what we have, then we need to go into the insert option in the toolbar, and then you can see a lot of chart options in the insert ribbon. Now here you can see that we have a line chart or area chart option. Select that, and here you can see 2D line graphs. Now let's select the first one, and there you go, you have the line chart here. Now let's rename the title. And there is one problem with the chart here. You can see that the x-axis is not actually pointing the years. You can make a change to that, no worries. Just right click and then you can see the select data option, and there you go, you have the edit option here. Just edit it and now select the range. I am selecting the years now. Let's select OK, and there you go, you have the years here. You can just try to expand it a little more. Yeah. So now you have the revenue on the y-axis and year on the x-axis, and this shows the growth of revenue in your company. So this is how you create a line graph in Excel. Simplylearn. Now let us imagine that you are the CEO of an IT company and you have taken up multiple projects. Let us imagine that you wish to keep track of all the projects. So what if there was a tool which could keep track of all the projects in the form of a detailed visualization with the percentage in the form of a graph or a bar chart? Interesting, right? That's exactly what we are going to design today using Microsoft Excel. So without further ado, let's get started with our 1-point agenda, that is progress tracker in Excel. Now, to design a progress tracker in Excel, let us get back to the practical mode where we might have to use our Microsoft Excel. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel and we have taken some sample data to make things look simple. So here we're considering a set of students and their attendance percentage. So we will be using this particular data and design a progress tracker. Now let us try to increase the size of the cells. Now select all the cells in the attendance column. Now we have selected all the cells in the attendance column, and in the toolbar select the Home tab, and inside the Home tab you have Styles group. Inside the Styles group select Conditional Formatting, and inside the Conditional Formatting option select New Rule. So in the New Rule we want to select the first option, that is Format all cells based on their values. Now here you can see Format Style. Since we are trying to create data bars, we need to select the option of data bars here. And under the data bar options, we have some more options on the drop down menu. So here in the type, select number, and the minimum number is 0. It is automatically stored here, and the maximum value is again a number, and let us provide it as 1. Now here you can select the color for your bars. Now since we have already chosen green for all the column headers, let's choose blue and select OK. Now here you can see that the values are being indicated using bar graphs, right? And you can also see the percentage values. But we can make it look a little more better by shifting them to the left side, and text could be given as white so that it's more vibrant to look at. And now we can also apply some conditional formatting onto these attendance columns. So let us try to highlight the students having attendance less than 65%. So highlight cell rules less than 65% attendance. With red color. Select OK, and there you go. You have the progress tracker right on your screen, and using the same principles you can track the attendance for all the students, and also you can apply some conditional formatting onto all your cells and highlight the ones which are not on the track. Now this is how you can implement progress trackers using Excel. Now for this particular example, we are going to use the employees data. Now let's quickly get back to the practical mode and enter into Excel. Now you can see that we are on Excel sheet right now. So let me expand my screen a little bit so that the data is a little more visible. Yeah. So here on my screen, you can see that we have employees data. So the first column is the name of the employees, and the second column is the start dates of the employees, that when have they started working with the organization and when they have ended or resigned to their position in that particular organization, and the duration gives us the number of days they have worked in that particular organization. So to create a Gantt chart is really simple. You just have to select the data, and then go to the insert option, and in there you can see the charts icon, and select all charts, and in that select the bar chart, and here you can see the stacked bar chart. Select that and press OK, and there you go, you have the stacked bar chart right on your screen. Let's expand this a little more so that we have the clear visualization of the dates as well. Now you can, if you want, you can change the title as ORG data or employee data. And now we are partially done with our chart. Now the next thing we have to do is select the bar chart, right click on it, select data, and here select the add icon. Now you need to select the series name. So the series name is duration for our Gantt chart, and series values are, let's select this and select, let's move a little. Yeah, so these are the data series. Let's select OK, and you can see the Gantt chart on my screen right here. Select OK and it's done. And still now it's not complete yet. So to finish it, you need to select the blue colored bars here and right click on them and select Format Data Series. Go to the fill icon and select No Fill. And it's done for now, and you can see that there is a difference in this particular arrangement. We had Joe at the first place and Susan at the last place, but here you can see Joe is in the last place and Susan is in the first place. So we need to make some arrangements here. For that, right click, select Format, Access, and then here you can see Categorize in reverse order, and there you go, it should be done. And there you go, you have your Gantt chart right on your screen.
Excel is a really powerful tool for data analytics and reporting, and pivot tables are one of the features that Excel offers for creating tabular reports to summarize our data. Let's begin by understanding what is a pivot table. A pivot table is a tool that summarizes and reorganizes selected columns and rows of data in a spreadsheet to obtain a desired report. It does not actually change the spreadsheet data. It simply pivots or turns the data to view it in different perspectives. Pivot tables are especially useful with large amounts of data that would be time consuming to calculate manually. Now, let's understand the different components of a pivot table. So there are four main components. First, we have rows. When a field is chosen for the row area, it populates as the first column in the pivot table. Similar to the columns, all row labels are unique values and duplicates are removed. Columns is the second component. When a field is chosen for the column area, only the unique values of the field are listed across the top. Then we have values. Each value is kept in a pivot table cell and displays the summarized information. The most common values are sum, average, minimum, and maximum. Finally, we have filters. Filters apply a calculation or restriction to the entire table. So let's jump over to Microsoft Excel and let me show you the dataset that we will use in this demo. So with India being ready for its 16th census in 2021, that is next year, it is a good time for us to analyze India's last census data from 2011 and see where different states and cities across India stood in terms of population, literacy, and other socio-economic factors. We will analyze this data by creating different pivot tables in Excel and explore some of its features. So let's begin. First, I'll show you one of the features that Excel offers us. So suppose I click on any cell and hit Ctrl plus Q, you can see our entire table is selected, and at the right bottom there's an option of Quick Analysis. Now you can see by default Excel has prompted certain features such as formatting, we have charts, totals, and there's one more called tables. Now Excel by default has created some pivot tables for us. Now the first one you see is sum of district code by state names. Next we have sum of sex ratio by state name. Then we have sum of child sex ratio, sum of male graduates, and sum of female graduates by state name, and there are others. Before creating our pivot table, so let's have a final look at our data set. So first column you see is the city column. So there are different cities from different parts of India. Then we have the state code, we have the state name, district code,
we have the total population followed by male and female population. Next you can see we have the total literates from each city. Then we have the male and female literates. Next we have the sex ratio. Then we have the child sex ratio. Next we have total number of graduates. And finally you can see we have male and female graduates. So using this table, we'll create several pivot tables. Now first of all, let's create a pivot table to find the total population for each state and sort it in descending order. So you can see here we have the problem statement. So our first pivot table will have the total population for each of the states in descending order. So to create a pivot table, you can click any cell in your data, go to the Insert tab, and here left you can see we have the option to create a pivot table. So let me select pivot table. Now my range is already selected, the entire table, and here I'll choose existing worksheet because I want to place my pivot table in the same worksheet, and I'll give my location, I'll point to cell Q5. Now let me click OK. You can see the pivot table fields appears here on the right. Now since we want to find the total population for each state, so what I'll do is I'll drag my state name onto rows. So here in our pivot table you can see we have the different state names listed. Now we want the total population for each of these states. So in the field list I'll search for total population, which is this one, and drag it under values. You can see we have a sum of total population for each of these states. By default, Excel will sum any numeric column. You can always change it to average, minimum, maximum, anything you want. Now we want to sort this column in descending order. So I right click, go to sort option and choose Z to A, that is largest to smallest. You can see here in 2011 Maharashtra had the highest number of population, or the total population in Maharashtra was the highest. Then it was Uttar Pradesh, we had Andhra Pradesh, and if I come down we have Nagaland and Andaman and Nicobar Islands towards the end. So this is a simple pivot table that we created. Now the next problem we have is we want to find the total sum of literates in each city belonging to a certain state. So let's see how to do it. I'll click on any cell, go to Insert, and here I can click on pivot table. My range is selected. I'll choose existing worksheet and give my location, which is Q5. I click on OK. Now here we want to find the total sum of literates. So what I'll do is first let me drag total literates column to values. You have the total sum of literates from all the states. Next, I want to see the sum of total literates based on states and cities. So let me first drag state name onto rows, and then we'll drag city onto rows. You can see here we have our pivot table ready. To the left of the pivot table you can see we have the state names and the cities per state, and on the right you can see the total number of literates from each city. If I scroll down we have Assam, then you can see we have Bihar, and if I keep scrolling we have all the states, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, there's Jammu and Kashmir, which has now become a union territory. We have Jharkhand, Karnataka and other states as well. Moving on. Okay, so the next thing we want to see is what is the average sex ratio and the child sex ratio for each state. With that we also want to find the states that had the highest and lowest sex ratio in 2011. So let's create a pivot table for this. I'll click on any cell, go to Insert, choose pivot table, click on existing worksheet. I'll select cell Q5 and click on OK. Now since we want the average sex ratio and the child sex ratio, so first I'll drag those columns. Either you can manually scroll and drag it, or here you have the option to search for it. So if I look for child, you can see we have the same column listed. You can just drag it from there. Let me delete this. And I also want the sex ratio. So I'll place it on top of child sex ratio. Next, we want to see it based on different states. So what I'll do is I'll take state name and put it under rows. So here you can see we have our pivot table ready. On the left you can see we have the different state names listed, and on the right we have the values. Now we want to find the average. Now by default Excel will sum the numeric columns. You can see it tells you sum of sex ratio and child sex ratio. So what you can do, you can click on this drop down and go to value field settings, and here summarize values by, you can choose average. You can see the custom name, it says average of sex ratio. Click on OK. Our entire column is now giving us the average sex ratio. Similarly for this column, let me convert it into average. I'll again click on the drop down, go to value field settings, click on average and click OK. And you can see here we have the average of child sex ratio for each of the states. Now the next question says which states had the highest and lowest sex ratio. So we'll consider this column. So we'll sort it in any order you want. You can do it either ascending or descending. Let me sort it in descending order. You can see we have our column sorted now. So in 2011 Kerala had the highest sex ratio, and if I scroll down to the bottom you can see Himachal Pradesh had the lowest, which is around 818. Up next, let's explore one more feature of pivot table. So suppose you want to see the top or bottom few rows of a pivot table, you can do that as well. So here we have a question at hand. We want to find the top 3 cities with the highest number of female graduates. So let's see from the entire pivot table how we can filter the top 3 cities. So I'll go to insert, click on the pivot table option, go to existing worksheet, click on Q5 and hit OK. Now since we want to find the top 3 cities, I'll drag city column onto rows, and then we want the female graduates. So in the search bar I'll look for female and I'll choose this column, that is female graduates, and drag it here onto values. So I have the sum of female graduates for each of the cities. Now since we want to find the highest number of female graduates in the top 3 cities, so let me first sort this column. I'll sort it in descending order. Now we have it sorted. Now from this you can say that Delhi, Greater Mumbai and Bangalore are the top 3 cities, but it's displaying all the cities for us. So let's filter only the top 3. So what you can do is right click and go to filter. Under filter you have the option of top 10. I'll select this. Here I only want the top 3. So either you can go down like this, or you can directly type 3. Your column is already selected. Let me just click on OK. There you go. We have the required pivot table ready, and it only displays us the top 3 cities with the highest number of female graduates. Now the next thing we want to see is how to use a slicer in a pivot table. So we have a question here. What's the total population for all the cities in Rajasthan and Karnataka? So let's create a pivot table for this and see how you can use a slicer to filter the table. Click on existing. I'll click on a location, this time Q6. Click OK. Now since I want the total population, so I'll drag total population onto values, and then I'll select the city onto rows and then the state name also. I'll place it on top of city. So you have in the pivot table all the states and their cities, and on the right you can see the total population for each of these cities. But our question is we want to find only for Rajasthan and Karnataka. Now for that, what you can do is go to insert and create a slicer. Either you can create from this option, or you can go to pivot table analyze option, and here you have the option to create or insert a slicer. I'll click on this, and since we want to slice the table based on state, that is Rajasthan and Karnataka, I'll choose state name as my slicer field. You can see this is my slicer here. Now you only want the data for Rajasthan and Karnataka, so I'll search for these two. So here we have Karnataka, so let me select Karnataka first, and I also want for Rajasthan, so let me select Rajasthan also. You can see in our pivot table we only have data for Rajasthan and Karnataka. So this pivot table shows you different cities from Karnataka and the total sum of population from each of the cities, and similarly we also have for Rajasthan. Moving ahead, now we will see another very interesting feature of pivot, that is how you can create percentage contribution of a table. For example, we have a question here: what's the percentage contribution of male and female literates from each state? Now we want to see in terms of percentage and not as sum or average. Let's do that. I'll create my pivot table, click on existing, and I'll select an empty cell. Okay. Now here, since we want to find the percentage contribution of male and female literates, so first I'll drag male literates onto values, followed by female literates onto values. By default it has summed up the male literates and female literates value. And also I want to drag state column to rows. So here you can see the sum of male literates and female literates per state. I want to convert this as percentage contribution. So what we can do is, I'll select any cell and I'll right click and I'll go to show value as, and here I have the option to select percentage of grand total. So I'll select this. You can see we have the percentage contribution of male literates to the total. Now if I sort this, you will get to know which state contributed or has the highest percentage contribution. So we have Maharashtra for male literates, then we had Uttar Pradesh in 2011. If I come down, we had Meghalaya, Nagaland and Andaman and Nicobar Islands as those states which had little or minimal contribution to male literates. Similarly, let's do it for female literates. I'll go to show value as and select percentage of grand total. So you can see here also Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, then Gujarat and all had the highest percentage contribution to female literates. So this is another good feature to convert your data and see it in terms of percentage. Now moving ahead, let's say we want to find the bottom 3 cities from each state that had the lowest female graduates. We can do that as well. I'll go to insert, click on pivot, go to existing worksheet, select an empty worksheet and click on OK. Now since I want to see based on states as well as cities, so let me drag the state name first onto rows and let's drag the city column onto rows. Next we want female graduates, so let me look for female graduates in the field list. I'll drag it onto values. Now we have the list of states and their respective cities, and to the right of the pivot table you can see the sum of female graduates from each city. Now first I'll sort this column. I'll right click, go to sort and click on shortest to largest. Now we have sorted our female graduates from shortest or smallest to largest. Now since I want to find the bottom 3 cities from each state, I'll come to this cell, right click, go to filter and select top 10. Now I'll replace top 10 with bottom, and I want the bottom 3 cities from each state. I have my column selected, that is sum of female graduates. If I click on OK, you can see here some of the states don't have 3 cities. So you can see Andaman and Nicobar Islands has only 1 city, that is Port Blair, while the remaining you can find the bottom 3 cities with the lowest number of female graduates. So Andhra Pradesh had these 3, in Assam we had Nagaon, then there was Dibrugarh and Silchar. Similarly, if I come down in Haryana, we have Palwal, Kathal and Zind. If I come further, here you can see for Karnataka there's Gangavati, there's Rani Benur and there's Kolar. Similarly, you can see for Kerala as well. Now moving ahead, now in the next example, I'll tell you how you can create a calculated field or a calculated column in Excel with the help of a pivot table. So in a pivot table, you can create or use custom formulas to create calculated fields or items. Calculated fields are formulas that can refer to other fields in the pivot table. Calculated fields appear with other value fields in the pivot table. Like other value fields, a calculated field's name may precede with sum of followed by the field name. So here we have a sales table that has columns like the items, which has different fruits and vegetables, and those have been categorized as fruits and vegetables. We have the price per kg, and this is in terms of rupees, and we have the quantity that was sold. Now let's see, if you want to find the sales for each item in the table, you can create a calculated field. So your sales column is going to be the product of price per kg and quantity. So let me show you how you can do that with the help of a pivot table. I'll create a pivot table first. Click on an empty cell, hit OK. Now, if you see on the top, under pivot table analyze and under calculations, we have the option fields, items and sets. If I click on this drop down, I get the option to create a calculated field or insert a calculated field. I click on this. I'll give my field name as sales and I'll select my formula. I'll first click on price per kg and hit insert field. I'll give a space, hit shift 8 to give the product symbol, and then I'll double click on quantity. Now this is my formula for sales, that is price per kg multiplied by quantity. I'll click on add and I click on OK. If you see here, there's a calculated field that is present in the pivot table fields, which is sales, but it did not add it to our original table. Our original table is the same, but here we have added a calculated field which is present only in the pivot table list. Now we can use this. It has already taken it under values. Now let's say I want to find the sum of sales for each item under each category. You can see it here. We have our category fruit and we have our category vegetable, and under that we have different items like apple, apricot, banana. Similarly, in vegetables we have broccoli, there's carrots, corn, eggplant and others. So this is how you can create a calculated field in a pivot table. Now there's one more good feature that Excel offers us in pivot table is to create a pivot chart. So you can use your pivot table and create different charts. So I'll show you how to do that. If I go to insert, here I have the option of recommended charts. If I click on this, Excel gives me some default charts which you can use. Let's say I'll select this. Let me drag it a bit to the right. Here you can see I'll close this pivot field list. This is a nice bar chart that Excel has created. This is called a pivot chart. Now here you can see the category fruits and vegetables and the different fruits and vegetables or the items. In the y-axis you can see the total sales. If you see from the graph, guava made the highest amount of sales. Now if I sort this, let's sort this first. You can see it here, fruit guava made the highest amount of sales. Now since I sorted and changed my pivot table, the pivot chart also automatically gets updated. Similarly, there are other charts also that you can create. Let's go to the insert tab and let's click on recommended charts again. Let's look for a pie chart. So this is a pie chart that you can create. Let me click on OK. So here is our pie chart, and each pie represents a certain item, and the pie that has the highest area represents it had the highest amount of sales. In this case, you can see it is guava, and similarly we have other items as well. This is fruit banana, that's corn, and we have spinach and others. Let's explore a few other charts. So first I'll click on my pivot table, go to insert, and under recommended charts, let's now select a line chart. If I hit OK, move it to the right. So this is a line chart. You can see it starts from guava, which had the highest amount of sales, then it drops, and in the x-axis you can see the different items. Similarly, when it starts with the vegetables, broccoli made the highest amount of sales with 2,800 rupees, and our lowest was eggplant at 900 rupees. For fruits, papaya sold the least at 700 rupees. Let's take another chart. I'll go to insert. Under recommended charts, let's see. This time we'll see a bar chart. Now this is a horizontal bar chart and not a vertical one. We just saw a vertical column chart like this. This is an horizontal bar chart. Now you can always increase and decrease the size of these charts. Let's explore a last chart. Let's take the area chart for now. So this is an area chart. Again, it looks similar to the line chart. It starts with guava, which had the highest amount of sales. Similarly, papaya under fruits had the lowest amount of sales. Under vegetables, it was broccoli, and finally eggplant made the lowest amount of sales under vegetable. Now let's go to our first sheet and summarize what we have done in this demo for pivot tables in Excel. So we had our data. This is 2011 census data from India. We had the different cities, the state names, and we had the total population, total literates, female literates, male literates. We had the sex ratio, total graduates, and other information. So we began by understanding how to create a simple pivot table where we calculated the total population for each state and sorted it in descending order. We found that Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh had the total population in 2011. Then we saw another pivot table where we calculated the total sum of literates in each city belonging to a certain state. So you can see we had the different state names and the cities under each state. Then we saw another feature where you could calculate the average of a certain numerical column. So here we calculated the average sex ratio and the child sex ratio for each state and found out which one had the highest and lowest sex ratio. After that, we saw how you could find or filter tables. We saw how to find the top 3 cities with the highest number of female graduates. We found out that Delhi, Greater Mumbai and Bangalore were the top cities with highest number of female graduates. Next, we saw how to use slicer in a pivot table. So we sliced our table based on Rajasthan and Karnataka state and saw the total population for all the cities in Rajasthan and Karnataka. In the next sheet, we explored another feature that was to find the percentage contribution of male and female literates from each state. Then here we saw how to find out the bottom 3 cities for each state having lowest female graduates. Now one thing marked that some of the states did not have 3 cities. For example, Andaman had only 1 city, that was Port Blair, but the others we found out the bottom 3 cities that had the lowest female graduates. Finally, we looked at how to create a calculated field in a pivot table. So we saw how to create a calculated field called sales, and then we explored how to create different charts and graphs. So this was an area chart that we saw. There's a column chart. We also saw or looked at a bar chart, that was a horizontal bar chart. Similarly, we saw how to create a pie chart as well.
So how to create a pivot chart, you ask? It is really simple. All you need to do is just follow few steps and you have your pivot chart ready, which is completely interactive. Now all you have to do is select any cell in the dataset you have and rush into the insert toolbar. Then in the group of charts, you have an option called pivot chart. Select on it. Now you'll be asked to select the data range, and you can see Excel has automatically select all the range that you want to include in your pivot chart. Then you have another option which is asking you to either create the pivot chart in the current worksheet or a new worksheet. For now, let's select a new worksheet. And there you go. Voila, the pivot chart is completely ready. You might ask me, this is completely empty. Yes, the default pivot chart, what you get from Excel, will be completely empty, but you can add the legends and all the data that you want to add onto your pivot chart just by dragging and dropping the data from the right hand side of your Excel sheet, that is from the pivot chart fields. So you can see we have various options: region, category, state, subcategory, sales, quantity, etc. Now I'll add region. I'll add region to access, and comparatively we will see the sales that are happening in those particular regions by dragging sales into values. Now you have all the data in the form of pivot chart, which is completely interactive, which represents the sales happening in those regions. Now you can also select a particular region, right? By default all the regions are selected, but if you want to select only central, then you can do that by deselecting everything and select only central and select OK, and there you go. You have all the data related to the sales happening in the central region. Now if you want to kind of see all the categories of sales happening in all the regions, you can drag the category into values again, and in the region part, okay, I think we have to add category into legends. Yes. Now select regions, that is all regions, and select OK, and you can see the category wise sales in all the regions at one single go. And I hope you did not observe it clearly. The Excel also gives you the completely prepared pivot table as well, right, which is also interactive. You can also get to choose the data from here as well and select OK, and you'll see that being reflected on the pivot chart. So here you can see both pivot table and pivot charts are completely interactive. Now here we have 4 different sheets of the sales. So the first sheet is the West zone, next is South zone, East zone, and Central zone. So all this data belongs to one single sheet, that is Superstore dataset. So I have categorized, or I have taken a part of the data which belongs to Central region, South region, West region, and East region. Now we are going to use all these 4 sheets and create one single sheet, which is the pivot table of all the 4 sheets. Now without further ado, let's start the process. Now for that, we might want to use the shortcut key, that is Alt D. Now press P. Now this starts the pivot chart wizard. Now here we have to choose the option multiple consolidation ranges. Then click on next. And here you can see the pivot table is clicked by default. Now we'll go to next. Now here click I will create page fields, or the pivot chart wizard will automatically create if you want that to create for you. Now click on next. Now here let's select the range. Now I'll be selecting the range. Add it. Now next we'll select East. Add it. Followed by that we have South. And finally we have West. Now we will name these according to the regions. So the first one will be West. Next one will be south. Next one will be east. And the last one will be central. Click on next, and here select new worksheet and finish. And there you go. You have the pivot table here. Now you might want to change the summation value. So click anywhere on the pivot table and change it from count to sum, so that you have the summation of the total number of sales, subcategory sales, and grand total of sales, etc. Now here you can see all option. Now let's select central, and you'll get the details of the central region, the grand total and the sales happening, quantity of sales, etc. Now here you can see the furniture, office supplies, technology, and the grand total all in one single sheet. Now let's get back to the original sheet. So as you can see, this is the original sheet, and in the original sheet you can see various more categories, which is the shipment mode, customer segment, country, city, state, and you also have product name, subcategory, etc. So if you had added all these into this sheet, you can also create a separate option of adding minute details to your pivot table. So that is how the pivot table is created using multiple sheets. Mail merge in Excel is a simple yet spectacular method to write similar emails to hundreds and thousands of recipients without a hassle or even a single error. Let us imagine that you are supposed to write an interview call letter to multiple recipients. So what if you had like 5 recipients? You could do 5 different emails and you could send them. But what if you had 50 or even 500, right? That would seem a little troublesome, and you might even feel that you might want a whole team to do that, right? But what if I say that you can do the same with one single mail? Within a matter of minutes, you send all the emails to all the 50 or 500 recipients. Sounds interesting, right? So now in this particular tutorial, we are going to do the same. Now without further ado, let's directly get onto the practical mode and start our Excel and try to do some mail merge in Excel. Now we are on practical mode and we have started our Microsoft Excel. So regarding the example we discussed earlier, that is sending an interview call letter to multiple people, that's what exactly this Excel sheet does. So here we have about 25 members or 25 candidates with their first name, last name, and email and their address written over. Now where is our call letter? Now this happens to be our call letter. So the call letter is being sent from an imaginary company, that is Smart Solutions Private Limited India, and followed by that we are having one recipient here who happens to be Mia, and the subject and everything, all the text related to the interview call. Now we are trying to send this one single interview call letter to all the 25 people. Now the only change that is going to happen is the recipient's name and address is going to change, and the addressing. For example, here you can see Dear Mia. So instead of Dear Mia, we're going to greet the recipient with their particular name. So that's what we're going to try to do now. So to do that, you have to go into the toolbar and select Mailings option. In the Mailings option, you can see the Start Mail Merge, Select Recipients, Edit Recipient, and all other options. So here you might want to select the second group, and inside the second group you have an option called Select Recipients. Click on that, and now it will show you some options. The first one is type in new list. So if you are having some list, then you can type in, or if you already have an existing list like what we did, creating an Excel sheet and storing all the email and address and all the recipients' complete details, you can use that as well. So here we're going to use the existing list. So click on that. Now it will show you a new dialog box using which you have to navigate to the existing list. So our existing list is named as Mail Merge. So click on that and select Open. Now press OK. Now the next part is to address all the details. So here you can see that to address, and after that you can see the addressing of the recipient. Now we have to encode this mail in such a way that to all the recipients automatically Excel will replace the addresses, names and the greetings. Right? Now let's try that. Now let's try to encode the address part. So highlight the address part, and in the same mail links option you can find the address block in write and insert fields ribbon. So let's select that, and now you can see the address of everyone, right? So this is the preview of the recipient's address. Now you can see that the recipient's full name and state is only available here, not the street and house number, etc. Now you can fix that by selecting the match fields option, and here you can include the address, so which might be the house or apartment, and the second one would be street, and postal code you can match it with pin code, and that's all. Yeah, remaining we have everything else. Let's look at the preview, and this is how it looks like. Perfect. Now let's select OK. Now that's fine. And similarly we will also try to match the, just a moment, yeah. Similarly we'll try to encode the recipient's name. Now for that, let's go into the greetings line. Here you can see you can select the option dear sir or dear ma'am or to whomever may concern, and here you have another option to or just dear, so we'll go with dear, and this is how the preview looks like. And if you're happy with that, it's okay. And if you want to parallelly check for other things, other recipients, you can also do that. For example, the next recipient is Santosh Shastri, and followed by him we have Prabhakar Reddy, Rajesh Saho, right? You can also check everything, and here you can also see the address changing on the mail. So you can check for Jagdish Chari, his address and his name, right? So it looks like it's working perfectly. Now select OK, and that's done. Now we are in the final stage, and in the mailings option you can see the last two options, that is the preview results and finish. So before merging and finishing the mail merge, we shall go through a quick preview to check if everything is fine or not. So here you can see we have the address block. This is how the encoding looks like, and if you replace the encoding with the actual address and name, this is how the actual address and name look like. And you can check all the letters. You can just click on the arrow key here, and you can check all the recipient's address and their names, right? So if you can find any errors, you can replace them, and if not, if everything is fine, then you can just quickly press on the finish and merge option. When you finish merge option or finish and merge option, you get three different options, that is edit individual documents, print documents, and send all these to the recipients. Now if you had any queries, or if you had any doubts about, or if you find any errors on the mails, then you can go to that particular individual document and edit it with the first option. And in the second option you can print all the documents. Like if you want to send a hard copy, then you can print it. So you can see here all and select OK, and then you can kind of save it as a PDF, or you can send the location of your printer and then just press OK, right? You can just save them in the form of PDF, or you can directly send the emails. Right now I'm not connected to any printer, so I'm not going to print any documents. Now let us try the last one. This should be interesting. Now when you select the mail option, then it automatically selects the email column from your Excel sheet. Remember, we had an email column from Excel sheet, right? This particular column, Word automatically selects that column from Excel, and you can just select OK, and all the mails will be sent to all these imaginary mailing addresses. So that's how it's done.
What is Excel VLOOKUP? VLOOKUP stands for vertical lookup. VLOOKUP lets you search for specific information in your spreadsheet. It allows you to search for a particular value in a column and returns another value from a different column but of the same row. VLOOKUP takes advantage of vertically aligned tables to quickly find data associated with the value the user enters. Now, let's look at the syntax to write a VLOOKUP function. So VLOOKUP takes 4 parameters or arguments. You can see it here. There are 4 arguments in the VLOOKUP function. So the first argument is called the lookup value. The lookup value represents the value that you are searching for. Next is the table array. The table array represents 2 or more columns of information. The third argument is called the column index number. Now this represents the column number in the table from which the value must be returned. The first column is 1, the second column is 2, and so on. And then we have the fourth parameter, which is called the range lookup. Now this parameter is optional. Now range lookup is used to find an exact match. So if you want to find an exact match, you need to enter false or 0. Meanwhile, if you want an approximate match, you need to enter true or 1.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now, let me give you a brief overview on what's going to be in our demo. So for our demonstration, we'll use a sales dataset. You can see the dataset on the left. Using this dataset, we'll understand how VLOOKUP performs an exact and approximate match. We'll see how VLOOKUP is case insensitive. Then we'll perform a wildcard character search. We'll understand how to handle errors when a match is not found. And finally, you will look at two-way lookups. Now here is a small example of how VLOOKUP works. So we want to find the units sold by Morgan using the dataset on the left. So here you can see I have the dataset. It has some rows and columns. So these are the columns which are order date, region, there's a representative column, item, units, there's unit cost and total. And from this table I want to find the units that were sold by Morgan. If you look at the table, at the bottom you can see the representative name Morgan, and Morgan has sold 30 units. Now I want to find this value using the VLOOKUP function. So here on the right you can see I have my lookup value, which is Morgan, and this is my VLOOKUP formula, and using this formula I am getting the result as 30. Now let's go to our Excel workbook and perform all the demos one by one. So this is my Excel workbook that we are going to use for our demo, and here is the dataset we'll be using. Now this is the same dataset that you saw a while ago. So this dataset has 7 columns. You have the order date, the region, representative's name, item, there's units, unit cost and total, which is basically the total or the amount of sales that was generated. Now we are going to use a chunk of this dataset and perform our VLOOKUP analysis. So let's see our first example and the problem we have at hand. Let me go to the exact match tab. Alright, so here I'm going to use this chunk of data which is actually taken from the original dataset. So we have taken the first 11 rows from the dataset. You can see from row 2 till row 12 is going to be our dataset that we'll use. So we have a question here. We want to find the items sold by Thompson. So here Thompson is my lookup value, which means looking at Thompson I want to find the item that he sold. So if you consider our table here, you can see we have the representative's name Thompson right here, and from the table you can see Thompson sold pencil, and I want to get this value which is pencil using my VLOOKUP function. So let's go ahead and write our VLOOKUP function. I'll consider this as my lookup value, and here under item I'm going to write my VLOOKUP formula. To write the VLOOKUP formula, I'll write first equal to, and I'll write VLOOKUP. Now if I hit tab, it will auto complete. Alright, now let's give the parameters. So first is going to be the lookup value, which is nothing but Thompson. So I'll just select this cell, which is J17, comma. Now it's asking to give the table array. So the table array is the table from which you want to retrieve a value. One thing to keep in mind is that the value you are looking for should be the first column of a table, and you can select the table array till the end of the dataset or till the column which has the value you want to find. So here I'll select my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of the item column, which is going to be my table array. Then I'll select the column index number. So the column index number is based on the table array you have selected. In this case, my column index number is going to be 2 because we have selected just 2 columns, and the value which I am going to find is in the second column. So I'll give 2, comma. Now the range lookup I'm going to give is false because I want to find an exact match. So either you can hit tab or you can write 0, which means false. If I close the bracket and hit enter, it will return me the item that Thompson had sold, which is pencil. You can verify from the table that Thompson had sold pencil. Alright. Now let's try to change the table array and see what result are we getting. So this time I'll slightly change the table array. So again we are trying to find the item that Thompson had sold. So I'll write my formula equal to VLOOKUP. I'll hit tab to autocomplete. I'll give my lookup value as Thompson, comma. This time I'm choosing my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of the dataset, which is till P12. Again, my column index number is going to be 2 because if you consider this table array, the item column is the second column in the selected table array. So I'm going to write it as 2, comma. The range lookup I want to give as false because I want to find the exact match. If I close this and hit enter, you can see it has returned me the same result that we saw earlier. Now suppose, let's say this time I want to start my table array from the region column, which is this column. So I want to select my table array starting from the region column. Now this is going to show me an error because your table array should always start from the lookup value column. So if you consider Thompson as the lookup value, my table array should always start from the representatives column. So let's just try this example. So I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value I'm going to give it as Thompson, comma. The table array, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to choose from the region column. And let's say I'll select till the item column, give another comma, and this time my column index number is going to be 3 because since the table array has 3 columns and my item column is the last column, so I'm going to give my column index number as 3, comma. I want to get the exact match, so I'll give 0. If I close the bracket and hit enter, you can see it has given me an error. Okay. Now let me just show you another method to use VLOOKUP in Excel. So here on the top you can see there's a formulas tab, and under formulas tab under function library you see we have an option to select lookup and reference. If I click on this and if I scroll down below you can see there's an option called VLOOKUP. Let's choose this. Alright, now here you can give your lookup value, your table array, column index number, and the range lookup under this function arguments dialog box. So here I want to select my lookup value as Thompson. My table array is going to be from the representatives column till let's say the end of the dataset. My column index number is going to be 2. I'll write 2, and range lookup I'll write as false because I want the exact match. Now if I hit OK, you can see it has given us the exact same result. So this is one of the other ways to use VLOOKUP in Excel. Now let's move to the next sheet, which is regarding approximate match. Okay, so sometimes you might have cases where you don't have the lookup value present in the table. In those cases, you can tell VLOOKUP to return an approximate match. Now one thing to keep in mind is that your lookup value column should always be sorted in ascending order while trying to get an approximate match. So here we are going to use this table, and my lookup value column, which is going to be the representatives column, is already sorted in ascending order. And let's see the question we have here. So I want to find the item sold and the unit cost for MAT. So my lookup value is going to be MAT. Now if you see this table, I don't have the representative's name MAT anywhere in the table. Now using an approximate match, I want to find the item and the unit cost. So let's do it. So here under item, I'll write my VLOOKUP formula. So I'll type VLOOKUP, I'll hit tab to complete it. And this time my lookup value is going to be MAT. So I'll select this cell, comma, my table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of item column because I want to find the item value for MAT. I'll give a comma. My column index number as per the table array is going to be 2, comma. My range lookup this time I'm going to give is true or 1. So I'll write 1, close the bracket, hit enter. Alright, it has returned me binder was the item sold by MAT. Now let's try to figure out why VLOOKUP returned binder as the item. Now let's say you were asked to insert the name MAT to the representative column in alphabetical order. So where would you place it? Ideally, you should place between Kivel and Morgan. Since this column is already sorted, MAT should appear before Morgan and after Kivel. So in an approximate match, VLOOKUP will consider the previous highest value. In this case, the previous highest value before MAT is Kivel, and hence VLOOKUP returned the corresponding item purchased by Kivel, which is binder. Now similarly, if you wanted to find the unit cost for MAT, again VLOOKUP will return the unit cost of Kivel, which is 125. Let's just try it out. So I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is MAT, comma. My table array for this time is going to be from representatives column till the unit cost column I'll consider. I'll give a comma. Now the column index number as per the table array is going to be 4. I'll give another comma, and this time I'll double click true because I want an approximate match. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see it has returned me 125, which is actually Kivel's unit cost. Okay, we have another question, and this time I want to find the units sold by Rob. Now Rob is going to be my lookup value. If you see the representatives column, we don't have Rob. Now let's see what VLOOKUP is going to return as the item for Rob. So I'll write VLOOKUP. I'll give my lookup value as Rob, comma. My table array is going to start from the representatives column. I'll select till here. I'll give a comma. My column index number is 2. I'll give another comma. I'll double click on true. I close the bracket, hit enter. You can see VLOOKUP has returned me pen. Now let's understand why VLOOKUP returned pen for Rob. Now if you are asked to insert the representative's name Rob into this column, so ideally Rob would appear somewhere between Morgan and Sorvino, because since this is sorted in ascending order, Rob is actually greater than Morgan and is less than Sorvino. So as you know, VLOOKUP in an approximate match returns the previous highest value, which is Morgan here, and the corresponding item for Morgan is pen, and hence VLOOKUP returned pen for Rob. Alright, now moving to the next sheet, which is another property of VLOOKUP, which tells VLOOKUP always looks to the right. This means that your lookup value must always be on the left, and the value you are going to find out should always be to the right of the table. Now consider this scenario where your lookup value is on the left. In this case, it is the representative's value, and I have taken Sorvino for an example, and we want to find the order date for Sorvino. Now if you consider this table, your lookup value, which is Sorvino, is actually this column, the representatives column, and we are going to find out the order date. So your representative's name is on the right of the table, and the value we are going to find out is on the left of the table. Now as per the property, VLOOKUP only looks to the right. So if I use the VLOOKUP function for this example here, I'll write VLOOKUP. I'll give my lookup value as Sorvino, comma, my table array I'll consider from the order date because I want the order date till the representatives column. I'll give a comma, and this time my column index number is actually the first column if I consider my table array as the first 3 columns selected, and my range lookup is going to be false. If I close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me an error. The reason is VLOOKUP always looks to the right, and this time the value we were trying to find out was to the left of the table. Now if you consider the opposite case, suppose you have the order date and you want to find the representative's name, you can do that easily because your lookup value, which is the order date, is on the left and your representatives column is on the right. So let's just try this. I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is going to be Sorvino's order date, so I'll select it from the table. I'll give a comma. My table array will start from the J column. Let's say I'll select the entire table, comma, and my column index number will be 3 if you consider these as my table array, comma, my range lookup is 0. If I close this, hit enter, you can see we have got Sorvino corresponding to the order date. Alright, now let's move to the next tab. Now this tab says VLOOKUP returns only the first match. So we have a question at hand. The question is, find the units sold by Jardine. If you see this table, we have the representative's name Jardine twice. You see here, and if you look down, we have Jardine here as well. But the item sold by Jardine at the first instance is pencil, and at the second instance it's desk. Now as per the property, VLOOKUP always returns the first match. Now ideally, when we write the VLOOKUP function and look for the units sold by Jardine, you will see VLOOKUP will return 36 instead of 3. Let's just try it out. I'll write the VLOOKUP function. My lookup value is Jardine, comma, my table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of units column. I'll give a comma. My column index number based on the table array is 3. I'll give another comma. Now I want the exact match, so I'll select 0, close the bracket and hit enter. Now as you can see, it returns me the first match of Jardine, which is 36. So VLOOKUP did not consider the second match. Now similarly, if you consider this table, we have Jones repeated thrice. So you have Jones here, we have Jones here for the second time, and also we have Jones for the third time. And let's say you want to find the unit cost for Jones. So if I write the VLOOKUP function, I'll consider my lookup value as Jones, comma, my table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of unit cost column. I'll give a comma. Based on the table array, my unit cost column is at the 4th index, so I'll write 4, comma, the range lookup is 0. If I click on this and hit enter, you can see it here. VLOOKUP has returned the first instance of Jones and it did not consider the second and the third instance. So our unit cost for Jones is 1.99 because VLOOKUP only returns the first match. Okay, moving ahead to the next example we have here is VLOOKUP is case insensitive. If you consider this table, I've added another row in green. So if you see here, I have a representative name called Gil, which is in proper case or popularly known as sentence case. Here I have added Gil's name in capital letters or all in uppercase. So I want to find the total revenue generated by Gil. The total revenue is basically the total column. Let's do it. I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is Gil, which is actually in uppercase. I'll consider my table array from the representatives column till the end of total column or the sales column. Based on this selection, my column index number is 5, comma, the range lookup is false. So I'll just double click on false. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see it here. Our VLOOKUP function has returned the total as 539.73, which is actually the value for this row. So clearly VLOOKUP did not consider GIL, which was present at the bottom of the table in uppercase. So this shows that VLOOKUP is clearly case insensitive. Alright, now moving to the next example. The VLOOKUP function supports wildcards, which makes it possible to perform a partial match on a lookup value. For instance, you can use VLOOKUP to retrieve values from a table after typing only part of a lookup value. To use wildcards with VLOOKUP, you must specify the exact match by giving false or 0 for the last argument, that is range lookup. Now we have a question here. I want to know how much sales did the representative whose name starts with KI make. Now here sales represents the total column actually. So I want to find out the person whose name starts with KI. So if you consider the representative column, I have one representative whose name starts with KI, that is Kivel. So using KI as my lookup value, I want to find the total. So let me show you how to use wildcard characters and find the value using VLOOKUP. So I'll write my function VLOOKUP. Okay. Now in lookup value, I'll give KI. After that, I'm going to write ampersand followed by double inverted commas. Then I'm going to write a star and close the inverted comma. This means the value starts with KI, ampersand actually represents concatenation, and star represents anything followed by KI. So this is going to be my lookup value in total. I'll give a comma. Next, I'll select my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of total column because I want to find the sales. I'll give another comma. My column index number based on the table array we have selected is 5, comma, the range lookup is 0 because I want to find an exact match. I'll close the bracket, hit enter. You can see it here. VLOOKUP has returned me 999.5, which is actually Kivel's total. Now there's another way to do it. Instead of selecting the cell in which we have the lookup value, I can directly write it in the VLOOKUP function. So I'll write the VLOOKUP function something like this. So my lookup value, I'll pass KI within double inverted commas because KI is a character value. So within double inverted commas, I'm writing KI followed by ampersand, which is for concatenation, followed by a star within double inverted commas. So this is going to be my lookup values. This in total means anything that appears after KI will be considered as the lookup value. Again, the table array I'll select as these rows and columns, comma, my column index number would be 5, comma, the range lookup is 0. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you see we have the same value. So this is another method or another way of using VLOOKUPs. Okay, now moving ahead, let's explore another feature of VLOOKUP. So if the VLOOKUP function cannot find a match, it returns a #NA error. Now if you want, you can use the if_NA function to replace the #NA error with a friendly message. So suppose you want to find the region in which an order was placed on 10th of May 2018. Now if the order date is not found, I want to return a message that is invalid date. So if you look at the order date column, we don't have any value for 10th of May 2015. You can see these values. We don't have any value corresponding to this date. So if my VLOOKUP function cannot find this lookup value, I'll return invalid date. So let me show you how to write this. I'll type my VLOOKUP function. I'll give my order date as 10th of May 2015 as my lookup value. and then I'll consider my table array starting from the order date column till the end of region column. I'll give another comma. My column index number would be 2 this time based on the table array we have selected, comma. I want an exact match. So I'll give 0, close the bracket and hit enter. There you go. It has returned me an error. Now I want to convert this error to a friendly message saying invalid date. So let me show you how to do it. I'll do it here. So to return a valid message, I'll use the if-any function. And within if-any function, I'll give my VLOOKUP function. So let me type if-any. I'll hit tab. Now for the value parameter, I'll use my VLOOKUP function. So my lookup value is going to be the order date, comma. My table array I'll select from the order date column till the end of region column, comma. My column index number is going to be 2, comma. My range lookup is 0. I'll close the bracket, give another comma. Now if this expression results in an error, I want to display a message that is invalid date. So I'll put invalid date within double quotes since it is a text message. I close the bracket, hit enter. You can see the result, which is invalid date. Now moving on to the final section of the demo, we have two-way lookup. Now in the VLOOKUP function, the column index parameter is normally hard-coded as a static number. However, you can also create a dynamic column index by using the match function to locate the right column. And this technique allows you to create a dynamic two-way lookup matching on both rows and columns. Now let me first show you how a match function works. So suppose I want to find the index where unit cost column is present. So here I'll use the match function. I'll give my lookup value as the unit cost column name, comma. Suppose I'll choose my lookup array starting from representatives column till the unit cost column, comma. I'll give my match type as 0 for exact match. If I close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me 4 because my array was selected from the representatives column till the unit cost column, and in this array unit cost is at the 4th index. Alright, now using this idea, let's solve the following problem. I want to find the cost of each item sold by Morgan. So let's write our VLOOKUP formula. I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is J5, which has the representative's name as Morgan, comma. My table array I'll select from C2 till F12. I'll give a comma, and this time I know that my column index number is at 4, but I'll be using the match function to find the same. So I'll write match. My lookup value is unit cost, comma. My lookup array is from C1 till F1, comma. My match type is 0. I close this bracket, give another comma, and I'll give my range lookup as 0. Close the bracket, hit enter. You can see for Morgan the unit cost is 19.99. You can verify from the table. For Morgan the unit cost is 19.99. Alright, now we have another question here. I want to find how much sales did Andrews make in the central region. So here I have two lookup values. One is central, one is Andrews. Now looking at these two values, I want to find the total. To solve such problems, let me first create another table. I'll place the table somewhere here. Okay, so let me just paste the table here. Alright, now I'll create another column where I'll merge the values of region and representatives. So here, let me create another column. Okay, I'll just name this column as region rep. Alright, now this column I'll use the concatenation operator. So I'll select East, use ampersand, and then select Jones. I'll hit enter. Now the same thing, I'll just duplicate it for the other rows as well. So I have my new column created. Now using this table, I can easily solve the problem. Now to find the total, I'll write my VLOOKUP formula. So my lookup value will be a combination of J11 ampersand K11, comma, while table array will start from the region rep, which has the values of region and rep combined, till the last column, and from this table array my column index number is 5 and my range lookup is 0. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see for central region, which is this one, and for Andrew's representative, the total is 149.25. Alright, now we are done with our demo. Let's have a quick glance at what all we did in this demo. Okay, so first of all, we saw our data set, which was a sales data set that we used. Then we started with our first example to see how VLOOKUP performs an exact match. We also saw how using the formulas tab and lookup and reference you can write VLOOKUP in another way. So you can use the function arguments to give your VLOOKUP parameters. Next, we saw how VLOOKUP performs an approximate match. So we had mat and raw which were not present in the representatives column. After that, we saw an important property of VLOOKUP, that is VLOOKUP only looks to the right, followed by VLOOKUP only returns the first match, following which we saw that VLOOKUP is case insensitive. So here we had added a new row where GIL was present in uppercase, but still VLOOKUP found the total revenue for GIL which was in sentence case or proper case. Next, we saw how we can use wildcard characters to use VLOOKUPs, and here we saw how to use an if and a function along with VLOOKUP, and finally we saw how to use two-way lookups.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now we are on the sheet of Microsoft Excel, and here you can see some data on my sheet. That is employee name, employee ID, and salary. So here we are going to perform our horizontal lookup, but before that, let me show you that this particular drop-down menu. So this particular drop-down menu has all the names of the employees in this particular table, and we have created this using data validation in Excel. If you want to create the drop-down menus just like these, then feel free to check out our data validation in Excel tutorial, link to which is in the description box below. Now let's try to implement HLOOKUP in Excel. So here we have employee name, but we want to find out the employee ID. So for that, let's create the HLOOKUP. Now for that, equals to HLOOKUP. Now the first one is the lookup value. So this one is the cell which is the employee name. Now after that, the table array, we have to select all the table arrays here. Now the row index number. So the employee ID is in row index number 2 according to the table. So for that, provide 2 and close the bracket. And before closing brackets, you might want to give the exact match. So for exact match, select false and close the bracket. Press enter and there you go. And if you select Jack, then you'll find the employee ID of Jack. And if you select Jerry, you'll find the employee ID of Jerry reflecting here. Now similarly, let's find out the salary of all the employees using HLOOKUP. So equals HLOOKUP and lookup value, that happens to be the name of the employee. Now the table array, and next we have row index number, that is salary happens to be the third row in the table, so 3, and exact match. Close the bracket and enter. So now if you change the values in this particular drop-down menu, you'll find the employee ID and their particular salary. So Jack happens to be carrying the employee ID as 1001 and his salary is 10,000. So similarly, let's try to find out Peter's employee ID and salary. So there you go, 1005 and 50,000 as salary. So that's how you use HLOOKUP in Excel. Here you can see the first chart. So this particular data is converted into a table format to avoid confusion while you're fixing the data. So here you can see the name of the employee, employee ID, department, salary and date of joining. And here you can see the salary column and the bonus percentage of each and every employee based on their salaries. Now coming to the new data table, and here on the table 2, which is an updated table, here you can find we are going to find out the department of the employee and the current department of employee and the bonus percentage based on his or her salary. So why are we finding current department again? So here you can see that we have an intern, Emily, who was joined in the year 2020, but recently she got promoted as a developer. So her department has been changed from department intern to department developer in 2021. So that's what we're going to find out here in the current department using XLOOKUP. Now let's start to implement XLOOKUP. So for that, equals to XLOOKUP. And for lookup, you can see if we need to find out the lookup value, lookup array, return array, and all the other two are not important right now, but you can use them to get some exact matches in the future. We'll also use that in the future. For now, let's try to use the first three parameters, that is lookup value, lookup array and return array. So the lookup value is the name of the employee, Mary, and lookup array is right here, which is this one. Now we're going to select the lookup array, then comma, and we're going to look up the department. So this is the department lookup array, and that's all we need. Close the bracket and press enter. Okay, I think we missed out the lookup value. So the employee or the lookup value which we required was missed, so I've added it here. So that is the lookup value, the first one, which is Mary, and there you go. Press enter and you have the department here. Now let's add it to all the rows, and here you have all the rows and all the data related to all the employees. Now we will find out the current department. As you can see, here you have Emily as intern, which is the older data. But what if you needed the latest data, that is the developer in the year 2021, right? For that you might want to work the XLOOKUP formula a little bit. So let's try that. XLOOKUP, lookup value, which is the same, and comma. Now where you have to look for the array, that is lookup array, this one, and the return array, which happens to be this one. And next, you can find the exact match for this one, so that's all right, exact match. And here comes the important part, where you have to search last to first. By default, XLOOKUP searches for first to last, that is like this, in the starting place to the last place. So that's the reason why we had Emily as intern. So now if we give last to first, then it retrieves the latest data, where Emily will be shown as developer. Now select that, and now you can close the brackets and press enter. So let's add that to all the rows. There you go. Now you can see Emily, Clark, Peter and James, all they have got their updated job profiles. As you can see in the original data, Emily is a developer now, so is Clark, who was originally a tester, and he got promoted to development team in 2021. Similarly, Peter became a senior finance executive in 2021, and James the manager of sales. Now let's try to find out the bonus for all these employees based on their salary. So this one is quite simple. So XLOOKUP. Now the lookup value is their existing salary, comma, and the bonus part. So the lookup array is the salary range. Then here is another important point. So here you might want to find the exact match, but finding an exact match will not help you here. You might want to declare another type of value where you can get exact match or next smaller item. So you'll understand it why I'm selecting that. So now let's close the bracket and enter. So now we have the bonus values. Now let's add the bonus value to all the factors, all the rows, I mean. So you can see we have different variety of salaries, that is 38,000, 22,000, 39, etc. But here in the ranges we have provided 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. So what if the value is between 30 and 20? That's when you want the less number, right? That's when you want the number which is equivalent to 30 or less than 30, which happens to be 15%. So that's how it has worked here. That is 0.15% bonus to the actual salary.
Now we are on our Excel sheet. Here you can see the employee names and employee IDs of different employees from different zones. Let us imagine that the blue one is from East, green one is from West, and the black one is from, or the purple one is from South, and the orange one is from North. So this data is a little small, but what if we had a data with hundreds or thousands of rows, including all the employee names, employee IDs, or another relevant data type like sales of an employee and his employee ID. And you were supposed to combine all the data from all the 4 different zones into one single sheet. It would consume a lot of time, right? So recently, Microsoft has released some latest updates based on arrays and data. So one of those is VStack function in Excel. So how to use it? Since it is a latest function, I recommend you to go to the file menu, and in the file menu you can navigate to account, and in the account you can see the option of update options. Then you can select update now, and your Microsoft Office will be updated to the latest version, and you'll get access to the latest functions in Excel and all the other Office related things like PowerPoint presentation, etc. Now we are going to implement the VStack function in Excel. It is completely simple. All you need to do is equals to stack and then select the data. Remember to select the data from column A and cell 2 or the row 2. We are not selecting the employee name and employee ID. We are just selecting the data. Now separate them by comma. Then again this one here, this set, and again this one, and again lastly this particular last set. Now close the bracket and press enter. And there you go. You have all the employee names and their respective employee IDs all together in one data set. So this is how you use VStack function in Excel, and there are also a few more new updates from Microsoft Excel, and we will discuss on them sooner. So the name itself conveys that it is something like a reference function, right? So it refers to a cell which is present in a particular sheet or the current sheet, or it refers to a particular range in the current sheet, or it can also refer to an entire workbook in a current window, right? So you can stay here on the sheet number 1 and you can refer something which is present on the sheet number 10 or 11. You can stay in this current workbook and refer to something which is around in a different workbook altogether. So that's exactly how the indirect function in Excel works. Okay, so I guess the definition was a little difficult to get. Let me show you a simple demo here so that it becomes a little easier for you. So currently I'm in the cell number A2, right? Now here I will implement the indirect function. Press tab to select it, and now I'll refer to the cell C2 and let's enter, and there you go. Let me properly close the window, it's there. So let me implement the indirect function here. So equals to indirect and press tab to select. Now I'll be selecting the cell C2, and inside C2 we have E2 address. Now the formula is fine. I have implemented the indirect function and selected the cell E2, and now if I press enter, see the magic. There you go. So in the cell E2 we have the text hello world. So when I use the indirect function to refer, which is something in C2, it is indirectly referring to another cell address, that is E2, which has the text hello world. Now this one was a little pretty simpler. Now let's check some complicated ones, and we'll move to sheet number 1. Here we have some student names and their marks on the individual subjects, that is math, science, English, computer science. And here you can see I'm selecting the student names, and accordingly I'm getting their average score and the total marks obtained, right? Seems interesting. How did I do this? So this is done exactly using the indirect function. So let's do it again. So this is how you do it. Now here I will be using, okay, before we get into this, we need to do some fundamentals before we do it, right? So the fundamentals are, you need to name your individual columns. So here I have Brian and his marks. So I'll select entire marks of Brian, so ranging from B2 to B4. Right click, and here you can see define name. And I'll be naming it as Brian. It's already named. We might get an error. So it's already named. Okay, let's add another one, maybe Jennifer. Let's cancel this. So let's add Jenny, and her marks will be 96, 87. I'm selecting some random numbers here. So 87. So we have the new column here. Now we need to name this column, define a name, and it's Jenny. So Excel has automatically selected the name for this column. So let's press OK. Now we have our columns ready. Now here, if you see the drop down, we have Amy, Banna, Brian, Brock, Emily, Jenny, John, everyone over here, right? So the columns are named, the individual columns are named. So now the student name. So here you can use some simple trick called data validation here. Select the data option in the toolbar, navigate to data tools. Here select data validation, and in this, instead of any value, select list, and here give the source as this particular set. Press OK so that you get the drop down menu over here. You can also type the individual names again. When you type the individual names, you might go wrong with the case or spelling, right? So it's better always to use this kind of list options, which will make things easier for you. Now getting into the average calculation. So here the average will be equals to average. Press tab to select. Now the indirect function. Indirect of the cell address, and close the bracket. First you might get an error because currently it is empty. So select some name and you'll get your average score. Now same thing applies to total. You can press the sum function, select the sum function, and type in the indirect function, and the cell B11, close the brackets and press enter. So that's how you do it. Press web query in Excel. Now you might be wondering what exactly is web query. So you all know that Excel is a brilliant data analytics and business intelligence tool, right? So it requires some data to be stored or some data to be analyzed, right? That creates as an opportunity for the sources. So don't think that Excel is something where you just copy paste the data and that's how it stores, or you need to manually enter the data. No. It can get connected to a various and wide variety of data sources, ranging from a simple file, database, CSV, and Microsoft Access, data analysis services, and many more, and including web, right? Now there might be a case where you are interested in getting the data from a direct web page which is dynamic. For example, you might be interested in stock market, right? And you wanted to take the data which is dynamic directly from the stock market, right? So is it possible for Excel to take and store the dynamic data? Yes, you can do it. So now here we are on the stock market India website, and let's get into the most active stocks table. Click on that, and you are navigated to the most active shares in India currently. Now select the URL of this particular web page, get back to your Excel, and here on the data button in the toolbar you can see from text, CSV, from web, right? So let's select the get data option from other sources, from web. You can either choose this or feel free to choose this as well over here. So let's go to web, and here you might want to place your URL. Paste the URL and press OK, and you will have some time connecting to the server. Give it some time. Now, while we are at it, let me tell you guys that we have daily updates on Microsoft Excel and also a lot more technologies in the current IT industry. So if you want to get updated on all the technologies in the current IT market, then make sure that you subscribe to our channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Now you can see that we are successfully connected to the data, and you can see various data tables over here. So for example, let's select on the table 0. So all this data is the current active and dynamic data from the website we selected. So let's just press on load to load just one table as of now and see how it works. So the data is loading. Again, we might have to give a little time for the data to load onto the Excel spreadsheet. Now you can see the data has been successfully loaded, and all the details, that is the company name, highest price, lowest price, last price, change percentage, and the value in crores, everything has been updated, including the 5-day performance, right? Now you can hide this because it's a lot of information to grasp altogether. Now here you can see all the data has been currently stored onto the Excel spreadsheet. Now you might be wondering if this particular data is valid or if this particular data is really dynamic or not, right? So to answer that question, let's see the data option again. And here you can see the refresh button. So click on refresh all and you can see there is a query running in the background from the web, right? So here you can see running background query. So this will run a query and the numbers will be updated. So let's remember any one of the numbers. Maybe they might be. So I'll take a quick glance here and try to remember the numbers. You can take a screenshot, and after the query has successfully run, you can see some changes in the numbers, right? So maybe some numbers are changed here since we have finished our query. So that's how the web query in Excel works with the dynamic data. That is user form in Excel. So what exactly is a user form? So user form is a graphical user interface that helps you have a live interaction with your worksheet, which enables you to enter or eliminate data from your Excel worksheet through the graphical user interface. Now let's get into the practical mode and start the Excel workbook. Now we have launched our Microsoft Excel. So let us create a blank workbook for now. Now we have the blank workbook or worksheet. Now before we get started with the user forms in Excel, the fundamental step is to enable the developer menu on the toolbar. Here you can find the developer menu. So basically it will not be enabled as default. To enable that, you need to get into file menu, and inside the file menu you can see the last menu, that is the options menu. Select that and you will have a dialog box on your screen. And inside that, you need to go into the customize ribbon option. And inside the customize ribbon option, you have the main tabs. Scroll through the main tabs and here you can find an option called developer. By default, it will not be enabled. It will look something like this. But to enable that, you need to select the check option in this and click on that and select OK. Now the developer option will be enabled on your tool menu. So now you have your developer option on your toolbar. So to get started with user forms in Excel, click on the developer option and here you can see Visual Basic. So click on that Visual Basic and now you have your new window opened right on your screen. So this is the Visual Basics for applications. So here is where you create your user forms. Now to create a user form, just select on Insert menu and you have the option called User Form. Now a new user form will be created for you, and that is user form 1. So this is the user form which you can design and enable to interact with your worksheet and help you insert data or eliminate data. For now, let's try to create a simple user form for employees. Now here you can see the controls option where you can find the various options to provide an object into your user form. So it might be a label, it might be a text box, it might be a multi-page, it might be a command button, it might be a frame or a toggle switch, many more. For now, let's make it simple. Let's create a label. So this is our first label. We have just dragged and dropped it, and let us name it as, okay, so let us select it and rename it as employee ID. Now let's insert another label. Drag and drop, as simple as it looks. Select that and rename it as employee name. Now another one, you can also copy that and paste it. And this should be our employee phone number. Now we have our three labels on the screen. Let's try to insert the text box. Now this is our first text box for employee ID. Now let's copy and paste it. So another text box for employee name, copy and paste again, and the last text box for employee phone. Now let us try to insert the button. So the first command button, let us rename it as insert. Now let us relocate it to a little bit left. Now let us try to insert another button. And here it is. The second button would be refresh sheet. The refresh button will play the role of clearing the text boxes in case if there is some data already entered. If you want to clear that, you can just press on refresh and it will be cleared. Now we have our user form. So let us try to rename our user form. So here you can see that we have the properties tab, and inside the properties tab you can always rename it. And to rename it, let us go into caption and rename it as employee data, and that's done. So our basic user form is ready. Now let's get back to Excel sheet. So remember that we have created three labels: employee ID, employee name, and employee phone. We need to create the exact same columns here. So employee ID, let us expand the column a little bit. Now employee name, let us also increase the width, and finally we have employee phone. There you go. Yeah, we have our three columns. Let us select all the three columns and align to middle. You can also format your cells. Let us select the green color and text as white, and let us bold. Yeah, pretty good. There you go. So we have created our sheet and it's ready now. Now the last part remaining is we need to code this particular user form. So coding in the sense, we have two buttons over here, right? So those buttons should be performing some kind of operation. So for insert button, the operation should be inserting the data which we have entered into these text boxes. So to program it, just double click on the insert button and here eliminate everything and paste this code. So basically what we did is we had this particular code segment. So this is the starting part of the code segment and this is the ending part of the code segment. So we are writing our code in between these two lines. So what did we write here? So end of the row is sheets of sheet name. So this is the sheet name right? Here we have our sheet name as sheet 1. So that is the sheet name where we want to perform the operations, and range from A to rows count, end XLR row. That is, we are counting the number of rows here. That particular statement will count the rows till the end of the sheet automatically. And after that, it will shift to text box value. That is, once the row number is counted, that is from 1 to n, it will start entering data from the first available row. That is A column. A column. Then, once the A column is finished, it will enter into B column and subsequently into C. And once the text boxes are entered the data, that is, let's come back to here. So once we have entered all the text, that is the employee ID, name and phone, after selecting the insert button, automatically these 3 text boxes should go blank again. You cannot have the same data again in your text box. So that is why we have included text box value 1 null, text box value 2 null, text box value 3 null. So that was for command operation insert. Now we should program the command operation for refresh. Double click on that and you have the code option over here. So this particular code will be automatically loaded from the click button 1. Now for click button 2, you need to add some more data, that is refreshing. So whenever you press the refresh button, the text should go blank. For that, we'll use the same code from the previous click button or the command button. Paste it over here and this should perform the clearing operation. And it's done. Now close this. So select the employee data, user form, and here you can see the run option. So select that run option and the sheet has the user form here. Now let us enter the employee ID as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and employee name as JOHN. Okay, caps lock is on. JOHN John. Employee phone as 1800 231 and select the insert option and the data got inserted. Now let us try to insert another data 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Employee name Vic and employee phone number 18000345. Yeah, by now you might have guessed I'm a fan of John Wick, yes. And yeah, there you go. We have entered the second data over here. Now let me show you another trick where you can place all this user form as a macro and replace this by just one single button. So whenever you press that button, this data form or user form will pop up and you can directly start entering data. So for that, let's get back to the Visual Basic and stop this particular execution, and you got your user form back. Now you need to insert a model. Get into insert option and select the module or model. Yeah, it is module, not model. So inside this module, you need to write the command for macro. So here it is. So what we are basically doing is employee data dot show, or we can use an underscore and get back to user form and rename this as data. Cool. So what we are doing is entering the subject as enter employee details. This will be the macro name, and when this macro is called, the employee data user form should be shown, and once it is shown, the code should be ended. That is end subject. Now we have designed our module. Now let's get back to the sheet. And here, go to the developer option, go to the insert menu and select button and draw the button somewhere. And now you can select the enter employee details macro and press OK. And now you have a button here. Now you can edit this. Edit it as press to enter employee details. And there you go. Done. So now whenever you press this particular button, the user form will activate. Okay. and you need to play this. Okay, the error was related to the employee data sheet name. We had to rename the employee data from user form to employee data. Initially it was just user form. We have renamed that to employee data, and now the code is fine. So let's get back to the sheet. Now if you press this button, the user form will automatically start. Now let us try to enter the data again. 1 2 3 4 5 7 this time, and some name. Let's enter as Jennifer, and her phone number would be 1-800-345-098, some random number, and select insert, and the data has been inserted here. So this is how you work on user forms in Excel. Now at times you might be working on a really important spreadsheet on your Excel, or you might have the sales data of your company or some confidential data of your organization. And you might have shared the file with your junior, or you might face some packet issue and you forgot to save, or you missed to save your data. And what to do if you cannot save your data, and how can you recover it, right? So this might be a really big hassle. Today we are exactly going to discuss the same and see how to do it in multiple ways. So Excel comes up with an option to automatically save the data. Also, it will try to warn you that your data is not being saved. Would you like me to save it or not? Right, so we'll do the first one. So here you have the auto save option. You can either say okay to it, or you can ignore it. In case if you ignore it, if you choose to ignore it, or if you choose to manually save it, and then if you want to close the file, remember we haven't saved the file. If you wish to close it, Excel will automatically come up with a dialog box asking you want to save your changes to your data.xlsx. That means it is asking you if I have to save it or not. Let's try to ignore this, and forcefully let's try to close it. You can go to task manager option. Here we are trying to simulate the option of packet issues. So we are forcefully closing Excel without saving any data. So we have closed it. Now here you can see we do not have Excel running in the background. Now, when you directly open or try to start Excel, when you get the power backup again, and if you want to open that same data file, it will ask you the document recovery option. It says you have closed the file without saving the changes, and you can choose to, come back from the same place where we left last time. Okay, now that was the packet issue, and now let's see another way. Okay, let's imagine that somebody eliminated few important data files from your organization's confidential data, employee ID, employee name, etc. And again, let's simulate the force close of the Excel. Now we are closing it again without saving. No data was being saved. Now it will also ask the same data. It has another version here, the original one, which wasn't saved. So here you can recover the same file again, however it was initially. So you can save it and it will get back to the original place. So this was one way. Also, we have another few multiple ways. Just we have to navigate to File, and here you can open, and in the open menu, you have a button called Recover Unsaved Workbooks. Not just the current workbook, it will also have all the remaining files which are related to Excel that are not saved. So here you have a few workbooks which was not saved. This is one option, and we also have another option. We can just navigate to Info, and there you have another option called Manage Workbook. And in the Manage Workbook, you have another option called Recover Unsaved Workbooks, which will also redirect you to the same file, that is Microsoft Office unsaved files, and you'll have all the unsaved workbooks which are related to Excel. So this is how you can recover the unsaved data in Excel using multiple ways. First thing, Excel will automatically ask you if you have to save the file or not. And in case if you forget to save it, you can directly recover it by default by Excel. It will automatically show that some folder was not saved on the left side of your Excel spreadsheet by default. And in case if you missed out on that one, you can manually go to File, and you can either choose Open option or Info option to recover the unsaved folders from your default file location from your PC, that is Microsoft Office unsaved files, etc. which will have all the list of all unsaved workbooks related to Excel.
Let's see what is a project plan. Project plan is a basic thing that is needed to execute a project. According to Project Management Book of Knowledge, a project can be defined as an approved, elaborative document that guides the team during project execution and project control. When we are making a project plan must answer several questions for us. These questions are like, what are we expecting our project to deliver? How are we expecting to get our deliverables within the desired time? Who all will be a part of our project and what tasks they will have in the project? When will the project start and when it is expected to end? That is, the deadlines of the project. Now, let us learn about project management in Excel. Microsoft Excel is one of the most common applications these days. It is used in both offices and at homes. Microsoft Excel is an easy project management tool that allows the team members to easily see the tasks in a project, develop a plan, and track its progress. Before we learn more about project management in Excel, let's first have a look why do we use Excel. Microsoft Excel is an easy tool to plan a project, so it can be used by people who are beginners in terms of project management. In Excel, one can find several analytical tools like concatenate, len, and counter, so this makes data analysis easy and effective. As the entry of data is easy, same is tracking and controlling of project status. Then, there are several project management templates in Excel that help us to have an effective distribution of project data. We will be checking several project management templates towards the end of this video. Now, let's have a look at the process of making a Gantt chart in Excel. Before we begin this, it's important we know what is a Gantt chart. A Gantt chart is like an horizontal bar chart that is used for project management. With the help of a Gantt chart, we can check the status of the task, the date they start, the date they end, and their dependencies on each other. Gantt chart helps in coordinating and monitoring different tasks in a project. Now, let's have a look at the steps that will help us in making a Gantt chart. First step we have is make a project table. We have several rows and columns. Like here, we have 3 columns. In the first column, we have the tasks. In the second, we have a start date. And in the third column, we have the duration or tenure of the task. The second step is to make a bar chart in Excel. For this, we will select the entire second column. Then we will go on the Insert tab and click on the bar graph chart. There, we can select stacked bar graph in 2D bar charts. As a result, we will have the entitled bar graph on the screen. In the third step, we will add the duration to the bar graph. We will right click on the chart and in the menu that appears, we will select Select Data option. A window that appears on the screen. In that window, we will select Add option as shown. We can also see the start date is already in the entry section. Then in the dialog box that appears, type tenure in the series name and click on the range selection icon that's shown in the figure. Now select the relevant data from the tenure column and click on OK. Now we can see a bar graph that has 2 colors on the screen. This bar graph now has the duration of the tasks. The fourth step we have is adding description to the Gantt chart. Now we will open the box again and in that box we will select the edit option as shown in the figure. Then we will select the tasks as we had selected the duration of the tasks before and click on OK. We can now see the tasks have appeared towards the left side of the Gantt chart. The fifth and the remarkable step will help us convert this bar graph into a Gantt chart. We will now click on the bars and select the Format Data Series option from the menu that appears. Then in the Format Data Series dialog box, we will select No Fill option. We can find our Gantt chart on the screen now in accordance with the data that we had entered. Now we can see the tasks on the left side are in the reverse order. So what we will do next is, we will click on the task panel, then go to the Format Access dialog box and select the categories in reverse order option. Now we can find our tasks in the right order. One more thing we can notice is Gantt chart is starting with some other date and not with the dates that we had entered. So for this, we will copy the first date in some other cell, then clicking on the copied cell, we will go to the home menu to select the dialog box as shown in the figure. Then in that drop down menu, we will select the number option. We can now find a value displayed in the copied cell. We will copy that value, click on the dates on the chart, and as the Format Access dialog box opens, we will paste that value in the box that says minimum shown in the figure. As a result, we will have our final Gantt chart on the screen. In the last step, we can give several designs to a Gantt chart, change colors, and make it more presentable for us. Now when we know the basic steps of making a Gantt chart, I will show that practically to you in Microsoft Excel. Our first step is to open Microsoft Excel, and in Microsoft Excel, we will make a project table. In a project table, we will have 3 columns. The first column will be task. The second column will have the start date. The third column will have tenure or the duration of the task. So beginning with tasks, we have task 1. In task 1, we have 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. Then comes task 2. In task 2, we have 2.1, 2.2, 2.3 and 2.4. Then we have task 3. In task 3, we will have two subsections, 3.1 and 3.2. Then we will start with the starting dates. In starting dates, we will put 1st January. The task 1.1 will be 1st of January. Then this will be 4th January. Let's say this is 5th January. Then we will put this as 11th of January. And this will be again 11th January only. This will be 15th January. Let's put this as 17th January. Let this be 19th January. Task 3 begins on 23rd January. And the 3.2 section begins at 26th of January. Now let's put the tenure or the duration of the task. We will begin with task 1. It takes 12 days. Then 1.1 takes 7 days. We say this takes 4 days. And this takes 8 days. Then for task 2, it again takes 12 days. It takes 5 days, and let's say this takes 6 days and this takes 4 days. Then we come to task 3. This takes 8 days, and let's say this takes 6 days, and the 3.2 section takes 5 days. So this is how our project table is ready. In the second step, we will select the entire second column. After we have selected this column, we will go to the Insert tab. In the Insert tab, we'll go to the bar columns, and in this, we will select 2D stacked bar charts. Now we have the entitled bar chart in accordance to our data on the screen. Then comes the third step. We will add the duration of the tasks to the bar graph. We will click on the chart, and after we click on the chart, we will select Select Data option. In the Select Data Source dialog box, we find the start date is already there. Now we will click on Add. And after we click on Add, in the series name section, we will put tenure. Then in the series value, we will click on this icon and select the entire tenure series and click on OK. So this is the bar graph that we have now. This is now in two colors, the orange color and the blue color. This bar graph now has the duration of all the tasks in our project table. Now in the fourth step, now it's time for us to add description to our Gantt chart. Instead of this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we will put task 1, task 2 and the subtasks. So what we will do is, we will again go to that box, we will left click on the Gantt chart, select the Select Data option, and then we'll go to the Start Date. Here, we'll select the Edit option. In the Edit option, we will select all the tasks and click on OK. Now we can see all the tasks are aligned towards the left of the bar chart. As we can see, this is a bar chart or a bar graph and not a Gantt chart. The next step we have is converting this bar graph into a Gantt chart. So we will click on the bars and select the Format Data Series option from the menu that appears. Here we have this Format Data Series option. Now we can see the dialog box on the screen. Here we'll go into the color section, fill section, and then we will select no fill. Now we can see the blue lines have disappeared. So this looks like a Gantt chart. So now when we have a Gantt chart on the screen, we can notice that the tasks here are in the reverse order. So what we will do is, we will click on these tasks and select the Format Axis option. Here, we will select Categories in reverse order. We can see our Gantt chart is now in order, like we have our task 1 on the top and task 3 at the bottom. The dates are starting from 11th of December, but the dates we have provided are from 1st of January. Now we will copy this cell, then go on the dates box. Here, we'll go to Format Axis. In the Format Axis, we can see minimum. In this minimum, we will paste this value and press enter. As we press enter, we can see our Gantt chart starting from the date that we wanted to start, and that too in the correct order, starting from task 1 to task 3. Now as a result, we have our final Gantt chart on the screen. In the last step, what we can do is make our Gantt chart more representable. We can change the color of these bars, we can give them shapes, and we can do many other things to make it more presentable. We will first select the bars. Like what we will do is, we will select task 1 and let's say we give it the color blue. Then task 2, we will give it color green, and in task 3, we'll give it the color black. So here the subsections will give different colors to the subsections as well. Then we come to task 2.1. This is how we can change the color of these cells, or apart from changing colors, we can select a bar graph and do the gradient fill. So this is how we can make a Gantt chart more presentable. After changing the colors or changing the shapes, we have our final Gantt chart on the screen. Finally, let's have a look at some Microsoft Excel templates for project management. Microsoft Excel templates help in collecting data, putting them into order, and check their dependencies with each other. With the help of these templates, we can monitor the status of the tasks, and we can also check the progress our project has made. Moving forth, we will check some important Microsoft Excel templates. The first template we have is Excel Project Review template. This template helps us have an overview of the project. We can have a clear understanding of all the tasks that are planned and that are completed. This helps project managers to measure the progress of the project and take further steps accordingly. Second template we will check is Excel Budget template. In this template, we can monitor all the expenditures of our project. It helps us in managing the budget of a project and also helps in comparing the budget of a project at different phases. Let's have a look at the budget template in Excel once. We can download this template from officetimeline.com. The Gantt chart towards the right is in accordance with the dates towards the left. If we fluctuate the date, we can see the template working. The start date for task 1 could be changed to 10th June. If we change this date to 10 June, we can see the fluctuation in the Gantt chart. So this is how we can use this template directly. Let's have a look at the third template now. Third template we will see is Excel Sprint Project Tracker template. This template is used majorly in agile projects, where the project is made in several sprints or sessions. This template includes the start date, the end date, and the duration of each task. We can also see the percentage completed of each task. Let's have a look at the Sprint Project Tracker template as well. We can see the Gantt chart towards the right and the data towards the left. So if we change any data, we can see the Gantt chart changing. For example, we can change the data in Sprint 2 Feature 3. Let's change the start date to July 2nd. We can see the Gantt chart changing. This is how we can use this template directly to track our sessions. Let's have a look at the fourth Excel template. This template is Excel Project Tracker. In this template, we have the data of all the tasks with their status and owners. We can track the percentage of tasks completed and also compare the planned duration of the task to the actual duration of the task. After the critical part tracker, let's check the Excel Project Schedule template. This template helps in effective management of the project as it helps in monitoring the time that each task of the project takes. It provides a clear view of all the work associated with the project. Let's have a look at this template in Excel once. We can see the Gantt chart in accordance to the data. If we change the estimated hours at two places, let's say at the design review, we make it 15 hours instead of 5 hours. And at the create staffing plan, we make it 2 hours instead of 20 hours. We can see the Gantt chart fluctuating. This is how we can use this template to manage the schedule in a project. Moving forward, the next template we will see is Excel Project Status Report template. This template helps us having a list of project deliverables and the risks associated with that project. This template helps the project managers about different crucial activities involved in a project. After this, we have Excel Milestone Tracker. The milestone tracker helps us in tracking or monitoring different tasks in a project. Project managers use this template to monitor the project performance with respect to the timelines. The last template we will see is Excel Project Planner. Excel Project Planner includes a list of tasks with the respected owners along with the start date and the end date of that task. This helps in monitoring each task and comparing the estimated task date with the actual ones. Let's have a look at this template in Excel. We can see the Gantt chart with respect to the data entered. Let's make changes at several places in the data. We can make this 22 to 24. We will make this 23 go to 2. And we can make this 5th September go to 15th September. And when we make the changes, we can realize the Gantt chart is fluctuating. So this is how we can use this template to plan a project effectively and efficiently.
So first, let's understand what exactly is MIS report in Excel. So MIS stands for Management Information System. MIS reports provide data on different categories for accurate decision making. So MIS in Excel is a procedure to create interactive report using Microsoft Excel. So MIS reports help management to access the performance of organization and allow faster decision making. So if you know to create the MIS reports using various business intelligence tools such as Excel, then you might find a very good job opportunity in a well-established company. Now, let us try to learn how to create MIS report using Excel in a practical mode. So let's get back to the Microsoft Excel.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So here you can see that I've got some sales data of
various car manufacturing companies, and I've also got some slicers. So using these slicers, I can get the real-time information from the dashboard. So I'll select an year from the first slicer, and I'll go into the second slicer and I'll select a company. Now I'll select BMW and SUV type. So we have the data of all the SUV types cars manufactured by BMW car manufacturing company in the year 2018. Now let's start and create something similar to this one. So how did I create this MIS report? Let's go through this in a step-by-step way. So on my screen, you can see that we have created a completely new Excel workbook, and we have some sample data with 5 rows and 20 columns. So this particular data is based on the manufacturer year and the car manufacturing company and the type of the car manufactured and number of cars manufactured in that particular year, and also the price of that particular car. Now, to create MIS reports, we need to play around pivot tables. So we also have tutorials on pivot tables, and you can go through that in our Simplilearn YouTube channel, and also we will try to link those in the description box below. Now let's select the entire data and go into the insert ribbon, and there you can see the first option, that is pivot table. So after selecting the pivot table option, it will show this particular dialog box where it will ask you for the range of cells you need to select, and the next one is to create the pivot table in the same sheet or a new sheet. So we'll take a new sheet here. Now select OK, and there you go, you have the pivot table here. So first you have an empty pivot table, and on the right side you can see we have pivot table fields. Now you can either drag these options into the rows and columns, or you can also click it. So now let's drag and drop these. First we will select year and car. Followed by that we will take type, quantity and price to columns. So there you go, we have our pivot table now. Let's select all the data in the pivot table, and again let's get back to the insert option, and here you can see an option called pivot chart. Select that and you will have various pivot chart options here. Now you can select any one which you can prefer or which you like, or whichever you think can represent your data in a best way possible. So now let's go with column chart first. Let's select OK, and we have our column chart over here. Now this happens to be our first chart. Now let's create a few more charts. So to create few more charts, we'll go back to the same original data. Select again insert and pivot table. Now again a new worksheet. So here we have another empty pivot table. In the similar way, let's drag the same data into rows and columns. There you go. And again we will select all the data and create a pivot chart. Go to insert option, pivot chart, and now let's try to select pie chart. Select OK, and we have our pie chart over here. Now let's try to create one more. Same procedure, select table, select pivot table, then create new worksheet for the new pivot table, and now drag and drop the data. Now let's go to insert again. Let's select all the data, go to insert option and pivot chart. Now let's try to select the bar chart. Select OK, and there we have our bar chart. Now remember the first chart we created, that is in sheet 2, this one. So we will try to move all the charts to this particular table or this particular worksheet. So let's get back to the sheet number 3, right click, and you can see an option called pivot chart analyze. So from here you can move the chart. Select the option of moving the chart, and don't select the first one, select the object in option and select the sheet number to which you want to move this chart. For now, we want to move this chart to sheet number 2. Select that, press OK. Now we have the chart moved to the sheet number 2. And in the same way, let's go to the sheet number 4 and let's move this particular chart to sheet number 2. There you go. The chart got moved to sheet number 2. Now you can insert the slices. So we have selected the third sheet or third chart, and inside the pivot chart analyze option, we have an option of inserting the slicer. Now we will insert the slices for year, car, and type. Now select OK and you will have all the 3 slices onto your sheet. Now let's rearrange them. So I'm just organizing them in a neat way. There you go. And you can also customize your designs for all the charts so that they look a little more better. Now, if you see, if I make some changes, only one chart will be interacting for this, right? So if I select Ferrari and year 2020 and option as sports, you can see only one chart is interacting to these particular slices. Why? Because all these slices are connected to just one chart here. So you need to make sure that all these slices are connected to all the 3 charts what we created. So let's erase all the filters and select one slicer at a time. Right click and you will see an option of report connections. Select that and you see that the connections are only connected to the pivot table 3. So select the remaining pivot tables as well. Select OK. And in the same way, select the second slicer. Select the report connection option. Connect pivot table 1 and 2 and select OK. And in the same way, the third one. So now all the slices are connected to all the pivot charts. Now if you make some changes here, they will respond automatically in the same way. Now let's select the Ford company, the year 2019 and hatchback option, and you have all the cars which were made in the year 2019 from Ford company in the segment of hatchback. So this was the sample dataset that we worked on. Now you can also work on some complex datasets such as this Superstore dataset. Now one thing you need to make sure that when you're working with Excel MIS, you need to make sure that all the macros are disabled on your dataset and you convert the entire data into the regular table format of Excel. Right now, Excel is considering this particular data as a database. So for that, you need to select all the data, press Ctrl T, and then convert the entire data in the form of tabular data. And also, don't forget to click this icon which reads My Table Has Headers. So the first row is the headers. Now let's select OK, and your entire data will be converted into tabular form. Now let's reset this to the normal type which has the clear color, not all the fancy colors. Now the entire data is converted from the DBMS to the tabular form, and now you can start implementing the MIS reports and pivot tables.
And so why exactly do we need to do time series analysis? Typically, we would like to predict something in the future. And it could be stock prices, it could be the sales, or anything that needs to be predicted into the future. That is when we use time series analysis. So it is, as the name suggests, it is forecasting. And typically when we say predict, it need not be into the future. In machine learning and data analysis, when we talk about predicting, we are not necessarily talking about the future. But in time series analysis, we typically predict the future. So we have some past data and we want to predict the future. That is when we perform time series analysis. So what are some of the examples? It could be daily stock price, the shares as we talk about, or it could be the interest rates, weekly interest rates, or sales figures of a company. So these are some of the examples where we use time series data. We have historical data which is dependent on time, and then based on that we create a model to predict the future. So what exactly is time series? So time series data has time as one of the components, as the name suggests. So in this example, let's say this is the stock price data and one of the components. So there are two columns here. Column B is price and column A is basically the time information. In this case, the time is a day. So that primarily the closing price of a particular stock has been recorded on a daily basis. So this is the time series data and the time interval is obviously a day. Time series or time intervals can be daily, weekly, hourly, or even sometimes there is something like a sensor data. It could be every few milliseconds or microseconds as well. So the size of the time intervals can vary, but they are fixed. So if I'm saying that it is daily data, then the interval is fixed as daily. If I'm saying this data is an hourly data, then it is the data is captured every hour and so on. So the time intervals are fixed. The interval itself you can decide based on what kind of data we are capturing. So this is a graphical representation. The previous one here we saw the tabular representation, and this is how to plot the data. So on the y-axis is, let's say, the price or the stock price, and x-axis is the time. So against time, if you plot it, this is how a time series graph would look. So as the name suggests, what is time series data? Time series data is basically a sequence of data that is recorded over a specific intervals of time and based on the past values. So if we want to do an analysis of time series past data, we try to forecast a future, and again, as the name suggests, it is time series data, which means that it is time dependent. So time is one of the components of this data. Time series data consists of primarily four components. One is the trend, then we have the seasonality, then cyclicity, and then last but not least, irregularity or the random component. Sometimes it is also referred to as the random component. So let's see what each of these components are. So what is trend? Trend is overall change or the pattern of the data, which means that the data may be, let me just pull up the pen and show you. So let's say you have a data set somewhat like this, a time series data set somewhat like this. All right. So what is the overall trend? There is an overall trend which is upward trend, as we call it here, right? So it is not like it is continuously increasing. There are times when it is dipping, then there are times when it is increasing, then it is decreasing and so on. But overall, over a period of time, from the time we start recording to the time we end, there is a trend, right? There is an upward trend in this case. So the trend need not always be upwards. There could be a downward trend as well. So for example, here, there is a downward trend, right? So this is basically what is a trend. Overall, whether the data is increasing or decreasing. All right, then we have the next component, which is seasonality. What is seasonality? Seasonality, as the name suggests once again, changes over a period of time and periodic changes, right? So there is a certain pattern. Let's take the sales of warm clothes, for example. So if we plot it along the months, so let's say January, February, March, April, May, June, July, and then let's say it goes up to December. Okay, so this is our December, a D. I will just mark it as D. And then you again have Jan, Feb, March, and then you get another December. Okay, and just for simplicity, let's mark these as Decembers as the end of the year, and then one more December. Okay, so what will happen if you're talking about warm clothes, what happens? The sales of warm clothes will increase probably around December when it is cold, and then they will come down. And then again around December, again they will increase, and then the sales will come down. And then there will be again an increase, and then they will come down. and then again an increase, and then they will come down. Let's say this is the sales pattern. So you see here there is a trend as well. There is an upward trend, right? The sales are increasing over, let's say these are multiple years. This is for year 1, this is for year 2, this is for year 3, and so on. So for multiple years, overall the trend, there is an upward trend. The sales are increasing, but it is not a continuous increase, right? So there is a certain pattern. So what is happening? What is the pattern? Every December, the sales are increasing or they are peaking for that particular year, right? Then there is a new year. Again, when December approaches, the sales are increasing. Again, when December approaches, the sales are increasing, and so on and so forth. So this is known as seasonality. So there is a certain fluctuation which is periodic in nature. So this is known as seasonality. Then cyclicity. What is cyclicity? Now, cyclicity is somewhat similar to seasonality, but here the duration between two cycles is much longer. So seasonality typically is referred to as an annual kind of a sequence. Like for example, we saw here. So it is pretty much like every year in the month of December, the sales are increasing. However, cyclicity, what happens is, first of all, the duration is pretty much not fixed, and the duration or the gap length of time between two cycles can be much longer. So recession is an example. So we had, let's say, recession in 2001 or 2002 perhaps, and then we had one in 2008, and then we had probably in 2012, and so on and so forth. So it is not like every year this happens probably. So there is usually when we say recession, there is a slump, and then it recovers, and then there is a slump, and then it recovers, and probably there is another bigger slump, and so on, right? So you see here, this is similar to seasonality, but first of all, this length is much more than a year, right? That is number one. And it is not fixed as well. It is not like every 4 years or every 6 years. That duration is not fixed. So the duration can vary. At the same time, the gap between two cycles is much longer compared to seasonality. Alright, so then what is irregularity? Irregularity is like the random component of the time series data. So there is like, you have part which is the trend, which tells whether the overall it is increasing or decreasing. Then you have cyclicity and seasonality, which is like kind of a specific pattern, right? Then there is a cyclicity, which is again a pattern, but at much longer intervals. Plus there is a random component, so which cannot be accounted for very easily, right? So there will be a random component which can be really random, as the name suggests, right? So that is the irregularity component. So these are the various components of time series data. Yes, there are conditions where we cannot use time series analysis, right? So can we do time series analysis with any kind of data? No, not really. So what are the situations where we cannot do time series analysis? So there will be some data which is collected over a period of time, but it's really not changing. So it will not make sense to perform any time series analysis over it, right? For example, like this one. So if we take X as the time and Y as the value of whatever the output we are talking about, and if the Y value is constant, there is really no analysis that you can do. Leave alone time series analysis, right? So that is one. Another possibility is, yes, there is a change, but it is changing as per a very fixed function, like a sine wave or a cos wave. Again, time series analysis will not make sense in this kind of a situation, because there is a definite pattern here, there is a definite function that the data is following. So it will not make sense to do a time series analysis. Now, before performing any time series analysis, the data has to be stationary, and typically time series data is not stationary. So in which case you need to make the data stationary before we apply any models like ARIMA model or any of these, right? So what exactly is stationary data, and what is meant by stationary data? Let us take a look. First of all, what is non-stationary data, time series data? If you recall from one of my earlier slides, we said that time series data has the following 4 components: the trend, seasonality, cyclicity, and random component or irregularity, right? So if these components are present in time series data, it is non-stationary, which means that typically these components will be present. Therefore, most of the time, a time series data that is collected, raw data, is non-stationary data. So it has to be changed to stationary data before we apply any of these algorithms. All right, so a non-stationary time series data would look like this, which means, like for example here, there is an upward trend, the seasonality component is there, and also the random component and so on. So if the data is not stationary, then the time series forecasting will be affected. So you cannot really perform a time series forecasting on a non-stationary data. So how do we differentiate between a stationary and a non-stationary time series data? Typically or technically, one is, of course, you can do it visually. In non-stationary data, the data will be more flattish. The seasonality will of course be there, but the trend will not be there. So the data may, if we plot that, it may appear somewhat like this, right? It's a horizontal line. Along the horizontal line, you will see. Compared to the original data, which was, there was an upward trend, so it was changing somewhat like this, right? So this is non-stationary data, and this is how a stationary data would look visually. What does this mean? Technically, this means that the stationarity of the data depends on a few things, but the mean, the variance, and the covariance. So these are the three components on which the stationarity of the data depends. So let's take a look at what each of these are. For stationary data, the mean should not be a function of time, which means that the mean should pretty much remain constant over a period of time, right? So there shouldn't be any change. So this is how the stationary data would look. And this is how a non-stationary data would look. I've shown in the previous slide as well. So here, the mean is increasing. That means there is an upward trend. Okay, so that is one part of it. And then the variance of the series should not be also a function of time. So the variance also should be pretty much common, or should be constant rather. So this is if we visually take a look, this is how time series stationary data would look, where the variance is not changing. Here the variance is changing, therefore this is non-stationary, and we cannot apply time series forecasting on this kind of data. Similarly, the covariance, which is basically of the ith term and the I plus mth term, should not be a function of time as well. So covariance is nothing but not only the variance at the ith term, but the relation between the variance at the ith term and the I plus mth or the I plus nth term. So once again, visually this is how it would look if the covariance is also changing with respect to time. So these are all three components should be pretty much constant, and that is when you have stationary data, and in order to perform time series analysis, the data should be stationary. Okay, so let's take a look at the concept of moving average, or the method of moving average, and let's see how it works. We'll do simple calculations. So let's say this is our sample data. We have the data for 3 months, January, February, March. The sales in thousands rather, not hundreds, thousands of dollars is given here, and now we want to find the moving average. So how do we find the moving average? We call it as moving average 3. So moving average 3 is nothing but you take 3 of the values or the readings, add them up, and divide by 3. Basically the way we take a mean or average of the 3 values. So that is as simple as that. So that's the average first of all. So what is moving average? Moving average is if you now have a series of data, you keep taking the 3 values, the next 3 values, and then you take the average of that, and then the next 3 values, and so on and so forth. So that is how you take the moving average. So let's take a little more detailed example of car sales. So this is how we have the car sales data for the entire year, let's say. So rather for 4 years. So year 1 we have for each quarter 1, 2, 3, 4, and then year 2, quarter 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth. So this is how we have sales data of a particular car, let's say, or a showroom. And we want to forecast for year 5. So we have the data for 4 years. We now want to forecast for the 5th year. Let's see how it works. First of all, if we plot the data as it is taken, the raw data, this is how it would look. And what do you think? Is it stationary? No, right? Because there is a trend, upward trend. So this is not a stationary data. So we need to, later we will see how to make it stationary. But to start with, just an example. We will not worry about it for now. We will just go ahead and manually do the forecasting using what is known as moving average method. Okay, so we are not applying any algorithm or anything like that. In the next video, we will see how to apply an algorithm, how to make it stationary, and so on. All right, so here we see that all the 3 or 4 components that we talked about are there. There is a trend, there is a seasonality, and then of course there is some random component as well. Cyclicity may not be, it is possible that cyclicity is not applicable in all the situations. For sales especially, there may not be, or unless you're taking a sales for maybe 20-30 years, cyclicity may not come into play. So we will just consider primarily the trend, seasonality, and irregularity, right? So random, it is also known as random irregularity, right? So we were calling the random or irregularity component. So these are the 3 main components typically in this case we will talk about. So this is the trend component, and we will see how to do these calculations. So let's take a look, redraw the table including the time code. We will add another column which is the time code, and this is the column, and we'll just number it like 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 16. The rest of the data remains the same. Okay, so we will do the calculations now. Now let us do the moving average calculations, or MA4 as we call it, for each year. So we take all the 4 quarters and we take an average of that. So if we add up these 4 values and divide by 4, you get the moving average of 3.4. So we start by putting the value here. So that will be for the 3rd quarter, let's say 1, 2, 3, the 3rd quarter. Then we will go on to the next one. So we take the next 4 values as you see here and take the average of that, which is the moving average for the next quarter, and so on and so forth. Now, if we just do the moving average, it is not centered. So what we do is we basically add one more column and we calculate the centered moving average as shown here. So here what we do is we take the average of 2 values and then just adding these values here. So for example, the first value for the 3rd quarter is actually the average of the 3rd and the 4th quarter. So we have 3.5. Now it gets centered. So similarly, the next value would be 3.6 plus 3.9 divided by 2, so which is 3.7, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that is the centered moving average. This is done primarily to smoothen the data so that there are not too many rough edges. So that is what we do here. So if we visualize this data now, this is how it looks. Right, so if we take the centered moving average, as you can see, there is a gradual increase. If this was not the case, if we had not centered it, the changes would have been much sharper. So that is basically the smoothing that we are talking about. Now let's go and do the forecast for the 5th year. So in order to do the forecast, what we will do is we will take the centered moving average as our baseline and then start doing a few more calculations that are required in order to come up with the prediction. So what we are going to do is we are going to use this multiplicity or multiplicative model in this case, and this is how it looks. So we take the product of seasonality and the trend and the irregularity components, and we just multiply that. And in order to get that, this product of these two, we have basically the actual value divided by CMA. YT value divided by CMA will give you the predicted value, or YT is equal to the product of all 3 components. Therefore, ST into YT is equal to YT by CMA. So this is equal to YT, right? So therefore, if we want ST into YT, the product of seasonality and irregularity, it is equal to YT by CMA. So that is how we will work it out. I also have an Excel sheet of the actual data. So let me just pull that up. Alright, so this is how the data looks in Excel. As you can see here, year 1, quarter 1, 2, 3, 4, year 2, quarter 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And this is the sales data. And then this is the moving average. As I mentioned, this is how we calculate. And this is the centered moving average. So this is the primary component that we will start working with. And then we will calculate, since we want the product of ST into YT, that is equal to YT by CMA. So if you see, these values are nothing but the YT value divided by CMA. So in this case, it is 4 by 3.5, which is 1.14. Similarly, 4.5 by 3.7, 1.22, and so on and so forth. So we have the product ST into IT, and then the next step is to calculate the average of respective quarters. So that is what we are doing here, average of respective quarters, and then we need to calculate the deseasonalized values. So in order to get deseasonalized value, we need to divide YT by ST that was calculated. So for example, here it is 2.8 by 0.9. So we got the deseasonalized value here, and then we get the trend, and then we get the predicted values. So in order to get the predicted value, which is basically we predict the values for known values as well. Like for example, year 1, quarter 1, we know the value, but now that we have our model, we predict ourselves and see how close it is. So we predicted as 2.89, whereas the actual value is 2.8. Then we have 2.59, the actual value is 2.1, and so on, just to see how our model works, and then continue that into the 5th year, because for 5th year we don't have a reference value. Okay, and if we plot this, we will come to know how well our calculations are, how well our manual model. In this case, we did not really use a model, but we did on our own manually. So it will tell us the trend. So for example, the predicted value is this gray color here, and you can see that it is actually pretty much following the actual value, which is the blue color. Right? And the gray color is the predicted value. So wherever we know the values up to year 4, we can see that our predicted values are following or pretty much very close to the actual values. And then from here onwards, when the year 5 starts, the blue color line is not there because we don't have the actual values, only the predicted value. So we can see that since it was following the trend pretty much for the last 4 years, we can safely assume that it has understood the pattern and it is predicting correctly for the next 1 year, the next 4 quarters, right? So that is what we are doing here. So these 4 quarters, we did not have actual data, but we have the predicted values. So let's go back and see how this is working in this using the slides. So this is, we already saw this part, and I think it was easier to see in the Excel sheet. So we calculated the ST, IT, the product of ST and IT using the formula like here, YT by CMA, we got that, and then we got ST, which is basically YT. So this is average of the first quarters for all the 4 years. And similarly, this is the average of the second quarter for all the 4 years, and so on. So these values are repeating. They are calculated only once. They get repeated, as you can see here. And then we get the deseasonalized data, and that is basically YT by ST. So we calculated ST here, and we have YT. So YT by ST will give you the deseasonalized data. And we have got rid of the seasonal and the irregular components so far. Now what we are left with is the trend. And before we start the time series forecasting or time series analysis, as I mentioned earlier, we need to completely get rid of the non-stationary components. So we are still left with the trend component. So now let us also remove the trend component. In order to do that, we have to find we have to calculate the intercept and slope of the data, because that is required to calculate the trend. And how are we going to do that? We will actually use what is known as a regression tool or analytics tool that is available in Excel. So you remember we have our data in Excel. So let me take you to the Excel, and here we need to calculate the intercept and the slope. In order to do that, we have to use the regression mechanism, and in order to use the regression mechanism, we have to use the analytics tool that comes with Excel. So how do you activate this tool? So this is how you would need to activate the tool. From Excel, you need to go to options, and in options there will be add-ins, and in add-ins you will have analysis toolpack, and you select this and you just say go. It will open up a box like this. You say analysis toolpack and you say okay. And now when you come back into the regular view of Excel, in the data tab, you will see data analysis activated. So you need to go to file, options, and add-ins, and then analysis toolpack. Typically, since I've already added it, it is coming at the top, but it would come under inactive application add-ins. So when you're doing it for the first time. So don't use VBA, you just say analysis toolpack. There are two options, one with VBA like this one and one without VBA. So just use the one without VBA. And then instead of just saying okay, just take care that you click on this go and not just okay. So you say go, then it will give you these options. Only then you select just the analysis toolpack and then you say okay. Alright, so and then when you come back to the main view, you click on data. Okay, so this is your normal home view perhaps. So you need to come to data, and here is where you will see data analysis available to you. And then if you click on that, there are a bunch of possibilities of what kind of data analysis you want to do. If there are options are given. Right now we just want to do regression because we want to find the slope and the intercept. So select regression and you say okay. And you will get these options for input Y range and input X range. Input Y range is the value YT. So you just select this and you can select up to here and press enter. And input X range, you can, for now, you start with the baseline, or you can also start with the deseasoned values. So you can just click on these and say okay. I have already calculated it. So these are the intercept and the coefficients that we are getting for these values. And we will actually use that to calculate our trend here, right? So which is in the J column. So our trend is equal to intercept plus slope into the time code. So the intercept is out here, as we can see in our slide as well. So if you see here, this is our intercept, and the lower value is the slope. So we have calculated here and it's shown in the slides as well. So intercept, so the formula is shown here. So our trend is equal to intercept plus slope into time code. Time code is nothing but this one, T, column A, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So that's how you calculate the trend, and that's how you use the data analysis tool from Excel. Using these two, we calculate the predicted values. And using this formula, which is basically trend is equal to intercept plus slope into time code. And then we can go and plot it, see how it is looking. And therefore, so we see here that the predicted values are pretty close to the actual values. And therefore, we can safely assume that our calculations, which are like our manual model, is working. And hence we go ahead and predict for the 5th year. So till 4 years, we know the actual value as well. So we can compare how our model is performing. And for the 5th year, we don't have reference values. So we can use our equations to calculate the values or predict the values for the 5th year. And we can go ahead and safely calculate those values. And when we plot for the 5th year as well, the predicted values, we see that they are pretty much, they captured the pattern, and we can safely assume that the predictions are fairly accurate, as we can also see from the graph in the Excel sheet that we have already seen. Okay, so let's go and plot it. So this is how the plot looks. This is the CMA, or the centered moving average, the green color, and then the blue color is the actual data, red color is the predicted value, predicted by our handcrafted model. Okay, so remember, we did not use any regular forecasting model or any tool. We have done this manually, and the actual tool will be used in the next video. This is just to give you an idea about how behind the scenes or under the hood, how forecasting works, or time series analysis, how it is performed. Okay, so it looks like it has captured the trend properly. So up to here is the known reference, we have reference, and from here onwards is purely predicted. And as I mentioned earlier, we can safely assume that the values are accurate and predicted properly for the 5th year. So let's go ahead and implement a time series forecast in R. First of all, we will be using the ARIMA model to do the forecast of this time series data. So let us try to understand what is ARIMA model. So ARIMA is actually an acronym. It stands for Autoregressive Integrated Moving Average. So that is what is ARIMA model. and it is specified by three parameters, which is P, D, and Q. P stands for autoregressive. So let me just mark this. So there are three components here: autoregressive, integrated, moving average. Okay, so these three parameters correspond to those three components. So the P stands for autoregressive, D for integrated, and Q for moving average. So let us see what exactly this is. So these three factors are: P is the number of autoregressive terms, or AR. We will see that in a little bit. And D is how many levels of differences that we need to do, or differentiation we need to do. And Q is the number of lagged forecast errors. So we'll see what exactly each of these are. So AR is the number of autoregressive terms, and which is basically denoted by the P, and then we have D, which is for the number of times it has to be differentiated, and then we have Q, which is for the moving average. So what exactly AR terms? So in terms of the regression model, autoregressive components refer to the prior values of the current value. Well, what we mean by that is, here when we talk about time series data, focus on the fact that there is regression. So what exactly happens in regression? We try to do something like, if it is simple linear regression, we do some equation like y is equal to mx plus c, where there are two variables. One is the dependent variable, and then there is an independent variable. Let me just complete this equation as well, mx plus c. Right? So this is a normal regression curve, or a simple regression curve. Now here we are talking about autoregression or autoregressive. So autoregressive, as the name suggests, is regression of itself. So which means that here you have only one variable, which is your maybe the cost of the flights or whatever it is, right? And the other variable is basically time dependent, and therefore the value at any given time, and that we will denote as yt, for example. So there is no x here, there is only one variable, and which is y, and we say yt, which is basically the predicted value at a time interval t, for example, is dependent on the previous value. So for example, there may be a1 and then yt minus 1, and then there will be like plus a2 and plus a2 and yt minus 2 and all right, and then plus a3 into yt minus 3. Correct. So basically here what we are saying is there's only one variable here, but there is a regression component. So we are doing a regression on itself. So that's how the term autoregression comes into play. So only thing is that it is dependent on the previous time values. So there is a lag, let's say. This is the first lag, second lag, third lag, and so on. So the current value, which is yt, is dependent on the previous time lag values. So that is what is autoregression component. So this is what is shown here. For example, in this case, instead of y, we are calling it as x. So that's the same. And this is represented by some equation of that sort, depending on how many lags we take. So that is the AR component. And the term P is basically determines how many lags we are considering. So that's the term P for. Now, what is D? D is the degree of differencing. So here differencing is like for the non-seasonal differences, right? So for example, if you take the values like this, which are given for 5, 4, 6, and so on and so forth, if you take the differencing of one after another, like for example 5 minus 4 or 4 minus 5, the next value with the previous value, so 4 minus 5. So this is known as the first order differencing. So the result is minus 1. Similarly, 6 minus 4 is 2. 7 minus 6 is 1. So this is first order differencing. And here we call it as D is equal to 1. Okay. And same way we can have second order, third order, and so on. Then the last one is Q. Q is actually we call it moving average, but in reality it is actually the error of the model. So we also sometimes represent as ET. Alright, so now ARIMA model works on the assumption that the data is stationary, which means that the trend and seasonality of the data has been removed. That is correct. Okay. So this we have discussed in the first part, what exactly is stationary data and how do we remove the non-stationary part of it. Now, in order to test whether the data is stationary or not, there are two important components that are considered. One is the autocorrelation function and the other is the partial autocorrelation function. So this is referred to as ACF and PACF. Right. So what is autocorrelation and what is the definition? Autocorrelation is basically the similarity between values of a same variable across observations, as the name suggests. Now, how do we actually find the autocorrelation function, the value, right? So this is basically done by plotting, and autocorrelation function also tells you how correlated points are with each other based on how many time steps they are separated by and so on. That is basically the time lag that we were talking about. And it is also used to determine how past and future data points are related. And the value of the autocorrelation function can vary from -1 to 1. So if we plot, this is how it would look. Autocorrelation function would look somewhat like this. And there is actually a readily available function in R. So we will see that, and you can use that to plot your autocorrelation function. Okay, so that is ACF, and we will see that in our RStudio in a little bit. And similarly, you have partial autocorrelation function. So partial autocorrelation function is the degree of association between two variables while adjusting the effect of one or more additional variables. So this again can be measured and it can also be plotted, and its value once again can go from -1 to 1, and it gives the partial correlation of time series with its own lagged value. So lag again we have discussed in the previous couple of slides. This is how a PACF plot would look in RStudio. We will see that as well, and once we get into the RStudio. And with that, let's get into RStudio and take a look at our use case. Before we go into the code, let's just quickly understand what exactly is the objective of this use case. So we are going to predict some values or forecast some values, and we have the data of the airline ticket sales of the previous years, and now we will try to find or predict or forecast the values for the future years. All right, so we will basically identify the time series components like trend, seasonality, and random behavior. We will actually visualize this in RStudio, and then we will actually forecast the values based on the past values or history data, historical data. So these are the steps that we follow. We will see in RStudio in a little bit. Just quickly, let's go through what are the steps. We load the data, and it is a time series data. We try to find out what class it belongs to. The data is actually air passengers data that is already comes preloaded with RStudio. So we will be using that, and we can take a look at the data, and then what is the starting point, what is the end point. So these are all functions that are readily available we'll be using, and then what is the frequency. It's basically frequency is 12, which is like yearly data, right? So every month the data has been collected. So for each year it is 12. And then we can check for any missing values if there are any. And then we can take a look at summary of the data. This is what we do in exploratory data analysis. And then we can plot the data, visualize the data, how it is looking, and we will see how the data has some trend, seasonality, and so on and so forth. All right, then we can take a look at the cycle of the data using the cycle function, and we can see that it is every month. That's the cycle, and of every 12 months a new cycle begins. So each month of the year is the data is available. Then we can do box plots to see for each month how the data is varying over the various 10 or 12 years that we will be looking at this data. And from exploratory data analysis, we can identify that there is a trend, there is a seasonality component, and how the seasonality component varies also we can see from the box plots. And we can decompose the data. We can use the decompose function rather to see the various components like the seasonality, trend, and the irregularity part. Okay, so we will see all of this in RStudio. This is how they will look. This is the once you decompose, and this is how you will actually, you can visualize the data. This is the actual data, and this is the trend. As you can see, it's going upwards. This is the seasonal component, and this is your random or irregularity, right? So we call it irregularity, or we can also call it random, as you can see here. Yes, so the data must have a constant variance and mean, which means that it is stationary before we start any analysis, time series analysis. And so basically, yeah, if it is stationary, only then it is easy to model the data, perform time series analysis. So we can then go ahead and fit the model. As we discussed earlier, we'll be using ARIMA model. There are some techniques to find out what should be the parameters. So we will see that when we go into RStudio. So the auto ARIMA function basically tells us what should be the parameters, right? So these parameters are the P, D, and Q that we talked about. That's what is being shown here. So if we use auto ARIMA, it will basically take all possible values of this P, D, Q, these parameters, and it will find out what is the best value, and then it will recommend. So that is the advantage of using auto ARIMA. All right. So like in this case, it will tell us if we use this parameter trace, we set the parameter trace is equal to true, then it will basically tell us what is the value of this AIC, which has to be minimum. So the lower the value, the better. So for each of these combinations of P, D, and Q, it will give us the values here, and then it will recommend to us which is the best model. Okay. Because whichever has the lowest value of this AIC, it will recommend that as our best PDQ values. So once we have that, we can see that we can potentially get a model or the equation. Model is nothing but the equation, and based on the parameters that we get. And we can do some diagnostics. We can do some plotting to see whether there is a plot for the residuals, so which shows the stationarity, and then we can also take a look at the ACF and PACF. We can plot the ACF and PACF, and then we can do some forecasting for the future years. So in this case, we have up to 1960, and then we can see how we can forecast for the next 10 years, which is 1970, up to 1970. And once we have done this, can we validate this model? Yes, definitely we can validate this model. And to validate the findings, we use junk box test. And this is how you just call box.test, and then you pass these parameters, and you will get the values that will be returned, which will tell us whether how accurate this model is, how accurate the predictions are. So the values of P are quite insignificant in this case. We will see that, and that also indicates that our model is free of autocorrelation, and that will basically be it. So let's go back and into our RStudio and go through these steps in real time. So we have to import this library. Forecast package is not installed. You have to go here and install the forecast package. Okay, so that's the easy way to install rather than so click on this install. I will not do it now because I've already installed. So the first time, that's only one time. Then after that, you just have to load it into memory and then keep going. So we will load this data called air passengers. So by calling this data method, and if you see the data air passengers is loaded here, and if we check for the class, it is a time series data, TS data. So we can check for the dates. We can also view the data in a little bit, and the start date is 1949 and January, and our end date is 1960 December, and the frequency is 12, which is like collected monthly. So that is the frequency, which is 12 here, and then we check if there are any missing values. There are no missing values, and then we take a look at the summary of the data. This is all exploratory data analysis, and then if you just display the data, this is how it looks. And then we need to decompose this data, so we will kind of store this in an object TS data, and then use that to decompose and store the new values. Let me just clear this for now. And if we decompose, basically, as we have seen in the slides, decomposing is breaking it into the trend, seasonality, and irregular or random components. Then you can go ahead and plot it. So when you plot it, you can see here, let me zoom this. This is our original plot, or observed value as it is known as. Then we have decomposed the three parts, which is basically the trend. As you can see, there is an upward trend. Then the seasonal component. So this is some regularly occurring pattern. And then there is a random value, which is basically you cannot really give any equation or function or anything like that. So that's what this plotting has done. And then you can actually plot them individually as well. So these are the individual plots for the trend, for the seasonal component, and the random component. All right. So now let's take a look at the original data and see how the trend is in a way. So if we do this linear regression line, it will show that it is going upwards. And we can also take a look at the cycle that are there, which is nothing but we have a frequency of 12, right? So the cycles will display that it is January, February to December, and then back to January, February, and so on and so forth. And if we do box plots for the monthly data, you will see that for each of the months, right? And over the 10 years that the data that we have, we will see that there is a certain pattern, right? This is also in a way to find the seasonality component. So while January, February sales are relatively low, around July, August, the sales pick up. So especially in July, I think the sales are the highest. And this seems to be happening pretty much every year, right? So this is every year in July, there seems to be a peak in the sales, and then it goes down and slightly higher in December and so on. So that is again part of our exploratory data analysis. And once again, let's just plot the data. Now, as I said, in order to fit into an ARIMA model, we need the values of P, D, and Q. Now, one way of doing it is, there are multiple ways actually of doing it. The earlier method of doing it was you draw the autocorrelation function plot and then partial autocorrelation function plot and then observe that and where does this change and then identify what should be the values of P and Q and so on. Now, R really has a very beautiful method which we can use to avoid all that manual process that we used to do earlier. So what R will do is, there is a method called auto ARIMA, and if we just call this auto ARIMA method, and it will basically go and test the ARIMA model for all possible values of these parameters P, D, Q, and then it will suggest to you what should be the best model, and it will return that best model with the right values of P, D, and Q. So we as data scientists don't have to do any manual, trial and error kind of stuff. Okay, so we got the model now, and this is the model. It has PDQ values are 211 PDQ, and this is the seasonal part of it, so we can ignore it for now. And so if we want to actually understand how this has returned these values 211 as the best one, there is another functionality or feature where we can use this trace function or trace parameter. So if you pass to auto ARIMA the trace parameter, what it will do is it will show you how it is doing this calculation. What is the value of the AIC? Basically, AIC is what defines the accuracy of the model. The lower, the better. Okay. So for each combination of PDQ, it will show us the value of AIC. So let's run it instead of me talking so much. Let's run this. If we run auto ARIMA with trace, you see here there is a red mark here. That means it is performing, it's executing this, and here we see the display, right? So it starts with certain values of PDQ, and then it finds that value is too high. So it starts with again with some 0, 1, 1, 0, and so on and so forth. And ultimately it tells us, okay, this is our best model. You see here, so it says this is our best model 211. Let's go back and see, did we get the same one? Yes, we got the same one when we ran without trace as well, right? Now, why is 211? Let us see, where is 211? Here is our 211, and if you compare the values, you see that 1017 is pretty much the lowest value, and therefore it is saying this is our best model. All other values are higher. So that's how you kind of get your model. And now that you have your model, what you have to do, you need to predict the values, right? So before that, let us just do some test of these values. So for that, you install T-Series. Again, if you are doing it for the first time, you would rather use this package and install and say T-Series and install it. And then you just use this library function to load it into your memory. All right, so now that we got our model using auto ARIMA, let us go ahead and forecast and also test the model and also plot the ACF and PSCF. Remember, we talked about this, but we did not really use it. We don't have to use that, but at least we will visualize it. And for some of the stuff, we may need this T-Series library. So if you are doing this for the first time, you may have to install it. And my recommendation is, don't use it in the code. You go here and install T-Series. And I will not do it now because I have already installed it, but this is a preferred method. And once you install it, you just load it using this libraries function, and then you can plot your residuals, and this is how the residuals look, and you can plot your ACF and PACF. Okay, so this is how your PACF looks, and this is how your ACF looks. For now, there is really nothing else we need to do with ACF and PACF. This is just to visualize how it looks. But as I mentioned earlier, we were actually using these visualizations or these graphs to identify the values of P, D, and Q. And how that was done, it's out of scope of this video, so we will leave it at that. And then we will forecast for the next 10 years. How do we forecast that? So we call forecast, and we pass the model, and we pass what is the level of accuracy that you need, which is 95%, and for how many periods, right? So basically we want for 10 years, which is like 10 into 12 time periods. So that's what we are doing here. And now we can plot the forecast value. So you see this is the original value up to I think 62 or whatever, and then it goes up to 72. This blue color is the predicted value. Let's go and zoom it up so that we can see it better. So from here onwards we are forecasting, and you can see that it looks like our model has kind of learned the pattern, and this pattern looks very similar to what we see in the actual data. Now, how do we test our model? So we can do what is known as a box test, and we pass our model here, residuals basically, with different lags, and from those values here, the p values here, we find that they are reasonably low, the p values, which means our model is fairly accurate.
We'll be creating two dashboards using a sample sales dataset. So if you want to get the data and the dashboard file that we'll be creating in this demo, then please put your email IDs in the comment section of the video. Our team will share the files via email. Now, let's begin by understanding what is a dashboard in Excel. A dashboard is a visual interface that provides an overview of key measures relevant to a particular objective with the help of charts and graphs. Dashboard reports allow managers to get a high-level overview of the business and help them make quick decisions. There are different types of dashboards such as strategic dashboards, analytical dashboards, and operational dashboards. An advantage of dashboards is the quick detection of outliers and correlations. With comprehensive data visualization, it is time-saving as compared to running multiple reports. With this understanding, let's jump into our demo. For creating our dashboards, we'll be using a sample sales dataset. Let me show you the dataset first. So here is the sales dataset that we'll be using for our demo. So this dataset was actually generated using a simulator and is completely random. It was not validated, though we have applied certain transformations to the data using Power Query features. So this data, as you can see, has 1000 rows. So using the simulator, we had generated 1000 rows of data. Similarly, if I go on top, you can see this dataset has 17 columns. Now let me give you a brief about each of the columns. So first we have the region column. So we have Middle East and North Africa, there's North America, Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and others. Similarly, we have the country names from which the item was ordered. The third column is the item type. So we have different items: cosmetics, vegetables, there's baby food, cereal, fruits, etc. Then we have the representative's name, or you can say this as the customer name who ordered the product. Then we have a sales channel column. So there are basically two channels, whether the item was sold offline or online. Next we have the order priority column. Now here C stands for critical. Then we have H, which is for high priority orders. Then we have M for medium priority orders, and finally we have L, which is for low priority orders. You can see the order date column. Then we have the order ID, the ship date. Next we have units sold, which is basically the total number of units sold for each item. Then we have the unit price column. This is the price at which each product was sold. Then we have the unit cost column, which is basically the production cost for each of the items. Next we have the total revenue. the total revenue is actually the product of units sold and unit price. Then we have the total cost column. Now the total cost column is actually the product of units sold and the unit cost. Similarly, we have the total profit column. So total profit is the difference between total revenue and the total cost. And finally, we have created two more columns, that is order year and then we have order month. Now these two columns were actually generated using the Power Query features. So we used the order date column, which is this column, and extracted order year and order month. So first, we are going to create a revenue dashboard where we'll focus on generating reports for revenue by order year, revenue by year and region, revenue by order priority, and much more. We'll create separate pivot tables and pivot charts and format them to make them look more interesting and presentable. We'll add slices and timeline to our dashboards in order to filter it based on specific fields. Now let's create our first report to see the total revenue generated each year. So we need to create a pivot table for this. I'll click on a cell in my dataset and then I'll go to the Insert tab. Here we have the option to select the pivot table. I click on this. You can see my table range is selected. Next, I want to place my pivot table in a new worksheet and let's just click on OK. There you go. So we have a new sheet where I can place my pivot table. So first, I need to find the total revenue generated by each year. So what I'll do is, I'll drag my order year column under rows and then I'll select the total revenue column under values. You can see I have my pivot chart ready. Now if you want, you can sort this. So from the data, you can see we have order year from 2010 to 2017. Now based on this data, let's create our pivot chart. So I'll click on any cell, go to Insert, and here you have the option to select recommended charts. I click on this. Now actually I want a line chart, so I'll click on line here and select OK. There you go. So we have successfully created our first pivot chart. Now let me show you how you can format this chart to make it more readable. So first, let me delete these. So I'll right click and select hide all field buttons on the chart. So this will delete the buttons present on the chart. Now let me go ahead and edit the chart title. So the title I want is total revenue. I'll type it down by year. Alright. Next, let's do a few more transformations. So if I click on this plus sign, which is actually for chart elements, we have some options like to add axis, axis titles, chart title, data labels, this grid lines, legend and others. Okay, so let's remove the legend now. You can see the total legend is gone. Now let me add axis titles. So we'll label our x-axis and y-axis. So here under x-axis I can write it as year. Similarly on the y-axis I'll put revenue. Okay, now you can move a bit. Alright, now let me select this chart style option and go to colors first. Here I'll select yellow color. Okay, and then let me go back to style. Let's select a new style from this list. I want this style. Okay, now you can also add data labels. So I'll just click on data labels. You can see we have the revenue for each of the years. Now this is not readable at all, so we'll format this a bit. If I click on this arrow, here I have more options. If I scroll down, you can see we have something called as number here. I'll expand this and under category I'll select custom Now here we'll give a format code which is a bit different. So this is actually a kind of a formula. So I'll write if my revenue value is greater than, let's say, 9,99,000. Let me make sure there are 6 9s here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay, we are good to go. I'll close the bracket. I'll give a hash, give 2 commas. So if the revenue is greater than 9,99,000, I'll put it in the format of millions. So within double quotes I'll write M. I'll give a semicolon followed by another hash, and if the value is less than the desired number, it should be 0 million. Let me click on add. Alright, you can see how nicely we have formatted our data, and you see here we have added the new format which is in millions. Alright, now if you want you can go ahead and adjust the boxes. Let me move this a bit up. I'll delete this. Now if you notice this line chart, you can make a few conclusions. For example, if you see here in 2010, the total revenue generated was nearly 175 million. Now this came down to 150 million in 2011. Then the revenue constantly grew from 2011 till 2014. It reached 195 million. And after 2014, it again came down to 180 million, and the revenue dropped significantly between 2016 and 2017. In 2017, the revenue was just 96 million. Now before moving ahead to my next chart, let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write it as revenue by year. Alright. Now let's analyze the revenue generated each year in different regions. So for this, we'll create another pivot table. Let me close this. I'll click on any cell, go to insert and select pivot table. I'll just click OK so that my pivot table is placed on a new sheet. Alright. Now this time we want the revenue by each year and region. So first of all, let's drag region to columns. Then let's drag the order year column under rows, and then I'll select total revenue onto values. So here you can see we have the pivot table ready. So for 2010, you can see in Asia, this was the revenue generated. Similarly, if you see for 2013, this was the total revenue generated in Europe, and we have for other years as well. Now let's create a line chart based on this pivot table. So I'll select any cell in the pivot table. I'll go to insert and I'll click on recommended charts. From this list, I'll select my line chart and click on OK. There you go. So we have our next pivot chart ready. So on the right, you see the different regions that are present in different colors. Let me just expand it so that you can see all the regions we have. So in total, we have 7 regions, and each of the regions have been represented in different colors. So if you notice this graph, for the sub-Saharan African region, in 2012, sub-Saharan Africa made the highest amount of sales. Now from the sample data, you can also tell that the revenue for North America has been significantly low compared to other regions. Similarly, if you see for Europe, this was the revenue trend between 2010 and 2017. So if you see here in 2011, the sales were at this level, then it significantly dropped in 2012. Then in 2013, there was a huge spike, and then again came down in 2015 and so on. So you can make your own conclusions by looking at these line charts. Now let's format this chart. So first of all, let's delete the field buttons present on the chart, and we'll also delete the legend. Alright, now let me just reduce the size of the chart. Next, we'll add a chart title. So we'll give the title as revenue by year and region. Okay. You can also format the y-axis in terms of millions. So I'll right click on this axis and I'll select format axis. I'll scroll down and here we have the number drop down. Let me scroll again. Under category I'll select custom and we'll use this format that we created for our previous chart. There you go. You can see our axis labels have been changed in terms of millions now. So let's close this and let me save it. Now you can reduce the font size or increase the font size. Let me just show you. Suppose you want to increase the font size of the chart title, so you just select it and from here you can either reduce or you can increase. You can see now it's 12. If you want, you can make it 16. Similarly, you can also edit the axis labels also. By selecting the chart title, you can also move it to left or right, or you can place it in the center as well. For the time being, let me just keep it to the left. Alright. Now we'll see the revenue and total cost by each region and we'll create a combo chart for this. So let me show you how to do it. I'll go to my data sheet. I have my cell selected. I'll go to insert and click on pivot table. Let me just click on OK. Alright. So for this, I'll select my region onto rows and then I'll have two columns under values. The first one is going to be total revenue and the next column will be the total cost column. Alright. So here we have the pivot table ready. Now based on this pivot table, let's create our pivot chart. So I'll go to recommended charts and if you see below at the bottom we have combo chart. So this is the preview of the combo chart. Alright. Now let me just click on OK. There you go. So we have a nice combo chart ready here. Now the way to look at it is the bars represent the total revenue, which is this column. Now the line represents the total cost. So let me go ahead and edit this chart a bit. So first of all, let's delete the field buttons. Alright. And let's also remove the legend from here. Next, we'll add data labels. So I'll click on data labels here. Okay. So these are the data labels for the bars or the revenue column. Now let's format the data labels in terms of millions. So I'll click on this arrow, go to more options. If I scroll down, I have number. From here I'll select custom and I'll choose my type, that is in millions. Alright, so you can see we have formatted our data. Next thing, we'll add a chart title. So here I'll write as revenue by region. It's actually revenue and total cost by region. Before moving ahead, let me rename the sheets as well. I'll write revenue and total cost. Similarly, sheet 3 also I'm going to rename it as revenue by year and region. So this makes your sheet more readable. Alright, now moving ahead. Next, we are interested to get the revenue generated by order priority, and for this we are going to create a pie chart. So let's go to the data sheet and create our pivot table first. I click on OK. Now I'll select order priority under rows, and under values I'll select total revenue. So this is a very simple pivot table. So you have your order priority. So C is for critical, H is for high, L is for low, and M is for medium. Now based on this, let's create a pie chart. So I'll go to recommended charts, and here you have pie chart. I want to select this 3D type of pie chart, and I'll click on OK. Alright, so we have our pie chart ready. Let me just resize it, and from here I'll remove the field buttons, and I also don't need the legend, so I'll delete this as well. Alright, now let's give a chart title. So this is going to be revenue by order priority. Now let's add our data labels. I'll check this option. Okay, now let's again format this in terms of millions. So here I'll click on the last option, I'll go to numbers. Under category I'll select custom, and my type is going to be in terms of millions. There you go. Let me close this. I'll just move this to the center. Alright. Now if you want, you can change the color of the text as well. So let's have it in white color and see how it looks. Okay, so this looks pretty decent. Cool. Now moving to our next report. So this time we are going to find the total revenue by countries. So we have multiple countries present in our data set. We want to visualize the revenue generated in each country. So for this we are going to create a horizontal bar chart. So let me show you how to do it. But before moving ahead, let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write revenue by, I'll just put OP, which stands for order priority. Alright, now let's create our horizontal bar chart. I'll go to insert, click on pivot table and select OK. So I want my revenue based on different countries, so I'll select country and put it under rows, and then I'll choose total revenue and place it under values. So here you have the different country names. We have Afghanistan, there's Albania. Let me scroll down. You have Bangladesh. There are a number of countries. You have Czech Republic, there's Estonia, France, Gabon. Similarly, if you scroll down, we have India, there's Jamaica, Italy, and all the way to the bottom if you go, we have New Zealand, there's Netherlands, Philippines, Portugal. We also have Singapore, lots and lots of countries. We have the UAE, United States of America, Zimbabwe, and others. Alright, let me go up. So based on this pivot table, let's create our pivot chart. So I'll go to insert and select recommended charts. From here I'm going to select the column chart. You can see the preview here, and let me click on OK. Alright, so here you can see the different country names at the bottom and the revenue for each of the countries. Let's go ahead and edit this chart. So first of all, I'll delete the field buttons. Okay, and let me also remove the legend. Here I'll write revenue by countries. This is going to be my chart title. Okay, let's format this chart a little more. So I'll click on this option and we'll select a new style. Let's say
I'll select style 6. Okay, and let me now go under colors and we'll select the color of the bars. So let's choose this color. Okay, so you have a horizontal column chart ready, and at the bottom you can see the different country names, and we have the revenue. Cool. Now let me go ahead and rename this sheet. So I'll write revenue by countries and hit enter. Okay, and finally we'll create another report which is going to be part of our revenue dashboard, and this is revenue by items. So we'll visualize our revenue for different items present in the table. So if you see this, we have cosmetics, vegetables, cereal, fruits, there's clothes, snacks, households, and other products as well. So let's check the revenue for each of these items. So we'll continue the same drill. I'll create my pivot table on a new worksheet, and this time I'm going to drag item type under rows, and we'll have the total revenue under values. So here on the left of the table you can see we have the different item names, and then we have the total revenue. So let me just sort this total revenue from largest to smallest. So you can see here office supplies made the highest amount of revenue, followed by household, then cosmetics, and fruits made the lowest amount of revenue. I'll click on this, go to insert and select recommended charts. This time I'm going to create a bar chart. So this is how my bar chart is going to look like. I'll select OK. Alright, now let's format this chart a bit. I'll delete the field buttons and I'll delete the legend as well. And let's edit the chart title. So this is going to be revenue by items. Cool. We also want to change the color of the bars. So I've selected all the bars. I'll go to my home tab, and here let's say I want to select green color. Alright, I've edited my chart a bit. Now let's make it 14 and I'll remove the bold. Okay, here if you want you can change the font also. Let's keep it in blue color. Alright, finally let's rename this sheet. So I'll write revenue by items. Cool. Finally, now it's time for us to merge all the charts that we have created to our dashboard. So let me show you how you can create the dashboard. I'll create a new sheet, and first thing I'm going to do is I'll click on the view tab and uncheck grid lines. So this will remove the grid lines present in the worksheet. Next, I'm going to insert an image. So we'll have a background image on our dashboard. So the way to do is I'll go to the insert tab, and under illustrations I have the option to select pictures or insert pictures. So I'm going to insert picture present on the device, that is my computer. I'll go to desktop, and here I have a folder called Excel dashboard files, and I'll select this dashboard background and hit insert. So this is going to insert an image. Now let me just drag this image so it covers a fair enough portion. So I'll hit shift and I'll drag it. Alright, so you can see I have successfully added a background image. If you want you can still
expand this background image a bit to the right. Cool. Now the next thing is going to be the title of the dashboard. So I'll click on insert, and here I have the option to select a text box. So I'll click on a text box and I'm going to place a text box in the middle, and I'm going to name this text box as Excel Revenue Dashboard. On sales. I'll centerline it. Let's do some more formatting. So I'll select this text box. On the top you can see shape format. Here I'm going to expand this shape fill and I'll select no fill. So my text box is transparent now, and I'll also remove the outline. Alright. Now let me just double click on the title of my dashboard and I'm going to select a font. You can select whichever font you want. Let me stick to Britannica Bold, and I'll increase the size to, let's say, 30. Alright, I'll just drag the text box. I'll make the text as white instead of black. Alright, so we have our title of the dashboard ready. Now if you want, you can also insert some icons to this dashboard. So I'll go to insert and I'll click on illustrations again and select pictures. I'm going to add these two pictures, which is of a store and a cart, to make it look visually appealing. So I'll place the icons here, and similarly let me just copy it and I'll place the cart and the store to the right as well. Alright, next the idea is to bring in all the charts that we have created and place it on the dashboard. So let me copy each of the charts and place it on the dashboard. So I'll hit Ctrl V to paste it, and we'll resize this as well. Alright. Similarly, let me bring in all the other charts as well. Alright, so now you can see I have added all my charts and graphs to this dashboard. So you can see here we have our line charts, our column charts, the combo charts, the pie chart, and others. Now let me go ahead and format these charts a little more. So you can see this looks a bit cluttered. So let's adjust the labels. Let me bring this down. Similarly, I'll bring 190 million a little below. Alright, this looks fine now. One more thing we are going to do is we'll remove the white background from each of the charts and make it transparent. So let me show you how to do it. So I'll select this chart, then I'll right click and go to Format Chart area. Here on the right you see we have an option called No Fill. So if I select No Fill, you can see the white background is gone now. Similarly, let me also remove the grid lines. So I'll select the grid lines and hit delete. So I've also removed the grid lines from here. Now let's also remove the white outline that we have. So I'll select this chart, go to Format, and here I'll go to Shape Outline and I'll select No Outline. You see this? So we have our total revenue by year, which is a line chart, and this is completely transparent now. Now what I'm going to do is I'll place this chart over a box. So I'll go to insert, and in insert we have the option to create a shape. So I'll click on illustrations, and here I'll choose a shape, and let me select a rectangle. So I'll just create a rectangle here. Alright, and now what I'll do is I'll select this and bring this to front. I'll right click and choose bring to front, and I'll place this shape below it. Alright, now the next thing is to edit the shape. So first I'll change the color of this box. So let me select this blue color, and let me increase the transparency. So I'll right click and go to format shape. Here I'll increase the transparency. Let's keep it to 25%, or let's say 20%. Alright, next thing, we'll just convert all the font to white color, including the axis labels, the chart title. We'll also convert all the axis labels to white color so it looks better. Now we'll just adjust our chart over here. Next thing, let's just remove the outline. So I'll go to shape outline and I'll select no outline. You see, we have now formatted our chart. Let's just pull this a little up. Alright, now we'll add this blue background to all the other charts. So we'll first add the background, make it transparent, and then we'll convert the font text to white color to make it more readable and visible. So for the time being, I'll just pause the video and come back again. Alright, so now you can see on your screens we have nicely formatted our dashboard. So I've added a few logos for each of the charts. You can see the logos here. So for revenue by countries, we have a globe. Then if you see here, this is kind of a map or a location. Similarly, we have all formatted the color of the bars. Then we have also formatted the labels in terms of millions. If you look on the y-axis, even the revenue for year and region are all formatted in terms of millions. If you want this, you can also format the total year by revenue in terms of millions. So the way to do is, you can select this graph, right click and go to format axis. Here if I scroll down, you have numbers, and under category I'll select custom. Then I'll select my type as this format, which is in millions, and you see here we have successfully formatted our y-axis labels. Alright, so the next thing is to add slicers and timelines to our dashboard. Now slicers are used to format your data based on a particular column. Suppose if you want to see revenue by certain items, you can add item as a slicer and you can view the entire dashboard. Similarly, for timelines you can add date columns. So if you want to see what was the amount of sales or revenue generated on a particular year or a particular month, you can do that using a timeline. So I'll select one of the charts, and then either you can go to the insert tab, and here you can see under filters we have slices and timeline, or if you go to the pivot chart analyze tab, here also you have insert slicer and timeline option. So I'll select insert slicer here first. Now it's giving me the list of fields present in the dataset. So I'll select country, region, and let's say we want to know by item type and sales channel. So these are going to be my 4 slicers. I'll click on OK. You can see it here. We have our 4 slicers here, and these are the list of values. Under region we have Asia, this Europe, North America and others. Similarly, we have the different country names for country slicers. And then for item type also we have all the items that were present in our data set. Now, moving ahead, we need to connect all the slicers to a dashboard. So what I'll do is, I'll right click on this option and I'll go to report connections. Okay, so under report connections you have all the pivot tables that we created. You currently see only one of the pivot table is selected, so we need to select all the pivot tables. So let me check all the pivot tables present in this workbook and click on OK. Alright, now that we have connected one of our slicers, we'll now connect the other remaining slicers. So I'll right click on this, go to report connections, and I'll check all the pivot tables present in this worksheet. Click on OK. Similarly, let's do it for the country slicer. I'll go to report connections and let me select all the pivot tables. And finally, we have the item type. So I'll right click, go to report connections, and then I'll select all my pivot tables. And let's hit OK. Alright, now let me just organize this a bit. So I'll place my pivot tables to the right. I'll just reduce the size. Let me scroll down. Now I'll add my region slicer here. Similarly, I'll add my final slicer, that is sales channel. Now in our next dashboard, which is going to be the profit dashboard, I'll show you how to add a timeline. Alright, now I have arranged all my slicers. So let's say you want to find the revenue that was generated for an item type, let's say beverages. So you can just select beverages here and all your charts show the respective revenues. So you have the total revenue by year for beverages only. Similarly, here you can see the revenue by year and region only for beverages item type. If I scroll down, now this chart represents the revenue that was generated in each of the countries only for item type beverages. Let me just uncheck it. Alright, let's say you want to see the revenue generated for a country like India. So I have selected India here, and now you can see my graph has changed only for country India. You can see here it is showing only for India now. Now similarly, you can also filter your revenues based on the different regions. Let's say you want to know the revenue generated based on sales channel. So we have two sales channels, that is offline and online. Suppose you want to know the revenue generated offline. So I'll just select offline. You can see the values have changed. So these were the revenues generated for each of the items only for offline. If you see here, now these were all the offline sales for the different regions. So this is our entire Excel revenue dashboard on sales. We created multiple charts and graphs. Then we applied different formatting. We added different icons. Then we formatted the labels also. Next, we added slicers. And finally, we saw how we could filter our data based on these slicers. Likewise, now we are going to create a profit dashboard based on the same data. So before moving ahead, let me rename this sheet as revenue dashboard. I'll write REV dashboard. Okay. Now we'll move to our data sheet and start creating our pivot tables and pivot charts for the profit dashboard. Alright, so let me go ahead and create my first pivot table. So I'll create a new worksheet. This time I'm going to create a line chart to visualize the profit for each year. So I'll drag my total profit column to values and my order year to rows. So here you can see we have our pivot table ready. Now you can sort this data to get an idea as to which year had the highest profit and which year had the lowest profit. So from this pivot table you can see, since I've sorted this data in descending order, so 2014 had the maximum amount of profit and 2017 had the least amount of profit. I'll just do Control Z to undo it. Alright, now based on this pivot table, let me go ahead and create my pivot chart. So I'll go to recommended charts and click on a line chart. So this is the preview of the chart. I'll click on OK. Let me close this. Similarly, we are going to edit this chart now. So first I'll hide all the field buttons present on the chart and I'll rename the chart title as Total Profit by Year. Next, I'm going to remove the legend, so I'll delete this. Let's do some more formatting. So I'll go to Style and this time I'm going to select my style type. Okay, and if you want you can choose the colors as well. For the time being, let's have this yellow color. Next, let me add the data labels. So again, if you see here, this is not formatted properly. So let's go ahead and format the data labels. So I'll click on number and I'll select custom here, and the type I'm going to select is in millions, and I'll click on close. So here you can see we have our line chart ready which shows total profit by year. Let's rename this sheet as profit by year. Alright, now let's move back to our data sheet again. Next, we are going to show the total profit by countries. For this I'm going to create a map. So let me first create my pivot table. So I'll go to insert and I'll click on pivot table. Let me click on OK. Since I want the country names, so I'll select country under rows and then I have my total profit under values. The next thing I'm going to do is I'll just rename the row labels as countries, and then I'm going to delete the grand total which you can see at the bottom. So here we have the grand total. Let me just delete the grand total. So I'm going to select this pivot table, go to the design tab. Here we have subtotals and grand totals. I'll switch off the grand total. Let me just verify it again. I'll scroll down. You see the grand total has gone now. Alright, now we want to create a map out of this. The way to do is I'm going to select my data, copy it, I'll go on top and I'll paste it here. Using this data I can create my field map now. So I'll go to insert. Here we have the option to create a field map. There you go. You can see we have our map ready. I can expand this. Now as you can see, our map has a color scale which comes from light gray color to dark blue color. So the countries that are in gray, or you can say light blue, have the lowest amount of profit, while the regions or the countries that have been shaded in dark color or dark blue color have highest amount of profit. I will go ahead and delete this scale. Okay. Next, we need to connect this map to the original data source. So what I'll do is I'll right click on this map and I'll go to select data. Here instead of the previous range, I'll give my new range now. So my new range will be my original pivot table that I had created. I'll go on top and click on OK. So we have our map ready now. Now if you want, you can change the color of the shade. So I'll just go to colors and let's say we'll keep green color. So the countries that are shaded in dark green have the highest amount of profit, while those which are highlighted in light green color are the countries that made least amount of profit. Okay, now moving on. Next, we want to create a pivot table that will show us the profit by year and sales channel. So for this we are going to create another line chart. So I'll go to insert and click on pivot table. So I'll select new worksheet. Here, since I want to know the profit by year, first of all I'll drag my order year column to rows, and then I'll choose my total profit column under values. Next, I'm going to select my sales channel under columns. There you go. So we have our pivot table here. Now based on this pivot table, let me create my pivot chart. So I'll go to recommended charts and I'm going to create a line chart. I close this. You see here, based on this chart, you can tell the profit generated with online sales were actually lower than that of offline. So here the blue line represents offline profit and the orange line represents online profit. If you mark clearly, in year 2012 the online profit was actually higher than the offline profit. So let me go ahead and edit this chart a bit. So we'll delete the field buttons. I'll also delete the legend for now. Let me go ahead and add a chart title. So I'll write profit by year and sales channel. Okay, so this is my second report. Before moving ahead, let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write profit by countries. Similarly, let me rename this sheet as profit by year and let's say SC for sales channel. Okay. Moving ahead, now I want to create a pie chart based on a pivot table that will show the profit by sales channel only. So this is going to be a simple pie chart. So I'll first go to insert, click on pivot table and click on OK. So I'll drag my sales channel under rows and then we'll have the total profit column under values. So this is my simple pivot table. Now let's create our pivot chart, which is going to be a pie chart. Let me explore the other types of pie charts we have. Okay, so I'm going to select a donut chart here. I click on OK. Let's edit this chart. I'll remove the field buttons. Let me now remove the legend as well. I'll just resize it. And this is going to be profit by sales channel. Okay. Let's also add data labels. And here again, I'm going to format this label. I'll select the category as custom and my type will be in millions. Okay, let me just move this to the left and this to the right. Okay, let's also delete the lines. Cool. Now let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write profit by, let's say SC, which stands for sales channel. Cool. Finally, I'm going to create a report that will show the revenue and profit by items. So I'll go ahead and create my pivot table first. This time I'll choose my total profit under values, and we'll also have the revenue column. So I'll put my revenue at the top. Then I'm going to select item type under rows. So here is my pivot table. Based on this pivot table, let me now create a combo chart. So you can see the preview of the chart. The blue bars represent the total revenue and the orange line represents the total profit. I'll click on OK. Let me close this. First, let's remove the field buttons. Let's also remove the legend here. Then we'll add a chart title. I'll name it as revenue and profit by items. Okay. If you want, you can also go ahead and change the color of the bars. So let me just select one of these colors. Okay. Alright. So we have our 5 reports ready that we are going to use for our profit dashboard. Next, let's create a new sheet and we'll get started with building our dashboard. So I'll click on a new sheet. Let me just rename this as profit dashboard. Alright. We'll continue with the previous drill. So first of all, let's go to the view tab and remove the grid lines. Now we'll insert a background image like we did for our revenue dashboard. So I'll go to insert. Under illustrations, I'll click on pictures and select this device. I'm going to have the same background. I'll click on insert. Alright, so you can see we have a picture of a company, or you can say an organization. Let's just drag this a bit to the right. We'll adjust the size also. Alright. Now let's copy the title of my profit dashboard. So here you can see I have brought my revenue dashboard, and I'll copy the title and the logos that we used for the revenue dashboard. I'll paste it on my new dashboard. Let's just align it in the center. Alright, the next step, let me now go ahead and edit the title. So this is actually going to be Excel profit dashboard instead of revenue. Now we'll copy each of the charts that we just created. For example, the revenue and profit by items, then we had profit by sales channel. All this we are going to copy one by one and put it on the profit dashboard. So let me just copy a few now. I'll paste it here, and later on we can make the adjustment. I'll copy this as well. Similarly, I'll bring the other 3 charts onto my sales dashboard. Okay, so here on my profit dashboard I have added all the charts and have aligned and reshaped it so that it looks good. I have also made some formatting. For example, I have reduced the size of the chart title. Now let me go ahead and show you a few more formatting that we also did for the revenue dashboard. First, let's remove the white background from all the charts. So I'll select the first chart, I'll right click and I'll click on format chart area. Here under fill, I'll select no fill. Next, I'm going to remove the grid lines, so I'll just delete it. Let me close this. Now we also have a outline, so I'll go to design, actually format, and I'll remove the outline. Next, I'm going to add a blue box at the back like how we did for the revenue dashboard. So let me select a blue box from here and I'm going to paste it here.
Okay, let me just select the chart and I'll bring this to front and I'll move this to the back. Next, I'm going to change the font color all to white so that it's clearly visible and it's more readable. I'll do it for the x-axis as well. Okay, so here I have my first chart ready. The same I'm going to do for the rest of the charts. Okay, so now you can see here I have formatted all my charts. I've also added a blue background. You see here I have also formatted the Y labels in terms of millions, which is actually the profit. Similarly, here I have added the data labels. This is for revenue. Some of the charts also have the data legends. So here you can see the blue color represents offline and the red represents online. Similarly, here you have the legends. I've also formatted the map as well. Okay, now the next thing is to make this dashboard more interactive. So we'll add our slicers as well as timeline. First, let me show you how to add a timeline. So I'll select one of the charts and I'll go to insert. Under insert, I have the option to create a timeline. So I'll just click on timelines. So timeline is actually based on date columns. So since in our dataset we only have two date columns, one is order date and one is ship date. So Excel has only shown us two columns. So I'm going to create my timeline based on order date. So I'll select my order date column and I'll click on OK. You can see here this is called a timeline. I can expand this. Now this timeline is based on months now. If I scroll this timeline, you can see here I have my order year 2010 and I have all the 12 months. Similarly, we have for 2011, then we have for 2012 all the way till 2017. Now you can filter this in terms of years, quarters, months or days. Let me just select year now. So I have years from 2010 till 2017. Let me just squeeze this and I'll place it somewhere here on the right. Now let me go ahead and create a few slicers for my profit dashboard. So I have selected one of the charts. Under insert, I'll click on slicer. You can see it gives me the list of columns from which I want to create slicers. So I'll create a region. Let me also select country. Let's say I want the representative's name or the customer's name and I'll click on OK. So here I have created three slicers. Let me first resize it and I'll place it on the right. Similarly, I'll place the country column also. Then we have the region slicer. I'll resize this and I'll bring it here. Okay. The next thing we need to do is I have to connect all the slicers and the timeline to the pivot tables for the profit dashboard. So I'm going to click on the multiple select option and go to report connections. Here I'm going to select all the pivot tables that are related to profit. So here I have selected 4 and I need one more, which is pivot table number 10. I click on OK. Similarly, let's create or connect my region filter to all the pivot tables. So I right click, go to report connections. Here I'll choose all my pivot tables which are based on profit. I'll click on OK. Let's do it for the country slicer as well. I click on OK. And similarly, I'll connect my timeline as well. I'll go to report connections and I'll select all the pivot tables related to profit. Then I'll click on OK. Let me now go ahead and create another slicer based on sales channel. So I'm selecting one of the pivot charts. I'll go to insert, click on slicer and I'll select
sales channel and hit OK. So I have my sales channel slicer. Now let me connect it to all the respective pivot tables that are based on profit. Click on OK. Now let me just bring it here. Alright. The next thing I want to show is how are we going to use the timeline first. So you see we have all the years here from 2010 till 2017. Now suppose you want to know the profit that was generated in the year 2012. So I'll just click on this range, and now you can see our charts only show information for 2012. So this dot represents there was 51 million profit in the year 2012. Similarly, you can see here the profit by sales channel for 2012. From the map you can see the different countries and the profit each of these countries made in 2012. If I scroll down, you can see the revenue and profit by items. Now if I select another year, let's say 2013, I can just drag this to the right, and now you can see our profit by year and sales channel for offline and online. You can see the map or the line chart for total profit by year. So in 2012 it was 51 million, and then it went up to 54 million in 2013. Similarly, our map has also changed. Now this is a sort of an information that we have. You can click on this and check the information that Excel has prompted. Alright, so this is how you can use a timeline. Now as I said, we checked by years. You can also see it for months and quarters as well. Let me just uncheck it. I'll send it back to the place where it was, and I'll reduce the size. Okay. Now suppose you want to check the profit made by different representatives. You can select them one by one. Let's say Adam Churchill. This is the profit generated by Adam Churchill. Similarly, you can select multiple persons as well. Now suppose you want to see the profit by different countries, so you can use the country slicer. Let me just bring this to the middle, and let's expand our chart a bit. Okay, so here you have the profit by different countries chart. I'll just bring this to the front so that you can see it clearly. Okay, now here suppose you want to see the profit generated in, let's say, United Kingdom. You can select United Kingdom. So this is the map of United Kingdom, and it tells you the total profit that was generated in United Kingdom, and below you can see the revenue and profit for all the items that was sold in United Kingdom. So you had beverages, clothes, household, office supplies. So you can see clearly office supplies item made the highest amount of profit in United Kingdom. Now you can also select multiple countries. Let's say I want to know for France as well. So my map will change accordingly. So now I have United Kingdom and France selected, and the other charts present in my dashboard change accordingly. Now I have my country selected as India. You can see the map of India here, and these were the respective profit values. Now one thing to note here is this is actually not millions. This should be in K, that is thousands. So please mark this as 1000 and not in millions. Even for this is actually K and not million. Alright, so we have successfully created our second dashboard, that is on profit. Let me just resize this a bit, and we'll place it where it was earlier. Cool. So we saw how to create different pivot tables and pivot charts,
and then we formatted our pivot charts based on our requirement. We saw how to edit the colors. Now let me show you one more thing. You can also change the look and feel of the dashboard by going to the page layout tab. Under page layout you have themes. So here you can select different themes. Currently we are with the office theme. Now let me just select another theme, let's say Facet. You see the colors have changed and it looks really beautiful. Similarly, let me try out another theme, let's say Organic. You see our chart has changed. Let me just delete this. Okay. So now once you change the theme, the text also change a bit. You can see the slicers are in a different font. Let me explore one more theme. Let's say this time I'm going to choose Depth, and this is more of a green type of color. You can play around and select whatever theme suits the best. Alright. Now let me just move back to my revenue dashboard and see how it looks. There you go. So since we changed our theme, even our revenue dashboard is also impacted. So this is how it looks now. You can always go ahead and play with different themes, colors, fonts and effects. Alright. So in this demo we saw how to create a revenue dashboard. So we created line charts, this combo chart, pie chart, horizontal and vertical bar charts, and then we learned how to add slicers and connect it to different pivot tables, and we filtered our data to see revenue as well as profit by items, by countries, by different regions, sales channel. We learned how to create a map and lots more.
We will learn some of the important features and functionalities of Power Query in Excel. Also, we'll be doing an extensive hands-on demonstration using various datasets. So if you want the datasets and the demo files, then please put your email IDs in the comment section of the video. Our team will send you the files over email. Let's begin. So what is Excel Power Query? Power Query is an advanced feature of Microsoft Excel that allows you to prepare your data for analysis. You can perform numerous text computations and numerical analysis to make your data more powerful and informative. Excel Power Query is a data preparation and transformation engine. It allows you to carry out the extract, transform and load operations on the datasets from multiple sources. Now, let's look at the challenges solved by Power Query. Earlier, in Excel there was difficulty in data connections. Now, using Power Query, you can connect to a broad range of data sources such as relational databases, web files, text, CSV, JSON files, and even fetch data in the cloud. Volume, variety, and velocity are the characteristics that define big data. It was a major problem to handle such data. Now, Power Query enables you to transform your data to an appropriate size. It also allows you to work on any shape of data from any source. Earlier, updating your data and refreshing it in real time was an issue. Using Power Query, a repeatable process query is adopted to update the data in real time and in the future. In Excel, it was not so easy to reshape, transform and manipulate data, but using Power Query provides a highly interactive experience and sophisticated tools to prepare your data. Now, from Excel 2016 onwards, Power Query on Windows has been fully integrated into Excel. But in Excel 2010 and 2013 for Windows, Power Query is a free add-in. You can go ahead and download the link. Once installed, the Power Query tab will be visible in the Excel ribbon. Now coming to the features of Power Query. So Excel Power Query allows you to clean, transform, manipulate and process your data for analysis. It helps you to automate repetitive tasks that you want to do it over and over again. You can search for data sources and make connections as and when you want. Power Query helps you to prepare and shape the data in the right format for performing analysis. And finally, once your data is ready, you can share your findings or use your query to create interactive reports and dashboards. Now let's have a glance at the demo that we are going to work on in this video. So we'll look at how to load data from different sources. You will understand how to extract tables from web files. So we'll extract tables present on Wikipedia pages. Then you'll learn how to sort and filter data. Up next, you'll see how to group your data, how to split a column into multiple columns, and then pivot and unpivot your table. Then you're going to work on date columns and make some transformations. Understand how to append tables and merge tables vertically and horizontally. Now let's open MS Excel and start with importing a simple text file. So you can see here I have my Excel file opened, and in the middle you can see I have my employee.txt file. Now this is a comma separated file, meaning that the values are separated by commas, as you can see it here. The columns have been separated by commas and all the values have a comma between them. Now this text file has information about the name, age, company and the city to which the employee belongs to. Let's see how easily you can import this EMP text file into MS Excel. Here I'm using Excel 365 or Office 365, where Power Query on Windows has been fully integrated into this version of Excel. So what I'll do is, first let's go to the Data tab, and you have this section called Get and Transform Data. So I'll click on Get Data. Under Get Data, I'll go to From File and select From Text/CSV. Once I click on it, it will ask me to give the location where the file is there. So my file is on desktop. I'll click on Power Query Files, and here you can see I have my employee.txt file. You can see the type here, it says text document. Click on EMP and hit import. Now this will take some time to import the file onto Excel. It's establishing a connection, you can see. There you go. So here you can see the file name emp.txt. You can see the file origin. As I said, the delimiter is comma, and we have the data type detection. And here you can see we have our text file. So Excel Power Query feature has automatically detected the column names. So we have name, age, company and city as our columns, and these are the values. Now let's hit load. So this will load all the rows and the columns onto Excel. There you go. It was really quick. Excel has automatically loaded our text file. Now you can see here we have another tab called Queries and Connections. So we have made one query and have loaded the employee data. It gives a preview also, you can see it here. And if needed later, you can go to edit and change some values that we'll see later. Now you can use this data to create simple visualizations. So let me show you how to do it. So let's first select the data and we'll go to the Insert tab. Under Insert tab, I'll click on Recommended Charts. Let's say I want to know how many employees belong to a particular city. So I'll click on the second chart which says the count of name by city, and I'll click on OK. Here you can see we have a nice clustered bar chart, and you can see in Bangalore there were 5 employees, in Hyderabad we had 2, and in Nasik we had 1. You can see the count here. This is a pivot table. If we go back to our actual data, here you can see in Bangalore we had Vidya, Sonam, Avinash, Varun and Himani, and there were 2 more people from Hyderabad and 1 from Nasik. So you can use the Excel Power Query feature to import data onto Excel and make some visualizations. Now, if you want to fetch some data that is present on the web or on the internet, Excel Power Query features and functionalities can help you import those data as well. We will now see how to import data, specifically a table that is present on the web. Here, I'll be using a Wikipedia article on the list of European Cup and UEFA Champions League finals. Let me show you the page first. So this is my Wikipedia page on the list of European Cup and UEFA Champions League finals. If I scroll down, You can see all the details here, and I would like to import this table which has the list of all the finals. So we have columns like season, winners, scoreline, runners-up, venue, and attendance. Let's import this table onto Excel. So I'll copy this URL first. Now let me open a new sheet. I'll go to sheet 1, and then on the data tab under the get data section, I'll go to from other sources, and here I have from web, which allows me to import data from the web. Either you can follow this path, or if you see here, there's an option to get data from the web. If I click on this, it is asking me to enter the URL. So I'll paste the URL of the Wikipedia page here, and let's click on OK. Now it's navigating, and OK. You can see Power Query feature in Excel has given us a list of tables, which you can see here. We have something called as document. There's a key table, and here you can see there's one table which was extracted from the Wikipedia page, and the table which I am interested in is this table, which has the list of European Cup finals. You can see it here. Excel Power Query feature has automatically detected these rows, and it has given a list of columns as well. You can see these are the columns. Now we'll explore the transform data tab present in the Power Query. Now if I click on transform data, it will take me to the Power Query editor. Let me just click on refresh. Now this is the most important section. Now using the Power Query editor, you can clean your data, filter your data, manipulate your data, and make it ready for analysis. Now let's explore a few tabs available here. So we have a home tab that has a query section. You can see you can reduce rows, manage columns, sort the data, transform the data, combine different tables. Now there's another tab called transform, which allows you to select your data type, transpose your rows and columns, pivot and unpivot your columns, and here you can see you can find out some summary statistics, and you can manage your date values as well. Now if you want to add some new columns to your data, you can do that as well, and you also have a view tab. Now here, if you see the first two rows, the values are the same. You can see season, these are all repeated, which we actually don't need, and these are pretty similar to our column names. Similarly, if I scroll down, you see there are some rows which have null values. So actually these rows do not add up any value or do not add any value to our data. So we'll clean this data first. So let's see how to do it. Now if you want to remove certain rows in the table, what you can do is go to the home tab, and under reduce rows, click on remove rows, and then choose remove top rows. If I select remove top rows, it will ask me how many rows do you want to remove from the top. You can see it here. I want to remove the top 2 rows. Now let's click on OK. You will see that the Excel Power Query editor has removed the first 2 rows, and on the right you can see the steps that were applied. You can see it here. Previously we had these 2 rows which were redundant, and once we applied this step, it has removed the first 2 rows. Similarly, let's go down and remove the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are going to remove the last 7 rows from the table. So again, I'll go to reduce rows and click on remove rows. Now this time I'll select remove bottom rows, and here I'll choose I want to delete 7 rows from the table from the bottom. I click on OK. If you see, the last 7 rows have been deleted. Now let me show you the last row, which is this one. So the last season of UEFA Champions League was held in 2020, which is this year, and Bayern Munich won the Champions League against a French team that was Paris Saint-Germain by a score of 1-0. Now if you see the last value, that is the attendance, you can see the value is 0, which means there were no spectators in the stadium. It was because of the COVID conditions. Now let's do some more manipulation to our data. Suppose this time I want to add a new column, let's say a stadium name, by extracting values from the venue column. So let me just show you the venue column. So this is our venue column. So the first value is the stadium name. Then we have the city in which the stadium is there. And finally we have the country name. So I want to extract only the stadium name. So you can see we have some stadiums like Santiago Bernabeu, there's Wembley, San Siro, and other stadiums. So I want to extract only the stadium names. So let's see how to do that. I'll click on the venue column and go to Add Column tab. Under Add Column, here you can see we have Extract. Now if I click on this drop down, there is an option to select Text Before Delimiter. So if I choose Text Before Delimiter, here I'll give my delimiter as comma. So everything before the first comma will be considered as the stadium name. Now let me click on OK. Now here you can see under Applied Steps it says Inserted Text Before Delimiter. If I scroll to the right, you can see the last column has our stadium names. Let me double click on this and change this to Stadium Name column and hit enter. Even this step is applied here. You can see renamed columns. Similarly, let's explore a few more features. Now I want to add a new column called Stadium City. So if you consider this venue column, whatever is there between the two commas is the stadium city. So for example, Santiago Bernabeu is in Madrid. Similarly, Wembley Stadium is in London. San Siro is in Milan. So these medial values I want to extract into a new column called as Stadium City. So let's see how to do it. So I'll click on the venue column and go to Extract, and again I'll select the Extract tab, and here now I'll choose Text Between Delimiters, and my first delimiter I'll give is a comma and a space. You can see here all the values have a comma and a space, and my end delimiter will be another comma. Then I'll click on OK. This will add a new column to the extreme right of the table. You can see here we have text between delimiters and it has extracted the stadium city. Let me go ahead and rename this column as Stadium City and hit enter. You can see the applied step here. Now I want to split the score column into two columns. So here we have the score column, and the left value presents the number of goals that were scored by the winning team, and the right value presents the number of goals that were scored by the losing team. So here I'll split the column into two columns as winner score and loser score. So what I'll do is select this column and go to the Home tab. Under the Home tab we have Split Column. I'll select Split Column and then choose By Delimiter. So automatically Excel Power Query detects that this dash is my delimiter, and I'll split at each occurrence of the delimiter. Let's click on OK. Now you can see the score column has been split into two. It has renamed the column as score.1 and score.2. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and we'll rename this column as winner score, and this will rename it to loser score. I'll hit enter and I have renamed it successfully. Next, let's change the winners team and the runners up team values to uppercase. So suppose I want to change all the values or the club names of the winners team to uppercase. So what I can do is I'll select this column and go to the transform tab. Under transform tab, I have this option called format. So here I'll click on format, and then you can see I can change the case to lowercase, uppercase, capitalize each word. So here I want to make all the winner teams as uppercase. I'll select uppercase. There you go. We have successfully converted all the winner team names to uppercase. Similarly, let's do it for the runners up team as well. So here I have my runners up team. I'll go to the transform tab, click on format and select uppercase. Now we saw how to do some simple manipulation of our data. So we created a few columns, split a few columns. Now to save all this, I have to go to the home tab and then click on close and load. This will take some time and load our data onto this Excel sheet. You can see here it's loading the data. This will take a bit of time. There you go. Excel Power Query feature has successfully performed some manipulations on our data, some calculations on our data, and then it has saved the final version and loaded it onto Excel. Now using this clean data, we can do some analysis. Let's say I want to find the seasons in which the winners team scored more than 3 goals. So we have a problem statement at hand where we want to find the seasons in which the winner team had more than 3 goals scored. So what you can do is select any cell in this data and go to the insert tab and click on pivot table. Here I'll click on existing worksheet and then I'll give my location. I'll place my pivot table somewhere here and click on OK. Alright, now since I want to know the seasons, I'll drag season onto row, and I'll also drag the winners team column onto rows. Then I'll choose my winner score under values. Here you can see we have the pivot table ready. Now we need to filter this table to see all the winning teams that scored more than 3 goals. So what I'll do is I'll select this winner score column and place it under filters. And here you can see I have my filter. Let me click on this drop down and I'll select multiple items. From this multiple items, I'll choose 4, 5 and 7 because these values are greater than 3 and click on OK. Here you can see I have filtered my pivot table, and to the left you can see the season and the winner team that had scored more than 3 goals in the finals. Alright, similarly you can perform some more analysis. Suppose I want to know how many times Real Madrid won the championship. So let's see. I'll click on one cell in the data set, go to the insert tab and click on pivot table. I'll choose existing worksheet and give my location here. Let's say I want to place my pivot table here. I click on OK. Alright. So the question we have is how many times have Real Madrid won the championship? So I'll choose the winners team column and place it under rows, and let's say we'll select the winner score as well, and let's convert this winner score from sum to, let's say, count, and click on OK. And since I want to check only for Real Madrid, so what I'll do is I'll go to the Insert tab and I'll insert a slicer. Here I'll choose Winner Teams as my slicer and click on OK. And out of this, I want to choose only Real Madrid, so I'll select Real Madrid. You can see it here. Real Madrid have won the championship 13 times. Okay, let's say you want to compress your data and remove unnecessary columns without losing any information. You can do that using a feature in the Power Query editor called unpivot. To perform this task, we'll use a census data of India from Wikipedia. So let me first show you the Wikipedia page. So this is my Wikipedia article which says list of states in India by past population. And if I scroll down, you can see it here. There's a table which says by past population from 1947 to 2011. So there are a few columns like rank, this state or union territory, and we have population starting from 1951 till 2011, which was our last census. Here you can see if I scroll further, there are nearly 29 states and we have 7 union territories. So we will extract this table and load into Excel first. Okay, so let me click on a new sheet and we'll follow the same drill. I'll go to my data tab and click on Get Data. Under Get Data, I'll go to From Other Sources and click on From Web. Here it will ask me to provide the URL link of the Wikipedia page, so I'll paste the URL here and click on OK. Now once I have done that, it will load a few tables onto Excel. You can see there are a few tables here. I'll click on the first one. So we have our table here. Now let's do some transformation to this data. This opens in the Power Query editor. Okay, I'll click on refresh first. This will take some time to refresh the entire data. Okay, we are done. Now if you see this data clearly, the first row in this table is not necessary at all because these are our column names. So we also have our column headers already present. So let's go ahead and delete the first row. So we'll go to the Home tab. Under Remove Rows, I'll click on Remove Top Rows. Now I'll give my number of rows as 1. So we want to remove the first row only. I'll click on OK. You can see the first row has been deleted. If I scroll further, I actually don't need the last row as well, which is the total. So what we can do is we can also remove the last row from the bottom. So I'll select 1, click on OK. You can see the step has been applied and you don't see the last row that was the total row anymore. So the task that I want to do here is I want to compress all these columns, which are basically the population columns. So I'll select my state or union territory column and go to the Transform tab, and here I have the option to unpivot columns. So I'll click on this drop down and select Unpivot Other Columns. You can see here the step has been applied and all the population column from 1951 till 2011 have been unpivoted. If you want, you can go ahead and rename these columns. Let's say I'll write it as population column, and let's say this is, I'll rename it to total population value. Alright, now we are done with our preparation of data. Let's go to the Home tab and click on Close and Load. Now this will take some time to load the data onto Excel. Alright, so we have our census data here. So first you can see rank 1 is Uttar Pradesh and we have the population starting from 1951 till 2011. Then we have for Maharashtra. If I scroll down, you can see the other states. We have Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan, there's Karnataka. If I scroll further, we have Odisha, there's Telangana, Kerala. Now if you see here, the population values from 1951 till 2011 for the Telangana state are all NA, which means there was no data available. Now this is because Telangana was only formed in 2014, so there was no census for this state. Let's continue with our demo and let's explore a few more features and functionalities of Power Query Editor. Now the next table we are going to use is an AdventureWorks customer table. Now this dataset is provided by Microsoft for practitioners who want to learn Power BI, Excel or similar technologies and want to do some manipulation, some calculation, some data analysis stuff. So let me go to a new sheet and let's import the AdventureWorks customer dataset. It's a CSV file onto Excel first. So I'll go to my data tab and click on get data. From here I'll go to from file and choose from text/CSV. You can see it here in my Power Query files folder. I have my AdventureWorks customer table. I'll select this and click on import. This will take some time to load the dataset. You can see the preview of the dataset here. So we have columns like the customer key, we have the prefix of the customer name, the first name, the last name of the customer, date of birth, marital status. If I go to the right, we have annual income, total children, education level, occupation and homeowner column as well. So let's click on transform data. Here we'll learn a few more features of Power Query. Okay, we have our data on our Power Query editor. So first what I'll show you is, let's change the prefix column, the first name column and the last name column to proper case. So you can see it here, the prefix, first name and last name columns are all in uppercase. Now if you want to change the values to proper case, just hit Ctrl and select the three columns and go to the transform tab. Under transform tab you have format. So if you click on format, here you can see we have lowercase, uppercase. Now proper case is to capitalize each word. So I'll click on capitalize each word. You can see it here now. We have converted the prefix, first name and last name column into prop case. The next step I'm going to show you is, let's merge all the three columns, the prefix column, the first name column and the last name column into one full name column. So what I'll do is I'll select the three columns and then let's go to add column, and under add column we have this option called merge columns. Let's hit merge columns. Okay, now it's asking you to give the separator. I'll select my separator as a space and click on OK. Okay, so before click on OK, I want to change my new column name from merged to, let's say, full name. And now let's click on OK. You can see here it says inserted merged column, and if I go to my right, you can see it here, we have a full name column. Now if you want to shift the location of the full name column, you can do that as well. Just hold this and keep on dragging to the left. This will move the entire table to the right and you can place it wherever you want. So I want to place it, let's say, here. Okay. Now actually I don't want all these columns, so let's delete it. So click on this and I'll right click and click on remove. You can see we have removed the prefix column. Similarly, let's remove the other two columns. You can either right click and do, or go to the home tab and then select remove columns. Alright. Now let's say we want to add a domain name column from AWS customers by extracting the characters between @ and .com. So actually I'm talking about the email address. From this email address we want to create a new column called as domain name. For that we'll extract characters that are present between @ and .com. So let's see how to do it. I'll select the email address column and then I'll go to add column. Under add column, I'll click on extract, and this time we want to extract between two delimiters. Also, I'll select text between delimiters and I'll give my starting delimiter as @ and my end delimiter would be .com. Now let's click on OK. So this will insert a new column to the extreme right. You can see we have our domain name. Let's go ahead and change the column name to domain name and hit enter. Alright, you can see the step has been applied. Now we are done with our preparation of customers table. Let's just go to the home tab and click on close and load. So all the transformation that we did in the Power Query editor will reflect here. So you can see we have our full name column, and if you see we have our domain name as well. Okay, now using the Power Query editor you can perform some statistical analysis. Now let's explore those statistical features. For this we'll be using another dataset called AdventureWorks product dataset. Again, this dataset is also provided by Microsoft. So let's go to the new sheet, and here I'll go to the data tab, click on get data. Under from files I click on text/CSV. Here you can see we have AdventureWorks products. I click on import. Let's click on transform data. So we have our data loaded onto the Power Query editor. The data is mostly clean, so let's not alter this data. Let's straight away go ahead and explore some of the statistical features that we have here. Now let's say if you want to find the total number of product names in the product table. We have this product name column, and say if you want to find the total number of product names in the table, how to do it? So what you can do is click on this product name column, then go to the transform tab. Now in the transform tab you have an option called statistics. Click on this drop down and select count values. Now this will open another window that will return the total number of products in the table. You can see the value here, it says 293. Now to move back to the query editor we have to cancel this step here. So let's just click cancel or close. We are back again. Alright. Now let's say you want to calculate the average product price from the product table. So if I move to the right, you have a column called product price. So let's see what is the average product price from the product table. So I'll select this product price column, go to the transform tab. Under statistics I'll select average. So this will give me the average product price, which is 714.4373. You can consider any unit you want. Let's say this is in dollars. Now again we have to cancel this step to move back. Okay. Now if you want to find the maximum and minimum product price, you can do that as well. So let me select my column product price and go to the transform tab. Under the transform tab we'll click on this statistic drop down, and let's say I'll select minimum. So this will give me the minimum product price, which is 2.29. Similarly, if you want to find the maximum product price, so select this product price column, go to the transform tab and then choose maximum. So this is the maximum product price in the product table we have. Let's cancel this step. Okay. Now you can also round the product cost and product price column to 2 decimal places. So if I show you both the columns, you have your product cost and you have the product price column. you can see the floating values or the decimal points are not constant, it's varying. So let's limit it to 2 decimal places. What you can do is select both the columns and then go to the transform tab. In the transform tab you have here rounding. I'll click on this drop down and select round. Now here I'll give my decimal places as 2. If I click on OK, you can see here both the columns, the product cost and the product price column, have been rounded up to 2 decimal places. I can scroll down, you can see all the values have been rounded up to 2 decimal places. Alright. Now let's say you want to add a column called discount price column by multiplying 0.9 to the product price column, and let's say you also want to round that new column to 2 decimal places. So how to do it? So we want to give a discount of 10%. So I'll select this product price column, go to add column, and then I'll choose custom column. Here we'll write a formula. So I'll give my new column name as discount price, and my formula would be, I'll select product price, I'll click on insert, and then I'll multiply this product price by 0.9. So this will give me my 10% discount on the product price, and click on OK. You see here we have a new column added, which is discount price. So if the product price is 34.99, if you give a 10% discount, it's 31.491. Alright. Now the next question was to change the or round the decimal places to 2. So I'll go to the transform tab, under rounding I'll click on round. Let's say I'll give 2 and click on OK. So even this has rounded the discount price column to 2 decimal places. Now we are done with our mathematical operation on this product data set. So we saw how to find sum, average, count, how to round up values, how to add a new custom column. So let's go ahead and close it and load it onto Excel. You see here we have our new product table added here, and the last column, if you see, it's the discount column that we added. Okay, now it's time for us to explore another feature. So we'll use a table called AdventureWorks calendar table, which has basically a date column, and let's see how using Power Query you can prepare that data as well and make some manipulations, some calculations. So let me go ahead and import AdventureWorks calendars table. Again, this dataset is provided by Microsoft. So I'll go to my new sheet and I'll go to the data tab, click on get data, and from here I'll click on from text/CSV, and you can see I have my calendar table here. I click on import. Now this will open in the query editor. You see here this dataset has only one column, which is a date column. So let's click on transform data. Okay, now if you see here, the first row is actually the column name. So let's do the transformation here. Let's push this as the column name. So I'll go to the home tab, and under home tab you have this option called use first row as headers. I'll select this. You see here we have the column name as date. Now before making any operation, let's see if all the fields are available. You see here, if I click on the date drop down, the year, month, quarter, weekday, day, everything has been shaded out and I can't access this. The reason is the date settings are not correct. So we'll change the regional settings. Let me show you how to do it. So we'll go to file and I'll select options and settings and go to query options. Under query options we have something called as regional settings. Here under regional settings, we'll select English United States instead of English India. So I'll just scroll down, and here we have English United States, and I click on OK. Now once this is done, I'll go to my data type and I'll select date as my data type. I'll choose replace current. OK. Now you can see my date column has been formatted. If I go to the date tab, you can see I have access to all this. Now let's do some operations on this date column. Let's say you want to find the earliest and the latest date from AW calendars table or the AdventureWorks calendar table. So what you can do is select this column, go to date drop down under transform, and here we have the option of earliest and latest. So if I click on earliest, this will show you the last date, which was 1st of January 2015. Let me close this. Similarly, you can see the most recent date. I'll go to the date drop down and click on latest, and you have 30 June 2017 as the latest date. I'll close this. Now let's add a new column, say day name, start of the week, and others. So I'll select my date column, go to add column. Here under add column, I have my option to select the day name, the week name, and others. So I'll click on this date drop down, and under day, let's say I want to choose name of day. This returns the day name. Similarly, let's say I'll want to find out the start of the week. You can see we have the start of the week column or start of week column. Now one thing to notice here is, in this Power Query editor, the week starts on a Sunday. Now suppose you want to start your week on a Monday, you can do some transformations on this formula tab. So here in the formula bar, you can add a 1 here to make sure your week starts on a Monday. So if I hit enter, you will see all these values will change. You can see it's 28, 4 and 11. This will become 29, 5 and 12. Let's hit enter. You can see it here. Your start of the week is on a Monday. Now there's another method to make sure your week starts on a Monday. Let's cancel this step. Okay, I have to insert it once again. So I'll go to date, and here I'll choose start of week. Now the week starts on a Sunday. So one more method is to add day dot Monday. You can see automatically Power Query is giving me a suggestion. So I'll hit tab to finish it, and I'll hit enter. Now you can see the values have changed and our week starts on a Monday. Now let's say we want to add a few more columns like start of month, name of month, start of year, and the year value. So you can just click on the date column or select the date column, go to the transform tab. Okay, not the transform tab, let's go to the add column tab, and here let's say I'll choose year. So we have all the year values, and similarly let's say I want to know the start of the year. Now you can do a few more transformations. Let's say I want to know the month. Now here it gives us 1, which means January, that's February, March, and so on and so forth. Let's say we'll do one more. I'll click on this, go to my date drop down, and here I'll choose, let's say I want to know the day of year. Alright, now we are done with all our transformation and preparing our data on our date field. So let me just go to the home tab. I'll click on close and load. Now this will load the data set onto Excel. You can see it here. We have the data ready. Now you can use this data to make some analysis draw a pivot table, draw a pivot chart, and do a whole lot of things. Now while working on a project, it is possible that not all your data will be in a single file. It could be stored in multiple files. So it's important to combine and bring all your data together. Now we will see how to join your data vertically. I have my data present in a CSV folder. So let me show you the folder first. So this is my CSV folder. Let me open it. And I have some files. These are named as project 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Let me open just one of the project files. It has a very small quantity of data. You can see it has a month column and an amount column. Let me close this and let me show it to you again. Let's open project 4. All the files have the same number of columns. You can see this also has a month column and an amount column. Now we'll combine all this data together and load it into Excel. Let's see how to do it. So I'll open a new sheet and I'll go to my data tab and click on get data. Then I'll go to from file and this time I'll choose from folder. Now this will ask me to give the folder location or the path location where my CSV files are. So I'll choose browse and here you can see I have my CSV file. I'll just double click on it and click on open. Now it has selected my file path or the folder path. Then I'll click on OK. You can see these are the files. You have project1.xls, project2.xls and so on. I'll click on this combine drop down and I'll hit combine and transform. Now this will give you the preview of one of the data files. You will see it now. You can see it here. It says sheet 1. Okay. Now it's processing all the data files present in that CSV folder. And this will be uploaded onto our Power Query editor. Now you can see here on the Power Query editor, all my data files have been combined vertically. Here you can see the month column. On the extreme right, it's the amount column. And to the extreme left, we have the source name or the source file where the data came from. So first is project 1, then we have project 2. If I scroll down, we have project 3 files, project 4, and similarly we have project 5. Now this is one way in which you can merge your tables vertically. So we are done with it. Let's just go to the home tab and click on close and load. All the transformations that were applied, you can see it here. We have our final table and we have successfully combined 5 Excel files. Again, you can also join your data horizontally. This would be like an SQL join where the data is present in multiple files or sheets. Based on a common key column, you can join the tables. So you can perform a left join, a right join, an inner join based on the problem that you are trying to solve. So let's merge two tables based on a column. I'll show the dataset first. It's an Excel file which has 3 worksheets. So here is my Excel file which we'll be using to merge our data horizontally. You can see there are 3 worksheets. The first one is year 11, which has data regarding the student name, the gender of the student, and the course the student had opted for. Similarly, we have another for 2012 or year 12. We have the student name, gender, as well as the course. And finally, we have a courses table or a courses sheet, which has all the details regarding the course. So we have the course name, the teacher who teaches or teacher who taught that course. We have the lesson type, the number of credits, and the assignment type. Now we'll use this data sets to load it onto Excel using Power Query. So I am on my Excel sheet. Let's just open a new sheet. I'll go to the data tab and here I'll click on get data, and this time I'll choose from Excel workbook and I'll select my file which is students and courses. I click on import. So we'll just see how to import two tables and join them horizontally. So let me first select the courses sheet and I'll click on transform data. Now this has loaded the courses table onto Power Query Editor. The table looks fine. We have the course column, teacher, everything is fine. Now let's load one more table and then we'll merge it. So here under the home tab you have a section called new source. I'll click on file. I'll again select my students and courses and click on import. And this time let's choose another table, let's say year 11, which has the column name as student, gender and course. I click on OK. Now it has successfully loaded this table onto Power Query Editor. Now if you say this, the first row is actually our column names. So I'll go to the home tab and select use first row as headers. So this will push the first row to the column names. You can see we have done it successfully. We have my student name, the gender column and the course column. Now let's merge it. So if you see here in the home tab we have a section called merge queries. Let's click on this drop down and select merge queries. Here I have my table which is year 11 and let's choose one more table, that is courses. Now the kind of join I'll choose as left outer join, which means it will take all the rows from the first table and matching records from the second table. Here I need to select the common key column. So if you see both the tables, we have the course column as the common key column. So I'll select this and now you can see there's a tick mark, which means it has selected the rows and the columns successfully. You can see it says the selection matches 175 or 175 rows from the first table. And let's click on OK. Let's just expand this and click on OK. If I scroll to the right, you can see I have successfully merged both the tables. Now if you want, you can remove unnecessary rows or columns. Suppose if you see I have the course column from the year 11 table and here also I have the course column. Now this is redundant. Let's just remove one of the columns. I'll just select this column. I'll go to remove columns and I'll select remove columns. Okay, the rest looks fine. We have successfully merged both the tables by using a left outer join. Let's just click close and load. Now this will take some time to load our data onto Excel. You can see it here. We have successfully loaded it onto Excel. Now we are done with our demo part. Now let's just see what all we have done in our demo. So I'll go to my first sheet. Here you can see we had imported a simple text file first and then we plotted a graph which is a pivot chart. Then you saw how to upload a file from the web. So here we imported a UEFA Champions League table which was present on Wikipedia, and then we plotted some graphs and charts. You can see we made some analysis using pivot tables, and then we imported another web file which was based on a population data, and we used the unpivot option or the unpivot feature in the Power Query to reduce the number of columns. Then we made some calculations to our customer table which was from AdventureWorks. Then we used another table called the products table. Here we saw some statistical calculations, and we added a column called discount price where we used conditional operations. And then you saw how we manipulated a date column, and then we saw how to append and merge multiple tables.
So on my screen you can see an example Excel budget template theme. So on my screen you can see a column where you have the debit amount. So in the I column we have all the debit amount what we are spending for a month, and on the right column will be the balance amount or the running balance of that. For example, you can see that there is a row number 5 where the debit amount is 8,000 for a jeans, Levi's, and it is done through UPI payment. Now if I change this value of 8,000 to 4,000 something, then you can see that the running balance will automatically change. You can see that currently the running balance is 73,000, and if I change this value from 8,000 to 4,000, then all the running balances will change. Let's do that. So for that, let's press enter. There you go. You can see that the number has been changed successfully, and all the values from the running balance are also changed until the last date, which is the March 30th. Now how is this working? And not just that, you can see that we have also included what is the total debit amount in January and what is the running balance, that is the total available balance after 1 lakh has been debited into the account in the month of February as February income. Now the current available balance is 1,13,200, and the total expense in February is 1,04,500, right? How am I doing all this? Looks so much interesting, right? Now let's do this practically. So for that I have already created a new sheet, and I have included all the data that we have used previously, the income of that particular month and all the expenses of that particular month. Now without further ado, let's begin to implement the Excel budget template. Now our first step happens to be converting all the data into a natural table. So you know that in Excel all the data values are stored in the form of a database by default. So it happens to be our duty to convert the database type table into the pure table type table. So for that, select all your data and press Ctrl T, and there you go. You have an option to convert this data into a table. And remember to check this particular checkbox and tell your Excel that your table has headers. So we do have headers here. So now press OK, and your table will be converted into a natural table. Now let's type in the formulas. So now let's select the cell J2 and type in the formula. So what are we doing here is we are trying to add the sum of J2 plus H3, so which is this particular cell, and removing I3, that is this particular debit amount. So this formula is used for checking the running balance. Let's press enter, and there you go. So it means that you received 1 lakh rupees in the month of January, and out of that 1 lakh you spent 15,000 rupees for something, maybe your educational loan or something, and then the remaining running balance out of 1 lakh rupees is 85,000 rupees. Now let's copy the same formula to all the cells. And there you go. Now the running balance has been calculated for all the cells here. Now remember the monthly income, available balance, and debit for January and final balance. Now let's try to calculate that for all the 3 months. So here we have 3 months, that is January, February and March. Now let's do a simple calculation to find out the available balance of that month and the total debit made by that person in that particular month. The formula is really simple. All you have to do is use a sum function and calculate the sum of all these values. And done, right? There you go. So the total expense of the month January is 93,800 rupees. Now let's calculate the total debit of February month. Same formula, that is calculating the sum of all the expenses made in the month of February. There. Now let's also calculate the sum of all the expenses in the month of March. Done. So we have the final values of all the total expenses made in those particular months. Now let's calculate the final balance. Now I think I forgot one important thing. So before we calculate the final balance, we need to find out the available balance. That is, the available balance after 1 lakh rupees is credited into your account and along with the savings that you have from your previous month, right? For that we have a simple formula now, which all we are doing is just adding the income cell with the balance cell. That's all. So there you go. Now after crediting 1 lakh rupees and adding up the balance of that particular month, that is, we have 13,200 remaining from the month of January, and the month of February we have income of 1 lakh. So the total amount is 11,300 and it is 1,13,200. Yeah. Now we have the final balance, that is the difference between the available balance and the debit made in that particular month. So in the month of February we had a total balance of 1,13,200 and the total debit of 1,04,500. So the final remaining balance is 8,700. Similarly, the same formula has been applied for the month of March, and the final balance we have is 37,300. So that's how you implement budget template in Excel. All simple formulas, and you have all the numbers at your fingertips.
So here I'll be discussing some important questions that you will come across when you face interview for Excel. And we will start with the basics, the beginner level, and most of them will be discussed here will be the beginner level at the beginning, and then we'll discuss it at the further level. Okay, so the first question that you might get asked is, what is a cell address in Excel? So a cell address is a combination of column, letter, and a row number that identifies a cell on a worksheet. Basically, each cell will have an associated column number, column letter, and a row number. So you have to keep in mind it will always be a column letter and a row number. Each Excel sheet will have, suppose for instance, if you take row 5, rows will be in numbers and the columns will be in letters, column A, column B, column C, column D, and so on. And the numbers will be for the rows. So for instance, if you take this particular cell, the cell address is D5, column D and row 5. So this is the cell address. Now let's move on to the next one. Now you will be asked, what is relative cell referencing and absolute cell referencing in Excel? So relative cell referencing is usually the relative references change when a formula is copied to another cell depending on the destination's row and column. Okay, so this is called relative cell referencing. Absolute cell referencing, irrespective of the cell, you don't have to depend on the value of the cell destination. There is no change when a formula is copied. So this I'll explain it in the next slide. The basic difference is this type of referencing is there by default in Excel. Relative cell referencing, you just insert the formula. You don't need to put a dollar sign in the formula. Whereas absolute cell referencing, if you don't want to change in the formula when it's copied across cell, then absolute cell referencing requires you to add a dollar sign before and after the column and row address. So see, for instance, this is relative referencing. If you see this particular cell is having we put the value as A3 into B3. So what it will do is it will multiply A3 and B3 and it will give the product. This is relative cell referencing. Whereas absolute cell referencing is again the same thing, but you have to put a dollar sign before the column and the row number. So here you are specifying this as A3 into B2. Okay, A3 into B2, and it will give you this particular answer. Irrespective of that, it will calculate what is there in this, and it will give you the answer. Okay, now we move on to the next point, is basic question. When you scroll across an Excel sheet, sometimes you have a header on the first row, and if you scroll down, you will not be able to see the first row. So there is a process there is a trick to freeze the panes in the Excel. So you just need to have the rows locked. So how do you freeze panes? This is the question. So what you need to do is you need to select the View tab, go to the View tab, and go to Freeze Panes. It's a basic thing, and you will see this. If you see here, select the third row and click Freeze Panes. So you just select this and click Freeze Panes. Okay, so you're going here and you're going to the third row, and you are going to View tab and you're selecting Freeze Pane. So what happens is first two rows will be locked. Okay, these two rows will be locked. Similarly, for if you want to freeze the columns, okay, it's the same thing. I am going to select this particular column and then click on View and then click Freeze Pane. So what happens is the first two columns are locked. A and B will be locked. And if I scroll right, you will always see the customer name and category column. So these two we have locked, and the next will be scrolled. So this is the function of freezing panes. Okay, now coming on to the next one, and you will be asked, and you have an Excel sheet or a spreadsheet, and you want to restrict, you want to protect the data from anyone or from someone from copying the cell for your worksheet. So how do you do that? You need to select that particular data that you want to protect, and then click Ctrl Shift F, and then you will see the Protection tab. Okay, you just need to go to the Protection tab and select Lock. Okay, and you will be asked to put a password, wherein you will be getting the Review tab, where you need to select the sheet, put a password, and just save it. So I will show you across in one of the examples here. So this is particular data that you have and you need to protect. You select it. So here, as I said, I selected it and then I just press Ctrl Shift F. So here you see the Protection tab. Click the Protection tab and then click Select and then Lock, and then click OK. And then you need to go to the Review tab and then click on the Protect Sheet, and you need to select this Protect Worksheet and Contents of Locked Cells. So you are selecting these and you are protecting the content, and you just need to put some password. Okay, and then click OK. Okay, so this is how you protect the data on a worksheet, and you are selecting this area, Ctrl Shift F, and just put up a password and select Locked Sheet. So this is how you protect the sheet from anyone to copy it, the content. Now the next question that you might be asked is, what is the difference between a function and a formula in Excel? So you will be asked this question and you need to remember this. Formula is like an equation which is typed in by the user. You are typing it. Suppose A1 plus B2. You are typing this formula in one particular cell. Okay. Whereas functions are predefined calculations. It is like a formula which is already there in Excel and you can use it. So as it says here, it consumes more time and it has to be typed in manually. This is as per the need basis, and this is particularly, it's very quick and very efficient. You have inbuilt formulas in Excel, the sum and multiplication, product, and various other things that you will come across. So this is the basic difference between a formula and a function in Excel. Okay. Now the next question that you might be asked is, or you need to know basically, is the order of operations used in Excel while evaluating the formulas. So what is the order? You need to remember this acronym, PEDMAS, PEDMAS, or in other simple terms, you can use this also. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. So these are the acronyms, PEDMAS. Now let's see what happens first. And you in math, when you do some calculations, you have order of operations. Okay, BODMAS is the one of the order of operations. Now in Excel, similarly in Excel, when you put up a formula, Excel will calculate it in a particular order, and this is called the order of operations. And the order of operations is, first it will calculate what is there in the parenthesis. It will perform this function, and then it will see if there are any exponents in it, and if it is there, it will do that calculation the next, and after that it will see if there is any multiplication or division. So PED, and then it will see if there is any addition. Okay, and then the last one will be the subtraction. So Excel knows this, and you have to know this, so that when you put up a formula, you will know what is going to happen first, and you will not mess up with your formula. Okay, this is the order of operations. It is one of the important questions in the interview for a beginner Excel level. Now the next one is, how will you write the formula for following? Multiply the value in a cell A1 by 10 and add the result by 5 and divide it by 2. It is quite simple. Okay, so I'm just giving it as an example in this slide, and you might be asked something else. So you will be given a task to calculate or put up a formula for this. So when you are asked, multiply the value in a cell of A1 by 10. So this is particularly thing. Okay, A1 is the particular cell that is being given, and you are multiplying it. Okay, you put it in parenthesis, and then add the result by 5. So it will calculate the parenthesis first. Okay, and if it sees if there are any exponents, you have to think in that way, if there are any exponents in it or not. And then first it will see the parenthesis and then exponent. There are no exponents here, and then it will do the multiplication and then the addition and the division. Okay, so you will get this particular answer. And if you put it simply in this way, your answer is wrong, because it will multiply it into 10, add 5 and divide by 2. So you have to check which one is right, and you have to make sure that you are putting the right parenthesis. Okay, so this is the formula for it. Okay, the next question is, there is a difference. What is the difference between count, counter and count blank? These are three particular important things that you need to. These are similar, but they are quite different when you actually see it. Okay, so first we will see what is count. Count is basically, it counts the number of cells which have numeric values. As the name suggests, it is count. It will count the number of cells which has numeric values. Okay, if you see this column, and we are at A11, we are putting it as count equals to A10 to A2 to A10. So you're taking this range and you're finding out what are the number of cells which have numeric value. If you see this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 cells have numeric values. It counts the cells which has numeric value. And the next thing is the counter. Okay, what counter does? It counts the number of cells which has any form of content. It can be anything. It can be a number, it can be a alphabet, it can be anything. It will see what are the number of cells which has any form of content. Okay, for example, this is the same example we here taken here, and we have put the function as counter A2 to A10. Now see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it sees that there are 7 cells have some content in it. It is numbers and letters. It can be anything, but it has some content. So counter is the function for this. Now the next one is count blank. Okay, as the name suggests, it will count the number of blank cells only. So again, the same examples, count blank A2 to A10. Okay, it will see what are the number of blanks. Okay, if you see this is blank and this is blank, so 2 cells are blank, so it will count the number of blank cells only. Okay, now the next one is what is the shortcut to add a filter to a table? Why do we use filter? And it is one of the basics function in the Excel where you need to do some sorting, and it can be done by using a filter. What is the shortcut key? It's very simple, Control Shift and L. This is the key that is used to put up a filter. You just press this Control Shift L all together and you will find the filter and you can sort it. Now the next question that you will come across is how do you create a hyperlink in Excel? So it's quite simple. There is a simple shortcut, Control K. You press these two together and you will get the option. You will select it will select the cell where you have to insert the hyperlink. Hyperlink basically it redirects to any other document. It can be a web page, it can be a Word document, it can be another Excel sheet or so on. Okay, so these are the things. Okay, now another important question that is how to merge multiple cells, text strings in a cell. So how do we merge the text strings in multiple cells into one cell? There is one particular simple function that you can use which is called as concatenate. Concatenate function is used to merge text strings present in multiple cells. Okay, and it's a very simple thing. You just need to put this equals to concatenate, and then if for example, this is the formula, concatenate text1, text2, text3, or this is concatenate A1, B1, C1. This is the data in our 3 cells. Excel is fun in A1, B1 and C1. So now if you want to put them all in one, and you can merge it in one cell using the concatenate function, and it's very simple, concatenate in parenthesis A1, B1, C1. Okay, and you will get it all merged in one particular cell. Okay, so this is how you use the concatenate function. And you can also use the AND operator to combine cell values. It is the same thing. You can use the AND operator instead of commas. Okay, and I will show it to you in the example here. Okay, now we have this. I'll just copy this thing to here. Okay, and let's make it simple. And now I want to put this here, equals concatenate and A1, B1, C. I just close it and I put enter. So you see this all the different text is merged in one particular cell, and you can perform various merge functions using the concatenate function. It's a very simple thing, and it is a frequently asked questions in the interview. Okay, the next question it is a very important one again, and a very basic as well. So how can you split a column into 2 or more columns? You have some particular text or a sentence written or data written in your cell or a column, and you want to put them across in 2 or more or many number of columns. So how do you perform this function? It's very simple again. You need to select that particular cell. So for instance, we have it here is India is a democratic country. India space is space a space democratic space country. So it's a different text here, and you want to split this particular sentence into different columns. Okay, you need to select that cell and then go to the data tab and then choose text to columns. There will be an option wherein you need to select text to columns. Okay, and you will see this screen. Okay, and you need to choose the delimiter here, and what we are specifying here is first it is a delimiter, and then we are selecting a delimiter as space, because we see that it is space here which is very common, and we want to split it. So you will see a preview here which shows what your output will be like. India in one column is a democratic country. So the denominator is space here, and T, you need to select this and then click next. Okay, so you will see the options. Select the columns data format and choose the destination. Now you see the data preview and you need to select the destination where you want to put this output as, and you select that and then click finish. And this one, what it does, it splits the text into multiple columns. Okay, so you see this, you have selected this as the output and it starts here. India is a democratic country. So you will come across some data which is huge, and there are spaces or obliques or anything that is differentiated it with, and you need to put them in different rows or different columns. So this is the function that you need to use to split the text into different or multiple columns. Okay, the next question can be very simple one, or most widely used in fact. And what is the use of VLOOKUP and how do we use it? So what is this particular thing in Excel? VLOOKUP function is used for looking up a piece of information in a table and extracting some corresponding data or information. So you have some set of values in one particular column and you want to retrieve or extract the data corresponding to that particular column or a cell in the whole sheet. Okay, so the syntax is something like this. It is, you need to go to one particular cell where you want the output as, and you type the function VLOOKUP and you are selecting the value where it is the cell exactly where you want the output to be, and you are selecting the table here and you are specifying the column index and range lookup. So value, this indicates the value that you have to look for in the first column of a table. Okay, and then the table basically this refers to the table from which you have to retrieve a value. We will show this in the example in the next slide. And the column index, it provides the column in the table from which we are to retrieve a value. Okay, you will specify the column index, which one you are looking for. The next thing is range lookup, which is optional. True with if you put true, it is approximate match, which is default, and false if it is exact match, if you are looking for the exact match. So what is the use of VLOOKUP and how do we do it? Okay, so find the product related to a customer name Richard. Okay, you have this sheet and in this one you want to see what Richard has bought. Okay, what is the product that he has bought, and you can do this with the VLOOKUP function. Okay, so you just go here and you type in the function VLOOKUP. You are naming it as Richard, and first thing is the value, it is H4. Okay, and then the next thing is the table. Okay, table is A2 because this is the table. Okay, and you're looking for customer name Richard. Okay, and then you are selecting this, the whole column index, which is E15. I mean you are selecting this whole table till 15. Okay, E15, you're selecting this, and then the next thing is optional, which is giving you the range lookup. Okay, what it does is it's optional. It is, you're looking for an exact value or an approximate. By default it is approximate match. So how it performs the function? Okay, so it gives you the answer as camera. It goes and lookups for Richard in this particular, it will give you the output here, and the A2 is the table that it will look for, the customer name, and it will search for Richard, and then it will give you the output as camera. Now the next thing will be VLOOKUP, different from lookup function. How different they are. VLOOKUP lets the user look for a value in the leftmost column of a table. So as we've seen in the example, it allows you to look for a data in the leftmost column of the table and returns the value in a left to right way. Okay, it sorts in left to right way. Whereas lookup function lets the user look for data in a row column and returns the value in the another row or column. It will give you the lookup function in the next row or column. Okay, not very easy to use as compared to the lookup function. Okay, as we see, it's a bit complicated when you compare it to the lookup function. It's quite simple and it is used to replace the VLOOKUP function. Okay, so this is the different lookup and VLOOKUP function. Now, Excel is basically used for reporting, mainly used for reporting to management. You have to extract different kinds of reports, and what are the report formats that are available in Excel? This is one of the important questions again for a beginner level, and there are three formats basically: compact form, outline form, tabular form. Okay, these are the three formats that are available, report formats that are available in Excel. Okay, the next question is about a function, which is how does if function work in Excel? Okay, the if function in Excel, it actually performs a logical test, and you will give a condition, it performs the test and returns a value. If the test evaluates to true, and another value which you again will specify if the test result is false. Okay, for instance, we have here a simple example which is shown in the slide, and what we are doing here is written record is valid if age is greater than 20. We have age here specified, and salary is greater than 40,000, else return the record is invalid. So we are giving two conditions, and it actually checks and evaluates whether these conditions are met, and it will give you then output whether record is valid or invalid based on the two conditions that are specified. Okay, and F2 to axis, which is these column, we are specifying it should be greater than 20, and G2 to G6, which is the salary column, and we are specifying the condition to be greater than 40,000. So based on this two things, it will check and perform. If these conditions are met, then it will give the desired result. Okay, so this is the function that is used in Excel, if function. Okay, the next thing is SUMIF function. Okay, again, the SUMIF function adds the cell value specified by a given condition or a criteria. So you are giving a condition and you are actually doing another function which is performing the addition. Okay, it will add the cell values based on a condition. Again, it is shown here the total sum of salary where salary is greater than 75,000. Again, for example, the salary column is G2 to G6, and we are doing a SUMIF function. What the result will be, it will perform the addition of salaries which are greater than 75,000. So it will see which values are greater than 75,000, and then the output will be, it will be adding these salaries which are greater than 75,000. Okay, now coming to the next slide, we will discuss another important function, COUNTIF, and we'll find the data result based on the data that we have and the COUNTIF function. So we have a slide, the data here, and using the COVID data, find the number of days in which the number of deaths in Italy has been greater than 200. Okay, it's not shown here for some reason, but I will show you in the Excel sheet. Okay, so this is the data that we have, and we will try to find the function. So we'll use the COUNTIF function, and COUNTIF function is again simple. COUNTIF, you are specifying the column, that is the source that you are looking for, that is G2, the column G, and it is 2. It starts from 2, row 2, G2 till G35777, which is the end of the column. And what you're looking for is Italy. You're specifying it in quotes, Italy, and then the next column that it will look for is the E column, the number of cases. Okay, here we have the number of cases, E22. Again, we are specifying the range, and what we're looking for is number of cases which are more than 20. So we'll perform this function and it will show you the output. Okay, I'll show you to you in the Excel. So here is the sheet, and I will try to get the answer here, and so we are performing count F, okay, count F, and you are giving the brackets parenthesis G2, which is the countries column. Okay, countries column, here who are specifying the whole range 3, 5, 777. It is basically a long list of data, and you're specifying the range. And what you're looking for is particularly any country. You can pick up like Algeria, okay, Algeria, and you specify it in quotes, okay, comma. Then what is the next target that you are looking for is the column E, where it is mentioning the number of cases, okay. So you specify the column range for the number of cases, which is again E, and then the 3, 5, 777. I mean, it's a basically a long list of data that you're looking for, and then what is the condition that you want to know, and you have to specify it in quotes. And what you're looking for is number of cases which are more than, and you hit enter. Okay, so it gives you the output as 143. So there are 143 days in which the number of cases were more than 20. So let's refine our search further. Let's see 30, and it gives 140. So another example that you can take is, let's pick Afghanistan. And hit. So there are 119 days that you will see the number of cases were more than 30, and this can be done with the countIF function. So the next question is about the pivot table. So what is a pivot table? It basically is a summary of table of the data set. I mean, the data that is there, that can be, multiple number of rows and columns which has different data that has to be that is there in the reports, and you need to analyze those trends, and you need to create a report and basically present it to the management or in a presentation. So pivot table is a summary of table. Whatever data is there, you can put it in a summarized format. They are useful if you have long rows or columns that hold values you need to track. Okay, so you have long list of data and you need to summarize it and put it in a presentation, or you need to track the values. So it's very simple. You have to select the data and then go to the insert tab and select pivot table. Okay, and then it will show up like this, and you need to select the table, which is table or range, and then you need to specify where you want to put up this pivot table. Okay, and it's quite simple, and I can show it to you in one of the examples. Okay, so what you need to do is you need to select this, and once you generate, or as we have seen in the previous slide, you need to select this and you need to select the output where you want to put the pivot table. And then once you do that, you will see something like this, and you need to select these particular fields and put it in values. So it will, for example, you need to select the deaths, number of deaths. You can just simply click this, select this, drag and drop it in the values. Okay, so these are the different fields that can be put up in the table. Okay, we can show it to you in the example here. So this is our data, and we need to show it in a pivot table. Okay, select this and then go to the insert tab and click pivot table. Okay, select that and it will show you the table or the range, and now where you want to put it. Okay, I will put it in the existing worksheet. Okay, and I'll just select which column. I'll put it here, for example, and it will show you this, and click OK. So this is the table, and now you need to select the fields that you want to show in the table. For example, we need to see the continents, the number of cases as per the continents. Okay, I selected and put it in the row, and we see immediately we see it in a table where you see the names of the continents. And now I want to see the number of cases, and I simply select it and put it across in the value. So this is quite simple and very informative, very short and crisp form of presenting the data in a pivot table. Okay, so this is how it is being used and it is being presented. You just need to go to the insert tab, pivot table, and it will generate the table, and then you can select the fields. All right, so the next question here is how do we create a drop down list in Excel? This is particularly useful when you need to sort particular data with the drop down list, where a number of different variables are there and you need to select one particular field and sort the data. So you can do this by creating a drop down list using the data validation option present in the data tab. It's quite simple. You select the data and you go to the data validation tab in the data and click select data validation. So once you select that, it will ask you to specify a range. So you need to select what data you need to sort and put a drop down. So you need to select this and click data validation, and you select the list option, which shows you that there is a different option. Okay, I'll show it across in the Excel. For example, what we have here is some particular data and we have different variables. We need to sort or put a drop down list. So just go to data as said in the slides and go to data validation and click data validation. Now as you click it, it will ask you to data validation settings. Okay, and in the drop down go and select list option. So it will ask you to specify the source. So when you ask to specify the source, just click this particular column and click OK. So here we're mentioning the source is column B. Okay, B3 to B14. Okay, click OK, and then it will give you the option. So here you can put this in anywhere across the Excel and click the option. Okay, so this is the way to drop down using the data validation option. So in the next example we will see how do we apply advanced filters in Excel. We use the advanced filter option present in the data tab. So this is the scenario wherein you have multiple set of data and you need to sort it, and it's actually huge data, and you need to sort a particular column or a field with this criteria, and you can select it and specify the criteria and specify a range what you want to select, or based on what criteria the range can be specified, and you can just get it in a single click. So this is the option. You have to go to data tab, advanced, and you have to apply the advanced filter, and then you need to specify the list range, that is basically the source, and then the criteria wherein you specify the criteria present here. I mean, you are specifying, in this case we will take an example wherein we are trying to sort the data or the number of cases based on number of deaths and in a particular country, and we are specifying the output. The copy to field is the output where you will see the output. So I'll show it to you in the Excel. So here we have a spreadsheet wherein you will see all the data, COVID data that we have, and based on the countries and the continents and the number of deaths, number of cases, and so on. Okay, and it also has different fields like the date, year, and month and all. So here I am going to sort the data which is particularly for Europe and which has deaths of more than 200 in a day. So how do we do it? Go to data, advanced, and you need to select copy to another location. Okay, and this is the list range, so it's basically given in this countries. Okay, and the criteria range you have to specify this. So I am going to select this as my criteria. Okay, and then I have to put the output in one particular cell. So I need to select it again, let's say here. Okay, and then I just click OK. See, it's quite simple. Instead of running through the whole thing, we can just do it with a simple function. Okay, so it shows me the deaths which are more than 200 and for which particular country and for which particular continents. All right, so this is basically made very simple with this option. The next question is you need to highlight some particular cells using a particular criteria. In this case, we are trying to analyze or highlight those cells where the total sales is more than $5,000. So what we do is we use conditional formatting to highlight the cells based on the criteria. It's a very useful tool in analyzing data, and visually it helps. You can have a look at the data in quick flash. You will see the data and it's quite visible using the conditional formatting. So how we do that is I will show it to you now. So as said in the slide, we have the data of the sales that is provided to us, and we need to see who has done more sales which is greater than the $5,000. So just go to home and you need to say go to conditional formatting. So for that you need to highlight or select this, go home, conditional formatting, highlight. Okay, and you have different options here. You select greater than and you specify the value. Here my criteria is $5,000. Okay, you can select which color. So let's go for green. Okay, see this, you will immediately see the option. You don't have to dig or look in deep into the data and find out which one is more than 5,000 or any particular value. Okay, so conditional formatting. Now moving on to the next question, the index and match function. You must be familiar with the index and match function and why it is used. Basically, index function is a very powerful tool wherein you for example, you have a table of planets in our solar system and you want to get the name of the fourth planet, Mars. So you can do it with a formula using the index function, and at the same time you can use the match function. Okay, with the match function together you can play wonders with it. Okay, match function is another function that is designed to find the position of an item in a range. For example, we can use the match function to get the position of a word or or in this case we have a name, and we can use the index and match function to find the city. How we do that is shown here. Okay, it looks quite complicated here when you see the formula, but I can show it to you in the Excel and explain it further. Okay, so here I have, and I want to know where these people are and where they belong to. Okay, so let's see how it goes. We have seen it, and we use the index function. Okay, index. Okay, now when I have to specify the range. Okay, so the range is A2, and it selects the name, and I want to select it from A2 to A7. Okay, E7, sorry, E7. Okay, so as you see, it highlights the whole table. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I want to match it. Okay, match it with a condition. I am specifying a condition A10. Why? Because I have to specify a name here, and it will show me the city where he belongs to. Okay, where it shows is A2. Okay, if you see A2, it shows the name. Through A7, I have to specify the range here. Okay, not just one name, we are specifying the whole range. As you see, if you put the values, it will show you the selection. Okay, A7, and what it should be the exact match. So 0 denotes the exact match, parenthesis close, and I am putting another match condition. Okay, what is this? And this will give me the output. what output is, okay, B9. Okay, this is my city. B9 is the city where I'm trying to find from. Okay, and what it should look for is A, column A1 through E1. Okay, it should select this particular row, and what it should be the exact match again. Okay, let's see how it goes. It will give you an error because you haven't put the value here. Okay, so let's see. Andrew. Okay, hit enter and you will see the city where he belongs to. Okay, now let's see where Anna belongs to. Enter and it shows Dallas. Okay, so this is the one other function, index and match function, being used, and it can be asked frequently in the interview questions. Okay, the next question will be how to find duplicate values in a column. Okay, there are two ways that you can actually do this, and one is basically the very simple one, which is the conditional formatting, and the other one is, we have seen this before, COUNTIF function. Okay, how we do that? You need to simply select the data and go to conditional formatting and select duplicate values. And it's quite simple. And there is another way which give you the color coded conditional formatting. Okay, and there is another way, which is the COUNTIF function. How we do that is, again, you have to put another column and put up a COUNTIF criteria, COUNTIF function, wherein you see that you are specifying the range and the value which is being twice or entered duplicate, and you have to put up a condition. I'll show it to you in the Excel. So here we have the data and I need to find the duplicate values here. So I just select this, and as I said, it's quite simple. Go to conditional formatting, home, and then go to conditional formatting and select highlight cell rules, and simply go down and select the duplicate values. Okay, it will give you which color you want. You can simply select red or anything. As you see, the moment you select, you will see the duplicate values highlighted. Okay, so I just cancel this, and there is another way in COUNTIF function. So I'll put another column where it says duplicate names, and I will put up a COUNTIF function here. Okay, so let's see how COUNTIF function works here to check or find the duplicate names. So as I said, I will put up a formula function here for the COUNTIF, and we'll drag it to other cells. Okay, COUNTIF, and since it's an absolute reference, I have to put up a dollar symbol. Okay, my reference here will be H, the column here, H2. Okay, and again dollar, because I'm using it as an absolute reference, colon, through, dollar symbol again, 9. Okay, so it drags till at the whole, it drags till the all the names. Okay, the H9. All right, and then what I'll do is I'll put a comma. In why I want to do is I have to select H2. Okay, this is my criteria. I mean, it is repeating twice. All right, and I have to close the parenthesis, and if it is more than 1. Okay, so this is my formula. I just put enter, and it should say true. So this is the condition, and it is true. Okay, I simply drag it, the whole thing, and whether events is repeated, yes, it's true. Andrew, it's a duplicate entry, false. Emmy is a duplicate entry, and it says true. And as you see, Emmy and Evans are duplicate entries. So this is how we use the COUNTIF function and the conditional formatting to sort duplicate entries in the data. Now let's move on to the last question for the beginner level. And since we have duplicate entries, there is also a problem to remove duplicate entries. So how can you remove duplicate values in a range of cells? Okay, to simply do that, you can delete the duplicate values in a column by simply selecting the highlighted cells and press the delete button. So you go in each column and you see the duplicate values, select it and delete it. Okay, and this is one tedious way of doing it. And you can also, after deleting the values, you can go to the conditional formatting, choose clear rules to remove the rules from the sheet. So this is one way. Okay, the next thing is again a simple button that is there in the data tab. That is one of the tools present in the data tab, which is simply called as remove duplicates. It's quite simple and it's there in the data tools. Let me show you in the Excel. So here we are, and we have this data and we need to check and remove the duplicate. So as I said, go to the data tab and simply click on remove duplicates, and when you click on it, it will ask you want to continue or expand this selection. I just say continue with the current selection and remove duplicates. Okay, select all, click OK. 2 duplicate entries that were removed. Previously we saw that Evans and Anna were there, Emmy were there, so that has been removed. Okay, so that's it for the beginner level, and we'll go to the intermediate level in the next slides.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So here we are at the intermediate level questions, and these are like higher level or intermediate level compared to the previous things that we have discussed with the basic level questions for the Excel interview. So let's move on to the next thing. And so there are some scenarios where you enter the date or some dates in particular data sheet, and you need to find out what is the day of the week. Okay, so you might be asking a question, how do you find out the day of a week for a particular date? So that is the function. We have a specific function, and that is the weekday function to find out the day of the week for a particular date. Okay, so as we know, these are the 7 days of the week, and we just put the function as it says equals to weekday, and we need to enter the column or the area or the cell address here. So weekday is the function, and it will give you the which day it is of the week. Okay, week as it says 1, it denotes Sunday. Okay, and 3 is again Tuesday. Okay, so this is the function that is used to find the day of the week. So now we move on to the next one, and there might be a question, what are the wildcards available in Excel? So basically Excel supports 3 types of wildcard, which are asterisk, the star, it represents any number of characters. It can be used in different formulas and all, like multiplication and all. So it represents any number of characters. Okay, the next wildcard is the question mark. It represents one single character. Okay, you just need to memorize this in the back of your mind that it represents one single character. Okay, whereas asterisk is it represents any number of characters. And the third one, which is rarely used in Excel, it is the tilde. It is used to identify a wildcard character, that is tilde, asterisk, question marks in the text. Okay, and it is very rarely used. So you need to memorize these 3 things, that there are 3 types of wildcards. We can see the functions of these in the later sessions. Okay, the next one is we have a question here, what is the data validation? Illustrate with an example. You might be asked this question, and you have to know what is data validation, what is it used for, and you should know how to set up in an example. Okay, data validation is a feature in Excel that is used to control what a user can enter into a cell. Okay, so you have, with the data validation, you are not allowing a kind of data that should be input in the cell. Okay, for example, you have the authority by setting up the data validation that you can enter either a number or a text or just a number and so on, okay, using the data validation. And where is it available? It is in the data tab, okay. Select data validation option present under data tools, okay, and you just need to select the particular cells where you want to set up the data validation. I'll show it to you in an example. So this is how it looks like. You just need to go to data tools and click on data validation and it will show you. And you have the options here, allow, and if you click on the drop down, you will see different options. Like I will show it to you in the example here, okay. For this particular thing, if I want, this column should have only names, and it should have, if you insert a number, you will be thrown with an error, okay. You will get an error message saying that this is not a valid option, okay. So there are some columns where you have to put only names or you have to put only numbers. So you can set this up with the data validation technique, okay. You just allow it or customize it as per your requirement. So this is how it looks like when you set up an error. So here we have set up a data validation saying that it should not allow you to put any text, okay. So you will get an error when you put a number here. The value does not match data validation restrictions defined for this cell, okay. So here as an example, I have some data where I am putting the names here and I'll put the salary here. I want to make sure that we cannot enter any numbers here, okay. It should be only text. It should have only names. So how do I perform that? How do I restrict any user to that they should not be able to enter any number and they should only enter the text, okay. So there is a function, okay. You just need to go to data validation, click data validation, and here in the settings I'll go to custom. There are different options here. You can choose whole numbers, decimal, list, date, time. So these are the options, and I go to custom and I'm giving a particular formula here, okay. What is that? It should be only text, okay. So it's a simple thing. It should be text, and I need to define the range, okay. So how I'll define the range? I just select this, okay, and I select the range, okay. So I have selected the range here, and if you go to input message and error alert, you can customize it, and here we are taking the default one, and this is the input message if you want to set or customize something, okay. So let's see how it works, okay. I have set this and then I try to put a number here and it throws me an error. The value you entered is not valid because we have set a restriction. A user has restricted values that can be entered into the cell. So this is how the data validation works, okay. The next thing is you will be given a situation wherein you have to you will be given data and you have to perform a function. Like in this example we are taking a condition wherein you will have data and you have to specify the result based on the data. You have to formulate it, okay. So given below is a student table. Write a function to add pass or fail to the results column based on the following criteria. You will be given a criteria. So this is the student table. You are giving the student names, marks and attendance, and then based on that you will have to specify a formula wherein you will see the result, okay. Based on the past student data, you have to put a pass fail results in the column based on the following criteria. What is the criteria? And for example, here in this example what they're saying is you have to say that the student is passed if his marks is more than 60 and the attendance is more than 75%, okay. So how we perform this function? As it says, you have to use the if function and check with the and condition to fill the results column, okay. So let's see this in the example here. So here is the example and we will perform the if function and check with the and function. So how we do that is here, okay. So I have to put the if function here, okay, and check with the AND function, okay, and I have to specify the conditions. I have to specify where it should see the or check the conditions, okay. So we are checking the conditions here, and the marks should be in row in the column U, and it starts with U5. So let's see U5, okay, it will immediately go to column U and 5, row 5, okay. And then what is the condition we are specifying here? It should be greater than 60, okay. And the other condition is the column V, that is the attendance column, okay. And what is the condition we are specifying? V5 should be greater than 75, okay. And we just close these conditions with the parenthesis, and now we have to specify the result, whether it is pass or fail. Pass, comma, in quotes again, fail, okay. So let's see how this works, okay. Okay, see, this works, okay. The marks is 50 and attendance is greater than 80. So he is failed because his marks are 50. His attendance must be more than 75, but yes, he has not scored marks more than 60. So we drag the same formula to the whole thing, and you will see the result, okay. This is quite simple, and you will see this formula and using the if and check, and check with AND condition, okay. Now moving on to the next question. You might be asked to, this is a simple function wherein you will be asked to calculate your age in years from the current date, okay. So how we do that? There is a particular function, and it's very simple. Use the year frac or dated if function to return the number of whole days between start date and the end date. So you specify a start date, which will be today's date, and the birthday, and then the end day will be today's date, for example, okay. And you will get to know the age using the year frac function and dated if function, okay. So here is a small example, and this is how we use the year frac function, okay. You specify this function and then specify the input dates, that is the today's date and the date of birth and the today's date, okay. And this is one of the ways to get it. And there is also dated if, okay. This again, it is dated if function, and you specify the input cells, okay. So let me show you an example for the same. So here we are, and we have today's date, that is 4th of May, and date of birth for anything it could be. So I will specify the year frac function, okay, equals year frac, okay. And then I should, as soon as you enter, you specify the start date and the end date, okay. And I will specify the start date as today's date. That picks the column, and then I put the comma, and then the end date should be this thing, okay. And just close it, and it will give you the age, okay. So this is the age. For example, if you want to find out my age, I don't want to reveal my birthday, but it's okay. Okay, let's see if it calculates. I'm 32 years old, okay. Alright, so this is one of the ways, and similarly you can use the dated if function shown in the example. Alright, now moving on to the next question. You have nested if statements. This is very important, and you will definitely be coming across this question. How are nested if statements used in Excel? What are nested if statements? The if function can be nested. It can be loop. When we have multiple conditions to meet, okay, it can be nested. The false value is replaced by another if function, okay. You have specified some condition, and you are putting up a condition, and if that condition is not there or not met, then if it will be replaced with another if function. So the syntax will be like this. Below is an example. So we use two if statements in conjunction. Okay, so here is an example. Here we are specifying a condition wherein the result is excellent if it is more than 80, and if it is less than 60 it is bad or average. So this is very simple. You perform one if condition, and if that is not met, it will go for the next if condition. So we are nesting two if conditions. We are joining two if statements. Okay, I'll show the same example here in the Excel. So here we have some data and the students and their marks. Okay, and we are specifying a condition wherein if the result or marks are more than 80, the result is excellent, and if it is less than 60, it is bad or average. Okay, so how we get this is we use two if conditions, if statements. So as we have seen it, if now the first condition is our source, or the source is B2. Okay, so B2, and what I'm specifying is it should be greater than 80. All right, I just close this, and the result should be excellent. Okay, excellent if it is more than 80, and if this condition is not met, it will go to the next if statement. Okay, we are nesting another if statement. What is the condition here for the next statement? It will check B2 is less than or equal to 60. You can specify any marks. All right, so if it is less than 60, it should give the result as bad or average. Okay, specify anything and you and just close the double parenthesis. So let's see how it works. Okay, see, it works like this. Now let's pull up the same formula for the other results. Okay, see, if it is more than 90, it is 90, it is excellent. So it is checking the first thing. If it is greater than 80, it is excellent. Okay, and now in this case for mark, it is bad. Why? Because it will first see whether it's excellent or not. If it is not excellent, then it will check the other condition. If it is less than 60, it will give you the bad result. All right, and similarly so on for the other marks. All right, so this is how we use the nested if statements. You are adding two if statements, the first condition and the second condition with another if statement. Okay, when it comes to Excel, it is basically involves a lot of data and a lot of data to be analyzed, and we have some powerful tools which are used in Excel to analyze the data. One such important tool is descriptive statistics that is used to analyze the data. So we might come across a question and you will be given a data or a table, and you need to find the descriptive statistics of the columns using data analysis tool. Okay, so you will be given maybe for example anything, and you will have a lot of data. You have to use the descriptive statistics option in Excel for the data analysis. Okay, how you do that is you have to add a pack. Okay, you should be knowing that you need to add a pack which is called the analysis tool pack, which you go to file options and then just click on the add-in and select the analysis tool pack, click Excel add-in and just click go. Then it will add the option, and then when you select the data, you have to go to the click on the data analysis option, which will show up when you select the add-in or when you add the add-in. Okay, and then you need to select the descriptive statistics. What we need to do is we need to analyze this data, and it will show you the values like mean, and you can also customize. You have these data, and for you to check each and every row and find the mean, the smallest, the maximum number, and things like that. So this can be easily done using the descriptive statistics for the data analysis. I'll show the same thing in the Excel, how it can be performed. So here we are, and I'll show you first how to add the option to it. Okay, go to add-in, select analysis toolpath as shown in the slide, and you need to click go. If you just click OK, it will not add, so just click go, and then you need to select analysis toolpath. Okay, it will give you, these are the different options. For now we are selecting analysis toolpath, and then click OK. As soon as you do that, you will see the data analysis. This option gets enabled when you add that pack. So this is the data that you have, you need to find or analyze using the descriptive statistics. So as you see it, click data analysis and click select descriptive statistics. Okay, and it will show up the option like this, and you need to select the input range. Okay, for some reason it's already there, and if you want me to show, I will show it to you across. You have to select the whole data. Okay, this is my input range, and you need to select this labels in the first row so that you know it doesn't take the first row. Okay, I'll show. Okay, and now I'm putting the output in another worksheet. Okay, you can specify or you can specify a new worksheet, and these are the options that you can select. So you are getting a summary statistics, which is the default, and you can select the confidence level, that is the mean value, and you can set it up by whatever value percentage you want, and you are selecting the largest one and the smallest number. So all these data will get analyzed and it will open up in a new sheet, and just click OK and you will see this. So these are the, if you see, this is our data: paid, organic, social, and revenue. So this is okay, make it more precise. Okay, so with a single click, all our data is analyzed. Okay, this is the mean value, and this is the minimum is 0, maximum is certain set. This is the total, and the number of count is 1000. So you don't need to scroll down and check what is the largest amount that is paid. So this is the largest amount for the paid. Okay, and so on. So the largest revenue generated, all these things are generated with a descriptive analysis. Okay, descriptive statistics with a data analysis tool. So the next question is about a pivot table, and this is more refined or more advanced compared to the last one that we discussed in the beginner level. So here you are asked to create a pivot table to find the total cases in each country belonging to their respective continents. You are being asked to put up a pivot table with two variables, basically each country and their respective continent. So again, we have the same data, and we need to set up a pivot table which shows the continents and the countries with the respective continents, the number of cases. Okay, so let's see how we get this in the example. So here we are, we have the same data. It shows the days, months, year, cases, countries, and their continents. Okay, continents here and so on. Okay, so I'll go to the insert tab and select the pivot table. Okay, again the same thing, I will be asked to enter a input range. Okay, so I select this, and since it's huge, I'll just put the number to be 7777. Okay, let's assume. Now this is our input data, and where you want the output to be, it's already selected. You can put it anywhere. I'm putting it here. Okay, just click OK, and it will give you the option to select the fields. Now what we want is number of cases, okay, which will show you the value, and the countries and territories, their respective continents. So okay, so this is how it looks like, and we have to check. Now it is asking us to find the countries. Okay, so with their respective continents. You see this, you see Africa as a continent, and you will see, okay, you will see Africa. If you just remove this, you will see the number of the cases with the respective continents. And if you want to include these countries, territories with their respective continents, you will see as such. If you just expand this, you will see the countries that are having the cases in the continent Africa. Okay, so country wise sorted with the continents. Okay, this is another advanced step to get the data or show the data in the pivot table. Okay, another question that you might be asked, this is a basic and we have already seen this in the previous example that I have shown. How do you provide the dynamic range in data source of a pivot table? You have to select a particular data source in your input table to show up in the pivot table. So you have to select the input range. But how do you create or provide a dynamic range in this data source? So just need to create a name table to provide a dynamic range. So where is the data of your table? So as we have seen in the previous example, you will be able to select the input range, and you just need to put this value, any number, so that it will pick up the dynamic range for your input source for the table. Okay, so now we move on to the next one, and this is about the pivot table again. Is it possible to create pivot table using multiple sources of data? Yes, you can create a pivot table from multiple worksheets. Sometimes you will have different data in different sheets. Can you create a pivot table for all the worksheet in a single pivot table? Yes, you can, but there is a condition. There should be a common row in both the tables. So you cannot have different types of data. There should be a common row. Okay, so then only it will act as a primary key for the first table and the foreign key for the second table. Okay, so this is something that you have to remember, and you need to create a relationship between the tables and then build the pivot table. So you have to analyze what kind of data it is. It should have a common row in both the tables on both the sheets, and then you have to establish a relationship between this table and then build the table. Okay, there is a wizard for that. We'll see that later. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is again, with the pivot table, wherein you will be asked to further refine or refine your search and show it in the data. So here we are with the COVID data example again. You will be asked to create a pivot table to find the top 3 countries from each continent based on the total cases using the COVID data. Again, as we have done this before, we have created a pivot table for this, and we need to further refine it, showing the top 3 countries with the number of cases. And I will show that same thing in the Excel, and we already have created a table, and we'll refine it further to show the top 3 countries which are having the highest number of counts in the respective continents. So here we have the table already with us, and I just click on the show field list. It will show me the countries and territories. What we are asked is to show the countries with the top 3, that is number of cases. So you just need to go here and you need to select the value filter. There is a filter which you can select with the value, and now I select top 10, and what I need is top 3. It's very simple, and you just need to know these things. Okay, and based on the number of cases. Okay, this is our field already. Then just click OK, and it will show you the top 3 countries. So it's quite simple, and it is very important to know this field and how you play with the value of the filters for each particular field in the pivot table. So it shows you these things. All right, and now you can refine it further with the continents and all. Okay, so different continents, and you can see this. So you go there, and there is a value filter you can set up. All right, we have set up a value filter. Okay, now there is another one. How do you create a column in a pivot table? Okay, like you will be given a situation where you need to add one more column and show it in the pivot table with a particular calculation or with a particular value, and you don't have that actual value in your data, but you have to calculate it and show it across in the table. So there is another option which is called pivot table analyze, and you need to create a calculated field from pivot table analyze option. So when you go to your table and then go to pivot table analyze, you will see the option to add a calculated field. Okay, just go there and select calculated field, and you need to define. So in this example, we are going to define another column where we calculate the bonus of the sales, and there is a particular formula. The formula is you put an if and statement, and then you calculate the formula. You specify what is the bonus and what is the way that you're calculating the bonus, and it will particularly add it another column to your table. So let's see how we do that in the table act. So here we have this table, and I have inserted a pivot table, and I am putting it an output here. Okay, and then you will get the table. Okay, now you need to select the customer name and the unit sold, unit price, sales. Okay, so we will add another column to it. How we do that is this: go to pivot table tools, and then you go to analyze. Okay, click on field, items, and set. Okay, you need to select calculated field here. Select that, and we are defining a new field here, which is the bonus. Bonus, and as I said, we will put up a formula for this, and we will define it how we calculate the bonus. Okay, with an if and statement, which we have seen before, how we put up a and if and statement. Okay, now I'm going to say it as like this: sales, my sales should be, I'll specify a condition how they will calculate the bonus. If sales is greater than 4,000 and the unit sold, okay, I am trying to put it as the unit sold. It also depends on the units sold is greater than 1,000. Okay, for example, let's say 1,000. A person who is able to do sales of 4,000 and the unit sold should be more than 1,000, then the sales, what is this? The bonus will be sales into, that is the amount of sales he has done, into 5%. Okay, let's say 5% bonus, and sales is, if it is 2%. Okay, okay, we are adding this field bonus and click add. Okay, so we have added this, and we have put up a calculation for the formula, and you will see this in the, so this is a simple way of adding the column to your existing data, and we are doing the calculations and showing it up. Okay, so this is one way. Go to pivot table analyze and field, items, and sets. You can select this option and add it. Okay, you can customize this, as I said, with adding different fields. This is pretty handy in analyzing the data which does not exist in the table, and you add some value to your pivot table. Okay, the next question will be about slicer. You must be familiar with what a slicer is in a pivot table and how do you use it, what are the purpose of using it, and how do you put up a slider in the pivot table. So how does a slicer work? Basically, slicers are used to further filter data in the pivot table. Suppose you already have some data, and it's for ease that you can do it by just adding a slicer. You can select particular data in or a field, and you can see the output for that particular field that you have chosen in the slicer. Okay, so it's very simple. Go to the insert tab and select slicer under filters. Okay, and then it will be like this. Okay, and here, if for example you see this is our pivot table, we have added two slicers to filter our table, that is month and countries and territory. So this will be the general pivot table that looks like, and we have added another two slices, that is month and country. So if you go for example, if you want to see what is the number of cases and some of the deaths for a particular month and for a particular country, you can just do it by a single click and it will show that particular data only in the table. Let's see and do this in our Excel. Okay, so there is a table pivot table already created for this, and I want to add a slicer. So how do I go ahead and do this? Is I go to the options and insert slicer. Okay, at the moment you click on it, you will see what are the options that you want to add. You can select different fields and select the slicer for it. For this example, we are choosing month. Okay, this is one of our sliders. You can just put it here, adjacent to the, and again this will be our slider. Okay, let's add another slicer here. Okay, and this will be the countries and territories. Okay, click on that and you will see two simple badges here that you can choose from. So if I want to know in the month of Feb how many number of cases were there for particular, let's see, the moment I choose the month, it will show that particular number of the corresponding table for the whole. And now I want to further refine it to a particular country. So for example, Australia. Okay, so there were a total number of 18 cases and 0 deaths. At the same time, if I go for Algeria, it is like this. So as you see, it goes like this. Okay, so this is one of the very important tool that you can use to show the data in a much simplified manner and ease. Okay, so the next question is about the pivot table again. What is the percentage of contribution of each country and continents to the total cases? Again, the same example for our code, the COVID one. And this time we want to show the output as the percentage of contribution for each country and continents to the total cases. So we have the same data and we generate a pivot table, and we should show it as the sum of the cases to be percentage. Okay, and this is how we do it. This is our data, and I'm going to create a pivot table for this. Okay, so it shows the table, and here I have to show what is the fields that we need to select. Okay, for ease, we are just selecting the cases and the countries and territories. Okay, so cases to be the values. Okay, okay, so this is how it looks like. Now when I see, okay, let me show it to you. See, it shows the number of cases. Now if I just want to refine it further and see it as number of percentage as the number of cases. Okay, so how I do it? Show field list. I go here and I go to value field settings. Okay, then again number format, show the value as, okay, sorry, show the value as, you need to select this thing, percentage of grand total, and then just click OK, and you will see this to be the percentage. So it shows the data in the form of percentage. Okay, this is very simple, and you just need to remember, as we have seen before, show field and then value field settings. Okay, this is the thing that you need to check. Okay, grant percentage. There are other options also, and you can select from whatever you want to, but in this case we are showing it to be the percentage. Okay. Okay guys, now the next question is about a very important aspect of presentation when we come to pivot charts. How do you create a pivot chart in pivot tables? This is very basic or very important aspect of pivot tables, that you can represent data in a form of a chart, and there are different types of charts which I'll show it to you in the example. Okay, so we have a data here and we want to show it right now it is in a tabular form. Okay, we have put up a pivot table for this, and now the same thing can be put up in a pivot chart. Okay, so what you need to do is go to the insert tab and select the pivot chart. It depends on different versions of Excel that you have different forms or different buttons, so I will show it across to you, and this is how it looks like. Okay, it's very simple. It can be a pie chart, it can be a bar chart, it can be different forms, and we can see that in the example here. Okay, so let's go to the example, and so we have the pivot table generated here already. What you need to do is you need to select the table and go to insert and see the options. There is a column chart, there is a line chart, there is pie, bar, area, scattered, and other parts. Okay, there are different forms. Okay, so right now what we do is we will select the column chart here. Okay, you need to select the pivot table and click on the column chart. Again, there are different forms which can be seen in some time now. So this is the basic form. Okay, and it will show you the countries. And it will show it as a form of a chart. Okay, again, you can change the chart type. You can change it to pie. Okay, this personally is very good in presenting or doing presentation, and you can select different forms, different styles. Okay, it will also show you the percentage. So this is one form of presenting your table into a chart. Okay, again, bar type is also there, so this won't suit here in our example. There are different ones. I'm just showing it to you as how it looks like. So depending on your the aesthetic, you can see and select what kind of chart is best suitable. Okay, so this is how you put up a pivot chart in pivot tables. Okay, so this is one last for the intermediate level. And what are macros in Excel? Create a macro to automate a task. Basically, you have some daily tasks that you perform in Excel. Okay, and you can do this with quite ease using the macros. Okay, it basically is a program that resides within the Excel file, and it is used to automate tasks in Excel. Some daily tasks that you run, like when you come across any data and you have to scrub that data, and you do some daily routines, and by removing some columns or adding some formulas, and adding some colors and changing the fonts, or be it anything that you perform, and you have to do a repetitive task. So all that can be done by recording a macro, and this is what macro is used for in Excel. So how you capture those steps in Excel is through a macro. To record a macro, you can either go to the developer tab in the Excel and click on record macro, or you can use or access it from the view tab. Okay, so these are the ways to access macros. Okay, just go to the developer tab and click record macro, wherein when you click record macro, it will record the steps that you're performing in each step, and it will capture that, and you can save that. It is like a daily routine that you run, and you can do all these multiple steps, maybe n number of steps, within a single click by running that macro later on. Okay, so you record a macro and run that. Okay, you do it through the developer tab. Go to developer tab and click record macro, and it records all the steps that you are performing. Okay, you need to name it, and you just need to perform the actions, and it will record the macro, and you just save it later on. Whenever you come across the same daily task that you run, you can just click it by running that macro. Okay, wow. So in a single click, it will perform all the actions that you have done or steps that you have performed on that particular Excel sheet or any other Excel sheet. Okay, this is very handy when you have similar data and you do the similar task each day. Okay, so this ends the intermediate level, and in the next slides we will see the advanced level. So now we discuss the advanced level interview questions for Excel. And when it comes to the advanced level, you will come across, definitely you will be asked about what if analysis. How does it work? How does what if analysis work in Excel? So what if analysis, as the name suggests, you have to have an analysis done, okay, with the help of different complex mathematical calculations like formulas, and using different formulas and calculations, you can experiment with the data and you can analyze if this particular input changes, what will be the scenario, how will your output turn out to be. So as you can see, it is about different variables to see how your changes would affect the outcome of a situation. So this is what if analysis is, and the same thing can be done with Excel. And how it is done is, you need to go to the data tab and click on the what if analysis under forecast. Okay, so there are three options, and one is the scenario manager, goal seek, and the data table. So these are the three situations or three tools which are available in the what if analysis in the data tab. Okay, so goal seek is basically for reverse calculations. Okay, and you have some idea, you have some set goal in mind, and you have certain variables and what you need to do and what you need to achieve to have certain set goals. Okay, you will set a value for the goal, and with the goal seek option you can get to know what value you have to achieve to come to that level. Okay, so this is what goal seek is. It is one of the simplest sensitivity analysis tool. And so for example, you know that a single outcome you would like to achieve, like you have a set goal that you have to achieve this particular grade. Okay, and the goal seek feature in Excel allows you to arrive to that goal by mathematically adjusting a single variable within that equation. So you set the goal and you will do the what if analysis goal seek option to know what you have to do or what you have to achieve for the set goal. The next option is the data table, and it is basically used for sensitivity analysis. Okay, so in this scenario, the data tables allow the adjustment of only one or two variables within a data set, but each variable can have unlimited number of possible values. Okay, so basically they are used for side-by-side comparisons. It makes it very easy to read the scenarios. Okay, but you need to set up the data table correctly. Okay, and what you do is you give the input in the table and then you set up the formula. And for instance, you need to calculate the monthly payments for a loan. Okay, you provide the principal amount, like whatever amount you're taking, 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, and you set the interest rate in a formula, okay, and you set the term in, and then you need to provide different input options like what loan amount that you're taking, and you set the formula and go to data table and go to what if analysis and select the data table, stretches across, and then you will see the monthly payment options or the monthly EMI that you can calculate. There are different things that you can calculate. You can calculate the target or the sales bonus or things like that, okay, giving different scenarios in the variables, okay. But you need to set up a data table. It might be a little challenging, but yes, it is a very powerful tool, okay. So the next one is the scenario manager. It is a bit more complicated compared to the other two, but then it is more advanced than goal seeker, as it allows you to adjust the multiple variables at the same time, okay. And this is very complicated compared to the other two, and it is even, it gives more better output when it compares to the other two what if analysis tools. So here, when you go to what if analysis and the scenario manager, you have to select the data and provide different scenarios, that is different values for each scenario, and then it will analyze, calculate, and create different scenarios, okay. So it becomes very easy for you to analyze what if you are changing the value of your interest amount or the term of loan, or your targets like monthly targets or an yearly targets and things like that. And you just have to see what the scenario will be when you set this particular value for a table or for data, whatever targets that you need to set. You can use this what if analysis in Excel for the different scenarios and different calculations, okay. These are very powerful tools and you need to know this. Now, as we move on to the next one, you might be asked, what is the difference between a function and a subroutine in a VBA, okay. Even though these two are used quite frequently, there is pretty much different from each other, okay. So a function always returns a value of the task it is performing, okay. So when you are writing a module, you will have a function. When you have a function, it will always give you a value, okay. For example, you are performing an addition, using the function, it will give you a value for sure. Whereas subroutine, it does not return a value of the task it is performing. Functions are called by a variable, okay. You can set up a variable and you can call the function, okay. Whereas subroutines can be recalled from anywhere in the program in multiple types, okay. In many different ways you can recall a subroutine, like we have seen. We write a subroutine and we put up a button, and we can, when you click the button, it will recall the subroutine. Functions are called by variable, okay. You have to set up a variable, and when you enter it, it will come up, okay. Functions are used directly in spreadsheets as formulas, whereas subs cannot be used directly in spreadsheets as formula, okay. This is very important difference. And the next thing is the functions can be used to perform repetitive tasks and return a value, whereas users must insert a value in the desired cell before getting the result of the sub. So this is particularly limited, okay. Whereas functions can be used to perform different repetitive tasks and return a value. User input is not required. Whereas if you see the subroutines, user must insert a value, okay, in the desired cell, that too in a particular cell which is defined in the subroutine to getting the desired result, okay. So these are the differences between functions and subroutines. Now the next one is what is the difference between this workbook and active workbook in VBA. So when you work on modules and different Excel spreadsheets and workbooks, you will have these different workbooks open, and there is a particular difference, and you might be asked, what is the difference between this workbook and active workbook. So as the name suggests, this workbook refers to the name of the workbook where the code is actually running from, okay. You are running a code, VBA code, and it is the actual workbook where you are running the code from, and that is this workbook, okay. And you have multiple spreadsheets open, and you're working on particular, suppose for example you're working on sheet X, okay, and active workbook is the workbook that is currently active from the different open workbooks. You have different open workbooks, but you are working on one particular workbook, and that is called the active workbook. So this workbook refers to the name of the workbook where the code is actually written, whereas active workbook is the one that is currently open, currently active. Okay, so this is the difference between this workbook and the active workbook in VBA. As shown in the example, this is a simple sub that is written, a code that can be written to find out which workbook is the this workbook in the VBA and the active workbook as well. Okay, so this is a simple thing that you can run to determine. Okay, it shows the active workbook and this workbook. Okay, so as we move on to the next one, so this is the question: how will you pass arguments to a VBA function? Okay, there are two ways. Basically, arguments can be passed to a VBA function as a value or as a reference. So this is an example that you can see. It is by reference. The key word for this is by reference. Okay, so when you are passing an argument by reference, the keyword should be by ref, whereas by value, you are specifying a value and the keyword is by val, value. Okay, so these are the two ways that you can pass an argument in VBA. So when you pass an argument by reference in a procedure, the variable itself, okay, the variable itself is accessed by a procedure, and it is to the location or the address in the memory. Okay, the value of the variable is changed permanently by the procedure in this case. All right. Okay, so to pass an argument by reference, you should use by ref. That is the keyword before the argument. Okay, so in this example, it is clearly shown what is the keyword that is being used. Okay, and by reference is the default in the VBA unless you specify something else, which in this case is by value. Okay, and as I said, the keyword for by value, passing the argument by value, is by val. Okay, so when you set the keyword by val, the variable, what happens is the by value argument function or argument is passed through by value. Okay, the number function is called here, which means it assigns a value to the variable x here. Okay, because the variable was passed by value in the function, any change to the value, okay, any change to the value of the variable is only the current function. So it ends after it performs the function. Okay, then it reverts back to the value when it is declared again, where it is set to 0. So if the variable has been passed by reference in the function, then the variable would have permanently assumed the new assigned value. So this is the basic difference by reference and by value. So now we move on to the next one. So there might be a question that you will be asked that how do you find the last row or a column in a VBA? Okay, so to find a last row, sometimes you have long list of data and it has like n number of rows and n number of columns. So instead of scrolling down altogether to find the last row, you can use this VBA code. You can write this code. It's a very simple one, and it will give you the last row. You will find the last row with a single click. Okay, let's see it in the VBA. So here I have a sheet which it has long list of rows, and instead of scrolling down, I can just find out the last row with this VBA code. Okay, I just click on this, and as seen in the slideshow, I have just written it, and you will see you just run it and you will see the number of rows. It will give you the last row in the sheet. Okay, similarly we can do this for the column as well. Okay, in case if you have long list of or large number of columns, instead of scrolling right, you can just run this VBA, and you can know the last number of columns. Okay, number of columns. So as we've seen in the last row, now we'll see the code for the finding the last column. It's the same thing. Instead of row, you will see it as column. All right, and when you run it, it will give you the last column. Okay.
And with that, we have reached the end of this session on the Business Analytics with Advanced Excel Full Course 2026. If you have any doubts or queries, let us know in the comments below and our team of experts will be happy to help you as soon as possible. Until next time, thank you and keep learning. Stay tuned for more from Simplilearn.